Global Lord, I start from the Goblin Lair. As the bitter cold wind swept across the continent, as alien races and monsters came one after another, and as the living space became increasingly tight, Ron and his strange teammates embarked on a journey to open up new territories. And the land that has never had a long-term ruler may welcome its eternal monarch. Stinky and noisy. There was a noisy and shrill noise in my ears, and a fishy and unpleasant smell in my nose. When Ron licked his cracked lips and opened his eyes again, he still saw bones and broken meat all over the ground, and the pile of moldy and rotten straw was still under him. Less than 2 meters away from Ron, 3 ferocious creatures that were twice as large as wolves were staring at him in the cell next door, salivating. I'm not dreaming. Ron smiled bitterly. Only now did he completely accept the fact that he had traveled through time. The drunk guy in the medicinal chemistry lab next door actually blew up the hydrogen tank. As soon as I arrived, I found myself here inexplicably and in the goblin prison. It was natural that this group of notorious guys would not let go of the delicious food that fell from the sky, but because Ron's appearance was indeed strange, they chose to keep him alone next to the wolf pen instead of making him into food reserves immediately. But when Ron held the railing and stole a glance at a goblin gatherer outside who was wielding a butcher knife to cut meat of unknown origin, he really didn't dare to be sure how long he could live. He had to find a way to escape. Squeak, squeak! A series of rodent calls attracted Ron's attention. It was a group of rats emerging from the dark passage and pouring into this vast space that combined a prison, animal pen, and slaughterhouse. If Ron's memory of his previous life was correct, mice and wolves were to goblins what dogs and horses were to humans. So, the appearance of these mice is no accident, they must be followed by their owners. Sure enough, a goblin appeared at the door a few moments later. He had an old scar on his face that crossed his left eye, and a crudely made short bow was hung behind his back. It is worth noting that he was carrying a large rat with snow-white fur on his shoulder. Compared with those of his peers who were only fit to crawl on the ground, this large rat with an injured back was obviously more valued by its owner. Is this his pet? Ron remembered that goblins were a race of castes, a system made up of whippers, hunters, gatherers, and untouchables, and that only the higher castes were worthy of having special breeds of rats as pets. Maybe it's a goblin hunter. Davin! Come here! The goblin hunter shouted arrogantly, see what happened to my baby? It was bitten by those mixed-haired rats while hunting, and it has been sleeping ever since. It doesn't even want to eat blood or meat. Even though he was in his lair, the hunter still spoke the common tongue relatively fluently, and he seemed very proud of it. This was convenient for Ron. Although he was instilled with some knowledge after traveling through time, he could only understand the common language and knew nothing about the goblin language. One-eyed dragon drifter. The goblin gatherer came over very reluctantly. He also imitated the other party to speak the common language, but his speech was very bad. You clearly know that we have been short of water and food for a long time, why are you still feeding your rats? It's just right that you're sick. Leave it to me, so we can have more rations. How dare you? Driver bared his teeth at the other party, threateningly, how dare you treat a hunter like this? All the food is hunted by us hunters, and I can give it to whoever I want. The food is also carried and cut by us gatherers. Davin shrank his neck, but did not dare to talk back. He had no choice but to take the white mouse and examine it carefully under driver's coercion. Ron watched curiously through the iron door. He had an idea about the problem with the white mouse. Rats and mice in the laboratory often bite each other, which led to many diseases. This is probably a second-degree trauma caused by a fight. Judging from the condition of your rat, it should have been infected. If it is isolated and treated with anti-inflammatory drugs in time, it may be curable. Ron couldn't help but remind Davin when he saw Davin looking at the big white rat back and forth. Do you know how to treat it? Driver's eyes first turned to Ron, then glared at Davin, let him out and treat him quickly, I can't lose my baby. But, he is the one who fell from the sky. I don't care if he fell from the sky or grew from the ground. I want my baby to live and not die. Screamed Driver. Davin curled his lips, returned the rat to Driver, then obediently took out the key and let Ron out. Go ahead, hey. Ron did not rush over. Instead, he carefully examined the surrounding environment and then picked some plants and fungi from the dark and damp places. There were no ready-made medicines here, so he had to make them on the spot. What are these? Driver looked at the plants that Ron handed over after he approached him, and said with some dissatisfaction, my baby is not a vegetarian. It's not him who eats it, it's you who eats it, Ron said simply and clearly, chew it up, spit it out, and apply it to the wound. Driver's suspicious eyes lingered between Ron, the plants in his hand and the rat for a while, then he resolutely snatched the herbs, put them in his mouth and began to chew them in big mouthfuls. Bah! It's so bitter! When the goblin hunter spat out a lump of herbal mud and smeared it on the rat's wound, his already yellow-green face looked even greener. Your method had better be effective, otherwise I'm going to strip you of your. Before Driver could finish his threatening words, the unconscious rat began to tremble slightly in his arms, accompanied by faint, surviving chirps. God of Magrubai! It's alive, it's alive! Driver hugged his baby excitedly and shook it vigorously. Oh my God, you must be the messenger sent by the God of War to save my baby. After a long while, after confirming that the white mouse was really out of danger, Driver stood up excitedly and made a threatening gesture towards Ron. Unfortunately, most goblins were only about 1.12 meters tall. Even if the hunter was taller, he still looked like a child in front of Ron. If he wanted to hug Ron, he could only hug his legs. What a miracle! Normally, rats like this can only be killed and eaten for meat. Not only was Driver ecstatic, but even Davin and the other goblins expressed their surprise. However, Ron could only understand what Davin was saying. Shut up, Davin! Driver glared at him fiercely. I think we should report this to the boss. The gatherers let this human be the leader and demote you to a pariah. Gatherers? Whoever wants to be one can be one, Davin angrily said to Driver. There is almost nothing left here. Even the river has stopped flowing. What can we gather? Nothing left. Ron stopped Driver from showing Davin a lesson and asked, what does that mean? Just now, Davin also said that you are short of water and food. That's exactly what it says. Driver looked at Ron. This human was the savior of his beloved mouse, so he was happy to answer his question. So the boss said that we should chase some deer to the north. However, when I was exploring the way north, I felt that the further north I went, the colder it got. I've only been walking for 2 days, so this shouldn't happen. I have captured some prisoners before, and they all said that there is a warm and humid plain to the north. But my feeling is completely different from theirs. Little rain, lack of food, and getting colder? Ron seemed to remember something. In the geology elective course that semester, the teacher seemed to have talked about a similar incident. That disaster almost strangled the entire human civilization in its cradle. If saving the life of the rat could keep him alive for a while, then what if saving the lives of these goblins? Would it buy him his own safety or even his freedom? And if they really wanted to go north as Driver said, he would not be able to survive. That would be a real hell of disaster. Thinking of this, Ron quickly said, I need to see your boss immediately. You can't go north. Why? Driver was about to ask, but he simply changed the subject. Okay. I'll go talk to the boss, you wait here. It was useless to ask. Goblin hunters only had talents related to combat, and people like Driver who could speak the common language were considered diligent and studious. Besides, didn't this human give him the bitter grass without explaining anything? Didn't he also save Dabai's life? Driver was very satisfied with his foolish but intelligent mind, so he turned around and ran away into the corridor. Only the echo of his instructions to Davin was left. Davin, take good care of my baby and his savior. Otherwise I will skin you alive. Tisk, you son of a rat. Davin spat on the ground angrily. While waiting for Driver, Ron walked around freely in this prison, animal pen, and slaughterhouse. The goblins around him were all impressed by Ron's methods and no one stopped him. Ron walked towards the prison that was used to hold prisoners. Except for a person lying on the ground, his life or death unknown, there was no other living person inside. Needless to say, those unlucky guys must have all been turned into reserve food for Davin's knife. Who is this guy? Ron pointed at the person inside casually. Looks like a woman. She's just a half-elf. Davin glanced inside. Why do you care whether she's a man or a woman? They're all meat in my mouth. Just curiosity, don't you have any other thoughts about her? Ron's words were rather euphemistic. Mainly influenced by some small software in his previous life, Ron had always wanted to confirm whether goblins, or goblins, would do that kind of thing to the captives. Why would I have such thoughts about food? Goblins are not stupid, and Davin understood what Ron meant in an instant. I admit that there are some freaks in our race, but you can't be so stereotyped. My Davin's ideal person should be a bear goblin. At least a burly goblin girl, definitely not this thin wooden pole. Davin's declaration finally opened the goblins' mouths. They started to quarrel in a mess, and gradually showed signs of violence, as if they were going to fight for a certain imaginary goddess. The extent of the chaos is evident from this. At this moment, Driver appeared at the entrance of the tunnel. "Human, the boss agreed to meet you, come with me, what are you doing? This bastard is insulting our aesthetics." Davin ran over angrily and kicked Ron in the calf. "Go away. I must decide the outcome with them today, the person I love can only belong to me. Then I wish you success." Ron smiled and followed Driver out. Goblins are not natural builders and engineers, but they are skilled miners and craftsmen, so they mostly choose existing caves or mines, then repair them and set traps. On the way to the leader's room here, Ron observed along the way and noted the locations of the traps and alarms nearby. Empty bottles and cans, spider webs, pits, even rolling stones and removable load-bearing brackets. There is a reason why goblin lairs are always the nightmare of novice adventurers. And if it really comes to the last resort and Ron needs to risk escaping the nest, remembering the location of these traps may be his last life-saving barbell. As Ron was observing along the way, Driver reached out and poked him in the waist. "This is it, the boss is waiting for you inside. Be careful, there will be no good consequences if you make the boss angry." Perhaps out of gratitude to his benefactor, Driver reminded in a low voice. When Driver lifted the animal skin used as a door curtain, a stench more pungent than that of a slaughterhouse hit Ron in the face, choking him and making him cough. "This is too delicious," but this was a matter of life and death, so even if it was a sea of fire and swords, Ron had to go in. In this cave, Ron saw the leader of these goblins at a glance, not because he had a strange appearance, but because he was not the same species as the goblins at all. This big boss was about 1.7 meters tall, taller than the average 1.12 meters tall goblins, and half a head shorter than Ron, but much stronger in terms of physique. He had reddish-brown skin and dark red hair. A pair of yellow eyes were embedded under his protruding forehead, and 2 or 3 long, pointed yellow teeth bared out of his big mouth. And the most unignorable thing was that he had a big blue nose. Various features indicated that what was in front of Ron was a hobgoblin. They are the cousins of the goblins, natural warriors and leaders. They love war and usually enslave goblins or other easily replenished creatures to enrich their armies. They will lead their men to seize resource-rich lands and use them as bases for continuous expansion. But unfortunately, the luck of this hobgoblin and his goblin army was not very good. If Ron's guess was correct, whether they stayed here or migrated northward, there would be only one ending, turning into ice sculptures in the snowstorm. "Good day, I guess I should call you Warlord." Ron flattered him tentatively. The hobgoblins were born for war and had a strict and clear military hierarchy, from the highest warlord to the lowest soldier. "First of all, it's already afternoon. Secondly, I'm Carrad, Captain Carrad." The hobgoblin leaned on the throne made of leather, bones, some gems and precious metals, looking down at Ron below the steps. Although he tried his best to appear majestic and fierce, Ron could still tell that he benefited greatly from what he had just said. "Warlord Khalid, how pleasant it sounds." Khalid broke free from his brief reverie and spoke fluently in the common language. "You are the guy who suddenly appeared. I heard that you came to question my decision? And you said that this would lead to the death of all of us." At this point, Khalid's ferocious nature reappeared. He would never allow any soldier to question his judgment, let alone prisoners. "Yes." Ron looked directly at the other party. He knew that he could not hesitate at this moment, otherwise the slaughterhouse would be his grave. "I don't think there is a priest or scholar here to point this out to you." "You are right. No priests were born here," Carrad said without hiding the fact. "Are you a priest or a scholar?" "I don't study theology, but I am indeed a scholar," Ron nodded. "I heard that it hasn't rained here for a long time, and even the rivers have dried up." "Drought," Khalid concluded succinctly. "And your hunter's prey is becoming increasingly difficult to find. We're hungry. But we still have some food, so I plan to migrate north and find a new base before the food runs out." "Then let me be frank, Captain Khalid, you will only find frozen deer and starving hunters in the north. Because neither drought nor famine is accidental. If you want to listen to a long story, I can explain the principle to you, but I guess you prefer a simpler one." "No," Khalid raised his hand, a cunning light flashing in his yellow eyes, "I want to hear you explain the principle. Or maybe you are not a scholar at all, and you are just trying to deceive me in order to save your life. I have a lot of thoughts." Ron was very troubled by this, but fortunately he did have some knowledge. The principle is very simple. The warm climate before caused the melting of glaciers in the north, Ron said. Ice is water, and it is fresh water, which has a different salinity from seawater. A large amount of glacier melt has entered the sea, causing the salinity of the seawater to decrease, and the decrease in salinity will lead to a decrease in density, which will make it impossible to support the warm current from the north to here. Usually, warm currents contain tremendous heat, which can raise the temperature and humidity over a large area, making it conducive to the growth of all things. Then you can think about it, if such a warm current suddenly disappears, what changes will it bring? Meeting. It will bring about a significant drop in temperature, Ron interrupted Carrot and answered his own question. Cold and drought will follow. According to the documents I know, this has happened in history. The temperature in the northern part close to the pole dropped by nearly 10 degrees in just 3 years, and the temperature in the southern part will also drop by 4 to 8 degrees. Please note that this is not a seasonal change, but a year-round temperature drop. Under low temperatures, plants that once relied on warm climates to grow will be delayed or even unable to germinate, deer and rabbits will have no grass to eat, and hunters who hunt them will also starve to death, unless they are first frozen into popsicles in the biting cold wind. I'm done. Can you give me some water to drink? Oh, I forgot. You guys have been cut off from water. So you're saying, the weather is getting colder because the weather is getting warmer. Carrot looked at Ron in disbelief. That's too outrageous. That's it in a nutshell, Ron smiled. As for outrageous, don't you think it's more outrageous that I suddenly appeared in your base? This. No way. I don't believe your judgment. Khalid stood up suddenly. What warm ocean current? We don't know how far away from the sea we are. Besides, the prey is clearly migrating northwards. Are we going in the opposite direction? So you've decided to die with your prey, Captain? Ron retorted. Or are you not really a captain, and you don't even want to be a hobgoblin warlord, but just a deer herder? I pointed out the possible risks to you, but you insisted on going to die. No, I will naturally become a warlord, Carrot wavered. Well, if we don't go to the north, then where should we go? Stay here and die of starvation and thirst. I can't just tell you this, Ron shook his head, otherwise wouldn't my only value be as food? I can help you show the way, but you have to let me live. It's a deal, deal. I knew you wouldn't be so kind, Carrot said with his big mouth cracked, but I don't agree. You should understand the current predicament better than me. If you are just a guide and can't do anything, your value is not even as good as your flesh and blood. You have to give something more valuable in exchange for this life. What if I say I can make potions? Ron was not panicked at all, and played his trump card as if he had expected it. No one can be sure what they will encounter on the migration route. Your army doesn't have priests, so the value of a doctor should be heavier than my weight, right? There happens to be a witness here who has seen what I am capable of. Geology is just an elective hobby, and pharmacy is Ron's main profession. If he remembered the D&D group rule book correctly, a bottle of healing potion was worth 50 gold coins, and a member with relevant skills could reduce the cost by half. The social level of goblins is far lower than that of humans, elves, or dwarves, etc. To them, Ron's skill will only be more valuable. You mean, are you serious? As expected, Carrot looked at Ron in shock. Do you really have this ability? Driver. Yes, boss. He just picked some bitter herbs and cured my big white. Driver quickly testified. I am more capable than that, Ron smiled. You can bring some better herbs and alchemy tools. I can verify my words in person. Compared with the previous geological questions, Ron is quite confident in his profession, even in this goblin nest that lacks experimental equipment. We don't have that kind of reserve. Carrot pondered for a while and finally compromised. Okay. Considering your previous explanation, I will tentatively believe that what you said this time is also true. You can survive, and the direction of our future migration will be determined by you. But if I find out that you don't know how to treat it? Carrot walked up to Ron, bared his fangs, and breathed hot and stinky air on Ron's face. I'm going to eat you alive. It's a wise choice, Ron looked at Khalid and smiled sincerely for his survival. But before the migration begins, I have a request for you. Speak. Carrot stared into Ron's dark eyes. I want to borrow the half-elf in your prison. I need her to lead the way to other nearby settlements to purchase supplies and gather information. At the very least, I need a map that covers a larger area. No. Carrot refused. You want to escape? And you want to take a prisoner with you? Don't expect that. My patience is limited. What if I'm willing to bring a goblin who can speak the common language to supervise us? Ron's eyes rolled, like a defeated adventurer team. The goblins can wrap themselves up tightly and no one will recognize them. If the half-elf and I tried to escape, we would be killed instantly and I want to live very much, as you can see. Carrot groaned, well, if you are sincere, then I can be merciful and make an exception for you. I can even give you some coins to trade. As for the person to guard you, driver, you speak the common tongue well, so you will be in charge. Don't worry, boss. I will definitely take good care of him. Driver patted his chest loudly. As for the half-elf, go find her yourself. Unless she voluntarily wants to be turned into excrement, she will agree to your request. As Khaled spoke, he dragged out a broken wooden box from behind his throne and opened it, which was full of various coins. Come on, grab a handful. Captain Khaled, the future hobgoblin warlord has granted you the use of his treasure for me and my army. Ron used both hands to take out a handful of copper coins, silver coins, and a small amount of gold coins, asked Khaled to take a cloth bag to put them in and tie it up tightly, and then showed a sincere smile to the hobgoblin captain for survival. You are really good at talking, human. Driver screamed in admiration after walking out of the hobgoblin's room for a while. You are the first person I have ever seen who can convince the boss to change his mind. That's because he really needs to change, and I do have good reasons. Ron let out a long breath, his clothes on the back were soaked with cold sweat. Neither the hobgoblins nor the goblins were easy to change their minds, and it was not easy to make them change their minds when they were the weaker party. Come to think of it, you wouldn't mind being assigned to me, right? You saved Dabai, so driver is willing to go with you. Besides, hunting is getting harder and harder now, and I don't want to be scolded for always coming back empty-handed. Driver answered without any hesitation. He poked Ron's leg with his elbow and said, Look, I'm a great hunter and can help you a lot. But human, don't even think about running away. I won't show any mercy. My first goal is to survive, and then to live freely. Ron looked down at the other person helplessly. Also, don't always call me human. Call me Ron. Okay human, Ron. When Ron and driver returned to the slaughterhouse, the fight for the goddess had not yet ended, but the gatherer Davin had clearly gained the upper hand. Ron saw him riding on another goblin, his fists raining down like raindrops, beating the other's face into pieces. As for the big white rat of driver, it curled up under the chopping board where Davin was cutting meat, and only limped over when it saw its owner return. Those herbs can only treat the wound simply. It would be fine if you just leave it there and wait for it to heal on its own, but it is unlikely to restore it to its original state. Looking at Bimax, who was getting along so well with driver, Ron took the opportunity to confirm its condition again and walked towards Davin who was busy beating people. Davin, give me the key to that cell over there. Your boss has given me permission to release that half-elf. Ah? What's going on? Ouch. Davin was distracted for a moment and the goblin under him seized the opportunity and kicked him, causing Davin to scream in pain and fall to the ground. Damn it, it's all your fault. Grab your keys and get out. Davin pulled off the keychain hanging from his waist and threw it to Ron. Then he struggled to get up and knocked his opponent down again. The two goblins rolled on the ground. Although the two supreme beings did not fight to the point of destruction, every punch shed blood and the scene was very intense. We goblins are a martial race. Driver looked at the chaos in front of him with great pride. Even if the boss's order comes, we have to wait until we finish the battle. Then you will most likely be beaten up by your leader until you obey. Ron complained in his heart as he walked to the cell and tried the keys one by one to open the lock and chain on the door. The half-elf on the ground was still motionless, and when Ron turned it over, he felt it was burning hot. The half-elf just groaned in pain, without any movement or opening his eyes. It turns out that half-elves can also get fever and get sick. Ron sighed softly. On her ankles and legs, he saw 4 or 5 bite wounds from rodents, and elsewhere, where the clothes were torn, there were some larger tooth marks. The wounds were undoubtedly caused by rats and wolves. This half-elf was very lucky to be alive despite all these injuries. It's a miracle. In the past, if I was bitten by a mouse or rat in the laboratory, I had to go to the hospital immediately for treatment. The mice and wolves here are obviously not as clean as those raised in the laboratory. Rodents have a bug-level feature called self-sharpening. In simple terms, they continue to grow and remain sharp. Coupled with their strongest bite force for the same size, a 10-pound small dog may find it difficult to bite a human, but a 100-gram mouse will definitely make you bleed. One of Ron's classmates in his previous life had his finger bitten by a rat, and the rat's sharp front teeth even ate through his fingernail. This ability to cause wounds, coupled with the various pathogens it carries, it cannot be said that humans in previous lives were weak, it can only be said that the races in this world are really strong. Fortunately, this was not the first time Ron had to deal with this situation. Hey, hey, hey! What are you doing? When Driver saw Ron picking another bunch of herbs and handing them to him, his eyes instantly changed from clear to terrified. Put them away. I will never chew them again. That thing is so damn bitter. Well, if you want to see other goblins prove that they are braver than you. Looking at Driver, who was shouting at the top of his lungs and retreating step by step, Ron smiled slightly and immediately raised the herbs in his hand high. Who is willing to prove that they are braver than the hunter? The goblins immediately stopped fighting, and dozens of eyes looked over. The goblins are a caste system, but that doesn't mean that the lower castes are always willing to be mule and horse kneeling people. Isn't the opportunity to show themselves here now? What should we do? Davin asked first. Put the herb in my hand in your mouth, chew it, and then spit it onto the half-elf's wound and rub it evenly, twice in a row. Ron felt that he was simply the worst, because Mr. Driver's current record is once. Oh, give it to me. As soon as these words were spoken, the goblins suddenly became agitated. They swarmed forward and began to snatch the herbs from Ron's hands, and even started fighting again over who took more and who took less. Driver was not angry about this. He crossed his arms and watched the other goblins show coldly. You can only experience how bitter that thing is by chewing it yourself, otherwise this human named Ron is so smart. As expected, half of the goblins who got the herbs spit them out after just chewing them, and 2/3 of the remaining ones didn't even chew them completely. In the end, only 5 goblins completed the first challenge and smeared the mud on the wounds of the half-elf. And without exception, they were all unwilling to try it a second time. Tisk, a bunch of cowards. Driver laughed disdainfully, and then saw Ron picking some more herbs with a smile on his face and walking towards him again. We have to do it again. There is a wound that cannot be treated. Ron handed the herb to Driver for the 3rd time. The goblin hunter's face immediately drooped. Can I go outside and find another goblin to challenge? I'd rather bite a stink bug. That's not impossible, Ron thought for a moment, then looked at Driver with some surprise, but I didn't expect that you could tolerate more goblins being as brave as you. You're really a good goblin. You. There are 5 goblins who are not hunters and you. Enough. Give it to me. Driver couldn't bear it any longer and snatched the herbs from Ron's hand. Then, in full view of everyone, he stuffed them all into his mouth and started chewing them. He couldn't speak now, but Ron could read his expression, just like Daffy Duck in the animation of his previous life. You are so mean. JPG. But no matter what, Driver finally broke his own record. He chewed the herbs and spat them out in front of the dumbfounded goblins and applied them to the half-elf's wound. It's okay, it doesn't seem so bitter anymore. Driver smacked his lips, as if savoring the flavor of the herbs. If you taste it carefully, it still has a little sweetness. So what do we do now? Wait until she wakes up. Driver ignored Ron's words and pointed at the half-elf on the ground and asked. He just thought that Ron was making fun of him. If he didn't value Bimax more than his own life and thank Ron from the bottom of his heart, the goblin would have drawn his knife and chopped someone else if it were him. Don't worry, it won't be long. Ron squatted beside the half-elf and looked at Driver at eye level. What time is it outside now? I don't know, but I got back in the early morning. Driver found a piece of rag from a dead adventurer, cut it into a cloak and wrapped it around himself. I guess it was still morning when we set out. How long will it take to arrive? How would I know? Driver's eyes widened. All the villages around here are abandoned. The farthest point in our territory is probably only a day's journey away, no more. In other words, no matter what, you have to spend a night in the wild. If there are only 3 of us, will it be dangerous to camp in the wild? Ron asked. In any case, the goblins' experience in this area is still trustworthy, especially when they are also very weak. There are dangers, lots of dangers. The experienced goblin hunter nodded immediately, so we usually go out as a whole team. No, that won't work, Ron immediately rejected the proposal, we won't be able to enter the settlements of other races that way. Then sleep in the village, Driver thought for a moment, but I never sleep in it, and I steal things all the time. Stealing from other races' territories is one of the main ways for the goblins to stay alive. That's fine. Then let's. Ron was about to continue finalizing the details when he suddenly stopped. Driver tilted his head, not understanding why the human was leaving his words half-sentenced. Choking on your saliva? Biting your tongue? Goblins often have this problem. She's awake. Ron pointed to the half-elf beside him. Driver was stunned, impossible. She didn't even open her eyes. Her breathing rhythm has changed, Ron reached out and patted the half-elf's cheek. When in an unconscious state, the body will prioritize survival. This is especially obvious when sick because the body needs to take in enough oxygen. But when they are conscious, they will adjust themselves to the environment. Okay, now that I have said this, do you still want to continue pretending? The half-elf lying on the ground suddenly opened his eyes, and stared at Ron with a pair of emerald green eyes, full of hatred and a little confusion. You idiot! Why did you expose me? Are you their slave? Ron frowned and said, can you please wake up a little? If it weren't for me and these goblins, you would have a hard time saving your life now. Isn't it because of them that I am in this state now? The half-elf glanced at the mixture of herbal fragments and goblin saliva on his body. His hostility seemed to have decreased a little, but his words were still sharp. You didn't even bother saving me. It's better for me to die in a coma than to be tortured by these pests while awake. Are you a devil? Hey! Watch your words! Driver yelled unhappily, if it weren't for Ron, you would have ended up like your companions. He was the one who convinced our boss to set you free. The half-elf lay on the cold, hard ground, his body stiffening for a moment. What? She wondered if she was actually dying and that everything she saw was an illusion. Freedom, Ron repeated the word, of course you can choose not to have it. That's your right. Only a fool would do that. The half-elf struggled to get up but failed. He only managed to stand up with the help of Ron. Although I don't know you, I still want to say thank you. You are willing to intercede for a stranger. The half-elf smiled at Ron awkwardly, especially for a half-elf. Half-elves are a mix of humans and elves, but they feel they belong to neither side. Humans and elves have reached a consensus on this, half-elves will definitely favor the other side. But I guess this freedom is not so easy to obtain, right? It's limited freedom at the moment, Ron told her. I promised to help these locals get through the drought and provide some medical services in exchange. I have been allowed by their leader to temporarily leave the nest and go to a nearby settlement to buy some supplies for foster care. But since I am not familiar with this place, I would like to ask you to lead the way. And this one is the hunter assigned to oversee us. His name is Driver, and I'm Ron. My name is Ivy, the half-elf sighed after listening to Ron's explanation. You actually reached an agreement with the goblins, it's really. At least I'm not going to die here, Ron shrugged. So, do you know the location of any nearby settlements? Ivy reached out and touched her back, waist, and left thigh, but unfortunately, all these places where bags or pockets should have been were empty. Maybe it was lost in the battle, or taken by the goblins as a trophy. In any case, it can't be found now. I should have known, but thanks to them. The action just now caused the wound to tug, causing Ivy to grit her teeth in pain. But I have a suggestion. On the way here, we found a lot of abandoned villages. We can go there to stay and collect some supplies. Ivy said, giving Ron a flattering smile, your herbs are good, but not good enough. I can only move with difficulty in this state. But there might be some herbs or even healing potions left there. If I can recover further, I will definitely be able to help more. Ron nodded, that's what we were planning, let's go to the village and take a look first. If you are impatient, you won't get a warm bed. The tribes nearby may have all moved out due to the drought. No matter what any of them do, there is nothing they can do. Having a place to stay midway is already a very good condition. Breathe, breathe. When the three of them walked out of the goblin's nest full of traps under the leadership of Driver, Ivy took an exaggerated breath of the fresh air of the wild under the scorching sun, even though there was still a strong stench of goblins here. Finally I see the sun again, it's not easy. Although Ron acted a little reserved, he was also glad that he was finally back on the ground. The goblin's nest was really not a place for a normal person to stay. Ron roughly observed the surrounding environment. The entrance of the goblin's lair was halfway up the mountain, there was a cliff in front of the door, and under the cliff was a dried-up riverbed. I know of 3 villages, Driver pointed in 3 directions. There's one in the north, which is the closest. There's one in the southwest, which can be reached by following the river below. There's also one in the east, which is the farthest. How about we go to the nearest one first? Ivy suggested. A disaster is about to happen in the north, so it's best to stay away from it. Ron shook his head. Besides, they were originally planning to migrate to the north, and that village is the closest, so there must be nothing left. Let's go to the southwest. Driver, you lead the way. Ivy wanted to say something else, but after thinking about it carefully, it made sense, and her current physical condition did not allow her to have her own ideas, so she had to slowly go down the mountain with Ron's support. We actually have a ladder and ropes that can take us directly down. Driver glanced at Ivy. But this burden? Who are you calling a burden? Ivy's thin eyebrows immediately stood up. When I'm not injured, I can beat you up. I believe, Driver smiled cunningly. His voice and smile made the goblin hunter look extremely evil. So they released the wolves and rats, and they almost bit you to death. Going down the riverbed, there were no cries of birds or animals, nor the sound of flowing water or trees. The occasional bickering between Driver and Ivy became the best background music. By the afternoon, even Ron had joined the melee. In the evening, the sun, which was almost setting, finally spared this land, and the slight evening breeze brought a little coolness. Tisk, no more talking. I'm dying of thirst. Ivy waved her hand with a dry mouth to drive Driver away from her. This guy did have a blood bag to replenish his water. But she couldn't tell what kind of blood it was, and she didn't dare drink it. Let's replenish it. Ron took the leather bag filled with blood, tilted his head back, drank 2 mouthfuls without touching each other, and then passed it to Ivy. Although the blood has a high protein content, which will lead to elevated blood ammonia after decomposition, long-term consumption will lead to liver toxicity and cause diseases of the central nervous system. But now is a special period, and it is more important to maintain physical strength, especially since you are a patient. Ivy looked at Ron as if he were a monster. How could you do that? That could be human blood. Does any blood matter? No, I mean, of course it's important. I definitely won't drink it. We should be able to reach the village soon. Ivy licked her chapped lips. It would be a lie to say she wasn't thirsty. Her throat felt like smoking and it felt like she had swallowed a razor blade. But, drinking blood? The people in the village moved away because of water shortage. How could they leave water resources behind? Ron shook his head and returned the blood bag to Driver. Is that shadow in front the village? Yes, that's it. Driver nodded firmly. I know that wall. I went there to steal something before, and I almost got hung up there when I was trying to escape. This is the advantage of races with dark vision. Ron, who originally had poor eyesight, could only barely see the outlines of objects in the dim light, but in Driver's eyes, those wooden walls were as clear as could be. But come to think of it, don't half-elves also have dark vision? I'm not talking to you. Ivy snorted. I saw it before you all, so I didn't want to. But in fact, as Ron guessed, the villagers here migrated because of drought. When the 3 walked into the deserted village, the most common things they saw were discarded bottles, cans, buckets, and basins. Ron picked up a stone and threw it into the dry well in the center of the village, but no sound of water could be heard. This. Ivy was dumbfounded. She didn't pay much attention to these villages when she came here and didn't expect this to be the case. There are other ways to replenish water. Driver dug up the sand at the base of a wall and pulled out a small animal that looked like a scorpion. They can also store water in their bodies. It looked like Driver was eager to teach Ivy how to survive in the wild, but looking at the smirk on his face, Ron guessed that this little animal was definitely not that simple. Sure enough, after Ivy saw the clue and decisively rejected the goblin hunter's suggestion, Driver, who failed to play a trick on others, threw away the insect in his hand and caught another species and put it in his mouth. That spicy one, he explained to Ron. Ivy didn't care at all that her face had turned as black as the bottom of a pot. The half-elf looted almost the entire village in a fit of anger, but when she finally returned to the empty house where she was resting and met Ron and Driver who were building a bonfire, the things she brought back could even be carried with her own hands. A few candles, flint, a thin, worn-out quilt, and even some makeshift hemp ropes. If driver hadn't brought enough dry food, meat, and water, blood, for 3 people for 5 days, they would have starved. Gulp gulp ha dash. Ivy had to accept her fate and let go of her pride. After drinking the plasma, she ate 3 pieces of barbecue before she stopped. Her appetite left driver dumbfounded. You guys take a rest first, I'll be in charge of the first half of the night. Ron made a please gesture to the house and sat down by the fire. This was his first night in this world. With curiosity and vigilance, Ron looked at the world around him in the light of the fire in front of him. The village was surrounded by a wooden wall about 1 meter high, with a well in the center. The houses were scattered around, with no uniform building materials or style. From thatched huts to mud houses to stone houses, just like the ones built by the 30 little pigs. Looking up, he saw a starry sky that only existed in Ron's childhood memories. Especially at this time of drought, clouds were hard to see, and the stars in the sky became brighter in Ron's eyes, forming a sharp contrast with the dark background in the distance. Ron suddenly blinked. Was it a flower? Just now it seemed like a few dark shadows flashed past the village entrance. Could it be? Ron didn't know what he should or shouldn't expect, but it was too late to say anything now, and protecting himself was the most important thing. There were no weapons around, so Ron pulled up a thick branch from the fire. There was a burning flame on it, driving away the unknown darkness around him. Who are you? Don't hide your head and show your tail. There was a noise from the window behind him. Ron looked sideways and saw Driver, wearing the rag called a cloak, squatting on the windowsill with a short bough in his hand, looking around vigilantly. Did you see what it was? Ron asked quickly. After all, humans don't have dark vision. The enemy is there. Driver raised his short bow and suddenly aimed it in a certain direction. No. Don't do it, let's talk it over. The creatures in the darkness seemed to know that they had been discovered, and quickly jumped out from behind a low wall. 2 of them raised their hands and slowly approached with their bodies hunched over. Wait. Don't attack them yet, Ron frowned and stood in front of Driver. That sounds like an old man? Sure enough, when the other party slowly approached and exposed themselves to the firelight, Ron and Driver could easily see that these 2 uninvited guests were not monsters in the wild, but just 2 elderly and unarmed humans. Judging from their faces and clothes, they should be an old couple. Who are you? Ron asked again, why are you still wandering outside so late? We are the residents of this village. The old woman muttered angrily, and we should be the ones asking this question to you and you too. I have lived in the village for 60 years and have never seen you. All right, her husband saw that Driver had raised his short bow again and quickly pulled her back. I think although you two are foreign travelers, you are definitely not the same kind of people as those northern barbarians outside of From. You shouldn't embarrass us 2 old farmers who have nothing, right? After being robbed by those bandits, we have lost everything. Now we just want to return to the land where we were born and raised and fend for ourselves. The old man pointed to the old house made of mud and straw next to him and said, Look, that's our home. You don't have anything left at home, right? Why are you coming back? Ron looked them up and down. He couldn't see anything wrong with them. They were probably just 2 ordinary elderly villagers. And you said, barbarians? Robbery? What on earth happened? What else could happen? It's just like what I said. The old man seemed a little angry, but eventually he sighed helplessly. Don't you know? Recently, more and more northerners have abandoned their homes and started migrating to the south. It is said that something terrible happened in their hometown. But we have also been afflicted by natural disasters, drought and famine. I'm sure you've seen the dried up Levin River on your way here. We had to start moving too, and our destination was the same, the town of Flam over there. Wait, you mean, there's a town nearby? Ron interrupted. We haven't heard of it yet. The old man looked up in surprise and glanced at Ron. You don't know? Then you must have been wandering in the wilderness for a long time. After all, there are no other settlements nearby except for the village. It's rare to see travelers without maps and guides these days. Well, we had a little accident, Ron said vaguely. Anyway, accidents always happen on this continent, don't they? Yes, you are right. The old villager sighed again, just like we didn't expect that there would be refugees robbing other refugees. We all lacked water, food, and shelter, but Flam was just a town and could not accommodate so many people at once, so the mayor there came up with a solution. They marked out an entire area outside the town, and all outsiders were asked to stay there temporarily. The town would provide us with a small amount of drinking water and food every day. If someone wants permission to enter Flam, they need to apply, and only those who are able will be accepted. Provide drinking water. Ron raised his eyebrows. It seems that the place is not affected by the drought. In fact, it was also affected, but to a much lesser extent. At least the water source there was not completely cut off. The old man spoke slowly. I heard that the former mayor of From was a visionary man. He built canals and reservoirs many years ago. And the current mayor has also persuaded the priests of the major churches and some wizards to perform water-making magic every day, so they have plenty of water resources. Ron patted his forehead lightly after hearing this. Yes, there is magic in this world. How could he have forgotten this? The water-making spell can produce up to 10 gallons, or nearly 40 liters, of water at a time. One spell cast by a spellcaster is enough to meet the daily water needs of at least 20 people. In Ron's previous life, there were disasters in this world that were difficult for ordinary people to deal with, but they were nothing compared to supernatural powers. It looks like there is hope. Young man, are you going to From? The old man looked at Ron's eyes, which suddenly showed a gleam of light. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. Don't blame me for pouring cold water on you. Do you remember why we came back? Although the mayor gave us enough supplies to survive, those people from the north were probably frightened by the disaster and were not satisfied with a life of barely making ends meet. At first they stole and cheated, then they asked for protection money, and then they started robbing. The old man shook his head. Most of the people coming from the north are strong and tall young men. Old bones like my wife and I, how can we resist them? Every time we had to hand over the little things we had, including the things we brought from home. Robbers. They are just robbers. Driver jumped down from the window, cursing angrily, how could they steal our jobs? And it was a cross-business operation. Due to their own strength, the goblins could only engage in theft in the settlements of other races, while that group of Yankees actually engaged in underworld and robbery. Tolerable or unbearable? Haha. Your friend speaks in an interesting way, with a special accent. The old man laughed dryly twice, and at the same time quickly reached back to stop his wife, who wanted to ask more detailed questions. He could guess that these two people were probably not good people. But considering that they had not shown any hostility so far, it would be better not to break the window paper. In short, this is the situation. We were robbed of everything, and it would only become more and more dangerous if we stayed any longer, the old man said in a low voice. So this morning, after receiving today's relief, my wife and I hurriedly left the town of Flam and set out for home. We are too old, and we can't eat or drink much. We can only collect dew, catch insects, and pick tree bark and grass stems. Even if life is hard, it is better than being beaten and scolded over there. The old man's words sounded bleak, but this was a choice he had to make. Who wouldn't want to live a little better? He just had to make it. I'm sorry to hear that. Ron couldn't help but sigh after hearing about the two elderly people's plight, but I'm afraid the supplies we have on hand won't suit your appetite. Even if we want to help you, we are unable to do so. Raw plasma and roasted meat cubes are not suitable for consumption even by normal elderly people, let alone those in these difficult times. It's okay, the old man waved his hands repeatedly. We didn't expect to meet anyone when we came back. We just wanted to spend the rest of our lives in the village. Now we can go back to our own home and have a good night's sleep. Thank you. The two elderly villagers walked to the next house with staggering steps. Ron let Driver take over his shift while he went back to sleep a little. Although in his previous life it was not a big deal for a young man like him to stay up until 1 or 2 in the morning, he still had to get up early to travel tomorrow, so it would be better to rest early, unless they planned to rest in the wild tomorrow night. Ivy in the house had also woken up. The ointment had worn off and the noise outside had made her too nervous to sleep. It was not until Ron came into the house that she felt relieved and fell asleep again. The next morning, Ron knocked on the old man's door. After getting the exact location of Frome Town, he set off with Driver and Ivy. The wilderness of this world is full of dangers, so the distance between settlements is usually not too far, and it can be reached in half a day or a day. For example, the old couple set out in the early morning and arrived in Frome at night, so it would be much faster for Ron and the other two to travel on foot. The sun was just above his head when Ron climbed up a hill and looked down. He saw the small town called Frome. From a distance, it is located on the bank of the river called Laven, surrounded by green hills. With neat stone walls 3 meters high on all sides, a magnificent 2-story mansion is located in the center of the town, at the intersection of the streets. The red tiles on the building sparkle in the sun. Looking inside from the hill, you can see shops, pubs, and many pedestrians on the street. Although it is not as prosperous as the city where Ron lived in his previous life, it is still a lively scene. However, when Ron's eyes fell outside the city, he saw a completely different scene. It was a refugee camp, separated from the town of Flam by a simple fence and makeshift tents. Countless people who had fled the disaster from different villages and regions gathered together, waiting for daily relief from the town. When Ron and his friends approached the camp, they saw that the tents were filled with homeless people, their clothes were ragged and their faces were haggard. In this temporary camp, there was a lack of basic living facilities and clean conditions, and people could only rely on the limited resources provided by the town to survive. There are all kinds of smells in the refugee camps, a mixture of dirt and stench. Scarce water and inadequate sanitation lead to the spread of diseases and infectious diseases. Medical resources are limited, and people are at risk of getting sick and injured, but cannot get timely treatment and care. In this environment, a suffocating atmosphere permeated the camp, and people's eyes were full of helplessness and despair. Some people wandered aimlessly in the camp, looking for a glimmer of hope and help, while others sat quietly aside, silently enduring the suffering they had experienced. And some people broke into tents one after another, cursing and taking away almost all the supplies inside while crying and begging. "This is just like our lair." Driver wrinkled his nose. He was a goblin, but that didn't mean he liked the crowded, dirty, and messy environment. If possible, he hoped that he could at least have a separate room like the boss, and have subordinates and servants to provide him with 3 meals a day and all his daily needs. "Keep your voice down," Ivy warned in a low voice, "if they find out you are a goblin, we will be in trouble." Driver rarely argued with the half-elf. This was no longer their land, and he was alone. "Yo! Look what this is!" Although the camp was in chaos and disorder, the arrival of Ron and the other two obviously attracted the attention of some people. Just as they were looking around, 4 or 5 strong men blocked their way. These people were slightly different from the other refugees here in terms of their appearance and physique. Both men and women were over 1.8 meters tall, with broad shoulders and strong waists, and most of them only wore a leather coat made of thick animal skins. In addition, their hair and beards were tied with various small braids with rubber bands. The group of people who stopped Ron and his friends seemed to have just looted a tent. Their hands were full of various daily necessities and food, and they were looking at Ron and his friends with unfriendly expressions. They came from the north. Ron smelled the cold scent on them. Even though they had escaped so far from that icy hell, the smell still did not dissipate. No wonder they dared to fight here. They were the strongest, most ruthless, and fiercest guys who had survived the most extreme environment. Even when everyone was in poor condition, ordinary farmers were powerless to fight them. "Are you new here?" The middle-aged man in the lead was probably 2 meters tall. He looked down at Ron and spoke in a very poor common language. "Do you know the rules here?" "Rules?" Ron took a half-step back cautiously. "If we want to talk about rules, I'd rather talk to the manager here." "Manager?" The man from the north laughed out loud, as if Ron's request was so ridiculous. "There is no manager here. I, Halleck from the northern dire wolf tribe, have the final say here. Now, hand over everything you have, and go find the relief officer of this town, and give me all the food and water you can get. Otherwise, as long as you are still here, we will beat you 3 times a day. Once in the morning, noon, and evening." A tribesman next to Halleck growled in agreement, while making all kinds of strange and terrifying expressions and movements. The other tribesmen were even more excited, and it looked like they were going to use Ron as a teething stick. "Ron, oh no, we met a real barbarian." After listening to the stories told by the 2 old men, Ron thought that the barbarians were people like the Vikings and Huns in ancient times. They might seem relatively barbaric and uncivilized in the eyes of agricultural civilization due to geographical and cultural differences, but at least they still had normal rationality and could be negotiated with. But looking at the group of people in front of him who looked like they were dancing wildly, Ron deeply suspected that they might be the descendants of early humans. Just like a goblin. Driver curled his lips, and his pair of burnt yellow eyes under his cloak stared at the opposite side, while his hands were ready to take off his short bow and arrows at any time. This group of people may have even more in common with him. "I advise you to get out of here," Ron said with courage. You must not show your cowardice when dealing with such people, otherwise, they will put you on the list of prey like wild animals. My tribe is not far away. If you offend me, I will throw you back to that bitter and cold land. Driverdo, tell them how many of us there are. We have more than 200 people. Driver understood what he meant and screamed immediately, Ron is here to negotiate with the Lord here. If you dare to attack him, you will not be able to stay here. Driver was different from humans like Ron. Ron was a bit guilty of pretending to be powerful, after all, he knew that the so-called tribe was actually just a group of goblins, and their fighting power was totally incomparable to these guys who were like little giants. So he spoke in a weaker tone. But Driver was different. He was a goblin himself. In his eyes, these were just 4 or 5 people, nothing to be afraid of. Under the leadership of his boss, they could really defeat these big goblins that looked like humans. So every word he said while yelling came from the bottom of his heart. But when he said that, the other side really listened. Their dire wolf tribe had only been here for a short time, and they basically acted arrogantly in this refugee camp. How could they know what forces were around them? Driver's noisy appearance really frightened Halleck and the others. 200 people. Halleck was shocked. The land here is so fertile, and there are so many beasts. Just one tribe can support 200 people. Chief, our tribe only had a little over 100 people at its peak. The tribesmen under him changed color, not to mention that we are now. Although almost all of those who escaped and came here are core and elite members, there are actually only a dozen people left in the so-called dire wolf tribe, and Halleck has half of all the manpower here. Well, you're lucky. Halleck said bitterly. Although he had already backed off a bit, he still had to say something cruel. It's not that we're letting you go today, but we can't take anything away. Get out of here now, and don't let me see you here again. As they spoke, several people quickly fled the scene with their belongings, and disappeared after passing a few tents. Greedy, Ivy muttered as she stood behind Ron. If I were still in my prime, I would never let them just. Okay, we all know you were very strong in your prime, Ron interrupted her with a smile, let's go see if we can get into town. Maybe we can find a shop that sells healing potions, that should be able to cure you, right? Of course you can, Ivy glanced at Ron and said hesitantly, but healing potions are very expensive. I'm afraid. This is not your problem, Ron waved his hand, let's see how we get into the city first. After leaving the refugee camp, the group headed straight for the town gate, which was already crowded with refugees from all over the place. 6 or 7 guards were struggling to maintain order. Didn't you just come here the day before yesterday? A guard sitting behind a desk rapped his knuckles on the desk. I said no, and you've come to make trouble again and again. If you do it again, we'll have to expel you. As Ron squeezed through the crowd, he just saw a man with red skin standing in front of the guard acting as the inquisitor. A thin, pointed tail behind him was swaying back and forth nervously, raising clouds of dust on the ground. Sir, please, just let me in. The man's voice was a little tearful, I walked a long way to find here. I'm not a refugee. I really have official business to attend to. Oh, I've seen a lot of people like you these days, the examiner sneered, you said you have official business, where is your ID? This is lost. Well, what about your documents? Where are your letters? No written form, I'm here to deliver a message. The inquisitor's mouth twitched, okay, then who sent you? This, the man looked like he was about to cry. I can't say it. I really can't say it. Look, the examiner said with an expression that said I knew it, you will not pass the review. Get out of the way. When the man turned around, Ron could clearly see that he had a pair of raised bumps on his forehead. That's not something that can be bumped on, Ivy saw Ron's curiosity, that's his horn, it's just a little small. He's a tiefling, or a tiefling. Tiefling. Ron showed a look of realization. The contents of the book in his previous life finally corresponded to reality. It seems that tieflings are not very welcome in From Town. To be precise, almost no town welcomes tieflings, Ivy corrected. They have the blood of the devil flowing through their veins. They are born criminals, just like rats. No one wants them to appear in their rice jar. Aren't you a mixed race too? Driver interrupted with disdain, making Ivy so angry that she reached out to hit him. That's different. Ivy's voice rose a little, but she was careful not to let the tiefling hear. We are just rarely entrusted with important tasks, but there is no problem with normal life, whether on the human side or the elf side. But they are not popular wherever they go. Ha, just like us. Driver laughed, not taking it seriously at all. After all, goblins are considered born criminals by other races, but these discussions cannot hurt them at all. Ron stopped the argument between the two and took them before the examiner. Hello, we are a team of adventurers who want to go into the city for supplies. Adventurers. The Inquisitor looked at the three ragged guys in front of him and was not too surprised. You don't look like them, don't rush to refute me. I've seen a lot of people like that, both true adventurers and those who just fish in troubled waters. Where's your equipment? It was taken away by the goblins. Ivy coughed twice and reached out to push Ron aside. Now was her chance to show off. Well, I guess you need to buy a new set, the Inquisitor continued to question while writing down on paper with a quill pen dipped in ink. So, did you go to fight the goblins? From what I've heard, the village over there is often harassed by goblins. Who entrusted you with this task? We weren't going to fight the goblins, we were just passing through there. Ivy spoke very smoothly without any pause. Ron guessed that this was her own experience. We set out from Rose City to escort a merchant to Yunggong. He is in the spice business. The examiner nodded and motioned for Ivy to continue. But when we passed through the goblin territory over there, we were ambushed. The merchant was shot dead on the spot, and my companions and I were captured one after another. We escaped with great difficulty and ran all the way here. That's a good story, the Inquisitor smiled, but if that's all, I can only ban you from entering. There are many bards in the tavern, and we don't really need people who can make up stories right now. But you definitely need professional adventurers. Ivy simply sat down on the table and pointed at the record book on the table. Right, Rose City Adventurer numbers, C7211, C7213, C7216. Then take it to your Adventurers Guild. If there is a guild in your remote little place, they will tell you whether I am the one. You. The Inquisitor was stunned for a moment, his eyes wandering over the seductive curves behind Ivy's body for a while, then he raised his head and looked at the half-elf. Are you really from Rose City? That was a famous spice trade center on the mainland, and even many of the refugees had heard of that place. And Yunggong was one of the important ports on the west coast of the mainland, and it was also very famous. That's why he didn't believe Ivy's words at first. These two places are so famous that anyone can talk about their characteristics or stories. I was born in Fiandric, a small elf town. When I was 3 years old, my father took me and my mother to Rose City. Ivy talked freely, so I am not only from Rose City, but also a local of Rose City. There is a tavern called Night Breeze in Rose City that is quite famous. My father named it after my mother's last name. As you know, many spices are used as flavoring agents, so that's how I met the spice merchant. Any other questions? Yes, there are some routine procedures. The examiner's forehead began to sweat. He really didn't expect that there was a big shot mixed in with this group of refugees. Frome is just a remote town, and the master of Rose City is undoubtedly the master, even if the other party may be just the daughter of a tavern owner. They make money, so I'm afraid they even charge gold coins for a glass of water. I am sure you and your companions can enter, but I must register a few of you. This is my duty. Please cooperate. Of course. Ivy jumped off the table and smiled at the other party. Ivy de Capelin, 37 years old, adventurer, half-elf warrior. My name is Driver. The goblin hunter shouted. Driverdo, 18 years old, adventurer, ground you. Ground. The Inquisitor was stunned for a moment, then raised his head and saw Ron and Ivy covering the goblin's big mouth with their hands. Seminal dwarf. Ivy said quickly, yes, seminal gnome. Wanderer. Note, in order to adapt to the Chinese pronunciation, it is called underground dwarf, and the English is goblin Goliath. The Inquisitor looked at these three strange adventurers suspiciously, but finally chose to believe Ivy, and only muttered quietly during the registration 18 years old, isn't that a little too young? After all, deep gnomes generally reach adulthood at the age of 25, Goliaths at 20, and goblins at 8. This human judge had reason to be suspicious. The last one. What about you, my fellow human? Ron thought for a moment and said, just right Ron, 25 years old. Pharmacist. Not an alchemist? The Inquisitor asked curiously. My friend, you don't have to hide yourself like this. The mayor of From is also a human being, and we are in urgent need of talents like you. If you say you are an alchemist, I can introduce you to someone else. Thank you for your kindness, but it's a bit inconvenient for me, so forget it. Ron smiled and shook his head, politely declining the other party's generous and kind offer. As for why it was inconvenient, let them imagine it, only Ron himself knew the real reason. In his previous life, he could hold his head high and say that he was a professional, but in this world, he was just a pure copper bar. God knows how much magic is mixed into the alchemy of this world. Maybe the Philosopher's Stone and other things are real. If I rashly boast that I am an alchemist, wouldn't I be exposed when the time comes to put my skills into practice? I always thought you were really an alchemist, Ivy whispered in Ron's ear after the examiner at the door completed the registration and allowed the 3 people to enter the town. Are you really not? If I really did, would I need to apply the mud on you? Ron smiled bitterly. But I do have this idea. I want to learn some alchemy to enrich myself. That's easy. Ivy smiled and patted Ron's shoulder. Once we're done here, I'll take you back to Rose City. There are many alchemy masters there. Then I'll have to trouble you to introduce me to something, Ron laughed, but now let's go find some real alchemical potions. The streets of Flam were clearly carefully planned by knowledgeable people. They were simple but not simplistic. Walking along the main road, Ron and his companions easily found almost every store they needed to visit, shops, taverns, hotels, and even the Adventurers Guild. Everything was so conspicuous. The original city owner and designer here are definitely not ordinary people. Ivy looked around in amazement at this town she had never heard of before, and did you hear what the old man said last night? They even built canals to prevent drought in advance. I think we need to meet the current mayor here. Hey Ron, where are you going? Ron's figure had already appeared at the door of a store, and Driver followed closely. To buy you a healing potion, of course. Healing potion, a magical item suitable for all ages and with a wide range of uses. Different from the treatment methods used by Ron in his previous life, this potion can almost ignore the type of injury and have the same therapeutic effect. In Ron's opinion, this should be the best choice to treat Ivy. At the door of the store where he was standing, Ron saw a list of discounted products clearly written on the blackboard outside. Healing potion, 45% off, limited to gold coins, while stocks last. It's really rare. Ivy walked over curiously and looked at the writing on the blackboard. To be honest, I almost never thought I would see magic items on sale at a discount. They are not even usually sold in stores. Ron looked up at the sign on the store entrance. It was a black and buff owl, but it was drawn in a rather cartoony way. Maybe the owner of this store is an alchemist, so he can afford discounts. It's unrealistic, Ivy shook her head. If it's an alchemist or a wizard, they will value their own achievements more. In their eyes, this kind of business is a complete loss-making business. Even if it's only 10% off. It's actually a 10% discount. Are you just standing at the door and guessing? Driver pushed the door open impatiently. Why is that? Come in and take a look and you'll know. Boss. Is the boss here? There were absolutely no customers in this store, otherwise, with drivers shouting, Ron and his friends would have been looked down upon. But the strange thing was that not only were there no customers, but even the boss and the salesperson were not there. This is a store that specializes in selling alchemical items. Ivy looked at the various products in the store, from alchemical raw materials to tinctures and mixtures to alchemical tools. These are the only things sold here. You are right. The owner here is indeed an alchemist. But why would he sell the fruits of his labor at such a low price? Of course it's to make money. A sudden voice came from behind the tall counter, startling the 3 people. Then, there was the sound of stools rubbing against floor tiles. When a figure climbed up from behind the counter and stood on a high stool, Ron and the others could see the face of the person who was speaking. She was a humanoid female who was even shorter than Driver, perhaps less than 1 meter tall, but she definitely didn't look like a child, but an adult. She was wearing an old robe that hadn't been washed for who knows how long, and her short, curly, dull orange-red hair was casually draped over her shoulders, looking a little sloppy. At this moment, she was looking at the uninvited guests with a pair of blue-purple eyes full of distrust. Halflings, Ivy whispered, we may have come in too hastily. But don't worry, they are all very friendly. That's not necessarily true, the halfling behind the counter sneered, half-blood, there are differences among halflings. For example, I'm not the halfling you know, nor am I a lightfoot or a strong-souled halfling. Ghostly. Ivy looked at him in disbelief. I thought you were all hiding in those isolated forests. The wise halflings. This type of clan is the exact opposite of the overly friendly other types of halflings. They are very xenophobic and extremely distrustful of outsiders. As a result, most of them live in isolated forests. It is extremely rare to see someone like this one appearing in a town dominated by humans and opening a store. You get tired of the scenery of the forest, the halfling replied slowly, and for me personally, the alchemical materials produced in a small forest are not enough to support my research. Okay, let's get back to the topic. I'm Lavinia Feather, welcome to the Kitten Alchemy Shop, what would you like? Although the halfling said welcome, Ron couldn't tell how much welcome there was in her tone and expression. A healing potion. Ivy rolled up her sleeves to show her the injuries on her body. We saw that your potion was on sale. That's right, Lavinia looked at the wound on Ivy's arm. I encountered some setbacks in my recent experiments, and the raw materials are almost all gone, so I have to consider selling some products at a small profit so that I can continue my research. But for your injury, the healing potion is actually of little use. Why? Ron's mind suddenly moved. Can't the healing potion cure the wound infection? What are you talking about? Lavinia frowned at Ron. Based on your remarks, can I assume that you are a half-baked person? The healing potion can heal injuries, but it cannot cure the various diseases caused by the wounds. That requires the lesser restoration technique. Of course, it can also be treated with herbal medicine. I saw that she has applied cave algae and grey shadow leaves. Did you do it? It's just an emergency, Ron smiled, there's nothing else there. It seems you have some skills, Lavinia muttered, interrupting Ron, but cave algae is slightly toxic. This is not a solution. Go pick some herbs from the shelf over there. If you really know something about them, I wouldn't mind giving you a discount. Otherwise you can go out to the church over there. I don't have the skills to make a secondary recovery potion, even if I could, the price wouldn't be cheap. Although it was rumored that the ghostly halfling didn't like outsiders, and this one's performance was also very cold, but from Ron's personal feeling, Lavinia was more like the type who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. After all, not everyone would show so much concern for a strange patient. As a businessman, she could make a lot of money just by selling the healing potion to them. But she didn't do that. By the way, can I ask you something? What experiment did you run into a bottleneck with? Ron walked to the shelf opposite where various herbs were placed, and chatted with Lavinia while recalling his knowledge of medicinal plants. He himself came out of a laboratory, so how could he not be curious about the other party's experiments? An experiment to make a healing potion. Lavinia did not hide it. After motioning Ivy to look at Driver running around like a curious baby, she climbed down the stool and continued to tinker with the bottles and jars on the ground. I think the current method of preparing healing potions is too complicated. Not only is the quality not guaranteed, but the cost is also high. I want to try to find a way to improve any of these three aspects. That's your fault, Ron walked over and climbed over the counter with his hands on the table. Before conducting an experiment, you must first clarify the specific goals so that you can make further plans. It's no wonder that the materials are used up so quickly since you are doing it in such a haphazard way. Do you have any test records or reference books? Lend them to me. Healing potion, a magical item suitable for all ages and with a wide range of uses. Different from the treatment methods used by Ron in his previous life, this potion can almost ignore the type of injury and have the same therapeutic effect. In Ron's opinion, this should be the best choice to treat Ivy. At the door of the store where he was standing, Ron saw a list of discounted products clearly written on the blackboard outside. Healing potion, 45% off, limited to gold coins, while stocks last. It's really rare. Ivy walked over curiously and looked at the writing on the blackboard. To be honest, I almost never thought I would see magic items on sale at a discount. They are not even usually sold in stores. Ron looked up at the sign on the store entrance. It was a black and buff owl, but it was drawn in a rather cartoony way. Maybe the owner of this store is an alchemist, so he can afford discounts. It's unrealistic, Ivy shook her head. If it's an alchemist or a wizard, they will value their own achievements more. In their eyes, this kind of business is a complete loss-making business. Even if it's only 10% off. It's actually a 10% discount. Are you just standing at the door and guessing? Driver pushed the door open impatiently. Why is that? Come in and take a look and you'll know. Boss. Is the boss here? There were absolutely no customers in this store, otherwise, with drivers shouting, Ron and his friends would have been looked down upon. But the strange thing was that not only were there no customers, but even the boss and the salesperson were not there. This is a store that specializes in selling alchemical items. Ivy looked at the various products in the store, from alchemical raw materials to tinctures and mixtures to alchemical tools. These are the only things sold here. You are right. The owner here is indeed an alchemist. But why would he sell the fruits of his labor at such a low price? Of course it's to make money. A sudden voice came from behind the tall counter, startling the three people. Then, there was the sound of stools rubbing against floor tiles. When a figure climbed up from behind the counter and stood on a high stool, Ron and the others could see the face of the person who was speaking. She was a humanoid female who was even shorter than Driver, perhaps less than 1 meter tall, but she definitely didn't look like a child, but an adult. She was wearing an old robe that hadn't been washed for who knows how long, and her short, curly, dull orange-red hair was casually draped over her shoulders, looking a little sloppy. At this moment, she was looking at the uninvited guests with a pair of blue-purple eyes full of distrust. Halflings, Ivy whispered, we may have come in too hastily. But don't worry, they are all very friendly. That's not necessarily true, the halfling behind the counter sneered, half-blood, there are differences among halflings. For example, I'm not the halfling you know, nor am I a lightfoot or a strong-souled halfling. Ghostly. Ivy looked at him in disbelief. I thought you were all hiding in those isolated forests. The wise halflings. This type of clan is the exact opposite of the overly friendly other types of halflings. They are very xenophobic and extremely distrustful of outsiders. As a result, most of them live in isolated forests. It is extremely rare to see someone like this one appearing in a town dominated by humans and opening a store. You get tired of the scenery of the forest, the halfling replied slowly, and for me personally, the alchemical materials produced in a small forest are not enough to support my research. Okay, let's get back to the topic. I'm Lavinia Feather, welcome to the Kitten Alchemy Shop, what would you like? Although the halfling said welcome, Ron couldn't tell how much welcome there was in her tone and expression. A healing potion, Ivy rolled up her sleeves to show her the injuries on her body, we saw that your potion was on sale. That's right, Lavinia looked at the wound on Ivy's arm, I encountered some setbacks in my recent experiments, and the raw materials are almost all gone, so I have to consider selling some products at a small profit so that I can continue my research. But for your injury, the healing potion is actually of little use. Why? Ron's mind suddenly moved, can't the healing potion cure the wound infection? What are you talking about? Lavinia frowned at Ron. Based on your remarks, can I assume that you are a half-baked person? The healing potion can heal injuries, but it cannot cure the various diseases caused by the wounds. That requires the lesser restoration technique. Of course, it can also be treated with herbal medicine. I saw that she has applied cave algae and grey shadow leaves. Did you do it? It's just an emergency, Ron smiled, there's nothing else there. It seems you have some skills, Lavinia muttered, interrupting Ron, but cave algae is slightly toxic. This is not a solution. Go pick some herbs from the shelf over there. If you really know something about them, I wouldn't mind giving you a discount. Otherwise you can go out to the church over there. I don't have the skills to make a secondary recovery potion, even if I could, the price wouldn't be cheap. Although it was rumored that the ghostly halfling didn't like outsiders, and this one's performance was also very cold, but from Ron's personal feeling, Lavinia was more like the type who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. After all, not everyone would show so much concern for a strange patient. As a businessman, she could make a lot of money just by selling the healing potion to them. But she didn't do that. By the way, can I ask you something? What experiment did you run into a bottleneck with? Ron walked to the shelf opposite where various herbs were placed, and chatted with Lavinia while recalling his knowledge of medicinal plants. He himself came out of a laboratory, so how could he not be curious about the other party's experiments? An experiment to make a healing potion. Lavinia did not hide it. After motioning Ivy to look at Driver running around like a curious baby, she climbed down the stool and continued to tinker with the bottles and jars on the ground. I think the current method of preparing healing potions is too complicated. Not only is the quality not guaranteed, but the cost is also high. I want to try to find a way to improve any of these three aspects. That's your fault. Ron walked over and climbed over the counter with his hands on the table. Before conducting an experiment, you must first clarify the specific goals so that you can make further plans. It's no wonder that the materials are used up so quickly since you are doing it in such a haphazard way. Do you have any test records or reference books? Lend them to me. Oh. The halfling priest named Bunny immediately drooped her head and waved Ivy over. You sit here and wait. I'll get ready. How much does the treatment cost? Ivy walked over with some trepidation. This kind of divine treatment is usually not cheap. Priests can't just sit there and do nothing, right? Money? What money? Bunny looked at Ivy in confusion. You are friends brought by Lavinia. You don't have to spend any money. And you are a half-elf, right? I quite like your race. As she spoke, Priest Bunny began to cast a spell. Along with a sacred chant, a holy light instantly enveloped Ivy. When the light faded, the half-elf girl lost all her previous illness, which was not obvious to begin with, and stood up in high spirits. Okay, that's enough, but I can't do anything about your wounds. Bunny clapped her hands. Recently I've been preparing water-making magic every day, so I really don't have the energy to treat you. It's okay, it's already a big help. Thank you very much. Ivy hurriedly thanked them. The two old men had said before that many spellcasters in the town were helping to ease the pressure on the refugees, and this halfling priest must be one of them. You two have a really good relationship. Ron looked at Lavinia. Isn't Lesser Restoration a very valuable spell? A second-level spell. Considering the remote location here, Ron estimated that this was the most powerful spell that Bonnie could use. No, we are old acquaintances. Without waiting for Lavinia to speak, Bunny said with a smile, I was the one who pulled Lavinia out, otherwise she would have stayed in the forest and rotted for the rest of her life. So I don't like you guys from the Lightfoot clan. Lavinia sighed, anyway, thank you. Tell me if you have any questions, and I'll try my best to help. I just want you to believe. Impossible, Lavinia rolled her eyes at her friend, I'm sorry to hear that. Halflings view their gods more as family members than as divine beings. They do not worship their own gods as elves and dwarves do, because halfling gods are viewed as folk heroes, gods who were mortal beings rather than divine beings who influence the world from the heavens. With this in mind, halflings rarely worship just one deity, they honor all gods equally and pay respect to them in appropriate ways. It is very rare among halflings for someone like Bunny to be so fanatical in believing in a non-halfling deity that she is even willing to become its priest. Priest. At this time, Driver jumped out and ran to Bunny, can you help me heal too? You. Benny was stunned. She was a little shorter than Driver, so she could clearly see the other's wrinkled, dirty skin and big nose hidden under the cloak. If I'm not mistaken, you're a Bunny. Lavinia made a hush gesture. That human helped me a lot. Okay, Bunny shrugged, not dwelling on the question, but you don't seem to be hurt, right? It's not me, it's my pet. Driver said and blew a whistle. From some corner of the church, a white figure quickly emerged, and with a squeaking sound, it rushed into Driver's arms. Oh my god, how did you bring it out? Ron's eyes widened. Isn't this the big white rat? He had never seen it before and thought Driver had left it in its nest. Dabai is very good at hiding himself. Driver handed the rat to Bunny with a smile. Dabai was bitten by its own kind, can you treat it too? Bunny hid away in fear, but it seemed that Dabai was also somewhat intelligent and knew that the little guy in front of him was the one who could cure him, so he did not show any tendency to attack. This is my first time curing a mouse. Bunny began to cast a spell in frustration, forget it, hold it tight, I don't want it to bite me. The other priests and believers in the church were curiously watching the interactions between the several small races here, but most of these people were ordinary humans and could not see any clues at all. They just thought that Driver was just a halfling with strange interests. Halflings do so many strange things, so this isn't really a strange thing. All right. Bunny finished casting the spell, and as soon as Driver let go, Bimax quickly ran away and disappeared without a trace again, waiting for the next call from his master. Do you have anything else to do? Yes, Ron said quickly, I want to ask, is the area around here in drought now? Where can we go to get relief? It's basically like this around here, Bunny thought for a moment, if you want to leave, I'm afraid you'll need to prepare a lot of water and food, at least enough to cross the delusion land in the south. The drought has basically reached the end of its strength in Flam, but there are no other towns around. If you want to find a place to stay, you must leave from there. Delusionally. Ron had never heard of the name before. It's a complex area of forests, swamps, and hills, Lavinia continued. I heard there are all kinds of dangers and opportunities there, but the truth is that 9 out of 10 people who go in can't get out. It's a veritable place of death. If that's the case. Ivy, how did you get here? To the east of this is a continuous mountain range called the Hezong Mountains. Ivy blinked. There is almost no water source in it. Even when we came here, we prepared enough drinking water before we dared to cross it. And in the current situation, it is almost impossible for us to reach the other side alive. What about the west? The west is all desert, and I heard there are bandits there, Bunny said as she walked to the back and took out a map to show Ron. It's a paradise for adventurers and desperados, but there are only 3 of you, so it's still very dangerous to go there. But the good news is that Yunggong is on the other side of the Gobi Desert. Ivy pointed to a particularly large city on the map. The merchant we escorted before wanted to open up a trade route in this area. After all, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. That's a bit wishful thinking, Lavinia sneered. Where's he? Could he have died doing this? Unfortunately, you are right. Ivy said helplessly, look at us, this is all that is left of the team that opened up the new trade route. In fact, it was even worse, as she was the only one left. So. Ron rubbed his chin, can we still buy water and food in the town now? It's difficult, and the price is very high, Bunny said bluntly. The mayor will supply the townspeople with normal water, but it's almost impossible to ask for more. A gallon of purified water costs 3 gold coins, which is almost 6 or 7 times more than before. Lavinia gave the exact data. Alchemy requires a large amount of solvents, and she was one of the people who was most affected. More than that. A person who came to pray happened to pass by them and interrupted, today's market price is 36 silver coins. It's expensive again. And the price of food is also rising. I don't know how long we can sustain this. The passers-by left chattering, but Ron and the others stood there looking at each other. What should we do? Driver was also a little listless. Ron, it seems that your previous promise is difficult to fulfill. Purchasing supplies was extremely expensive. To get information, the only option was to go south. What should I do? Maybe you can try your luck with the mayor, Lavinia suggested. I heard they are recruiting people recently. They are probably planning to ask for some land and resources from the land of fantasy. If you can join the pioneering group, you will probably get a lot of funding. The pioneer group? He's just a mayor. Does he have that much power? Ivy asked. There is only one mayor here, a half-elf. Lavinia glanced at her, they have the final say over everything here. And the delusion land has never been truly occupied by anyone, Bunny added, if he can really accomplish this feat, maybe he will really be recognized by other lords. It looks like we have to go pay a visit to the mayor, Ron nodded. Is he still seeing guests? Now? That's a bit late. Bunny glanced at the sky outside. But you can wait in town for 2 days. The mayor is going to hold a banquet the day after tomorrow. Anyone who is interested in participating in the development of the fantasy land can attend. I guess the details will be announced and discussed at that time. But before that, I advise you to buy yourself a set of clothes first. Lavinia looked at the men critically. If I were a guard, I would not let you in, you look like homeless people, especially this one who is almost as tall as me. What do you mean? I'm taller than you. Driver immediately stopped wanting to listen. But looking at the 3 of them, Ron thought that what the 2 chattering halflings said made a lot of sense. In terms of clothes, Ron was probably the better one, as he wore a set of cloth that matched the culture and times after traveling here, and there was nothing special about it except that he looked dusty. But Ivy and Driver were basically wearing rags, the only difference was that Ivy definitely didn't let her clothes become like that voluntarily. As for the weapons, they were even more shabby, 1 short bow for 3 people. Lavinia's statement that they might be stopped outside was indeed reasonable. How about this, let's go have a meal first, then find a hotel to have a good rest for the night, and then go buy some equipment tomorrow. Ron briefly explained his thoughts, let's go to that banquet the day after tomorrow. If there is a chance, I think all the problems can be solved at once. Take the goblins to that delusional place, and he and Ivy will leave on the pretext of something. It doesn't matter whether they go to Rose City or Yunggong. Ron had fulfilled his promise. As for what the goblins would encounter in that fantasy land that was believed to be fraught with dangers, that was not a problem for him to consider. Isn't this bad? After leaving the church, Driver hesitated. That's all the boss's money. It's not for us to. But Driver, don't you want to experience life under the sun? Ron coaxed. You can eat delicious food, sleep in a comfortable bed, wear new equipment. Do you think that only dark and damp caves, hard rocks, and tasteless raw meat are what you should enjoy? This? No, 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 no. Faced with the authority of the distant hobgoblins and the enjoyment that was within his reach, Driver finally chose the latter. He put aside all his doubts and fears, and happily followed Ron and Ivy into the tavern. The goblins do this not because they like living in groups and obeying authority, but because they are too weak. Referring to their cousin race, the bear goblins, these large goblins who are powerful enough prefer to live a solitary and free life, and this is also the future that the goblins look forward to. If it were possible to enjoy all this, only a fool would be willing to go back to that smelly and dirty underground cave. Ron and his friends found a shop that combined the functions of a pub and an inn, with dining on the first floor and guest rooms on the second floor. After sitting down, Ron ordered a sausage pie with a glass of ale, and Ivy ordered a soft fried veal with gravy. And Driver, who was just thinking about saving money for his boss, now spent a lot of money and ordered a table full of meat and a small barrel of the store's own wine. Ron had to place 9 large gold coins on the table before the store owner could dispel their suspicion that they were here to dine and free. You guys are still weird. It was only until here that Ivy showed some self-restraint and temperament. She wiped her mouth gently with a handkerchief and tilted her head to look at Driver, who was still eating and drinking. You can obviously endure such extreme conditions, but you still maintain your pursuit of food. I guess he just wants to try everything he hasn't tasted before. Ron drank the last sip of beer. Just as he thought, in this world, the alcohol content of ordinary alcohol is very low, even for someone like him who doesn't drink much. It tastes like a drink. Speaking of which, I'm more curious about you. I thought you were a vegetarian. What gave you this illusion? My elven blood. Ivy winked mischievously. I am a warrior, and I also have half human blood. It is simply unacceptable for me to live without meat. It's just that ordinary barbecue is too simple. I prefer dishes like this that have been delicately cooked. The half-elf was talking incoherently, but suddenly stopped talking. She nudged Ron with her elbow, signaling him to look in a certain direction. Hey, look at the way those guys are dressed. Are they the barbarians we saw outside during the day? Why are they here? Ron looked where Ivy pointed, and sure enough, there were 4 strong men wearing animal skins, 3 men and 1 woman, feasting on meat in a corner. However, perhaps because no one else in the pub pointed fingers at them, or did not dare to do so, Ivy's actions were quite conspicuous and were immediately noticed by them. That elf, eat your meal. A man with a bald head and a scar on the top of his skull knocked on the table with a leg bone and shouted. It's a half-elf, idiot. Ivy made a tisk sound. She was not sick or in any trouble now, so there was no need for her to endure such anger. You. The bald man immediately stood up, rolled up his arms and walked over. Little girl, you dare to talk back to me when I'm talking? Ah. Ron felt his eyes blurry, and when he looked again, there was no trace of Ivy sitting on the seat in front of him. The half-elf turned over and jumped up swiftly and gracefully, put one hand on the bald man's shoulder, and squeezed hard with 5 fingers. The other party's cry of pain immediately rang out along with the sound of dislocation. Ivy swept her leg again and forced the guy, who was a whole head taller and twice as strong as her, to the ground. Before, she had been talking about how great she was in her heyday, and Ron just thought she was just being stubborn. He didn't expect she was really capable. All this happened in less than 10 seconds, and nothing in the store was broken. Not even a drop of wine was spilled from the bowl in Driver's hand. Ah! The bald man tried to remain tough, but as soon as Ivy twisted his shoulder, his harsh words were immediately replaced by screams. Asshole, go save people! The other 2 men stood up one after another. Ivy was not afraid at all. She kicked the bald man to the ground. It seemed that she was ready for a battle between 3 heroes and Lu Buletin. Wait! The female barbarian reached out to stop her 2 companions. She looked at Ivy with a calm expression. My half-elf friend, I admit that it was rude of Olaf to yell at you just now, but aren't you going a little too far? This woman is a completely different type from Ivy. Ivy has almost no obvious muscle lines on her body, but this one looks very strong and powerful. None of Ron's friends who liked to lift weights in his previous life had such muscles. And what is that abdomen? An 8-pack? Too much. Ivy sneered. Isn't it even more excessive for you to rob other refugees outside the city? Didn't that guy named Halleck tell you that you ran into a tough guy today? How dare you show up in this town? Are you planning to rob the townspeople too? How is that possible? We've all paid weight, you mean Halleck? The woman wanted to explain herself, but when she heard the name, she immediately showed a look of disgust. You are wrong, we are from the Ochre tribe, we are not in the same group with them. Although we are also a tribe that was forced to the south by the severe cold, we have always been at odds with the dire wolf tribe, we have been at odds with each other since we fled. If we were from the same tribe, how could we leave them outside, or how could they let us into the city without going in themselves? Is that so? It was Ivy's turn to be embarrassed. A big part of the reason why she was so aggressive just now was because she didn't teach Harlech a lesson before. Now, the repair was done, but the wrong person was hit. So it was a misunderstanding. The other guests around heaved a sigh of relief. They were all very nervous just now. Putting aside the half-elf girl, these big guys were not easy to deal with. If a fight really broke out, their dinner would be ruined. This is not the case in the past. Food sources are tight now and waste is not an option. I'm sorry, Ivy helped the bald Olaf up and smiled apologetically, I was reckless just now. No, it's just my bad temper, hiss. Olaf used his remaining arm to pull the other hand upwards, forcibly resetting the dislocated arm. After being beaten without any chance of fighting back, the eyes of this grumpy old man became much clearer. So being polite doesn't necessarily require education. He learned it by himself. So, many of your tribes have migrated south. Ron ordered another glass of beer and walked over to hold the glass with the woman who was obviously the leader. Yes, we have met about 10 of them, the woman drank the wine in her glass. My name is Sira, the current chief of the Ogre tribe. It's funny, but what you see now is actually all of our so-called tribe. Ron couldn't help but be curious, why is this happening? Is your hometown too far north? That's right, Sira nodded. According to the legends of our tribe, we went north to hunt during a very warm period. Later, although the weather started to get colder, we were still able to live normally, so we never thought of returning to the south. Until this time. In July last year, when it was the warmest, there was heavy snow falling from the sky. We began to realize that something was wrong and then we prepared to migrate. But we didn't know how to grow crops, and we didn't know how to domesticate animals like the people here, so we didn't have much food left. We paid a heavy price for this. Sira snatched Olaf's cup and took another sip of wine. But we are really good at hunting. Even the strongest mammoths in the north can be our food. Therefore, the examiner at the door let us in. These days we have been barely surviving by taking on some hunting and exploration missions in the Adventurers Guild. I see, Ron nodded, and then changed the subject. Have you heard that the mayor here is planning to recruit people to develop the Delusion land? I know, what do you suggest? There is strength in numbers, maybe we can work together. No, Sira waved her hand. I know what you guys mean by cooperation, we do the hard work and you take the credit. We have rejected a group of people and are ready to go it alone. Okay, Ron didn't force it. Since the other party didn't want to, he couldn't think of any bargaining chips for the time being. Well, I wish you good luck. Thank you, and I wish you good luck, Sira smiled and raised her empty glass. By the way, many people have been thinking about this matter of developing the fantasy land recently. You'd better be careful. It won't hurt. Thanks for the reminder, we will pay attention to it. Ron nodded to her gratefully. Perhaps it was because of Sira's reminder, or perhaps it was because this world was originally inhabited by a variety of races. When Ron began to focus on the passers-by around him, he discovered that there were actually many strange humanoid creatures in From. There's a pair of cat people living in room 204 next door, there's an elf among the tenants in room 203, and there's a dwarf living in room 206. Ivy nonchalantly twirled the key with the 205 nameplate between her fingers. Considering that she had to go buy equipment tomorrow, she naturally wanted to save as much as possible on accommodation. Anyway, Driver was small, so it was no big deal for the three of them to squeeze in. The only thing that made the half-elf unhappy was that the goblin hunter insisted on letting the big white rat live in as well, she was almost traumatized by rats. Can you confirm where they come from? Are they from outside, or are they the natives here? Ron asked as he walked behind and carefully locked the door. I don't know about the others, but the elves must be from outside. Ivy knocked on the surrounding walls, indicating to Ron that the soundproofing was okay and he didn't need to be so careful when speaking. The elves won't like the environment around From Town. It is cold in the north, with mountains in the east and Gobi Desert in the west. There are very few forests, let alone woods. Even the elves who are most adaptable to human and other races' societies would not choose this place as their settlement. Ivy's mother is a pure-blooded elf, and her judgment is authoritative enough. Ouch, ouch. Driver threw his cloak to the ground, and lay on the bed with his big belly, groaning in happiness and pain. I'm dying of stuffiness. You deserve it, Ivy snorted. Who told you to order so much food? And if you drink so much, you'll probably die of overeating. If she could really live longer, she and Ron would be truly free. To be honest, Ivy had thought about taking advantage of this opportunity to kill Driver and put an end to all the goblins. After all, the goblins were not very strong as individuals, and they were even more vulnerable in front of her. But Ivy glanced at Ron, who was struggling to turn Driver over to make the bed, and killed the idea in her heart. This person might not agree. Besides, if I did something like that, how different would I be from a goblin? Having to drink raw blood yesterday was already a big step back for her. Ivy took a deep breath and suppressed the murderous intent in her heart. Fortunately, Ron was a rookie who hadn't even left the company, and Driver was struggling with his bulging belly, so no one noticed Ivy's brief abnormality. Only Dabai raised his head and twitched his beard slightly. The whole night was silent. If there was anything noteworthy, it was probably the tabby couple next door who kept rocking the bed at night. It's so comfortable. The next morning, after Ron and Ivy had washed up, the goblin hunter still stayed in bed and refused to get up. He had never had such a luxurious experience in his life, and he was sure that even his boss had never received such treatment. I might as well end my remaining life on this bed. Look at what you have accomplished. Ivy unceremoniously grabbed Driver's foot and lifted him up. Let's go. Don't forget to put on your cloak. Stupid half-blood. Driver bared his teeth and roared at Ivy, but the half-elf warrior, who was no longer suffering from the pain, would not fall for it. The goblin had to change his clothes reluctantly and follow Ron out of the tavern. When going downstairs, Ron noticed that Sierra's group was gathered at the table where they sat last night, seemingly discussing something. When they saw Ron passing by, they waved over. Like the shops, churches, and taverns, the location of the blacksmith shop was also easy to find. Looking past the two breakfast vendors, the huge furnace at the door had already attracted Ron's attention. However, there was no flame burning in the furnace. When Ron and the other two approached, a human blacksmith opened his eyes in the rocking chair and looked at the strange guests. You seem to be quite busy here. Ron walked in and looked around. No orders recently. I won't take any orders even if there are any. There's not that much water in town for me to use. The blacksmith had a full beard, and his mustache trembled when he spoke, which looked quite funny. I still have some in stock, please take a look. If there is anything you want to buy, I can give you a discount. Iron blocks cannot be eaten or drunk. If you keep them without selling them, they will just rot in the shop. It is better to sell them as soon as possible and exchange them for coins, which are the most practical things. Ivy, you first. Ron made a please gesture. Ivy is a warrior, so she will naturally have priority whether it is metal protective gear or weapons. The lightest chainmail shirt weighed nearly 20 kilograms. Ron felt it was too heavy even with his bare hands, and wearing a metal shell was just asking for trouble. How much money do you have left? Ivy asked quietly. It would be embarrassing if she couldn't pay later. There are about 30 gold coins left. Ron took out his purse and was about to count the money when the blacksmith over there spoke first, even though he didn't even look over here. Ron counted the coins himself in disbelief, and after converting the silver and copper coins into gold coins, he found that there were indeed about 30 gold coins. How did you know? My family has been blacksmiths since my grandfather's generation. My father is also a blacksmith, and I started helping out when I was 14. It has been 30 years now. The blacksmith seemed to enjoy hearing people ask this question. Don't mention that you have coins in there. Even if there are pieces of iron mixed in, it won't affect what I hear. It seems like your business here is pretty good. Ivy walked among the various equipment, occasionally flicking the armor with her fingers and listening to the sound it made. The quality is really good. That's right. The blacksmith was very proud. My grandfather was once an apprentice to a dwarf blacksmith. In the hands of that dwarf, a real magic item was once produced. Although my family doesn't have that kind of talent, it's still easy to forge ordinary equipment into something sturdy and reliable. Even the outlaws in the West know about the Ironbeard blacksmith shop in Frome. That's really famous. How did you sell this one? Ivy took down a breastplate from the shelf. It was made of rolled metal plates, with the front and back halves connected by rings and hinges. 200 gold coins, no bargaining, you can't afford it. The blacksmith took a glance and said immediately. You have a good eye, but this is my masterpiece. I put a lot of effort into it. You'd better not take it. Ivy laughed, and Ron couldn't tell what emotion was in her voice. Shock? Surprise? Or anger? That's not right, boss. This is engraved with a cape-shaped double lion emblem. Look at me and say it again. The half-elf warrior walked up to the blacksmith carrying the breastplate, his face gloomy and his voice raised several degrees. Did you make this armor engraved with the emblem of the Elven Halen Empire? Double lion crown, you dare to engrave the imperial emblem on the armor you made? Ron saw from the side that the tips of the half-elf's ears were red and he looked like he was really angry. When I get back, I will definitely report this to someone. The imperial royal emblem appearing in such a small place is a huge insult to the elves. You. The blacksmith was stunned. He never dreamed that he would meet someone who really knew the value of the item in the town of Frome, and that the person could tell him the origin of this treasure of his store in one sentence. But, how is this possible? The blacksmith looked at Ivy in disbelief. No elf has ever come to my place. That's because they don't bother to come here to buy equipment. Ivy's tone and gesture were extremely oppressive. It's just that you ran into me today. If it was a real elf from the Halen Empire, you wouldn't even be able to save your life. Humans will never turn against the elves because of a person like you who doesn't know his place. Do you understand? Now, tell me, where on earth did you get this armor? Yes, it was on the battlefield. The blacksmith raised his hands. He tried to calm the other party down, but he didn't know how to start. He had to tell the truth. My grandfather was not a dwarf's apprentice at all. He was a deserter. Many years ago, during a conflict between humans and elves, he pretended to be dead and escaped. The body of the original owner of this armor fell beside him. He was so frightened that he dared not go out again. He began to study the forging process of this armor and gained some experience. My father and I also learned the craft from him. Humph, you're sensible. Ivy's tone softened a little, which made the blacksmith breathe a sigh of relief. Since you told the truth, I won't hold you responsible, the half-elf said as if she was a pure-blooded noble elf from the Empire, but I will take this breastplate with me. Do you have any objection? No, no. The blacksmith cursed in his heart, but did not dare to show anything on the surface. This was not his property in the first place, and if things really got out of hand, even if he went to the mayor, he would have to give in. And if things really got out of hand, the reputation of his family for 3 generations would be ruined in his hands. An apprentice of the dwarven master craftsman to a deserter on the battlefield? You must be kidding. Very good, Ivy nodded with satisfaction. Go ahead, find me another robe and a long sword. What about you, do you want anything? I don't have any. Ron waved his hand. These iron things were useless to him. I want this. Driver was not polite. He pointed to something hanging high up, which was obviously a chainmail shirt prepared for small people. Knowing that the customer is short, he still hung the clothes higher. This blacksmith is at least a bit impressive. Can you wear it? Ivy raised her eyebrows. Could this guy be a wanderer? Okay, you, take that down too. How much is it in total? Don't worry, we won't bully you. Just quote the normal price. Normal price at Chinjui, 20, no, 15 gold coins. When the blacksmith said this number, his heart was bleeding. The price of that chainmail shirt alone is more than this, at least 25 gold coins. Add the sword, the tunic, and the breastplate. Even if we round off the price, it would still be 250 gold coins. If we sell the breastplate as an antique, we can easily double the price. He lost a lot. Why did he have the bad luck to leave this thing there? He regretted it, but Ivy was very happy. She even took Ron and Driver to the tailor shop next door to change into new clothes, and then put on the breastplate. Ron changed into a black cloth robe and looked coldly at Ivy as she put on the dark green robe made of silk with gold embroidery on the cuffs and hem. The half-elf seemed to casually shake his robe, so that the emblem on his shoulder fell just right. Sure enough, Ron confirmed that the half-elf girl was not a loyal supporter of the Halen Empire. She just liked the breastplate, but she had no money. So he just took advantage of the power of others to extort the blacksmith and bought it for free. When they came out of the blacksmith's, they had completely changed. Ivy had her light golden hair tied up behind her head, wearing armor and a long sword at her waist, looking heroic. Driver was wearing a dark grey linen cloak with a hood covering his face, a chainmail shirt underneath, a weathered short bow and quiver on his back, and with his slightly hunched figure, he was obviously an experienced adventurer who had been walking in the shadows and the wild for many years. As for Ron, although they looked ordinary and dressed in ordinary clothes, the two bodyguards gathered around Ron, with him as the leader. Could they be ordinary people? Fortunately, the boss is a native of this place and doesn't have much knowledge, Ivy laughed. She was very satisfied with today's deal. He is too out of touch with the news. What do you mean? Ron couldn't help but ask. Although he could tell from her performance that Ivy was cheating, he didn't know where exactly she was cheating. But he was very interested in hearing the story. Of course it's the part about the Halen Empire. Don't you know? Ivy blinked. The Halen Empire has been gone for almost 100 years. As a slave-owning dynasty, the Halen Empire had no bottom line. Humans, dwarves, and even elves were all enslaved by them. This made it have countless enemies, and it disappeared in a few hundred years, becoming the shortest-lived regime in the history of the elves on this continent. The boss's grandfather was probably participating in a campaign against a group of Halen remnants who were attempting to restore the empire. My mother once participated as a longbowman in both the resistance against the Halen Empire and the campaign against the remnants. I grew up listening to these stories, so I am familiar with their emblems. So, you're actually helping him. It sounds like the Halen Empire is like a rat crossing the street. Of course. Remember those elves next door? If they saw this, they would definitely make a big fuss about it. Hehe, human spirit elves attempt to restore the infamous Halen Empire, this is bound to make headlines in Rose City. Highland Empire, there are still people who remember this name. While Ron and Ivy were chatting casually, a stranger who had just passed by them suddenly took a few steps back and looked at them with a pair of passionate black eyes. His canine teeth are extremely sharp, and his eyes have no visible irises or pupils. If I remember correctly, Ron seemed to have seen this person at the entrance of the town yesterday afternoon. That tiefling. When Ron noticed the pair of small bumps on the stranger's head, he immediately remembered. The red skin and the long, pointed tail behind it are hard to forget. How did you get in? Ivy obviously recognized him, and her brows immediately frowned. Is that Inquisitor beginning to believe that tieflings are good citizens with good words? Hehe, you can't say that, Tiefling rubbed his hands and laughed. I really had something urgent to see the mayor, so I was allowed to pass after I explained the situation. Then why are you wandering around the street instead of going to see the mayor? Tiefling grinned. Of course I've finished my search, but I found that something interesting seems to be happening here, so I want to find a companion. You guys wouldn't mind having an extra helper, right? After all, it's a fantasy land, a land that has never been truly conquered. You want to join the pioneering group? Ivy was very disgusted with this. Why don't you just go to the banquet by yourself? My beautiful lady, you are wrong, the tiefling shook his head. You may not know this yet, but there are many hidden secrets at this banquet. There are some refugees outside the city who have reached a temporary agreement with some people in the city, I can't say who they are, and are planning to do something terrible at the banquet or afterwards. The purpose is to let them have the final say in the pioneer group. To eat the entire Delusion land. Ron frowned. Isn't your appetite too big? Aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death? Of course not, the tiefling smiled and looked at Driver. Didn't your companion eat a lot yesterday? You're spying on us. Ivy's hand was already on the hilt of the sword, but this tiefling didn't seem to be a good guy either. His hand arrived before hers, and Ivy felt as if her right hand was stuck in a quagmire, and she couldn't pull the sword out no matter what. Hush, hush, the tiefling laughed wickedly, drawing a sword in the street will attract the guards. It won't be good for anyone if the matter gets out of hand, right? Why did you choose us? Ron asked, There are probably quite a few people here who are going to conquer the Delusion Land, right? It's simple, because you can accommodate him. The tiefling pointed at Driver with his claws. He is not as simple as he looks, right? I think you should be able to accept me. A tiefling. Ivy sighed and turned to look at Ron. Forget it, you make the decision. So what can you bring to us? Ron asked a second question. It's not for nothing that the three of us are together. Without any one of us, we can't survive or reach the city. Please forgive my wording, but what use are you? Me. Tiefling reached into his messenger bag and pulled out a palm-sized notebook and handed it to Ron. This is a meeting gift. Take a look. Someone's trick study guide. Ron opened the book, which recorded some tricks and how to learn them. Some of them he had heard of in his previous life, such as dancing lights and acid splashing, while others he had never heard of and didn't even have a formal name, such as the tricks needed for alchemy. You need this, don't you? You wanted to learn a spell yesterday. You, not only followed us, but you can even read our minds. Ron was stunned. This world was too dangerous. In his previous life, cameras were installed in the streets and alleys, and some people said it was an invasion of privacy. They should be thrown into this world to experience it. This is too much. It's not too much, I don't mean to do anything bad to you. The tiefling looked at Ron innocently. Isn't this what you want? Yes, but this is too. Ron sighed, thank you, but I really don't like your approach. How about you go back and wait for notification? No, tomorrow is the day. Tiefling said hurriedly, so, are you still short of money? Especially since you still need to practice magic, that's a big expense, I can help you. As he spoke, the tiefling pulled out a handful of gold coins from his pocket, about 20 of them. How's it going? Deal. Ron really wanted to reject him, but a member who is good at tracking and can read minds is really useful, isn't it? Not to mention that this is a member who brings money into the group. Then let's be frank. What do you want? Ron took the book and the coins and continued asking questions. You seem to have plenty of money and are very capable, so why do you do this? Well. Tiefling seemed to find it difficult to speak. I can tell you that I do need help from someone, and you are the one I bet on. But I can't tell you the specific reason now, nor can I show it. You just need to know that I hope to have a sufficiently enlightened person as the Lord of Delusion Land, that's enough. To be honest, I'm tired of working for the lords in various city-states and towns and running errands in the dark. I want a place where I can live a less tiring life. Is this reason enough? We half-elves want to do the same, but it's a pity that it hasn't been realized yet. Ivy curled her lips. As for the tieflings, you should just go to bed. Dreams can bring you anything. Okay, I agree, then we're teammates. Ron thought about it and finally agreed with the other party, but I have to make it clear in advance, I can't make any promises to you. We can't even survive now. Even so, you still want to hang out with us. Investment is bound to have risks. I have anticipated this. Tieflin nodded. I just hope you can fulfill your promise at the right time. Let me introduce myself, my name is Quest, and I used to work as a spy and messenger for a lord. Now that the contract is complete, I am a free man. However, due to professional ethics, I cannot disclose the employer and the contents of the letter. But if you want to get some more other information, why don't we find a place to discuss it in detail? Due to Quest's sudden appearance and joining, the morning shopping plan had to be hastily ended. Ron immediately bought a batch of spellcasting materials and prepared to start practicing. Meanwhile, Ivy and the others were pulled over by Quest, who said he wanted to show them some intelligence and evidence. Since Lavinia from the kitten alchemy shop was an acquaintance, he was able to get a considerable discount, and the materials he purchased were enough for him to practice 3 tricks. Are you ready to step into the world of magic? Lavinia chatted with Ron while packing materials for him. I'm sure this is the best decision you've ever made. You will definitely become a real alchemist in the future. Don't forget me when the time comes. Don't worry, you will be the second author when I write papers in the future. Ron laughed it off. The clever halfling was also a halfling. Although he didn't want to be approached by strangers, he was very friendly to acquaintances. Do you have a place to practice here? I probably can't perform it in the hotel. What if there's an explosion or something? Oh, it's not that easy to blow up. You're talking as if the only magic spell is fireball. Lavinia pointed to the back of the alchemy shop. Although most people only have that impression of magic, there's enough space in the backyard for you to practice. But please don't damage my flower garden. I planted them with seeds I brought from the clan, and it took a lot of effort to keep them alive. Don't worry. Ron waved his hand and turned to walk to the back of Kitty Alchemy's shop. As for the tricks, he had already made a plan when he was selecting the materials. He was not a complete novice, at least he had participated in several group activities and played similar games, so he had some idea of which tricks were useful. The first is the hand of the mage, which is a must. The function of the mage's hand is to summon a floating ghost hand to appear at a designated point within 9 meters of the caster. The ghost hand will last for up to 1 minute or be dismissed by the caster. If the ghost hand exceeds the casting range or when the mage's hand is cast again, the existing ghost hand will be dismissed directly. The caster can control the ghost hand and use it to manipulate an object, open an unlocked door or container, place an item in or take it out of a container, or pour out the contents of a vial, etc. The only problem is that the ghostly hand cannot attack, activate magic items, or carry anything heavier than 8 pounds. But these are all trivial matters. The hand of the mage is a magic trick. It does not require space in the spellbook to prepare spells, and there is no daily casting limit. What else do you need? Ron took out the necessary materials in advance and opened the book Someone's Trick Study Guide. Generally, when a wizard writes a spell, he must first reconstruct the basic form of the spell, then decipher the unique symbology used by the wizard who wrote the spell. The spell must be practiced repeatedly until the incantations and gestures required are fully understood, and finally it is copied into the spellbook using his own symbology. But this guide to tricks was obviously prepared for wizard apprentices and muggles like Ron. In the previous basic teaching part, the symbol system used in this book has been explained in detail, and Ron only needs to understand it. Spells, gestures, and materials were the 3 necessary elements for spellcasting. Spellcasting in the real world was much more complicated than in games, but this level of magic was not that difficult for Ron. Back then, Chen Daze 137 million with $20. Ron finished studying 1,800 pages of 3 subject papers in one night and got a score of 70+. He also learned 3 cricket tricks in half a day. It was not a problem for him. Mag. When Ron began to practice, as he chanted the spell, a vague hand-shaped outline distorted the space and slowly appeared in front of him. This stupid boy. 2 hours later, in the alchemy shop, Lavinia was still studying Ron's experiment from yesterday. After all, it was one thing for others to succeed, but it was another thing to succeed in your own practice. If magic was so easy to learn, wouldn't there be so many mages walking around like dogs? The halfling waited leisurely for the potion to start taking effect. What is the actual situation? Most spellcasters rely on the blood inheritance of their ancestors, praying to or signing contracts with gods or similar beings, or gaining power from their understanding of nature. How many people still remain apprentices after a lifetime of learning magic? Forget it, Lavinia thought for a moment, I'd better go see him and give him some encouragement. It will be much more effective if he gives up on his own than if I try to discourage him. I'm not doing anything bad. I'm just helping humans save time. They don't have that much life to waste on meaningless and fruitless things. Lavinia checked the time, then walked to the back, muttering to herself. It's not that she doesn't believe Ron, it's just that the path of a wizard is too difficult, and humans are not a race that has an innate affinity with magic. But when Lavinia walked out into the backyard, what did she see? A ghost hand was suspended beside Ron, and 4 torch-sized light sources were suspended around Ron in the form of light balls. At this time, Ron was muttering something, and as he moved, a flame was thrown out by him and fell on the surrounding stone walls, leaving a charred mark. Mage's hand, dancing lights, fire arrows. Lavinia stared at the young man in front of her in amazement. No, that's not right. What kind of young man is this? This is simply a monster. It usually takes at least 2 hours to learn a spell, and even longer to master it completely. He has already learned 3. And the dancing lights spell requires concentration. Who is this? Hi. Seeing Lavinia coming, Ron immediately greeted her, but this was too much for his energy to bear, and the dancing lights technique immediately dissipated into the air. Manager, you're here just in time. Let's see how my results are. This guy is showing off to me. What's going on? Lavinia returned to her cold attitude when Ron first met her. It's okay, that's it. Just 3 tricks. Even the worst wizard can learn them. Nothing to be proud of. She didn't mention that she was referring to real mages and not apprentices, nor did she explain how long it would take those mages to master these. Ron said, "Oh, well, I want to buy some materials from you and learn something new." "No more!" Lavinia shouted loudly in frustration. When she saw Ron's confused look, she realized that she was behaving too strangely. Ahem, the halfling coughed to cover up his embarrassment. "What's the point of learning a few tricks? Even if you master them all, it's just that. Since you have already learned the trick, it means you do have some talent. I'll give you a magic trick, would you like to learn it?" She had to stop this guy from being so aggressive. There was a fundamental difference between magic and tricks, and she would not teach Ron how to read her special symbols. Lavinia believed that as long as the other party could not learn what she taught, she would feel balanced and sleep well, right? "I do." Ron didn't care what Lavinia was thinking. After these 2 hours, he was a little excited. Magic is so fun. "Okay. Come with me, my spell book is in the house." Generally speaking, a wizard's spell book is very private. A wizard will never let others, especially his peers, see his spell list. Doing so would almost mean handing his life over to the other party. But Lavinia didn't care much about this. Firstly, she was not a wizard as her main occupation, and secondly, she didn't believe from the bottom of her heart that a guy who had just started to learn magic could learn anything from her. She didn't plan to teach. Ron knew nothing about this. "Here, look at this." Lavinia led Ron straight into her bedroom and pulled out a blue hardcover book from the bedside table. "You are also a wizard, you should have your own spellbook. Halflings are kind-hearted in nature." Even when they are competitive, Lavinia did not forget to remind Ron, "Look, this is mine." Real spells are different from tricks. They almost all have one or several huge books on the principles, called the original book. A palm-sized book cannot even record the entirety of a spell, and even the most experienced wizard cannot guarantee that he can remember all the details he needs to cast magic at any time and anywhere. So we need a spell book to help us memorize it. We will write down our understanding, the details of the spells, etc. in the book. This spell book will usually become a prop to assist in casting spells. When we prepare a spell, we will hide the previous spells from the book and mark the spells to be used. This way, we can cast the spell as quickly as possible when encountering an emergency. It is said that it takes 3 seconds to cast a spell and 3 hours to look up the watch. When playing the group's long rest, players who play as mages are always the busiest, even if they will eventually choose the simplest and most brutal fireball. "Then where should I find my spell book?" Ron asked humbly. "It's definitely not for sale here anyway," Lavinia shrugged. "This copy was given to me by a friend in the clan. You'll have to figure it out on your own. Anyway, you should try this first. The shield spell is very helpful whether you are doing experiments or fighting. It can summon an invisible mana shield to appear around you to protect you. Although it has no offensive capabilities, the advantage is that it can be cast quickly and effectively. It can also effectively defend even in the most hurried situations, and can even resist attacks from magic missiles. It is definitely the most friendly choice for a newcomer like you." Lavinia just wanted to see Ron get humiliated, not to trick him to death, and there was absolutely no hidden trap when she recommended the spell. Ron naturally knew the benefits of the shield spell, and he looked at Lavinia with gratitude. Besides, the original texts of the shield technique are relatively rare, and the common language version has been reprinted several times. "Here, this is it." Lavinia pushed a stool over and laboriously took down a book with thousands of pages from the bookshelf beside her. When she threw the book to the ground, there was a loud noise in the room. "The shield spell is written on this page in my spell book. If you can decipher my unique symbols, maybe you can improve your learning efficiency," Lavinia smiled evilly. She was 100% sure that Ron couldn't do it. Unless he is proficient in the halfling language, but that is impossible. No halfling would be willing to teach the language of his own race to outsiders, they would use common language to communicate with other races. "Thank you so much." Ron's gratitude was beyond words, and he immediately picked up the book and started reading and studying. "Don't touch my things." After her prank succeeded, Lavinia left the bedroom contentedly and closed the door. She estimated that in another 2 hours, Ron would definitely run out to her in tears and beg her, saying that he didn't want to learn magic anymore. However, 2 hours passed and Ron didn't come out. When it was time to finish dinner, Ron didn't come out. When it was time to go to bed at night, Ron still didn't come out. "Are you still learning?" Why don't you take a break? Your companion is here to see you. Lavinia banged on her bedroom door sleepily. She now understood the meaning of shooting herself in the foot. She couldn't even go back to her room to sleep. What's even more annoying is that Goblin. He insisted that Lavinia had kidnapped Ron and wanted to ask them for a ransom. Only goblins would do something like this. The door opened from the inside after persistent knocking, and Ron appeared in front of everyone in high spirits. Sorry, Ron smiled and returned Lavinia's spell book. I've already returned the original book to its original place. It would be better if your handwriting could be a little bigger. It's really hard to read. Oh. So, is there any progress? Lavinia perked up. This is the moment she had been waiting for. This guy is a wimp. He's making excuses. He hasn't learned it. Let me try. Quest jumped out immediately. After hearing that Ron learned magic very quickly and even started to learn real magic, he was no less shocked than Lavinia. He raised his fist and aimed it at Ron's face. He wanted to see how much this human had grown in just half a day. Did he bet on a liar, a boastful ordinary person, a genius, or a monster? Shield. How could Ron be prepared that the teammate he just met today would be ready to hit him in the face in the evening? He subconsciously raised his hand to block it, but fortunately, at the last moment, he still remembered the spell he had just learned. Clang! There was a loud bang, and Quest screamed, backing away with his teeth bared, rubbing his fist with his other hand. The space in front of Ron distorted slightly, and a magical shield that was difficult to discern with the naked eye appeared in front of him. It was this shield that helped Ron block the tiefling's fist. You succeeded? How is this possible? Lavinia was really broken this time. How could he learn it? How could he possibly learn it? There's no way he could learn it. However, no matter how she hypnotized herself, Quest's red fist could not be faked, and the fluctuation of mana just now could not be faked either. Maybe she was too tired? It was all Ron's fault. She must not have gotten enough rest. How could she have such an outrageous dream? Get out, all of you! The halfling girl drove out the diverse-looking group with the worst attitude, then closed the door and dived into her bed. What's wrong with her? She looks very unhappy. I have a lot of questions I want to ask her. Ron, who was still in Versailles and was completely unaware, was confused. I guess she thinks you've been staying in her bedroom for too long. The half-elf warrior, who knew nothing about magic, began to guess. Her kidnapping failed. Driver was even more babbling nonsense. Quest, the only one who guessed why, remained silent. He had nothing to say to this human being who was still an ordinary person this morning. There is absolutely no shortcut to learning spells, so there is only one answer: this seemingly ordinary guy has incredible talent and learning ability, and it's too incredible. Ron had hardly had a good rest since crossing over, and this night was no exception. The difference is that this time it was because I was too excited. Learning magic in this world is no harder than the profession in the previous life, spells are no harder to learn than Latin, and symbols are no harder to remember than structural formulas. As a systematic subject, everything has a traceable path. The moonlight shone on the window frame, casting a shadow of a figure. It was a tiefling wrapped in a blanket, spending the night on the windowsill. The next day, they were all preparing for a possible battle. Ron went out and bought an ordinary notebook to use as a temporary spell book, and also bought some materials. Those people from the ogre tribe are still downstairs. Ron discussed the situation with his companions when he came back, and I also saw some people from other northern tribes on the street. Those from the dire wolf tribe. Ivy was extremely disgusted with that group of guys. I don't know, but I didn't see that Halleck. Ron shook his head slightly. But no matter which tribe he is from, Quest is right. It looks like tonight won't be peaceful. This tension lasted until the mayor's banquet began. In the town square, several long tables were neatly arranged, and vendors selling various foods and goods were scattered around the periphery. In the crowd, Ron also saw the blacksmith from the blacksmith shop, the tailor from the tailor shop, as well as Lavinia and Booney. However, the latter two were not present as vendors, but as guests at the table. Oh, hi! Ron, and Ivy, you are here too. Today, Bonnie was dressed very solemnly. She wore a set of pure white priest robes, held an oak staff in both hands, and even used light magic to embellish it. When she saw Ron and the others, she immediately pulled Lavinia to run towards them. However, due to the height of a halfling, Ron could not feel much of the sacredness and majesty of a priest in her. Instead, she looked more like a cute doll. If you dare to say it out loud, I will never give you any discount again. Lavinia looked up at Ron. The halfling with a ghostly mind could communicate telepathically with any creature within 9 meters. Her voice immediately rang in Ron's heart. It seemed like she had a similar feeling, otherwise she wouldn't have reminded Ron like that. Ah, Bunny. Lady Luck, Tamora, must be very kind to her believers, because she looks so pious today. Ron immediately began to perform in an exaggerated manner, but perhaps he lacked the acting proficiency, and Bruni was not happier for it. Thank you, and may the goddess of smiles look after you all. Bunny smiled faintly, she likes those who are extremely skilled and courageous the most. I only wish to be able to listen to her teachings and gospel. Timora was not a strict goddess, and her teachings and beliefs were tolerant, so Ron did not make a mistake, he just spoke in an amateurish way. To be able to preside over her church in such a remote place, and as a halfling, of course you are also a fan of the lady. Ivy smiled and nudged Ron with her elbow, quickly trying to smooth things over. The halfling priest thought about it, and finally nodded, revealing a smile from the bottom of his heart. While chatting here, Ron heard the deep and powerful voice that belonged to the northern barbarians not far away. It's so boring. Sira complained to the tribesmen in boredom, when will the banquet start? Indeed, my stomach is growling. Bald Olaf echoed, the food and wine are right on the table, why can't we eat right away? Barbarians, an elf glanced at them with a tone full of contempt, you should at least learn some basic etiquette. The master of this place hasn't even appeared yet. They had seen this elf Ron before. He lived in room 203 of the tavern. It seemed that he was also planning to join the pioneer group. Shut up, you piece of shit. Sira growled threateningly, or I'll rip your head out of your mouth. That's one of the people Quest mentioned to us yesterday. Ivy pretended to relax her arms and whispered to Ron amid the friction of armor, he, like Quest, came from the other side of Delusion Land. Quest said he probably represented the interests of other lords. At this time, a group of guards surrounded a short and fat man and walked up to the podium. Quiet, everyone. Quiet. I am very glad that you can attend the dinner hosted by me. It is a great honor. Please allow me to express my gratitude to you again. The short and fat man was dressed gorgeously and had a huge jewel ring on his right hand, which he kept stroking habitually while talking. I am the 12th mayor of From, Victor From. According to our tradition, the successor to the mayor must change his or her surname to the name of the town to show his or her determination to serve the town and its citizens to the best of his or her ability. I dare not boast, but I am indeed working hard for this. The ring he's wearing is a magical item for amplifying sound. The volume can be adjusted manually. Lavinia whispered to Ron. This man is probably one of the few people here who can speak the same language with her. However, Victor changed the subject, although I am reluctant to admit it, I have to regretfully tell you that my ability may be reaching its limit. As you have heard and seen every day, we have too many refugees gathered here, and the turnover capacity of Flam is limited. We can't support so many people. There was a loud clamor from below. Many of the people here were from the refugee camp, so they naturally reacted to Victor's words, from confusion to anger. Quiet, please be quiet. Victor's voice was obviously much louder, and he finally suppressed the noise below. But I will never abandon you. Since the establishment of Frome Town, there has never been such a tradition. So I held this banquet and sincerely invited you all to discuss the follow-up development. I have an idea. If Frome is too small to accommodate such a large population, we should acquire more land. To the south of here, there happens to be such an area with rich resources and complex terrain. It has never been truly conquered, so people who have been there have given it a name, Delusion Land. This is to express the wishful thinking of those who intend to occupy it. But from now on, I hope to break this nonsense. We should strive for more living space, instead of being scared by rumors and stories and being hesitant to move forward. I am willing to help you form a pioneering group and conquer the Dreamland. All problems will be solved. Does anyone have anything to ask? Victor glanced at the people below. Why recruit pioneers instead of sending the town's regular soldiers? A strong young refugee raised his hand to ask. He seemed to be a villager from the village. They look well trained. We also need manpower to maintain the public security and defense of the town, Victor said with difficulty and regret. To the west of From is the Gobi Desert where outlaws run rampant. I can't do anything that would risk handing the town over to others. I hope you can understand. But I will never sit back and enjoy my success. I have carefully selected a shrewd and capable warrior from my entourage to accompany you, Victoria. Come and meet everyone. A young woman wearing scale armor and fully armed stepped out from behind Victor with firm steps, bowed slightly to the audience, and then returned to her original position. She held an iron helmet in one hand, had a mace at her waist, and a shield on her back. Ron couldn't believe how safe he would feel standing next to her. She was like a mobile fortress. Typical equipment for a priest, Ivy snorted. This mayor is really thoughtful. He's willing to send a priest along. If Victoria doesn't go, it will be just me, Boone whispered sheepishly, but I'll probably just hold them back. Don't say that, Boone, Lavinia comforted her friend, you're just a little less secure than she is. After all, even with the same equipment, the aura of halflings and humans is completely different. If we occupy that delusional land, who will own it? You. Sierra shouted loudly. It won't belong to you anyway, barbarian. The elf choked her again, you'd better get back to the blizzard. Why not wait until we conquer the land of delusion before we start dreaming? A dwarf muttered, we haven't even left the town yet, and you think you have a sure win. As for this problem, Victor smiled slyly, I'll naturally leave it to the pioneers to solve on their own, okay? My goal is only to reduce the burden on the town. I have no interest in expanding the territory. I have already given myself and my last name to the town of From. I have no other ambitions. So you don't have to worry that I will deprive you of the fruits of your victory, it belongs entirely to you. There was an immediate cheer from the audience, and Ron felt that those cheering were idiots. This is simply encouraging people to fight and kill each other. As Victor said, he has no interest in expanding territory, he just wants the refugees to leave here and not add to his burden. As for whether they are dead or alive, he doesn't care at all, but what they said was nice, and if this matter was really accomplished, the obstacles to the south of Frome town would be removed, which would be good for the town, and he would not lose out in any case. The only ones who will suffer are the refugees, or more precisely, the refugees in the villages. The surviving barbarians in the north are the elite among the elite, and those adventurers who come to join in the fun also have their own strengths. As for Ron and his friends, they are followed by a large group of goblins. It was obvious which group would be eliminated first, but they are the ones who are most excited now. Victor pressed his hands down, signaling everyone to be quiet. All members who conquer the Delusion Land will receive generous rewards. In addition, when the Lord of the Delusion Land is elected, I am willing to act as a recommender to introduce the new neighbor to other lords around, and I can also act as a matchmaker to attract chambers of commerce and craftsmen. In short, please believe me, I am very willing to see a new neighbor appear, rather than worrying about that unowned land all day long. Remuneration, Lord, Guild, they are all just nice words. Sierra curled her lips, there is no practical benefit at all. You are just talking nonsense. Finally, there is someone who understands. Ron had to look at Sierra with a new eye. This tribal chief was quite knowledgeable. Of course, Victor said with a big smile on his face. If there are no other questions, we can officially start the banquet now. I, a fat guy, won't be an eyesore here and affect your appetite, hee. That's good enough. Sierra walked to the long table with satisfaction and pulled off a roasted chicken leg from the table. Ron, you overestimate her. Although the scene immediately fell into chaos after Victor's speech, nothing special happened. Ron and the others took their seats and joined the banquet. Half of the food here came from the tavern where Ron and his friends were staying, and the taste was quite suitable. Soon, even Quest, who knew the most, seemed to relax his guard and began to eat heartily. After all, no one wants anything to go wrong, and nothing is the best scenario. But just as Picasso always had chains and Leonardo always had disagreements, according to that jerk named Murphy's Law, when something might go wrong, it will definitely go in a worse direction. Just when everyone was getting drunk and in high spirits, a sharp scream like a cat's meow pierced the night sky. One of the tabby cats who lived next door to Ron and his friends had his eyes wide open like bells. After standing up, he covered his neck with one hand and fell limply to the ground. Enemy attack, there is an enemy attack. The elf reacted the fastest. He raised his arms and shouted, drew a rapier and jumped onto the long table. Ron quickly stood up and looked around. Some dark shadows rushed out from the surrounding alleys one after another, and right next to him, those guys who were toasting and inviting people to eat and drink well a second ago, pulled out knives from under their clothes and stabbed anyone they saw. Outside the town in the distance, a beam of fire shot up into the sky, followed by deafening shouts of killing. What on earth happened? The halfling priest Bonnie was frightened by the scene. A gangster took the opportunity to rush over and chopped her on the top of her head with a knife. Oh! 2 flaming arrows hit the head of the ungrateful guy at random. Benny looked back in a daze and saw wisps of green smoke coming out of the fingertips of Ron and Lavinia. Ready to fight. The people who had been prepared immediately spread out according to the original formation, protecting Ron and the extra Lavinia and Bonnie. The sword in Ivy's hand danced, and she knocked down 3 people in succession in an instant. Quest's punches were as fast as the wind, and although he was unarmed, his strength and skills were amazing. Although most of the people he knocked down were not fatal, they could only lie on the ground wailing, and for a while they completely lost their ability to fight. Driver blew a series of whistles, and a large group of rats came out from all corners of the town of Frome and began to bite everyone madly and indiscriminately. The goblin successfully added fuel to the already chaotic situation. Who launched the attack? Ivy swung her sword again and cut off the arm of a gangster. Quest, didn't you say it might be the barbarians? How could it become like this? It's not us, you stupid half-elf. Sira picked up a huge double-edged axe and rushed into the crowd with his companions. There are only 4 people left in our tribe, and we are all here. It's outside. The barbarians outside. Quest suddenly realized something. He leaped behind the bandit and twisted his hands hard, making the other's face rotate 180 degrees towards him. There must be someone else behind this. He persuaded the barbarians outside who couldn't enter the town, and possibly the refugees as well. It's ridiculous. Absurd. The elf was already tall, and he was standing on the table. He attracted a lot of firepower. Now he was struggling and was about to collapse. I'm actually fighting alongside half-bloods, barbarians, demons, and even a goblin. I must be crazy. Who of you can help me? I can't take it anymore. Ron responded immediately, flames dancing at his fingertips. Although the accuracy and power were not very high, it did help the elf escape from the encirclement. Thank you. I'm Mind Atis, an adventurer from the other side of the Delusion Land. The elf jumped to Ron's side and formed a new front with Ivy, Quest, and Driver. The pressure on both sides was immediately reduced a lot. But they soon discovered that it didn't seem to be just because of the formation. The rear of the bandits had also become chaotic, they were running around everywhere, and no one knew what they were avoiding. Halak! Ivy cursed angrily. In the darkness, the half-elf could clearly see a giant man waving a huge stick to lead the way, followed by dozens of barbarians. Damn it, the dire wolf tribe! Sira was also furious, these damn bandits! Young ones, rush for me! At this moment, Halak had completely lost the appearance of the ruffian outside the city the day before, and had become a bandit and robber. I don't know how he persuaded almost all the barbarian tribes outside the city, and after massacring the refugees, he broke through the defense line of the guards outside the town and rushed in. Kill them all, this town is where our new tribe is. Don't even think about it. Ivy rushed forward with a sword and fought 2 moves with Halak. Whoosh whoosh. In the melee, Driver fired arrows like rain, pouring down on the barbarians. The experienced goblin hunters were obviously used to dealing with prey larger than themselves, and the arrowheads all targeted vital parts such as eyes, Achilles tendons, and lower body, causing considerable trouble to the opponents. At the same time, Sira and others from the ogre tribe also rushed forward and fought with the enemy. But even so, Halak's strength was obviously beyond everyone's expectations. His eyes were red and bloodshot, and every blow he swung with the giant stick was powerful and heavy. He was not afraid even when everyone besieged him. Mind Atis, Quest, and Ivy were repelled one after another, and Sira of the ogre tribe was gradually overwhelmed by the opponent's offensive. What alchemical potion did he take? Lavinia saw the clue immediately. This was definitely not the power that ordinary rage could bring. There must be someone behind him. Look! His target is Mayor Victor. Mind Atis suddenly shouted. As expected, after repelling all the blockers, Halak's goal was completely different from that of the other barbarians. He overturned a long table with one hand and charged straight towards Victor. In the circumstances, the mayor of Frome showed amazing command. Strength. Thunder wave. Victor roared, and a wave of thunder force field swept out from his body. The sudden explosion blew away all the creatures around him, whether enemy or friendly. Even Halak staggered. What is your purpose in doing all this? Who sent you here? He is a sorcerer. Mind Atis frowned, this guy didn't even make a move just now. Hiding it really deep. The hair on the back of Lavinia's head moved without wind, and her spell book floated in front of her and automatically turned to a certain page, Magic Missile. 3 glowing magic force field arrows were released, hitting a barbarian accurately, leaving a fist-sized blood hole in his chest. The barbarian fell to the ground wailing, apparently dead. The situation was urgent, and she couldn't be stingy with her magic. Bunny! Where's your magic? I don't have any spells to use. There was a hint of tears in Boone's voice, all I have prepared are water creation and lesser recovery. This kind halfling priest had almost no other types of divine spells prepared, which were almost useless in a fight. So much so that when a human gangster appeared silently behind her, she was still unaware. Bang! A hard hammer swept across and hit the back of the attacker's head heavily. It was Victoria, who was just introduced to everyone by Victor. Bunny, don't be distracted. Victoria's voice was gentle and steady, giving people a sense of security. At this moment, she was shining with light, like a god of war under the protection of the pious shield. When she joined the battle, Ivy's pressure suddenly decreased. She could finally free herself from blind defense and launch a powerful revenge on the surrounding barbarians. The moonlight was gradually setting in the sky, the smell of blood in the town was getting stronger, and the battle was slowly but surely coming to an end. Even the violent and drugged Halak could not reverse their defeat. Shield. Ron replaced the exhausted and wounded Ivy and used the shield spell to take Halak's blow. Although it was very dangerous and his shield was shattered immediately, fortunately he did not suffer more damage besides some impact. Halak, you bastard! Sira had gone berserk for the second time. The giant axe in his hand created a bloody gust of wind and chopped into Halak's back. This time, the barbarians, who were already at the end of their strength, were no longer able to resist. Boom! The tall barbarian fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Ron struggled to get up from the ground and looked around. Although he did not participate in the hardy, bloody fight, the constant casting of spells still consumed a lot of his energy. It was almost like running around the playground all night while doing exercises on my phone. I was exhausted both physically and mentally. After all, even a mage cannot just stand there and output damage, as he would die quickly if he did so. And around him, the people who had just fought side by side were not in much better condition. Ivy was hit hard in the abdomen, and Bonnie ran back to the church to get the healing potion, and is now treating her injuries. Driver was fine, but the rats he had summoned were almost wiped out. His own quiver was empty, but the goblin hunter was too tired to retrieve them. Quest, Mind Atis, and Lavinia were all sitting cross-legged on the ground meditating. Although their meditation purposes were different, their actions were similar. Mayor Victor and Pastor Victoria were relatively better off, but they were also trying to regulate their breathing and recover their strength. As for the Ochre tribe, Ron was no longer sure if he could still call it a tribe. Now Sira was the only one breathing, and no one was standing. Among the other people attending the banquet, Ron could also see the blacksmith and the tailor. Perhaps because they were not fighters and were on the periphery, they were relatively less vulnerable to attacks. Among the other guests in the hotel, the Catman couple had become a pair of star-crossed lovers, and they didn't even have weapons with them, and they didn't survive the attack. The dwarf seemed to be a spellcaster, and he was almost exhausted. And others? Ron sighed. He was half a doctor, but he was powerless to treat the dead. The bandits and barbarians were extremely ruthless, even Ivy was seriously injured, not to mention these people. They can't even protect themselves, yet they still want to conquer the land of delusion. A sneer of contempt appeared on Mindotis's face. How can you be so ignorant of yourself? So many people died, and you can still laugh. Ivy bared her teeth and looked at the elf with an unfriendly look. There are fewer competitors, aren't there, half-blood? Mind Atis stood up, took out a handkerchief from his pocket, and carefully wiped the blood on his rapier. You should even thank them. That's too cold-blooded. Victoria frowned. Her colleagues suffered heavy casualties in this battle. Ha! This time I agree with Xi Zuganiar's words. Cyril lay on the ground, her voice hoarse, I'm not dead yet. The Ochre tribe will not perish. Thank you all for your generosity, Mayor Victor panted and sat down on a chair, finally catching his breath. Now please stay for a moment. We need to clean up the battlefield so that we can count the losses and casualties. About 3 hours later, when the sky began to lighten, Victor came to his conclusion. 1/3 of the guards in From have lost their combat capability, with around 50 casualties, mainly concentrated in the square and the refugee camp. Victor announced his conclusion to everyone, and only 10 refugees survived. The rest were killed in attacks by northern barbarians or fled the town in the chaos. As for the pioneer group that applied for the job, as you can see, it's just you guys left. Ron, Ivy, Driver, Quest, Mind Atis, Syrah, Victoria, and the unknown dwarf. 8 people in total. And there may be a mastermind hiding among them. Mind Atis gave Ron an ambiguous look, leaving Ron confused. What do you mean? Ivy's voice immediately rose. Are you questioning the person who just saved your life? No offense, the elf said, but he was not moved at all. I have no prejudice against humans, but this person is indeed very suspicious. Let me ask you, who would think it's wise to take a goblin on an adventure? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present turned their attention to Driver, and the goblin hunter responded with a threatening growl. His disguise was only clothing. During the previous battle, his hood was damaged and fell off more than once. Indeed, Victor From looked at Ron. My friend, I think we all need an explanation. There's nothing to explain. He's my companion, and he's been protecting us, hasn't he? Ron didn't intend to give up the goblin hunter just like that. Conscience was one thing, and the other was the future exploration of the fantasy land. The goblins would definitely be a powerful force. Protect? I saw him summon a swarm of rats with my own eyes, biting and tearing at everyone, regardless of friend or foe. Even a druid can't make so many rats obey orders. Ron looked at him calmly. If that's the case, can I think that you deliberately jumped to our side just now, preparing to divert trouble to break through our defenses? Okay, that's enough. Victor interrupted the two. Mind Atis, emergency situations should have emergency measures. This goblin and his rats did help us get through the initial stage. Well, then what about his behavior of allowing the barbarian chieftain to charge at you? Miss Victoria went to help them, but they didn't support you in return, but were busy fighting other weak people. Isn't this sinister? Asshole! Driver glared at the elf fiercely. You are even more despicable than the most incompetent rat. We couldn't get away at that time. That's just an excuse, the dwarf, who had been barely noticeable until now, said. Mr. Victor is the core of this town. You should put your own safety aside to protect him. The dwarf was indeed qualified to say this because he was sitting closest to Victor. What about you, Mind Atis? Ron glanced at him. You couldn't even fight those weaklings well. You were the first to leave the battle, right? And who blocked Halleck's final blow? I don't remember, but I think the mayor's memory is much better than mine. You're right. I owe you a thank you. Victor nodded to Ron. My magic has run out. If it weren't for you, no one could help me block that stick. Okay, let's end the mutual accusations and suspicions here. Now let's talk about the next plan. Let's talk about our next plan. Victor From sat upright and said, although some refugees died or fled, this is only a temporary solution. When the storm is over, they will gather back because they can't survive. And the natural disaster will not retreat because of this. So the plan to develop the fantasy land must continue. Then I have a suggestion. First establish a trading post as an outpost on the periphery, and then explore deeper into the interior. Even if there is no subsequent progress, the outpost can help us relieve some of the pressure and burden. Ron expressed his thoughts. The main reason was that this would give them a reason to stay at the edge of the Delusion land and give the goblins time to migrate. Once a large number of goblins arrived, the progress of the entire mission would inevitably speed up. Otherwise, with just these few people, it would take an unknown amount of time to complete the exploration of the fantasy land. This is not appropriate. Just like the mayor said, it is only a temporary solution and not a fundamental solution. Mind Atis immediately raised his objection. I have been through the land of delusion and am familiar with it. We should go through it again and find the lords on the other side to achieve the best results with a two-pronged approach. To put it bluntly, they were waiting for reinforcements. Quest mentioned that Mind Atis might be serving another lord over there. Well. Victor fell into deep thought. Ron's suggestion was relatively reasonable, but he could also see what Mind Atis was going to do. It would be a good thing for him to have someone to help him. Why don't we split into 2 teams? Lavinia, who was watching the show nearby, said suddenly. Ron and this elf should each bring some people so as not to put all the eggs in one basket. This way, whether there are spies in the team or the progress on that side is not satisfactory, it is an acceptable loss. Victor's eyes lit up. Good idea, let's do as you say. Then let's split up into teams and set off after resting. Victoria, who are you going to go with? I choose Ron, sir, the priest said without hesitation. Before what happened last night, he had already led a team, and his proposal sounds safe. Of course Driver and I are with Ron. Ivy rolled her eyes at Mind Atis, I'm afraid some sinister villain will stab me in the back out of gratitude. Bug. Driver spat at Mind Atis. I will go with Mind Atis. Sira got up from the ground and picked up her giant axe. In my opinion, Ron's proposal is too cowardly. We in the Ochre tribe will never agree to such a thing. As for relationships, I don't get along well with them, so it doesn't matter. Mind Atis, the dwarf said immediately, looking at Ron gloomily, in my opinion, whether it is not rescuing the mayor in the first place or letting yourself be beaten by the barbarians, it is a manifestation of being too self-centered. How can a leader who does not understand the importance of a leader lead a team well? Now there were 4 people on Ron's side and 3 on the elf's side, and everyone's eyes were on Tieflingquist. What are you still hesitating about? Ivy frowned, are you really going to get together with that guy? Well, actually, yes. Amid everyone's surprised gazes, Quest actually nodded. Forgive me, brother Ron, the Tiefling's tail was nervously wrapped around his calf, I don't mean to betray you, but I really don't like putting all my eggs in one basket. It's 4-4 now, which is fair. And hedging my bets is the best option for me, don't forget, I have already provided you with financial support, haven't I? If you think so, I can understand. Ron shook his head gently, I won't bear a grudge against you. You have indeed given me a lot. If it weren't for him, Ron would still be an ordinary person now. If I succeed, you can come to me. If Mind Atis wins. I hope Mind Atis can fulfill your wish. I hope so too. Tiefling bowed to Ron gratefully. What about you, Lavinia? And Boony? Ron turned to the 2 halflings, more hands are always better. I'll be a drag. Boone smiled gently, besides, Victoria is gone and the pastoral staff in town is short. I can't just leave like this. But I will pray to the goddess for you every day. Let's talk about it after you build the outpost. Lavinia waved her hand. I'm not the kind of person who likes to travel around. Although I want to investigate the various alchemical materials in the Delusion land, I must have a stable residence so that I can build a workshop. As for you, you can shut up now, Lavinia pointed at the elf, I don't like you, that's all. It looks like the teams have been divided, Victor clapped his hands with a smile, then I wish you success. By the way, you must be very tired after just experiencing a great battle. I have just prepared a room in my mansion where you can wash and rest. If you are thirsty or hungry, just call my servants. If you need to update your equipment or buy items, I can help you and will ensure your supplies as much as possible. But I still hope that everyone will work towards their goals as quickly as possible, after all, we don't know whether there will be more disasters and more refugees in the future. Compared to Ron and his team who decided to rest and recuperate first, Mind Atis immediately urged the team members to set off, in order to express his determination, which was different from Ron's and more resolute. Ron and his companions completely ignored the provocation and rested comfortably in From for a day, repairing their armor and sorting out their belongings. Ron was refining potions, Driver disappeared first, and Ivy even got herself a huge tower shield that could cover her entire body from the mayor's arsenal. You can't have a warm bed if you are impatient. Ron persuaded the anxious Victoria. Jianduanja said that Ron did not lead the team until the early morning of the next day, and his target was not the south, but directly north. Why? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I will have to leave the team immediately and catch up with Mindotis's team. After walking north for a day and a half, Victoria felt disappointed. She stood there and began to protest to Ron. She even regretted joining this group. The goblin disappeared, and now these 2 people were heading north again. What on earth were they going to do? Just be patient, Ron raised his hands and chuckled, you'll know soon. I sent Driver to give us a message before we set out, so we don't have to go too far. They'll be here soon. Listen carefully, the wild is calling. In the wilderness, the howling of wolves could be heard one after another. Goblin! Victoria's expression changed when she saw more than a dozen wolves galloping towards them, with 2 or 3 short humanoid creatures lying on each of them. Why are there so many? Could it be that there is a goblin's nest nearby? Don't panic, we are all family, Ron patted her shoulder, at least for now. It's not realistic for just a few of us to explore the entire fantasy land, is it? So you're allying with the goblins? My God, Victoria sighed, they can't be trusted. Didn't anyone ever tell you that? The pastor's voice was cut off abruptly by an even louder howl. At the end of the field of vision, a giant beast that was several times larger than an ordinary wolf came galloping over. It had a full set of protective gear and saddle on its back, and a giant goblin was sitting on it, holding a spear in his hand. It was Khalid, the hobgoblin and his warg. Victoria's vigilance and hostility became stronger. Ron, the ally you chose is really dangerous. You. Thank you for the compliment, Khalid urged his wolf to rush in front of the people like the wind. Driftu said you found a good place for us. No man's land, rich in resources, and a hostile environment. Ron nodded. What about the other goblins? We had to kill some mounts these days, so they had to walk, Khalid said, nodding towards Ivy, and then his eyes fell on Victoria. Who is this woman? She's from a nearby town that was troubled by refugees from the surrounding villages, so they decided to open up new territory. Ron gave a brief description of the situation in Frome town. Well, that means the mayor is not very interested in the Delusion land, the hobgoblin grinned. Great, then she can survive, and so can the refugees. That assumes there are sufficient resources. The history and culture of the hobgoblins is one of constant conquest and expansion. Under normal circumstances, Khalid would never turn a blind eye to the surrounding towns and refugees. In his eyes, other races, including his cousin the goblins, are all slaves and cannon fodder. But the situation is special now. His army has almost reached the end of its rope. Survival is the top priority, and other things must be considered later. My lord has no interest in the new territory, but that doesn't mean he would like to have a goblin warlord as a neighbor. Victoria muttered, but at this point, she did not take any more drastic actions. Whether out of loyalty to the two leaders, Victor and Ron, or out of her devotion to Haim, based on the preliminary consensus reached by both parties, she would not show hostility to the other party, even the goblins. While Helm strives to stay alert, clear-headed, and true to his word, Victoria decides to follow her god's instructions, continue to follow Ron, but remain vigilant at all times. Very good, it looks like we will have a pleasant cooperation. Ron smiled at her. People in the lawful neutral camp are indeed good companions. They may complain and question, but this will not affect their performance of their duties. To be honest, I didn't even have much hope, but you kept your promise. On the way, Khalid rode the wolf slowly beside Ron. You made me look at you in a new light, human. Too many races look down on us. They don't trust us, so they take our betrayal for granted. They firmly believe that we will definitely do the same thing. You made me lose a meal. The wolf under Khalid's crotch blew white air to express his dissatisfaction. This large monster was obviously the best of its kind and could even speak the common language. Maybe there are too many of your kind doing this. Ron glanced at him. This was not a victim-blaming theory. What he had seen and heard in his 2 lifetimes did not give him a good evaluation of goblins. Really? Khalid pretended to be surprised. Have you seen many hobgoblins? Or is it her, or her? Khalid pointed at Ivy and Victoria one after another, and they both snorted coldly at the same time. Stories about you are passed down by both elves and humans, Ivy whispered, and in those stories, hobgoblins are usually not positive characters. Not to mention the goblins. But I released you from prison, gave you a chance to live, and allowed you to leave our base, Khalid chuckled, but you don't seem to have changed your mind. No, I have changed, and the fact that I am still here is the best proof of that. All we can say is that the relationship between goblins and other races is so bad that keeping promises has become a proof of friendship. On their way, Ron and Victoria chose a route that bypassed the town of Frome to avoid being seen associating with the goblins. Others might not be willing to listen to Ron's explanation. The journey to the outskirts of Delusion took about 4 days, with the goblin wolf riders acting as outposts a little faster. The air is getting humid. Khalid licked his cracked lips, his eyes showing excitement. He looked up at the sky, where cumulonimbus clouds were gathering in the sky not far away. It's going to rain, Victoria murmured. Not only these goblins, but the town of Frome has also not seen any rainfall for a long time. This is Delusion Land, it looks like we've come to the right place. Ron breathed a sigh of relief. These days, their drinking water is basically supplied by Victoria, but although the water-making spell is useful, it takes up precious spell-casting resources. Especially according to Victoria herself, she does not have as much power as Boone, and cannot cast more advanced spells. These days, priests have basically been used as warriors, although because there are a large number of goblins accompanying them, there is no real need for them to hunt. What do you say now? Khaled sat up high and looked at the terrain ahead. There is a COL on the left-hand side ahead. I am not quite sure about your habits. Is that a suitable place to build a base? During these few days, Ron and the goblins reached another agreement. The goblins would help them build an outpost to get in touch with the town of Frome, while Ron would be responsible for persuading the arriving refugees, townspeople and merchants to live in peace with the goblins and provide trade to Callard and others. Of course you can, but we still have to go deeper. After all, we have to ask for stones and wood from the land. Ron made a suggestion after a brief exchange with the wolf cavalry who had returned from the front. The goblins walking behind were half a day slower than them, but because the whippers who had construction and exploration capabilities in the goblin caste system, the gatherers responsible for obtaining food, and the untouchables who worked as coolies were all behind them, there was nothing Ron and the others could do even if they didn't want to wait. Fortunately, the heavy rain in Delusion Land came later than expected. The goblins finally built a simple camp before the night rain poured down, and prepared shelter for Ron's team, Khaled and his wolf. The other goblins besides Driveford had to find their own places to hide from the rain, either hiding under the wolf's belly or hiding in the nearby woods. In short, they were scattered everywhere. Victoria stood at the door of the tent where Ron's team lived, leaning on her shield, and looked out vigilantly. Take a rest, Ivy patted her shoulder from behind. You've been on guard these past few days, your body can't take it. It's okay. This is my duty, Victoria waved her hand. Especially now that we are at the outskirts of the Delusion Land, we must not let our guard down. There is a reason why it has never been occupied. Even if there is danger, it will be inside, right? What could there be outside? Ivy shook her head. Knowing that she couldn't persuade the pastor, she had to go back and rest. It turns out that Victoria's worries were not unnecessary. It's just that they were not the victims. When the rain stopped at dawn, Ron squatted in the open space. In front of him, 3 goblin corpses were lined up in a row. 2 of them had been eaten beyond recognition by wild beasts, and only one was still intact, with bite marks on the waist clearly visible. Blood toxin, Ron concluded. Anticoagulation and muscle paralysis are typical effects. It's more likely that the predator is a reptile. Some kind of reptile, most likely a monitor lizard. Driver said on the side, snakes don't have bite marks like this. As a veteran hunter, his words were quite authoritative. They must have found a random place to sleep, which gave the giant lizard a chance to attack. Carrot was not surprised. Goblins were just consumables and cannon fodder to him, and he would not feel sad even if many of them died. However, the death of these 3 goblins did serve as a warning. Gather people and start building a stronghold. Carrot's order was passed down. These beasts usually only attack lone guys, form groups of 3 or 5, and don't act alone anymore. However, Carrot's order did not seem to work, and after the next night, 6 more goblins met with accidents. When we arrived, this was the only body left, Driver said angrily. There were a lot of blood trails extending into the depths. The others must have been dragged into their dens by the monitor lizards. This one has been bitten into a mess, and I can't see anything. Ron frowned. He was not a forensic doctor, so he couldn't find any useful information from such a fragmented body. It shouldn't be like that, Ivy crossed her arms. Drivedo, wasn't there an abundance of prey during the hunt these days? Why did the monitor lizard have to attack you? Maybe, goblin meat, delicious. Driver tilted his head and thought again, and could only come up with this answer. But this is almost impossible. It is recognized worldwide that dwarf meat is the most delicious, and goblins are not really a target worth hunting repeatedly. Strengthen the defense. Carrot didn't have any good ideas. On the 3rd day, 4 more goblins were missing. The whole group began to be shrouded in a terrifying atmosphere. There were even rumors among the goblins that this was a divine punishment from Magrubai. They were not a well-disciplined team, and with people disappearing every few days, their morale began to plummet. If this continued, desertions and unrest would only happen sooner or later. This is really outrageous. Khalid was furious. No wonder this shabby place is called the Land of Delusion. It's too hostile to outsiders. But I still don't believe it. I'm sleeping outside tonight. If they dare to come again, I'll peel off their skin and use it as chair cushions. He was worried that he couldn't take his original chair with him when he moved. I'll go rest first, and I'll come to help in the evening. Victoria turned and went into the tent. She had no intention of ensuring the safety of the goblins, but once all the goblins were gone, it would be their turn. As the leader of the team, Ron naturally couldn't let Victoria go into danger alone, so when the sky in Delusion Land darkened again, the 4 members of the team quietly hid near a goblin who was deliberately alone to rest. Kharad's wolf hid under a pile of fallen leaves as a warning and third ambush. Time soon came to the second half of the night. The few people and the wolf didn't even dare to breathe. Rustle, the sound of light dragging footsteps was getting closer and closer. 6, so many. Driver muttered softly. No wonder they could attack so many people at once, and those unlucky guys couldn't even sound the alarm. Do monitor lizards hunt in groups? Ron asked, frowning and trying to keep his voice as low as possible. This is not quite the same as what he remembered from his previous life. Generally speaking, no, Driver muttered. Monitor lizards usually live in small families of 2 to 4, and they won't leave their territory easily. So we've rarely been attacked by these things before. Look. They're going to attack. A monitor lizard was already lying on Kharad's body. It opened its big mouth full of stinky and sharp teeth, trying to bite Kharad's neck. However, at this moment, Kharad's yellow eyes suddenly opened, and his strong arms struggled, and his big hands like iron clamps instantly clamped on the monitor lizard's neck. Clamping it tightly, the monitor lizard screamed sharply and struggled desperately to break free from the hobgoblin's control. But it was useless to scratch with its limbs or twist and roll. Suddenly, the hobgoblin tightly wrapped its neck around the monitor lizard and brought it into its arms. The others only heard a series of bone-breaking sounds. When Kharad threw the monitor lizard to the ground, the reptile had turned into a pool of limp meat. At this moment, the giant lizards that had just been frightened reacted and began to besiege the earth goblins. Woo! The wolf lying in ambush under the fallen leaves let out a long howl as a signal, and Ron and others who had been waiting for a long time immediately rushed out. 4 balls of light lit up in the air, instantly illuminating the entire battlefield. At this moment, the discolored skin of the 2 humanoid creatures who had already touched Kharad could no longer provide them with cover. They were completely exposed to the ambush circle of Ron and others. Damn it, lizard man! Kharad roared and kicked the spear on the ground. The sharp tip of the spear immediately pierced the belly of a giant lizard. I was wondering why these giant lizards attacked us time and time again, but the goblins never raised the alarm. It turns out that you are the ones causing trouble. Lizard folk, humanoids nearly as loathsome as goblins, are in a state of near constant war with their neighbors and other creatures. They mark their borders with cracked skulls and remains, or with hieroglyphs painted in blood or feces. Lizard folk live in filth. The walls of their caves are smeared with dirt, greasy secretions, and the debris of their foul feasts. In terms of intelligence, these creatures were only slightly more intelligent than wild beasts, and could not be compared with goblins at all. A person with sufficient eloquence and talent could still escape from the mouth of a goblin, but facing lizardmen and their captive giant lizards, there was only one way out, except to fight to the death. These guys' territory is here. Ivy raised a tower shield in front of Ron and blocked a lizardman's sharp claw attack, and Driver immediately shot an arrow and injured his shoulder blade. It shouldn't be like this. Victoria swung her hammer and knocked over a monitor lizard, responding loudly, these guys' territory should be deeper in the swamp. The intelligence of the lizardmen was not enough for them to understand or speak the common language. In response to Victoria's questioning, they simply uttered a series of incomprehensible lizardman words and then retreated, leaving the giant lizards to block their way. They had not expected that they would be ambushed, and now that the situation was not good, they obviously wanted to escape. Want to escape? Kharad grinned, waved his arm, and the spear flew out of his hand, and a lizard man fell to the ground. The heavy spear pierced directly through his lower abdomen and nailed him to the ground. Chase them! Seeing that the surrounding giant lizards had been dealt with by Ron and his men, Kharad immediately wanted to catch up and kill the lizard man who was shot by Driver. Wait! Ron stopped him quickly, let him go back. What? Was your head bitten by a giant lizard? Let him go, the blood will expose his whereabouts. Ron pointed at the lizard man who was quickly disappearing in the woods. We must root out the lizard man at his roots. Bring the best hunters with us, and let's track him down to his lair and catch them all in one fell swoop. If Ron had invaded their territory, it would be fine. He would have nothing to say about these lizardmen doing such things. But this was clearly not the lizardmen's hunting ground, and they still attacked them. It was obviously not okay not to kill them all. We are going to build a stronghold here. Most of the refugees and merchants are ordinary people. Who can stand the lizard people coming here every day? Good idea. Carrot nodded approvingly, walked over and pulled out his spear. Go gather the hunters. Without Ron and the others having to take action, the wolf had already rushed out and headed straight to the camp to report the news. Not long after, accompanied by a burst of noisy noises, a dozen hunters rushed over. The terrain in the woods is complex, and the lizardmen are born with color-changing skin, which makes them unsuitable for fighting in wolf packs, so these hunters all walk. It is enough to leave the task of blood hunting and tracking to the wolf. He went south. The wolf guided them all the way. When the sky was getting light, a dirty and muddy swamp appeared in front of them. The lizardmen went in. The smell here is too strong. I can't smell it anymore. It doesn't matter, they can't escape. Ron didn't care about the mud at this moment. He and his companions followed a group of goblins to start a carpet search, vowing to find the hiding place of the lizardmen. Boss! Something's going on here. Soon, a goblin hunter shouted loudly. He found a stone more than 1 meter high with an unknown pattern painted on it with blood. However, the hunter did not notice that the space behind him was obviously distorted and was rapidly approaching him. Watch your back. Victoria didn't think much about it. She took out the crossbow from behind and shot an arrow. A blood flower suddenly bloomed in the air. But unfortunately, because of the protection of the lizardman's natural scales, Victoria's crossbow did not cause it fatal injuries. The lizardman still swung its claws and scratched the hunter's skin. There were bursts of strange calls from all directions, and a large number of lizardmen and their raised giant lizards rushed out from behind the trees and from the mud, surrounding them. The two groups of people engaged in close combat and immediately started a fight. These lizardmen were almost the same as wild beasts, with their bodies protected by natural scales, and their means of attack were nothing more than claws and bites. Although these creatures were extremely brave, they were quickly defeated by the relatively well-equipped goblins. Ron hid in the shadow of the Avita shield, occasionally firing a few flaming arrows at the lizardmen while also observing carefully. The lizardmen have a simple tribal structure, and if you can defeat their leader first, you should be able to end the battle quickly. A distinctive lizardman caught his attention. This lizardman was not unarmed, but holding a worn and rusty longsword. It was tall, mighty and strong. 5 goblin hunters attacked it but made no progress. Saurians understand the value of metal weapons and armor, and will fight among themselves for the right to possess these items. Undoubtedly, the largest and toughest Saurians will emerge as the leaders of the tribe while possessing these items. Carrot, don't worry about those ordinary lizardmen. Ron shouted, the one holding the long sword is the leader. I see. Carrot turned the spear handle upside down, knocked a lizard man to the ground, and strode towards the lizard man leader. Go to hell, stupid thing. Even though the lizard man was very brave, he was still no match for the earth goblin. In just half a minute, Carrot found a flaw and took advantage of the opportunity when the lizard man leader was about to chop the air with his sword, then he turned around and thrust his spear. The tip of the spear rose from the bottom up and pierced the lizard man leader's upper and lower jaws together with a puff. That was a close call. The hobgoblin pulled out his dagger again and poked several bloody holes in the lizardman leader's body. He only stopped after making sure that the opponent was completely dead. At this time, Ron had already escaped from the battle and was standing beside the blood-smeared boulder, staring at a hole in the ground in a daze. What are you looking at? Aren't you going in? Ivy walked over curiously and looked at the cave entrance with Ron. Look here, Ron pointed at the messy footprints in the mud in front of him. These 3-fingered ones are the footprints of lizardmen, right? Who stepped on these? Who stepped on these? Ron asked, pointing at some other marks. Although it was covered with numerous lizardman paw prints, those footprints were too unique to be ignored. Those are the footprints left by the soles of shoes. One of them is tall and heavy, Driver came over immediately after hearing Ron's discovery, and the other is very short and light. I can't tell anything about the other two. They look pretty much the same as you. It's obvious that the lizardmen are against us because they are instigated by these people. Victoria looked down at the footprints, and there was no emotion in her tone. Do you want to go down? Khalid came over and asked. Ron closed his eyes and thought for a moment, go down. We have to know what happened. If there is no other way here, they may not have gotten out yet, Driver reminded his companions, pick up your weapons and get ready. Did you hear that? Cheer up! Card shouted and jumped down first. Victoria and Ivy followed closely behind. Ron and Driver were the third group, and behind them were the goblin hunters. These hunters had just experienced a fierce battle and lost some men, but all those who were still alive and breathing followed without exception. The reason is simple, they found that the enemy was not strong, and this was the time to demonstrate their bravery and fearlessness. The front half of the lizardman's lair was very simple, and their extremely limited intelligence was not enough for them to build a complex network of channels. But the further back you went, the more complex the structure of the entire lair became. It looks like they found an ancient relic or tomb. Khalid snorted with some jealousy. Just as he said, as they went deeper, a huge stone door appeared in front of them. The door was not closed but open. Ron looked inside and could see nothing in the darkness. It's that elf. Ivy said coldly, why is he here? Shouldn't they have traveled through the land of delusion to the other side? Victoria was puzzled. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Elves, tieflings, dwarves, and human barbarians. This combination is hard to forget once you've seen it. Ivy looked at Ron. What do you mean, should we just rush over there? Don't be impulsive, Ron glanced at Victoria. Nominally, we are still colleagues. Why don't we just go over there? Maybe we can get some information. Anyway, we have the advantage in numbers now, right? That's right in terms of number, Ivy groaned, but he still has a few lizardmen there. Oh, the injured guy was killed and fell to the ground. Let's go and take a look. Ron nodded and turned to look at Khalid. Captain, please wait here with your men. Once the fight starts, we will have to rely on your strength. Go ahead and feel free, Khalid showed his canine teeth. It's best if you can't reach an agreement. I like this place very much. It can be my base camp. Building on the flat land in the valley and cohabiting with other intelligent races is too unconventional. Khalid prefers this kind of place that is obviously suitable for the nest of goblins. Hurry up! You idiots! When Ron and the others approached, they heard a familiar voice scolding his men. That human team arrived 3 days late, and dawdled around the periphery for another 3 days, but even so you still couldn't find what I wanted. If this continues, we'll be overtaken by them, and then we won't get a single penny. That's enough. You noisy thing! Chief Sira of the ogre tribe threw the shovel in his hand to the ground and looked at the elf mind Atis angrily. I'm tired of being pointed at by you. I was going to cross the land of delusion and settle in the town over there, but you asked us to dig around in this dark tomb. What's your intention? I don't mind, Quest shrugged. I've bet on both sides. If you keep making such a fuss, I'll go to Ron. Go to that human? If you want to go, go ahead. I'm not stopping you. Hey! How long have you been watching there? Mind Atis was still arguing with Quest, when he saw Ron and his companions standing at the door. Aha! Needless to say, you must have taken advantage of these stupid lizardmen, otherwise you would never find me in your life. Mind Atis shouted at Ron angrily. Oh? I thought you lured us here on purpose, didn't you? Ron leaned against the stone gate. Long time no see, Mr. Smart Mind Atis, or Mr. Smart Mind Atis. Now that we are here as you wish, is there anything you want to say? For example, tell me what you did before and what your purpose is. What did I do? Mind Atis laughed, but there was a hint of anger in his laughter. I did nothing. I just told that idiot Halak and the other refugees their true desires, and then hired a group of bandits from the Gobi Desert in the west. I thought I could control the entire pioneer group in my hands and build a team that only obeys my orders. I didn't expect you guys to come out and mess up and ruin my plan. But it doesn't matter, I can still find new slaves here, they are so stupid that they will obey my orders completely. Really? Ron turned his gaze to Sira. What about you, chief of the ogre tribe? What do you think? As you can see, this elf is an egomaniac and a control freak. He wants to take over this land alone, Sira. You should understand one thing now, he will never allow a second force, such as the ogre tribe, to exist here. Are you still going to follow him? Oh my god, Oh my god! Mind Atis stamped his feet exaggeratedly, how despicable and shameless. You actually poached his girlfriend right in front of your competitor. It's totally unreasonable. Sira, you can't believe the nonsense of such a person. A double-edged axe passed by Mindottis's pointed ears and took away a strand of his golden hair. The barbarian put away the axe and looked at the elf coldly. You guessed it, slender pole. Like I just said, I've had enough of you. You idiot. Mind Atis covered his ears and screamed, you ungrateful thing. I was the one who brought you out, not the one who associated with those freaks. Come on. You are the owners of this tomb today. As Mind Atis spoke, he quickly ran to the other side. He seemed to be very familiar with this tomb. I don't know which mechanism he manipulated, but a thick stone wall fell down, completely isolating him from Ron. Quest saw it and reacted quickly. He just glanced at Ron and then flew to Mindottis' side, disappearing behind the stone wall with the elf. The dwarf spellcaster also noticed something was wrong, but due to his short legs, he was unable to retreat in time and was trapped with a group of lizardmen. What do you mean? Ron looked at him, we are very short of manpower, so you are welcome to change your job. Don't even think about it. The dwarf glared at Ron fiercely, I will never be a traitor, go to hell. Giant transformation technique. As the dwarf began to cast spells with spells, gestures and a pinch of iron powder, an already strong lizardman immediately began to grow larger. In just a few seconds, its body size expanded to twice its original size. It roared at Sira and pounced on all fours. At the same time, the other lizardmen and the goblin hunters outside also responded quickly. One lizardman after another attacked Ivy and Victoria's shield formation, and a series of arrows shot in from behind the door, sending sparks and blood on the lizardman's scales. Scorching shot. The dwarf hiding in the corner behind the giant lizardman was preparing to cast a spell again. This was his usual tactic, strengthen a companion who was good at melee combat, while hiding himself and launching a sneak attack. But unfortunately, this time he attacked the wrong person. Snapped. While the dwarf was still casting a spell with his hand gestures, a feather arrow flew in from the air and shot through one of his palms. Not only was his scorching rays unable to be released, but even the giant transformation spell on the lizard man that required him to stay focused was also dissipated. Before the poor lizard man had time to adapt to this sudden change, Sira's axe chopped him down and half of his head was cut off. Ha! Do you like it? This is my local reduction technique. Sira spat on the lizardman's corpse and laughed. These lizardmen were slightly stronger than their counterparts outside, but their numbers were much smaller. On the other hand, Ron had a barbarian join him. When the dwarf was shot through the palm by a cold arrow from Driver, the situation had become one-sided, and the tomb was filled with the smell of lizardman's blood. As for the dwarf, Ron wanted to spare his life. Whether it was by reasoning with him, appealing to his emotions, or using the great memory recovery technique, he would get as much information as possible out of him. But even Khalid couldn't microcontrol the goblins, and before Ron could try to stop him, the dwarf was stabbed into a sieve by the goblins who swarmed over him. I wanted to keep him alive, Driver shook his head regretfully, but I guess it would be useful for you to keep him alive. Forget it, Ron waved his hand. If he's dead, he's dead. There should be someone here who knows Mindottis's purpose, right? Don't look at me, Sira, who was so brave just now, suddenly felt guilty. I don't get along with that elf, you saw it too. He never tells me anything. I only know that we came here this time to find a slab carved from a purple gem. Did you find it? Ivy asked. No, Sira shook her head, we came from the other side of the stone wall, and here is the last tomb, but we still found nothing. But Mind Atis assured us that he couldn't be wrong. The slab must be here. Is it this one? Khalid came over at this time. There was no suspense in the previous battle, so he did not take any action and just watched from the side. In the hands of the earth elf, he was holding a stone slab that was about half a meter long and wide. The entire slate was carved from a single piece of purple gemstone, reflecting dazzling light under Ron's dancing light technique. I don't know, Sira shrugged, but it looks like it should be it. Where did you find it, big guy? It's in the crack behind the stone door. Khalid led everyone over and pointed to the place where the stone slab was found. It was an ordinary pile of rubble. There is a secret compartment here. In the past, Ivy walked over and touched a not-so-obvious groove on it, probably because of the passage of time, the mechanism broke down and the stone slab stuck inside fell out. The stone above shattered and covered it up, so it was not discovered. I didn't expect you to find me today. I poked its edge with my spear and pried it out from the pile of rocks, Carrot said. Let's not talk about that for now. What on earth did the elf want to do by being so persistent in finding it? I told you not to ask me, Et. Sira was speechless. I really don't know what he wants to do with this thing. Look, there are several grooves on it. Do I need to put something in it before I can use it? Ron took the stone slab from Khaled's hand and looked at it again and again. 4 smooth sides and 3 sanded sides. Victoria looked at the slate thoughtfully. If I were the one who made the slate, I would definitely make sure that the grooves for holding items were all on the same side. Put it vertically. Driver regretted his words as soon as they came out of his mouth, because everyone present looked at him with contempt. The stone slab is half a meter long and wide, but as thick as Ron's palm. It is almost impossible to stand it upright after embedding objects asymmetrically on both sides. Unless, it can float up by itself after being activated, Victoria cast a detection spell on the stone slab. There is indeed a strong aura on it. It is indeed a good magic item, but the problem is that we don't know how to use it now. Then we have to take it with us for now. Mind Atis will definitely not give up easily. Maybe we can get something out of him when we catch him next time. Ron put the slate away, and no one questioned it. He is the only mage in the team, although he is only a half-baked one at the moment. Let's search this place again. It would be a shame to go back empty-handed since we're here. Ivy? What are you doing in front of that coffin? After looking at the secret compartment where the stone slab was originally stored, Ivy went to wander around. This time she stopped in front of a sarcophagus, wondering what she had discovered. Ron, come here. Ivy didn't turn around, but just waved him over. Do you still remember the empire I used to bully others? Highland Empire. Ron was stunned and quickly moved over. Following Ivy's finger, Ron saw a familiar emblem pattern on the inside of the sarcophagus. Double lion crown. Double lion crown? Isn't this? Ron was a little dumbfounded. Just as Ivy had said, this should be the emblem of the short-lived Elven Empire, the Halen Empire. But how did it appear here? Could it be that Delusion Land was once part of the Halen Empire? Impossible, Ivy shook her head. 100 years may seem a long time to humans, but to elves it is just a fragment of their long life. There is no doubt that the Delusion Land has never been truly occupied, and it is even more impossible for the Halen Empire to be occupied. Ron expressed his confusion. If that's the case, then why did they carve the coat of arms here? Or were the existing tombs and sarcophagi carved with the coat of arms later? Why do you think they do this? Have you been here? Elves are not dwarves. They wouldn't play such a boring prank. Ivy shook her head. And you see, the erosion of time around the emblem and other parts of the sarcophagus are basically the same, which means that the two are products of the same period. That's probably related to the stone slab. Ron thought for a moment. A Halen noble secretly buried himself in a dangerous uninhabited land. It sounds like he was trying to guard some precious item. A slate with missing parts? And let me remind you that not everyone was qualified to hold the Twin Lion's crown at that time. Only members of the royal family of the Halen Empire could hold it. If a royal family member really needs to be buried here instead of in the family cemetery, then the value and power of the stone slab is probably far beyond our imagination. Perhaps this is the purpose of Mindodis's trip. Ron clapped his hands suddenly. Do you think he is the spiritual descendant of the Halen Empire, dreaming of reviving the Empire? We have all witnessed his own abilities, so he needs to rely on some external forces, such as the precious relics of the ancient empire. It's very possible, and he may not even be a spiritual descendant. Ivy's expression became serious. He may be the remnant of the Halen Empire. We have to stop him, Ron. We must not let this guy succeed in his plot. Ivy spoke very seriously, which might have something to do with her mother. As the child of a rebel back then, Ivy knew how extreme and evil that empire was through words and deeds. What are you talking about? The organization behind the elves. Sira came closer. How evil can it be? Like the frost giants. A person like you can be bought with 3 for 1 silver coin in that empire. Ivy glanced at the barbarian coldly, pretending to be cold and ruthless. That's really too evil. Sira shouted, I need at least 1 gold coin. So it was a price issue? The others looked at Sira in shock. If that's the case, we should indeed stop that elf. Khaled agreed with Ivy, but from his perspective, the other party was a very powerful potential competitor. After all, in the society of the Earth Elves, slavery is also an ancestral law. I can spread the hunters out into the delusion and start searching, and they won't get too far. Then it's all up to you, Ron nodded and reminded, but don't alert the enemy, just lock onto their location and actions. After all, we know almost nothing about Mind ATIS right now. If we alert the possible forces behind us for this little fish, it will be more trouble than gain. And the whereabouts of the parts on the stone slab may depend on him, Ivy added. I understand. I'll let my men pay attention to it. Crad agreed. This matter was equally important to him. How could he allow others to sleep soundly beside his bed? The mere delusion of being sandwiched between the city-states of other races already made him a little unhappy. Now there were people making trouble in his territory. He absolutely could not tolerate this alone. Hey, Ron! Driver exclaimed at this time, you should come and see this. The goblin hunter couldn't understand what Ron and Ivy were saying, so he just ran to the dwarf's body and searched around. Unexpectedly, he actually found something. A piece of paper made of special materials, covered with strange symbols and patterns, glowed faintly in the dim underground environment. This is a magic scroll, Ivy took a look, but I don't know what's written on it. She's not a spellcaster, and only Ron and Victoria can understand this kind of thing. Dwarven, Victoria took it and identified it carefully. This is a language that borrowed the writing system of the Dwarven language. It is famous for its technical papers and academic classifications of the natural world. It is relatively easy to identify. Can you help me decipher it? Ron looked at her expectantly. Maybe I can copy it into my own spellbook. That, I can't help you with, the priest said with difficulty. I know what language it is, not because I really know the writing. But if you know how to identify it, you might be able to find out its function. I don't have a stable source of spells to learn. Ron sighed, and if I remember correctly, identification seems to require a pearl of sufficient size as a casting material. As a wizard, Ron is extremely poor now. Even if he was given a pearl like this, his first reaction would definitely be to sell it for money. Maybe things will get better once the trading post is established, Victoria consoled him. There was nothing she could do about it. Victoria was a guard before. Although she was highly regarded by Victor for her outstanding abilities, she obviously could not afford the expenses of such training with her financial resources. After this pursuit, Ron and his team seemed to have gained a lot, but also seemed to have gained nothing. The gemstone tablet was obviously valuable, and the magic scroll was also very valuable. But neither of them could be used directly, without exception. The biggest gain may be the joining of Syrah and the harvest of a good batch of lizardman flesh by the goblins of Karad. The hunters have dispersed, and the progress here at the outpost is going smoothly. If nothing unexpected happens, we will have a good trading post tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, just like you described. A few days later, in the camp, Ron watched the goblins busying around in the camp. Khaled came over and described the recent situation to him. In addition, they also built a small house for you. Come and see it. When Ron followed Khaled into the construction site, he saw that the entire trading post had taken shape. Outside was a circle of wooden walls as fortifications, with sharpened wooden stakes inserted into the tops of the walls. At the same time, these walls also surrounded the outline of the entire trading post, leaving a large open space in the middle. Opposite the courtyard gate and with its back against the mountain, the goblins built a single-story, flat-roofed building with wood and stone, which served as a hall and temporary lounge. They even opened up part of the mountain to expand the indoor space. We were originally planning to build a 2-story building here, Karad scratched his face awkwardly, but you know, the only people who know the most about architecture here are the goblins. We kept building it over and over again, so we had to give up this plan temporarily. However, 3 floors have been dug out from the inside of the mountain. In addition to the 2 floors above ground, there is also a floor underground, which is now used as a storage room. Khaled pointed to a row of thatched huts on the left and said, according to what the priestess said, a stable was built here, but we don't have horses now, so it might be more appropriate to call it a wolf stable. Priestess. Ron reacted for a moment before realizing that the other person was referring to Victoria. Did you build all of this based on her advice? Yes, Karad nodded, she is very popular among the goblins now. She saved a hunter when attacking the lizardman's nest that day. This incident spread quickly. She now has a high reputation among the goblins. The hobgoblin said a little embarrassedly, regarding her, I have a suggestion, can I let her join my army? I am in need of a marching priest now, you know. Your army lacks everything except goblins, Ron complained silently. You have to tell her about this, if she is willing. Ron knew without even having to see Khalid shaking his head and sighing that it was impossible for someone like Victoria to abandon her duties and turn to others, let alone stay with a group of goblins. Let's not talk about this for now. Come this way. This is what I said. Kallard led Ron past the stable. On the hill behind, Ron noticed that there was another small hole about 1 person tall, covered with a door curtain made of tanned lizardman skin. They thought you were a priest, so they insisted on building a separate room for you. But if you ask me, a wizard should have his own workshop. Thank you for your kindness, Ron smiled, and pushed aside the curtain to go in. There was almost nothing displayed inside, but it was filled with various medicinal herbs, some of which had been dried, while others were still fresh, with even soil on their roots. The most abundant items here are the cave algae and grey shadow leaves that Ron once used to stabilize his injuries. Remember the competition you told them about? Kallard saw Ron's confusion and couldn't help laughing. Now, it has become a daily routine for those goblins to see who can chew more and who can tolerate the bitterness more. Therefore, they pick more of these 2 herbs. The current champion is still Driver. Including the previous 2 times, his record has been broken to a total of 7 times. Khalid had no objection to this, on the contrary, he was very happy to see his soldiers in competition with each other. Whether it is benign or malignant does not matter to him, but competition that does not cause casualties but can heal the wounded is certainly better. As long as you are happy. Ron didn't know what to say. These goblins actually took what he said seriously. Especially this guy Driver. Well, he was probably driven by his competitive spirit. Any other news recently? For example, the whereabouts of Mind Atis. The hunters haven't found him yet, Kallard thought for a moment, the elf is very cunning. After we left the lizardman's lair that day, the hunters searched for traces nearby and followed him. Unexpectedly, it was a trap. The 3 hunters were almost buried alive in the mud. As for the other news. Just as Kallard was about to think about it again, a goblin rushed in hurriedly, shouting and yelling at Kallard. This goblin was a child who was not yet an adult and could not speak the common language. He was just reporting the situation to Khalid in goblin language, and the latter's expression became strange. What happened? Towards from town. Kallard looked at Ron in confusion. Xiao Lu said that a woman who was about the same height as us ran over there, but she was too weak and fainted on the side of the road. If we foragers hadn't found her in time, she would have almost become a snack for a wild boar. Are they about the same height? Ron's heart skipped a beat. Could it be one of the 2 halflings he knew, but why did they come here instead of staying in the town? The trading post hadn't been built yet. Didn't Lavinia say that she would come back after she got some news? Take me to see it. Ron's words were relayed to the little goblin by Khalid, who immediately trotted out, and Ron quickly followed the other's pace. In the tent outside the construction site, Ron saw the halfling priest who had just woken up. She looked pale and was drinking the water handed to her by Victoria in small sips. Bunny. Ron looked at her in disbelief. Why are you here? Where's Lavinia? Even if it really could be one of the 2 halflings, Ron felt that it would most likely be Lavinia, but he didn't expect it to be her. It would have been fine if Ron didn't mention Lavinia, but this time, the tears in Bonnie's eyes burst like a dam and could no longer be stopped. Lavinia went out of town to collect herbs, and then she was captured. What? Ron was shocked. Can you tell me in detail? Who captured her? Why did they capture her? Since you left, Boone cried, the city was in a battle and the guards couldn't be replenished for a while. I don't know where those desperados in the west heard the news from. They have been gathering outside the town these days and even organized 2 tentative attacks, but they were all stopped by the guards. But Lavinia had to go out of town to collect herbs to make a living. I advised her not to go out but she didn't listen. Now, she was arrested as soon as she left the town. I tried to find Mayor Victor, but the answer I got was that the garrison was too weak to send out troops. I was just a priest, so I had no choice but to think of you. Please, save Lavinia. Halflings, these petite people usually take care to avoid attracting attention and getting involved in meaningless fights, and thus survive in a world full of larger races. But if the town of From begins to be surrounded and attacked, the fact of leaving the city will be obvious enough, and hiding yourself will be useless. What about you? How did you get out? Ron asked hurriedly. I used a silencing spell at night so that they couldn't hear me, Boone explained, and then she became sad again. I should have followed Lavinia, so that she wouldn't be caught alone. If you two act together, your goal will be even bigger, Ron said. Can you still move? Let's go back and save her. I don't know if it's too late. There are still 3 days left, Boone calculated. The kidnappers gave us 5 days to raise 100 gold coins, otherwise they will kill me. Why don't you just give it to them first? Ivy asked. Lavinia is a wizard and she also runs an alchemy shop, so she should be able to come up with the money, right? After all, life is more precious than property. In terms of value, it should be far more than that, Boone smiled bitterly, but the problem is, these can't be converted into money in this town. Except for Lavinia, there are almost no people who know herbology and alchemy. In this period, everyone is desperately trying to exchange unnecessary things for coins. Who would spend money to buy such things? Looks like there's nothing we can do. Sierra pulled out a giant axe from under her blanket. Chief, when you give the order, we'll go and blow those kidnappers' minds. Sierra had no interest in who kidnapped whom or who Ron knew. She only knew that there was a fight to be had, and that was the most important thing. Her daily routine here these days is basically hunting herbivores. Other goblins are hard to mess with, and she is almost going moldy. Victoria, what do you think? Ron consulted the last member of the team for his opinion. There was no need to ask Driver, as this hunter had become increasingly estranged from his previous job, and even Khalid could hardly use him. However, the hobgoblin didn't feel anything about the loss of a goblin, while Ron thought he had gained a reliable helper. I can go anytime, Victoria nodded, but it's better to let Bonnie rest. She's too tired and a little exhausted. So 2 hours later, Ron temporarily handed over the affairs of the camp to Khalid, and set off with the team members and Benny. Just ahead, see those smoke? After almost seeing the town of From, Bunny raised her hand and pointed to a small hill in the west. That's the camp of the kidnappers. It was dinner time, and the high ground was covered with haphazardly built fences, with iron wires and ropes twisted together to form a sparse camp. As Ron and his team approached slowly in the shadows cast by the setting sun, they could see the kidnappers sitting lazily around the campfire, boasting about how their weapons had killed many screaming victims. The camp was in chaos, and there was no order at a glance. It's really strange. The vast desert in the west is not close to the town. Why are these people here? Victoria whispered in confusion. Being in a remote area, From was not a worthy target. Remember, Mind Atis said that the criminals at the banquet that day also came from the Gobi Desert, Ivy reminded. You mean, this is also a trick of that elf? But why? Because we have to go back to help. Otherwise, once the town falls, the establishment of the base will become meaningless. Ron lowered his voice. If he wants to rummage around in the Delusion Land, we who are also exploring the Delusion Land will undoubtedly be the biggest obstacle. The longer we are held up, the greater the chance that he will be able to find those relics. But he doesn't know that the most crucial piece of the puzzle has fallen into our hands. Ivy chuckled. Then let's make a quick decision. Sierra carefully observed the position of the bandits in the camp. We can go around from the other side. There is a gap in the fence there, and there are only 2 people guarding it. If it's possible from there. Ivy, why are you looking at me like that? I'm surprised you actually use tactics. Ivy looked at her in amazement. Shouldn't you suggest grabbing weapons and charging in from the front with WA? That's not impossible. I'm just considering your feelings. Sierra curled her lips, or should I really rush forward? Forget it, let's be safe. Ron quickly held down Sierra, who was about to move. There are hostages inside. Mao-style rescue is not advisable. If it weren't for saving Lavinia, they wouldn't have come. Driverdo, are you sure you can handle those 2 people over there? No problem. The goblin grinned. I learned a few new tricks while hunting recently. Driver raised his hood to cover his face, then drew a pair of daggers from his waist and ran to the back of the camp with his back crouched. The goblin was short in stature, and he hid himself deliberately and skillfully, so the robbers who were not paying much attention to the lookout did not notice his presence at all. Only from Ron's angle could they see Driver's actions, but... How about Driver? Why did a thick fog suddenly rise behind the robbers' camp? it was almost impossible not to attract other people's attention with such a change. The robbers quickly moved over there, and the two closest robbers were instantly swallowed up by the thick fog and never came out again. What is this kid doing? Sira was shocked, but it was definitely not because of Driver's trick. He had alarmed everyone in the camp. Why would a cloud of fog with a diameter of more than 10 meters suddenly rise up from a bare hillside? Anyone would be suspicious. It's come to this, Ron sighed. It would be better for him to assassinate Driver with his own skills. That way, the chance of success might be greater. Let's charge in from the front and head straight for that tent. However, as his teammates stood up and attacked the robbers, a question popped up in Ron's mind: isn't Driver a rogue? How come he suddenly knows how to cast spells? Of course, no one has stipulated that rogues cannot learn spells. In fact, whether it is the trickster or the arcane thug, in the works that Ron read in his previous life, they are all rogue sub-professions that excel in spell-casting ability. But the spells of these professions are not obtained out of thin air, but require considerable effort just like the mage. And Driver obviously doesn't have the bloodline of a warlock, otherwise he wouldn't be just a hunter among the goblins. Spellcasters are highly skilled talents everywhere, especially among the goblins. And mist cloud technique? Ron, who couldn't figure it out, decided not to think about it anymore. He quickly followed Ivy's pace and, under the protection of the tower shield, he aimed his flaming arrows with all his strength. Although most of the robbers were on guard because of the appearance of fog, they certainly did not expect that the attack would be launched from two sides at the same time. In a moment, the whole camp was in chaos, with people crying and shouting. Ron and his men did not fight with these people and rushed directly into the tent. There was only an old robber with a white beard, and two who looked younger. Ron guessed that they were probably the old robber's nephews and grandchildren, who were pulled out to act as guards. Don't even move! Sira shouted, flew over and grabbed the old robber, holding him tightly in her arms. Hand over that halfling girl, or you will be killed by your leader. Uncle! Dad! The two young men were horrified, but Ivy behind them knocked one of them to the ground with a shield strike, while Ron grabbed the jaw of the other one. I warn you not to act rashly. Ron looked at the robbers swarming in and blocking the door of the tent, and pointed the index finger of his other hand into the mouth of the young man in his hand. At his fingertips, fire flickered. One step forward, and your head explodes. Where's that halfling you kidnapped a few days ago? Leave it to us, and we can all part ways in peace. Give it to them. Bring it here quickly. The old robber in Sira's hand shouted loudly. Ron and his men were very skilled and coordinated perfectly. The one Ivy knocked down was his nephew, and the one whose life was in Ron's hands was his only son. Moreover, his own life and property are in the hands of the other party. How dare he not compromise? However, faced with this situation, none of the robbers outside moved. There's no point in doing this. A shrewd-looking robber shouted, we can just elect a new leader. This bastard took the bribe himself and brought us all the way out to attack the town. There was no result at all, and instead a lot of brothers were killed. As soon as the robber opened his mouth, he immediately resonated with everyone, and the mob began to vent their dissatisfaction. If you let them go, we'll let you go safely and give you a few days to raise the ransom. The shrewd robber shouted again, let them go, there's no point in doing this. They are right. Please release us. I can still make the decision and ensure the safety of the hostages. The old robber said quickly, you saw it too, they don't care whether I live or die. If it were in the past, he would really enjoy the time in a woman's arms, but today was an exception. He was only thinking about how to survive, because the woman who was hugging him was stronger than a brown bear. Her arms were colder and harder than the axe in her hand. The bulging muscles and veins on them alone almost suffocated him. Then, go ahead and do it, Ron sneered, since the hostages are useless, why don't you rush over? Come on. Because you will use them as a shield. The shrewd robber rolled his eyes, then we won't be able to kill you right away. If you have the guts, kill the hostage first. Then we can fight it out with real weapons. You think I'm stupid? Ron laughed contemptuously, fire bolt. There was a flash of fire in Ron's hand, and a burst of blood exploded beside him, and hot blood and brain matter burst half of his body. Ron aimed at the lambdoid suture behind the parietal bone and occipital bone. The power of the flaming arrow was enough to penetrate the tissue of the mouth at this distance and directly pierce the skull through the gap. The young robber fell straight to the ground without even having time to scream. There was a brief silence inside and outside the tent. Are you crazy? The shrewd robber was furious. You killed the chips in your hand. Yes, Ron expressionlessly prepared another flaming arrow and pointed it at the old robber's nephew. Don't worry, I'm too cowardly. Even if you provoke me like this, I will only dare to kill the two younger ones, and I will have to let the old one go. Please give us a chance to live. Give you a chance to live? So you want me to die? The robber was already regretting why he jumped out to show off his wit. Their leader has always been cruel and ruthless. He instigated the other side to kill his only son and nephew. If he really survived, would he let him go? Impossible. If we want to survive, there is only one way, but if we let everyone rush in together, these companions may not listen to us. Just then, the canvas behind the tent made a sound, and Driver sneaked in from behind. Boss, I've released the halflings. The goblin laughed triumphantly. They are all stuck here, and there's no one to guard them. You guys. The robber leader in Sira's hand almost vomited blood. How could he gather such a group of idiots? You. The robbers outside were also shocked. At this moment, they no longer cared about the hostages and rushed in. Go. Go get your boss. Sira kicked the old robber out, and the shrewd guy immediately rushed forward and stabbed him in the heart. If you don't take ruthless action now, it will never be your turn. These bastards killed him. The robber spun the knife around and pulled it out, shouting angrily, kill them and avenge the leader. This trick was actually quite crude, but his accomplices didn't care about it. First kill these robbers who were even more ruthless than them, and then decide who would be the next leader. In the name of Timora, may you lead the way to victory under the guidance of the goddess. Bonnie crossed her hands in front of her chest, and 4 rays of light enveloped Sira, Ivy, Driver, and Victoria. They felt that they were full of strength, and their movements became more agile and precise. The priest's signature spell, Blessing. The abilities of arcane spellcasters are certainly flexible and varied, but there are still some things that only priests can do, such as this. And there is the disaster spell that Victoria is performing at this moment. Shit. The shrewd robber wanted to take the opportunity to sneak attack Ron, who looked thin, but when a beam of purple light enveloped him and the knife in his hand was about to stab Ron, a robber behind him suddenly knocked him off balance and he fell to the ground in such a chaotic situation. This is mine. Driver screamed, jumped over immediately and cut his carotid artery with a dagger. Look! I'm harder than the tree. Driver shouted again. He grabbed a handful of oak bark from his pocket. An illusory light shield like tree bark immediately appeared over the goblin. When a robber swung his spear at Driver, it didn't go in and a muffled sound was heard instead. Ron was now completely convinced that the fog just now was undoubtedly the work of this goblin. When did you learn these things? We were hunting in the woods these past few days. Driver shouted to Ron as he charged forward. I was hunting with them, and suddenly I felt something inside me, and then I learned these tricks. Did you hear any whispers or anything like that? Uni asked quickly, or some kind of sacred sound. I don't know. I didn't notice it either. Driver was forced back. He took off his short bow and shot again. You can use it whenever you want. But some tricks require me to throw something out to work. A ranger who uses the magic of nature to cast spells. Ron has basically determined the source of Driver's power. He was almost envious and jealous. A hunter who had almost no contact with magic, and was even a goblin, could actually rely on hunting in the wilderness to comprehend spells, while even if he had a scroll in his hand, he could not copy it because he was illiterate. Is this fair? In fact, it is fair. After all, the ranger's magic level can only reach the 5th ring, while the wizard is a noble 9th ring spellcaster. It's just that Ron cannot be considered to have officially stepped into this threshold now. Besides, Driver had been a hunter for at least 10 years, if he had never engaged in this profession before adulthood. If he really had a talent in this area, even after so many years, the quantitative change should have led to a qualitative change, and now it seemed that he undoubtedly had a talent. No matter what, the stronger our strength is, the better. Based on this, Ron should congratulate the hunter. As for now, let's kill these robbers first. Benny's blessing spell fell on everyone for the 3rd time, and the number of targets was reduced to 3. Her energy did not allow her to continue to cast higher level spells. However, there was still a large group of robbers blocking the tent. Grom is watching me. Sira roared wildly. When the primordial rage once again engulfed the barbarians, she rushed into the crowd again like a meat grinder, with scars all over her body. This reckless fighting style quickly crushed the robbers' fighting spirit. The title of Gobi Desert Desperados was earned by those truly reckless and ruthless characters. They were far from meeting that standard, so when faced with a truly life-threatening charge, their morale quickly collapsed. Sira! Get back behind me! Compared to Sira's ferocity, Ivy's fighting style can be said to be an organic combination of elves and humans, brave, calm, and resolute. If Sira could quickly frighten a mob and make them collapse, then Ivy's heavy tower shield and armor were enough to make the most well-trained soldiers despair. Even Ron, a teammate standing behind the shield, couldn't help but sigh, who was the crazy person who used this specialized military weapon in the team's adventure? Ivy advanced very slowly, but every time she took a step forward, the robbers had to take a step back outside the tent. Without any exceptions, the simple weapons in their hands were like toys in front of this steel giant weighing dozens of kilograms, not even worthy of scraping her, while Ivy could continuously swing the sword from behind, posing a significant threat to them. At this time, the robbers' rear seemed to be in chaos. Drink! Ha! Ron looked outside and saw a red guy waving a wooden stick and rushing in from outside the camp. There seemed to be traces of some alchemical potion at the corners of his mouth, which made him more powerful. He broke through the crowd of robbers and rushed towards the tent. There was no way Ron could mistake this guy. That tail! Those horns! Kill them all, don't let them escape! The wooden stick in Quest's hand spun like the wind. Ordinary robbers could not get close to him at all. But this tiefling did not seem satisfied with this. His goal was to kill all the robbers here. Quest, why are you everywhere? Ivy was so confused. Why did this demon seem like a lingering ghost? Because everything here is caused by mind ATIS. Quest laughed, and I was sent to supervise the progress of these guys' siege of From Town. With the addition of this fresh force, the robbers who could only barely suppress Ron and others were quickly defeated, but Quest was not going to let them go. He caught up with all the deserters and hit them on the back of the head with a stick. There was an iron ring on both ends of the wooden stick to increase its lethality. One can imagine how powerful it was. Mind ATIS. Ron looked at the bandit camp that had been almost wiped out, and looked at Quest vigilantly. This tiefling gave people a very strange feeling from the first time they met, and this feeling became more obvious every time they saw him. Demon, you shouldn't disobey orders, even if it's a good thing for me. Victoria frowned. Why are you here? God, you're so rigid, girl. You're such a beautiful girl, Quest sighed. It's obvious, I'm helping you, we're in this together. In the same group? I dare not say that, Sira muttered. Why didn't you defect when you were underground, but chose this time instead? I'm not trying to turn sides. I'm using my hands to make quotation marks so you understand what I mean, Quest said. I just came here to supervise the army and happened to meet you. It's obvious that I can't fight four hands with two fists. These robbers were all killed by my boss's enemies, that is, you, and I just escaped with my life. I don't know if I accidentally leaked any important information. Like? Ron raised an eyebrow. For example, Mind ATIS is currently resting on a small island in the middle of a river with 2 pine trees in the land of delusion. He may take advantage of your return to From Town to join the outlaws hired from the Gobi Desert and look for something on both sides of the river. It is believed that there is a territory of the Madwugs there. Have I revealed any important information? Ron, of course, I'm sure you didn't. We were just sniffing around and stumbled upon it. Very good, Quest nodded with confidence. Then you should go. Lavinia is waiting for you at the foot of the hill. She even gave me a bottle of agility potion just now. But I still don't understand why you did this. Sira's brain was a little insufficient. You can obviously just stand on our side. Dear Sira, you'd better give up thinking. Quest smiled slyly. For a barbarian, you use your brain too much. I am the chief of the ogre tribe. Okay, let me ask you a question. To defeat a thick-skinned beast, where is the best way to launch the attack? Sira answered without hesitation. If it was Olaf, he would definitely find a way to get into its stomach and then cut it open from the inside. As for me, I usually get under its body. The belly is the weak point of most creatures. So you understand? Know what? Sira was confused. I don't even know why you're asking this question. That's good, Quest smiled with satisfaction. You guys should leave quickly. I still have to deal with these bodies, lest Mind Atis comes back to check on the work, that would not be good. Although Ron didn't understand why Quest went to such great lengths to lurk around Mind Atis, it was obviously a good thing for him to have such an insider. He now just suspected that Quest's previous mission might not have ended as he said. But no matter what, after looting the robbers' camp and walking down the hill to meet Lavinia, this goal was successfully accomplished. Are you still planning to go back? Ron saw the ragged Lavinia at the bottom of the high ground. It was obvious that the halfling had suffered a lot in the past few days. Lavinia. As soon as Bunny saw her, she rushed over and wiped her snot and tears on Lavinia's body without any scruples. Go back. And Bunny, get off me first, Lavinia sighed and pushed Bunny away with great effort. My things are all in town. I have to pack them up. Besides, you see my clothes are torn, I need to change into clean clothes, these robbers. Do they know that this dress alone is worth 10 gold coins? They're not just here for the ransom, Ron chuckled, then we'll be responsible for sending you to town. No. Interrupted Lavinia. Wait for me a little while longer, and I'll go with you. I am so disappointed in Victor. As the only alchemist in this town, he is not willing to pay even 100 gold coins. It is a shame for me to live here any longer. I want to move. Are you going to the fantasy land? Uni was stunned at first, then I want to go too. When I went over, I saw that they were almost done. There should be a room for us too. You. Lavinia glanced at her friend, what are you going to do? The town cannot be without priests, although I originally thought they could not be without alchemists. I am not the only priest, there will always be someone to take over my place, Bunny said with a grin. Besides, the warriors who explore the Delusion Land should be favored by the Lady of Luck, right? I think you just want to follow me. Lavinia looked at Bunny helplessly, then turned to Ron. She said you already have a prototype, is that true? It's a bit rough. You know, our craftsmen are only goblins. Ron had nothing to hide. Lavinia would be able to see it anyway. Well, I do know a few people in this field, but I'm just acquaintances with them. I can't ask them to work for free. I think we have a sponsor who can probably afford it. Ron was talking about Khalid, of course. The hobgoblin had quite a bit of savings, and he had no way to use them, so he just left them there to rot. He would not refuse to hire a group of people to improve the environment of the base, and by the way, they could also renovate the area around the cemetery. I understand. I will discuss this with them then. Ron sent Lavinia out of town, where he saw some of the refugees who had fled in all directions due to the raid gathered together again. The drought still had not improved, and in order to survive, they had no choice but to rely on others for food. You are from the pioneer group. When they were waiting for Lavinia outside the town, a refugee recognized them at a glance. Why are you back? Come and pick them up. Ron had an idea. Since the town of Frome was unwilling to accept them, why not consider taking them in as well? The Delusion Land is so huge that there are a large number of indigenous species living in it, so huge that there are various terrains and ecological environments, and so huge that the goblin hunters are still far from exploring it all. It is delusionally possible to become the goblins' new home, and perhaps even a shelter for them. Our outpost there has been basically built, but now we need more manpower to meet daily needs. Ron looked at the refugees, but you seem to be here to seek refuge with Mayor Victor, I'd better. No, don't abandon us, the refugee said hastily. He was young and dressed like a farmer. Although the mayor here is willing to pay for our food, he has never thought of accepting us. We live here with no tomorrow, and our lives and deaths are controlled by others, just like the riots that night. We have had enough of this kind of life. Please tell me, my lord, is the land over there fertile enough? Is there enough water? Can we have the honor to go back with you and live a self-sufficient life there again? The young farmer's words resonated with the surrounding refugees. They gathered around and looked at Ron with expectant eyes. All of the things you mentioned are included, Ron nodded and smiled, but I have to remind you that there are also things you didn't mention, such as a group of goblins who will be neighbors for a long time. Driver lifted his hood and proudly displayed his race to them, causing the people around him to stumble in fear. One goblin is enough, but a group. I'll go with you. The young farmer calmed down and looked determined. As long as you can guarantee that the goblins won't use us as food reserves, I'll accept it even if I have to pay some protection fees. Everyone, you are living outside this town in danger at any time. What's the difference between that and being captured by goblins? He turned to the people who were also refugees from 3 different villages. Why not take a gamble? It won't be any worse. She was completely dumbfounded when Lavinia led 6 townspeople dressed as construction workers out of the town carrying large and small bags. There are about 50 or 60 people here. Can you really accommodate so many? If it were in his previous life, Ron would certainly have been dismissive of Lavinia's doubts, but this place was different from his previous life, and he actually had no idea what to do. Fortunately, the young farmer seemed to have great appeal and influence among these people. Miss, you don't need to worry, André, the young farmer, smiled at Lavinia in a friendly manner. We suffer wherever we go. At least there will be no shortage of water and food over there. Maybe we can even rebuild a village. I don't care. Just listen to the leader's instructions. Lavinia glanced at Ron, and seeing that he didn't react, she stopped worrying about it. But let me make it clear first. I'm not asking for special privileges. My alchemical materials and equipment must be kept safe. No matter how many empty rooms you have after that, I want at least 2. No one can sleep in the workshop. I can sleep in the same room with Lavinia, Bunny said quickly. She and Lavinia had just returned to the town together, but unlike Lavinia, she had very little luggage. A bag of clean clothes and a statue of Timora that was about half her height, that was all. Ms. Luck does not emphasize sacred places, so it will be sufficient for you to clear a small area for me to place a shrine. These were all small matters, and Ron agreed to them one by one. The addition of these 2 people could greatly improve daily life and outdoor exploration. Compared with this, some treatment was nothing. By the way, Lavinia, I have something to ask you. Let's talk about it on the way. Amethyst slate, where did you get it? On the way, Lavinia repeatedly looked at the slate in Ron's hand. It was difficult for her to hold it herself, and asked. In a tomb, there seems to be an emblem of the Elven Halen Empire on the sarcophagus. Sure enough, Lavinia said seriously, did that half-elf girl tell you that the Halen Empire forged a batch of powerful magic items in its final dying struggle? This amethyst slab is one of them. How would I know? Ivy pursed her lips. I wasn't even born at that time. All the stories about the Empire were told to me by my mother. She was a longbowman in the rebel army. No wonder. This thing is extremely confidential. I heard about it from an uncle. He was a military sorcerer in the army at that time and heard his colleagues mention some things in this regard. It is said that the Halen Empire forged a total of 7 extremely rare and even legendary magic items, each of which is extremely powerful. But for some reason, these items were not used in the final decisive battle. It's as if they disappeared out of thin air. Some people speculate that this may have been a rumor from the beginning. But this slab? Is it one of the 7 items? Ron asked. No, this is said to be a lock that seals those magical items. Do you see these 7 grooves? If you can find the corresponding key and put it in, you can get the corresponding item. But it's definitely not that simple. But since this slab is real, those items must not be groundless either, there must be some truth in them, right? Victoria, who was walking nearby, looked at the stone slab thoughtfully, but if those things are really so magical, why didn't the Halen Empire use them in the end, but instead their locks were buried with a royal family member? Besides, since it is clearly the ultimate trump card for a last-ditch fight, why bother adding a lock? Victoria's doubts were reasonable. The way to activate this trump card shouldn't be so complicated. Ron remembered a classic movie he had read in his previous life. In the movie, if the Prime Minister of the Empire wanted to use nuclear weapons, he only had to press a button and then confirm a password with the other side. As for conventional weapons, there is no need to go through so much trouble. In order to draw the gun quickly, those cowboys may even not use holsters, despite the risk of accidental discharge. This operation of the Halen Empire is really confusing. But this is a good thing for their old men, Lavinia curled her lips and said, otherwise, these things should have been destroyed by the Allied forces at the time, and Mind ATIS wouldn't have had to go to so much trouble. But this was definitely not the original intention of that short-lived empire. Who would have thought of counterattacking if it could last for thousands of years? You may get the answer only if you continue to follow Mind ATIS, Lavinia retracted her gaze. I'm not good at fighting, so I can't go with you. But if you find these relics, you can bring them back to me. Maybe I can provide you with some clues. Is there anything else? And this, Ron took out the scroll he had taken from the dwarf, could you please help me look at this? Can you understand the dwarven language? Spider climb, Lavinia replied simply. With this technique, you can move up and down or sideways on a vertical surface, or even hang upside down from the ceiling without using your hands. That's it. Ron looked expectant. You don't think I can interpret this, do you? Lavinia sighed, my main occupation is alchemy, not magic. Don't think too highly of me. I know a little bit of Gnomish, so I can understand the general meaning, but it's not enough for me to decipher the mechanics. If you want to decipher it, I suggest you study it yourself. When I came out, I told Victor about the progress of the Delusion Land. He said he would tell the caravans passing by and suggest that they stop by the Delusion Land. Maybe you can meet a bookseller and buy some language books. However, although Lavinia could not provide help in such a place, she was willing to teach this human who had just stepped into the threshold of a wizard some of the things she knew. This made Ron's 2-day journey extremely fulfilling, and his spellbook also added 2 new spells, Magic Missile and Language Proficiency. The former helps Ron supplement his offensive capabilities in battle, while the latter allows him to know the literal meaning of all languages he hears, or to read the literal meaning of written words by touching them. It's a pity that magic scrolls usually contain secret codes used exclusively by mages, so knowing the language is of little help. When everyone returned to the fantasy land, the prototype of the entire trading post had been completely completed. Carrot showed great enthusiasm for the joining of craftsmen and refugees, and even took the initiative to ask his men not to harass them without reason. But goblins are not such obedient creatures, so even with all kinds of restrictions, friction between refugees and goblins still occurs. Most of the time the goblins try to steal, rob, and cheat the refugees of their few remaining supplies, and the latter have to undergo a full range of education from verbal to physical. However, the goblins never get tired of this. However, even in this situation, the refugees still felt that this was a good place, at least there was unlimited drinking water, they could be self-sufficient in hunting, and there was a lot of open space around the trading post, enough for them to build homes. Lavinia and Boone both got what they wanted. Ron's workshop, which was temporarily unused, was given to Lavinia, and inside the workshop, the goblins opened a passage that could connect to the main building of the trading post next to it. As for the craftsmen, they immediately started working overtime after receiving the wages paid by Khalid. The map has been rushed out, covering about 2 days' journey around here. Carrot handed Ron a piece of dry animal skin, on which the outlines of some mountains and rivers were outlined with charcoal. Some places with significant signs were also specially drawn. For example, at the confluence of 2 rivers, there is a small island in the middle of the river with 2 pine trees. Do you need me to come with you this time? Khalid asked in a deep voice. Seeing Ron's gaze lingering on him, he knew that this human must have some new target. No need. The trading post is more important now. Ron declined the hobgoblin's kindness. We don't have that many good fighters now. I can only trouble you to guard the stronghold. Other matters should be mainly left to our team to handle. It's not that Ron doesn't like the roaring sea of goblins, but now it's different from the past few days. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. If Mind Atis really makes a feint to the east and attacks to the west to lure the tiger away from the mountain, and steals this place while the trading post is empty, it will really be a loss. Then I wish you all the best. Khalid naturally understood what Ron meant and did not insist. After resting for half a day at the trading post, Ron and his companions packed their equipment and set out under the cover of darkness that evening. There is no need to elaborate on the journey. By the evening of the next day, Ron's team of 5 found the very special island in the middle of the river. The island is located in the middle of 2 converging rivers. The water flows slowly, and under the moonlight, it emits a silver halo. There are only 2 pine trees standing on the sand and gravel island. They stand tall and lush, and seem to be guarding the entire island day and night. When the moonlight shines on the treetops, it forms patches of mottled shadows, making the sand under the trees reflect green brilliance. The air here is fresh and quiet, and a few mosquitoes fly by the river, making a faint buzzing sound. Just occasionally, a few low frog croaks seem to be heard not far away, exploding like thunder in the night that should have been peaceful. Under the pine tree, Ron and his friends indeed found traces of a burning campfire. It looks like they were left there yesterday. Sierra squatted down, touched a handful of ashes on the ground with 2 fingers, and sniffed it. Obviously they didn't expect to be exposed, so they didn't even try to hide. You can actually smell it. Victoria was amazed at Sierra. How did you do that? I'll teach you some other day, Sierra laughed, it's not difficult, but you probably don't like to put your face on the ground. But for us, this is an essential skill, whether it's tracking prey or finding plant roots buried under the snow in winter. There are frog croaking over there. That's probably the territory of the madwugs. Ivy looked across the river. The river was neither deep nor fast. There was a rocky path from the island to the other side. If Mind Atis and the others wanted to take the next step, they would probably have to cross the river from here. Let's be careful and try not to provoke them. Ron signaled everyone to keep a low profile. There is a reason why the word mad is added to the name of the madwug. These frog-headed amphibious humanoids believe that they are the most qualified and suitable rulers of the swamp. They like to show off their lordship to outsiders who trespass into their territory, so their warriors will try to capture invaders alive instead of killing them. Captives are brought before the bullywug king or queen and forced to beg for mercy from the bullywug leader. Captives may be able to coax their freedom from the bullywug leader with bribes, treasure, and flattery, but only after the leader has shown off his territory and wealth to his guests. Driven by a complex of emotions mixed with a strong inferiority complex, the bullywug leader will do his best to portray himself as the real king and queen, desperately hoping that these outsiders will show them awe. Whether confronting them head-on or being forced to listen to them showing off their so-called dignity, this was definitely not what Ron and the others wanted to see. This had nothing to do with tracking down Mind Atis, it was simply because they couldn't stand it. After all, no matter how the madwugs behave, they cannot change the fact that the environment where they live is damp and rough. After wading across the river, Ron and the others didn't even turn on the lights, but moved forward slowly under the guidance of Driver and Ivy. Not long after, the goblin hunters tracked down a bunch of messy footprints, which were left by the solace of shoes. It seems that our old friend has not learned any lesson from the last time, or he simply doesn't know why he was discovered last time. Ivy sneered. But this time was a little different from before. After Ron and others tracked for a while, the footprints suddenly disappeared, and were replaced by footprints left by huge webbed feet in the mud. They encountered the bullywugs, and these are more likely to be giant frogs, Ivy judged. Like the Saurus, the bullywugs use their innate advantages to unite their wild allies. They use the frog calls in their language to communicate over a wide area, and creatures such as frogs and toads can understand some simple concepts in this language. The bullywugs will select some larger species and establish an alliance as mounts and helpers, such as the giant frog that can swallow creatures whole in one bite. Did they meet peacefully? Or did they engage in a heated exchange as soon as they met? I can't tell, but judging from the fact that we couldn't find their footprints later, I'm afraid the meeting wouldn't be peaceful. Ivy carefully observed the ground again. Maybe they were swallowed by the giant frog. You see, oh you can't see, there are some very large footprints on the ground. They sank much deeper when leaving than when they came. Apparently they gained weight here. SHH. Syrah suddenly raised her hand, signaling Ivy to stop talking for the time being. Did you hear that? There's some noise in the distance. Just the croaking of frogs, right? Ron listened carefully, but heard nothing. Chief, you need to practice your hearing. Syrah shook her head. There are people shouting in there, but it's too far away here, I can't hear it clearly. Let's go over there. As Ron and the others got closer, the light in front of them gradually brightened. The madwugs do not have dark vision, so there are a lot of simple and crude torches in their settlements. In the light of the fire, Ron and his companions saw a group of crazy frogs wearing animal skin armor, holding spears and shields, standing in a row, fighting with a group of humans. Amid the frog calls that sounded like drums and horns, the crazy frogs rushed towards the robbers with their spears. They skillfully used their shields for defense, and quickly swung their spears to pierce every human who dared to stand out. The outfits of these humans were similar to those of the robbers who appeared outside the town of From, except that they were more sophisticated. When faced with the slimy monsters with frog heads and human bodies, these people showed no fear at all. They attacked frantically, and the sound of various weapons falling was endless. From time to time, a crazy frogman was beaten to the ground. Among those humans, there was one in a long robe who was particularly eye-catching. He was a spellcaster. Although the crazy frogs had been trying to rush to him, when the flames in his hands became blazing, the crazy frogs with their skin dried by the burnt were forced to retreat. For a moment, the situation on the battlefield was evenly matched and both sides were in a stalemate. An opponent of equal strength. Ivy muttered something, and when she was about to ask Ron what to do next, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a human suddenly breaking away from the battle formation and stumbling towards them. But this was not the most fatal thing. Behind him, two crazy frogmen were driving a giant frog, holding torches and chasing towards this side. This bastard! Sira cursed, but there was no way to avoid it now. The light of the torch had illuminated their hiding place. Faced with the sudden appearance of a small team, both the bandits who might have come from the west and the mad frogs here tacitly stopped their actions temporarily, and countless eyes gathered here. What the hell is this? Ron didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The situation that the enemy was in the open and we were in the dark was finally exposed. What a stupid person! Why did he have to run towards him? Hey! Who are you? At this time, the humans spoke first. The spellcaster shouted at them, "Did the elves send you to save us?" You! Among the other side of the madwugs, a madwug who spoke the common language quite reluctantly also shouted, "Don't help them, I am the steward of His Majesty the King. As long as you help us, you will gain the friendship and courtesy of our entire kingdom." "You're talking nonsense." The bandits were furious. "Don't listen to them. That dirty, damp cave is worthy of being called a kingdom. Even a tavern in the Gobi Desert is better than that. And courtesy? These beasts swallowed us and brought us here, and then started to hunt us down without saying anything, insisting that we stole the treasures of their gods. Give me some thought, is this what you call courtesy? That's because you did steal, you thieves!" screamed the bullywug who called himself the steward. "Our god once stood in the center of a thunderstorm and was unscathed. But after you arrived, within a day, it was electrocuted in its own lair. You guys did it." The two groups immediately started quarreling again, and the escaped robber took the opportunity to hide beside Ron and his companions. The two crazy frogmen who were chasing them did not dare to offend Ron and his companions, so they could only stand there and stare. "Stop! I said stop!" Ron was so annoyed that he had to yell to interrupt the quarrel. "Can you let me know the details first? Then I'll know who to help." Hearing this, both sides stopped. The current situation was that they were evenly matched. The appearance of Ron and others would change the balance of power no matter who they helped. They were all very confident that Ron would help them. "Let's start with you." Ron and his companions approached the madwug's side. "You claimed that the treasure of your god was stolen, and it even led to the death of your god." "Yes." The butler nodded repeatedly. "We took great pains to invite the god to the kingdom. We provided it with food and even sacrificed the lives of several of our tribesmen before the god was so pleased that he agreed to stay here." Swamp Maw. Ron recalled the books he had read in his previous life and remembered this creature. The Swamp Maw is an elephant-sized amphibious predator that lives in swamps and has 4 tentacles, thick gelatinous skin, a fang-filled mouth with a grasping tongue, and an extendable fleshy stalk with 3 eyeballs that can move in different directions. If a tribe of bullywugs encounters a bogmaw, the bullywugs will treat it like a deity, doing whatever they can to coax the monster into their lair. A bogmaw can be barely tamed by offering it food, and the bullywugs can establish rudimentary communication with it. The bullywugs gather food as tribute to it, provide it with a comfortable lair, zealously protect it from harm, and work to ensure that any young bogmaws grow to maturity. But the problem is that this monster is very sensitive to electric shocks. Although it is very powerful, it will become weakened when struck by lightning. It will definitely not be safe and sound in the center of the thunderstorm, as the butler said. On the contrary, what they said later, about being electrocuted after losing the treasure, does make sense. Could it be that these robbers were really instructed by Mind Atis to steal some treasure worn by the swamp maw that could make it immune to electric shocks? My friend, don't listen to the nonsense of these monsters. The spellcaster among the bandits said hurriedly, "We are all human, aren't we? We are natural allies, and you should protect us." "I'm a human, no problem, but I can't say I can protect you." Ron didn't look at him, but continued to question the butler. "Since you said they stole your god's treasure, do you know what that treasure looks like?" "A blue-purple stone ball, shining brightly, is stuck on the eye stalk of the god," the butler said quickly. "Nonsense, we've never seen any stone balls." The humans flatly denied it. "Okay, let me ask you one more thing." Ron turned around. "Are you a wizard? Warlock?" The caster nodded to Ron. "Oh, I've heard a lot about you. May I ask what your bloodline inheritance is?" "My power comes from an ancestor," the warlock said bluntly. "She once traveled in the chaotic elemental sea and formed a relationship beyond friendship with a powerful fire elemental lord. The power of fire magic also appears in her descendants from time to time. In this world, there is nothing to be ashamed of. Playing poker with the Lord of Fire Elementals and passing down the blood of warlocks to future generations, how many people would want to do this? Therefore, when the warlock introduced his family background in this way, even Cyril looked at him with envy. So, have you ever tried to explore some powers other than blood? Why would I do that? The warlock looked at Ron in confusion. I haven't even explored all the power in my blood yet, why would I pursue something else? Ron nodded. So, are there any other spellcasters among you? No more. There is no other spellcaster within the range of about 2 taverns where we are operating. The warlock puffed out his chest proudly. That's strange. The butler said that the swamp maw was killed by lightning, but how could a warlock who inherited the element of fire use lightning, even the electric claw, in a magic trick? Moreover, the swamp maw was a genuine giant monster, and it was definitely not something that a group of robbers could deal with, not to mention taking the treasure from its eye stalks and then killing it while it was immune to electric shock. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Would it be convenient for us to go see the victim, I mean the victimized god? Ron turned to the butler again. Oh, of course. Please follow me, you thieves and murderers can't get away. Following the madwug butler, Ron and the others entered a half-submerged cave. After wading through the knee-deep, murky, dark water for a long time, they finally saw a huge nest that was decorated very luxuriously under the light of the fire. Be careful. Behind Ron, the robber who had tried to escape earlier quickly pulled him. There's a pit underneath here. Thank you. Ron paused, but just expressed his gratitude without saying much. This is it. The butler wailed as he walked to the front of the nest and held up the torch to illuminate it. The corpse of a huge monster fell on the nest. As Ron knew, it was a fully grown swamp maw. However, this monster was a charcoal version, and it did not emit the aroma of barbecue. Instead, the pungent stench of decay permeated its body. It seemed that just as the book said, this creature was not a product of the ordinary world, but came from another world. Yuck! I don't want to eat this creature even if you give it to me. Sira pinched her nose and used her other hand to fan in front of her face vigorously, trying to get rid of the stench on her face. The body of the god is not for you to enjoy, the madwug butler said sternly. Ron could tell by his tone of voice that he had an expression on his face. The only one who is qualified to enjoy it is another god. Perhaps sensing the movement outside, another monster stretched out its eye stalks from under the body of the swamp maw monster. This is also a swamp maw monster, but it is still young. Although it looks almost a replica of the big one, its size has shrunk several times. A swamp maw can lay a fertilized egg without mating, and the young can grow to adult size within a month through its hungry hunting. Ivy murmured. It was hard to imagine that in a month, they would have to live next to such a monster. This was too dangerous. I suggest that we wipe these 2 groups of creatures out of here. Victoria looked at Ron seriously. Stop judging right and wrong. Leaving them here is irresponsible to everyone else. As if sensing the priest's hostility, the little swamp maw let out a hissing sound and showed its mouth parts threateningly at Victoria. What a disgusting monster, disgusting and powerful. The bandit warlock frowned as he looked at the nest. Even if I knew there were treasures here, I would never set foot here. It's really too dangerous. The other bandits also echoed this, saying that they would never come to such a place even if they were beaten to death. By the way, Ron seemed to have just remembered a question. You came here with Mind Atis, right? Mind Atis, you mean the wealthy elf, right? The sorcerer thought for a moment. Yes. We came with him. Didn't he go to get help and invite you here? No, Ron shook his head. To be honest, we are actually competitors. We have a grudge against that guy. Tisk. The warlock looked around worriedly, and it was unclear whether he was preparing for a life and death fight or looking for a way out for himself. It seems that guy has abandoned you and run away, Ivy said with a sneer. Don't worry, this is the 2nd or 3rd time we have seen him do this kind of thing, that villain. 4 times. Driver corrected. It seems we have found a good employer. The warlock said these words while gritting his teeth. Guess what? I quit my job. Let me tell you the truth. Our so-called capture was planned by him. He said that the bullywugs would not kill us immediately, so we had to pretend to be captured and find their camp. Then we would be responsible for attracting their attention, and he would be responsible for stealing something, but the original plan was that he would come to us and retreat after the task was completed. And now? He ran away, leaving us here to take the blame. That's what happened. So, You're saying that the elf defeated the god alone? The butler was horrified. That's impossible. No, it's possible, Ron suddenly interrupted the butler, as long as he gets the treasure first. And he didn't leave. He was mixed in with the crowd. Whether you were fighting or working together to find him, he could have taken the opportunity to slip away. It's just that our sudden appearance disrupted his plan. In a panic, he made a stupid move, and just now he exposed himself. Am I right, Mind Atis? It's fun to hide behind us a second time, isn't it? The robber who tried to escape just now was stunned at first, and then his face became gloomy. His originally smooth ears began to extend outward and become pointed, and the messy brown hair on his head began to turn into smooth gold. As for his Gobi desert dweller-style clothing, it slowly faded away and was replaced by a set of luxuriously decorated elven light armor. No. Miles. The warlock was shocked. I have known him for 5 or 6 years. Could it be that he has never existed from the beginning? You are really stupid, said Mind Atis, who had revealed his true identity, with disdain, but you are right, you will never see your Miles again. I spent a little money to lure him here, and used him to attract the swamp maw's attention. I took the opportunity to use invisibility to steal the orb from its body. High-end plans often only require simple steps to achieve. And you, nosy Ron, do you know why I had to help you just now? There is no pit there at all. Miles' body is lying there. Ron looked at the other person quietly, then pointed at his own eyes. You are being too clever for your own good. You're worried that I'll find a body underwater, but isn't it possible that I don't have dark vision, and even if I stumble, it'll be hard for me to see anything. But, this is just one of the things that made me suspicious. You were paying attention to me just now, and you didn't pay attention to Victoria, right? A strong magical reaction. How could a bandit have such strong power? Victoria dispersed the spiritual light in her hand. She had never let her guard down against these bandits. She even used detection magic from the very beginning for this guy who mixed in her team. Ron and the others didn't even need to communicate. They just needed to turn around and look at Victoria's gestures and gaze behind them. And there is another point, if you were just a bandit, why did you run away when the battle line had not collapsed? Did you have a weak psychological endurance and were scared out of your wits? But why did you run away after we arrived? Because I thought you hypocritical, self-righteous guys would go to war with the bullywags directly. When talking about this, Mind Otis's face twisted. This was the only thing he thought he had missed tonight. I never expected that a priest of Heim, a half-elf from Rose City, a barbarian who lived by hunting beasts and monsters, would actually try to negotiate with a group of ugly beasts. What's in your heads? Waste. What did you say? Mind Atis said this, but the bullywugs didn't like it. They are nobles. I'll listen to Ron, it's that simple. Ivy seemed to want to shrug, but the armor and shield on her body stopped her movement, and a series of bang-bang sounds were made. Ron is my leader. Since he has his own ideas, I will obey his will. Victoria observes her eyes, nose, mouth, and heart. She positions herself as a follower, even if the instructions are not to her liking, unless they are too ridiculous. I know I'm not a smart person, Sierra waved the axe indifferently, since someone else is making the decision, I don't have to rack my brains. Ron. Ron. Driver also joined in the fun, but he was basically swimming in the water now, so Mind Atis almost ignored him. It's unreasonable. Mind Atis was furious. As an elf, his temper was obviously too bad. Unreasonable. But it doesn't matter, because I have got one of the 8 pieces of the puzzle, and you will all die here. As he spoke, Mind Atis took out a spherical gem that was shining with blue-purple light from his arms. The stone ball made of this gem was not big, and Ron and others could recognize that its shape and size were just right to be embedded in a hole in the stone slab. Obviously, this treasure was one of the 7 keys, but no one knew what kind of story it had experienced before, and it was actually embedded in the head of a swamp monster. This puzzle piece itself is a powerful magic item. It allows me to cast 6 lightning bolts a day while being immune to lightning damage. Although I used it a few times to kill that swamp maw, it should be enough to deal with you. Mind Atis grinned and pressed the gem in his hand into the water. Ron and the others immediately felt the tingling electric current coming from underwater. Ivy, who was covered in metal armor, felt it most obviously. She was almost paralyzed and unable to move. Stop him! The Madwug butler howled, and the Madwugs, bandits, and members of Ron's team all rushed towards Mind Atis at the same time. Anyone could imagine how powerful the force would be if a lightning bolt was released in this kind of terrain. Too late. Mind Atis laughed. In his opinion, everyone in this cave would be electrocuted into charcoal like the swamp maw. A dazzling white light instantly exploded under the water, and a thick lightning bolt engulfed all the people in the cave. At this critical moment, the only reaction Ron had time to make was to tear open the scroll of spider walk that he was carrying. Ha ha, ha ha at. Amidst the thunder and lightning, Mind Otis's laughter echoed throughout the cave. The members of Ron's team were standing around him and immediately avoided the lightning, so they were not hit directly by the lightning. But the bully frogmen and bandits who rushed over were in trouble. The aroma of frog meat spread throughout the cave. Then, perhaps because of excessive joy, sorrow came to those who followed. Just when Mind Atis thought he had won complete victory, there was a sudden violent shaking in the cave. What's going on? Amid the vibration, the accumulated water on the ground began to seep downwards at an extremely fast speed. Perhaps the strong lightning strike destroyed the structure of the cave, or perhaps this was just the last straw that broke the camel's back. In short, after a flash of lightning, the ground of the entire swamp throat cave began to collapse, revealing the space beneath the surface. In this earthquake, even Mind Atis, who was holding magic items, was not immune. He had no time to escape to the outside and stepped on empty air, falling into the unknown underground. And in his last view, looking upward, he saw a man hanging upside down above the cave, watching him fall. While falling, Mind Atis kept roaring and screaming, but he had no way to vent his anger. He couldn't understand how this guy, who was just a rookie, could hang above the cave. How did he get up there? Amid Mind Otis's desperate shouts and their echoes, Ron slowly walked down the ceiling of the cave. At this moment, his feet seemed to have a strange adhesion ability, allowing him to walk freely on the wall that was so steep that it was almost vertical, and even hang upside down on the ceiling. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Ron wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Even now, his heart was still pounding. He just wanted to dodge the opponent's lightning beam. Mind Otis's hostility towards him was far greater than that of others, and that lightning beam was clearly aimed at him, and he was very close to the other party. In that situation, if he didn't think of a way, he would be in a worse situation than the swamp maw monster. In desperation, Ron tore open the scroll of spider walk and jumped onto the nearby wall, which allowed him to narrowly avoid the initial impact. Thanks to Mind Atis, who wanted to maximize the lightning damage, he released the lightning beam under the water. As for the subsequent ground collapse, that was something Ron could not have imagined. The Madwugs actually built a cave on top of an underground cave, and looking at the cross-section now, the thickness in the middle may be less than 2 meters. Their gods may not even need anyone else to take action, their own activities alone are enough to break through this window paper. Ivy? Driver? Ron called out his companions' names, but received no response. He thought that they had fallen down with Mind Atis in the explosion just now. We must go down and find them, and Mind Atis, and the gem. Ron made up his mind and walked quickly along the wall and headed straight for the cave below before the crazy frogmen outside heard the noise and came over. Dark. Even if Ron turned on the dancing lights, it was still difficult to see farther away. It was hard not to feel panic when acting alone in this unknown darkness. What was even more frightening was that Ron found that he was now about 3 or 4 stories above the ground of the cave. If he wanted to walk down the wall of the cave, he would have to go a long way. It was a life-threatening situation. Fortunately, the duration of spider walk was a full hour, otherwise it would not be pleasant to just fall down, not to mention that Ron was now upside down, hanging there like a bat. We have to think of a way. Ron walked around and looked around, hoping to find a place to stay. Finally, he found the only soft place in the cave where he could fall, a winding underground river. However, this underground river did not pass through the place where everyone fell just now, so Ron did not notice it at first. It's right here. Ron repeatedly compared his relative position with the dark river, and summoned the wizard's hand to confirm the depth and the location of possible rocks and reefs at the bottom of the river to ensure that he could fall into the water safely. After several attempts, Ron took 2 deep breaths repeatedly, and after making full mental preparations, he released the spider climb skill on himself. Bang crash! The underground river, which had been flowing peacefully for who knows how many years, was hit so hard for the first time. Ron's angle and posture of entering the water were both amazing, and it was like a depth charge that splashed the water of the underground river up to a height of 1 or 2 meters. After making intense contact with the water surface, he fell into the water. Ron's screams echoed in the cave. It's not like he had never swum out of the water before, but this was his first time doing it. His entire back slapped directly on the water, which was not much better than jumping directly onto the ground. Even without a mirror, Ron could guess that his back must have suffered a lot. Now not only hunchback but even hunchback has been cured. I must learn the feather fall technique. Ron climbed to the shore trembling all over and lay there for a long time before he came to his senses. This impact was too terrifying. But now it's more important to find them. After resting, Ron simply tidied himself up, squeezed the water grass on his robe dry, turned on the dancing lights again. The fall into the water just now knocked out his concentration, and began to search towards the place where he had just fallen. Since almost the entire bottom of the cave was shattered and many people were blown away by the impact of the lightning beam, the landing points were much more dispersed than expected. Ron had just taken a few steps when he ran into the corpse of a crazy frog man. I wonder if it's that housekeeper. Ron simply searched the other person's body, but unfortunately there was nothing special, so he had no way to identify the other person. In his opinion, those crazy frogs looked basically the same. The only way to distinguish the butler from the other bullywugs was that he spoke common. Along the way, Ron found a lot of corpses, half of which were bandits and half were crazy frogs, and he even found the warlock. The lightning bolt did not cause much harm to the warlock, whose ancestors had played poker with fire elementals. His fatal injury came from the fall. The comminuted fracture of the cervical vertebra caused damage to the cervical spinal nerves, leading to failure of the respiratory center or respiratory nerves. If he had been rescued in time in his previous life, he might have been able to be saved. As for this world, he would see if there was any big guy nearby who was willing to perform a resurrection spell on him. However, Ron estimated that there might not be any in this underground. Next to the warlock's body, Ron found a wand broken into 2 sections, which should be the magic weapon he used to cast spells. Unfortunately, this warlock was probably not the type who loved learning. Ron did not find any magic items such as spell books or scrolls on him. There were only 2 gold rings on the fingers of his left hand, which Ron took off and put into his arms. You don't need it anyway, right? Why not give it to me? Ron was still trying to find a solution. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to be a tomb raider, but he was really short of money. After putting the ring in his pocket, Ron continued to move forward, but there was still no sign of his companions. Just as his heart began to beat faster, a tall and slender figure appeared in his sight. Ron's heart moved, and he quickly took a few steps and rushed over. It was an elf, who seemed unconscious, and next to his hand, a gem ball shining with blue and purple luster was lying quietly on the ground. Mind ATIS, and the key. Ron reached out quickly to pick up the gem, but as soon as he leaned over, the tip of the cold rapier was pressed against his throat. Mind ATIS suddenly opened his eyes, turned over, and picked up the gem. You have planned everything, but I will lure you into a trap. Your dancing light technique can help you illuminate the surrounding environment, but in my opinion, it is just a foolish act that exposes your position. I just used a little trick to trick you into getting close to me. Now my sword is on your neck. Your life or death depends on my thought. When death is imminent, do you have any last words? Ron tried to resist, but the slightest movement caused the rapier to come close to his skin, causing a slight sting. I miscalculated, Ron sighed. The corpses I saw along the way made me think you were doomed to die, but I didn't expect you to survive. I should have checked your vital signs first. Your last words are really nothing new, Mind ATIS sneered, is that all? Then go. Before Mind ATIS finished speaking, Ron suddenly tilted his head, then stood up and punched Mind ATIS on his protruding Adam's apple. Although the elf reacted in time, due to Ron's sudden action, the rapier did not pierce Ron's throat, but deviated a considerable distance and only passed through his left clavicle. A Mind ATIS was knocked back 2 steps. He looked at Ron in disbelief with wide eyes. You bastard! Aren't you afraid of death? Mind ATIS coughed a few times, showed his stance, and attacked Ron frantically again. He actually dared to resist him? A mere human being should just close his eyes and wait for death like an animal, but he dared to fight back and hit him? It's off position, and it didn't penetrate the supraclavicular artery and the vascular plexus of the neck. Ron grinned, raised his right hand, and an illusory shield protected him in front of him. Even if it's pierced, you won't die for a short time, but you have to pay the price. Magic missile. 3 flashing darts formed by magic force fields burst out from the shield surgery, from 3 different angles, drawing 3 bright curves in the dim environment, and went straight to Mindottis's back, body and head. It has to be said that there was a reason why Datus was able to remain almost unscathed despite the hasty fall. He was indeed agile and nimble enough. Under the attack of 3 magic missiles, he managed to twist his body forcefully and almost avoided all the fatal parts. Only one missile had a very tricky angle. When Ming Datus gritted his teeth and stretched out his arm to take the other 2, the third one hit him right in the right eye. The elf screamed and fell to the ground. When he endured the pain and opened his eyes again, he could not find any trace of Ron through the bloody darkness. You bastard! Mindottis began to manipulate the gem in his hand, and bolts of lightning fell indiscriminately in all directions, but they could not hurt Ron at all. In a corner not far away, Ron sat on the ground, breathing in big gulps of air with great difficulty. He was just trying to trick Mindottis, and he was not a good fighter, so how could he avoid the vital parts of his body so accurately? The sword pierced his shoulder and neck, and also damaged his lungs and chest. There might not be any effect at first, but when he casts spells and does strenuous exercise, symptoms such as pneumothorax and difficulty breathing begin to show their fangs. We can't go on like this. Even a magic missile that's sure to hit can't guarantee a fatal hit, let alone a flaming arrow. Ron dug his fingers into the mossy ground, trying not to make any sound. Although the elf was not in good condition, the opponent had a weapon in his hand, and his ability in close combat was far superior to his own. How should he deal with it? Ron raised his hand and looked at the dirt and moss on it. Ron, where are you? Get out of here! Mindottis closed one eye and screamed helplessly in the cave. His vision was greatly affected, and the piercing pain in his eye socket greatly limited the scope of his search. I'm here. When Mindottis turned a corner, he heard a changed pitch roar behind him. He turned his head and saw a fist covered with some kind of moss that kept getting bigger in his vision and hit him hard in the face. Mindottis was caught off guard, and when he swung his sword, it missed. Do you dare to fight me with real swords and guns? Maybe it was because of excessive bleeding, but Mindottis felt his right face a little numb. He quickly took out a bottle of healing potion and drank it. But the strange thing was that the wound didn't seem to be getting better at all, and what made Mindottis a little uneasy was that if Ron was lurking nearby ready to attack at any time, why didn't he stop himself when he drank the potion? What Mindottis didn't know was that at this moment, Ron was hiding in another corner, listening attentively to the sound of the empty medicine bottle falling to the ground, with a strange smile on his face. Drink more, drink until you die. He used all his strength to pull off a vine, scratched the surface with his fingernails, and then wrapped around his palm in layers. The palm that was covered with moss just now has begun to show red spots and swelling, and even feels a little numb. But Ron had no wounds on his hands and had never taken any healing potions, so even if these vines were entangled again, it would not cause a severe reaction. But some people are not so lucky. Ron rushed out of his hiding place again. This time Mindottis was prepared, and Ron's abdomen and arms were cut by the rapier with several wounds of varying depths. But Ron didn't care about that at this time. He almost used Sira's desperate fighting style, and his right fist, the left one was almost immobile, rained down on Mindottis' face, hitting him near the injured eye. However, Ron's fighting ability was still a little lacking. After several rounds of desperate fighting, he was almost unable to move and was kicked over by Mindottis and stepped on. You idiot! The right half of Mindottis's face was swollen to the same height as their noses. He could hardly speak clearly and just kept crushing Ron's chest with his boots. You can still laugh. Ron could actually laugh, and the smile on his face even grew wider, even though his vision was beginning to go dark. But he knew that Mindottis would not lie down later than him. 5, 4. Ron spat out a mouthful of blood foam. He had to thank Mindottis for helping him breathe, otherwise he would not have been able to hold on until this moment. The elves did not receive such treatment. Ron had only counted 2 numbers when Mindottis felt his eyes suddenly go dark and he fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Biological warfare, boy. Ron exhaled a breath of foul air before he passed out. When Ron woke up from the darkness again, he was already in a wooden building, lying on a bed covered with a blanket and 2 layers of quilts on top of him. Hey! Hey! He's awake! Ron's awake. He seemed to hear the goblin driver's noisy shouting, but Ron's hearing was a little damaged, and the sound sounded as harsh to him as the renovation work next door late at night. "Don't make noise," Ron muttered. In a daze, he seemed to see a little girl who looked like a doll walking towards him. "Oh, that's not a little girl, that's a grown halfling. You're awake. How do you feel?" Benny looked at Ron worriedly. She reached out to touch his forehead. Fortunately, although he was still having a fever, it was not that hot anymore. "How did we get back?" Ron groaned. "Who else is back? We're all back. Although everyone is injured, they are far from dead." Sierra's loud voice came from somewhere unknown, and it sounded full of energy. "You are the most seriously injured right now." Victoria also approached the head of the bed. "We almost all passed out after falling down. Driver was the first to wake up and find us. He even sent some small animals to climb up there and guide Khalid and the others to rescue us. She didn't like mice very much, so she used small animals instead of this description. I didn't pass out. In fact, I fell down after passing out and was woken up by the impact." Ivy smiled bitterly. Ron heard her voice and guessed that she was lying in bed like him. "But both of my legs were broken. I can't move at all." "Thank goodness for your tower shield," Carrot said happily. "If it weren't for that big shield, we wouldn't know how to carry you up here, especially you and Ron. It's good that they're all alive." Ron said weakly, "Where's the bullywug? Did he cause you any trouble?" "I didn't see any bullywugs. They seem to have all left," said the hobgoblin. "I think that's good. They really like to collect some valuable trinkets, and now they belong to us. Where's that little swamp maw? It fell with us. I saw it disappear into the cave with my own eyes." Ivy took over the conversation. "I know what you are still worried about, mind Atis, he is dead, and the murderer is you. You are simply a god of war." Cyril limped over with a cane. When she fell, the barbarian who was wearing almost no armor was obviously hurt, but she was also much tougher than the others. "When you get better, you must tell us how you managed to beat a shrewd man to death with your bare hands. Do you know how surprised I was when I saw it? It's not that difficult, I just used some herbal knowledge." Ron forced himself to cough a few times. The medical methods in this world are still very powerful. Even with injuries like his, he can breathe and speak normally now. As for the fever, Ron guessed it was a microbial infection. "Both he and I were injured. While hiding, I discovered 2 types of moss in the cave. One is non-toxic, and the other is highly toxic and can cause severe contact dermatitis. It's not fatal, but when I attacked the wound and caused symptoms such as erythema, papules, swelling and numbness, mind Atis would have thought it was caused by blood loss. If he had brought a healing potion, he would have drunk it. A remnant elf who wants to revive the Halen Empire will not be short of money. He must have potions on him." Lavinia came over. When Victoria helped Ron up, she gave him a bottle of alchemical mixture of unknown origin. "But I don't understand. The ingredients in the healing potion won't react with some kind of poisonous moss." "Indeed, it won't," Ron said, feeling much better after drinking the potion. "But you know what? Most of the antigens of contact dermatitis are simple chemicals, which are haptens. They must be combined with carrier proteins to form complete antigens in order to cause sensitivity in the body. The combined substance will combine with the alkaloid of a herb in the healing potion to form a weakly acidic intermediate. After that, the juice of the vine wrapped around my hand is a weakly toxic substance. But when it combines with the intermediate in the blood, it will become highly toxic, causing ventricular arrest, the heart to lose its normal ejection function, and the brain blood flow to be suddenly interrupted, resulting in loss of consciousness. If rescue is not timely, it will cause sudden death." "Why are you looking at me like that?" Cyril looked at Khalid and the others with a confused look in her eyes. Even if Ron's explanation skipped the most professional part, they still couldn't understand it. In fact, even Lavinia, who was familiar with herbal medicine, felt her scalp tingling after listening to it. "You came up with this when your lung apex was damaged." Lavinia looked at Ron as if he were a monster. "I really want to dig your brain out to see what its structure is. Maybe it was a temporary flash of inspiration when he was short of oxygen." Ron smiled. "It was mainly because I didn't find any natural poisons, and I couldn't beat him, so I had to make my own. It's better not to do this kind of thing." Victoria glanced at Ron worriedly, "let alone Dartis, the symptoms caused by you alone are countless. If I hadn't discovered that I could use the lesser restoration technique after I woke up, Bonnie alone wouldn't have been able to save you. I will definitely not do this again. Ron expressed his sincere gratitude to the two pastors. Thank you for your help, otherwise I would definitely not survive. Ron knew exactly how dangerous it was, but he had no choice but to do it. Who would rush in with fists if they could be a wizard? Except for the 4 elephants monks. By the way, speaking of mind ATIS, we thought you had to see this. Victoria pulled out a gemstone ball that emitted a bluish-purple glow from her bag. We found this near where you guys were fighting. It's the key he used the lightning beam on. We feel that as the main fighter in this only fierce battle, only you are qualified to use it, but let's wait until you feel a little better. After all, we don't know what is inside, and what the requirements are for opening it. I'm honored. Ron took the cleaned gem and played with it in his hand. He could easily sense the effect of this magic item. The holder is immune to lightning damage and can release up to 6 lightning bolts per day, automatically recharging 1 to 3 times every morning. Current remaining, 2. In the next few days, Ron hardly got out of bed. As Victor, the mayor of Flam, fulfilled his promise, the trading post attracted many caravans and travelers to settle down here. With the joint efforts of everyone, the trading post and the surrounding villages built by refugees gradually began to get on the right track. Ron, the nominal leader, could just let it go without any problems. During the days when he was bedridden, Lavinia bought some cheap scrolls and books from passing merchants, which made Ron's life at home without any electronic devices not so boring. On the other hand, the half-elf girl in the next bed was a little bored. She repeatedly asked Benny and Victoria to cast spells to heal her, but was rejected by the 2 priests for various reasons. The reason was very simple: frequent spell treatment would make the body dependent, which might reduce its physical fitness and resistance. This was entirely for the sake of the warrior. But fortunately, she did not need to rest for 100 days. After Ron was able to move normally and diagnosed that Ivy's injuries were basically healed, Bonnie ended her pain with a precise healing spell. This accelerated recovery process is considered harmless in this world. That night, all the core figures gathered on the 2nd floor of the mountain behind the trading post. This was their lounge, and the 2nd floor of the wooden structure in the front was an inn and ward for passers-by. Ron placed the purple slate on the table, and then took out the gem ball. In the pitch-black room, the 2 treasures shone brightly. Ron, can someone please turn on the light? What kind of trouble is this? I thought this would add some mystery, Driver said as he ran over and turned on the lights in the room. Under the gaze of everyone, Ron carefully embedded the gem into a hole. It was as if there was a suction force between the stone slab and the gem. Before Ron even aimed, the gem was sucked on with a pop sound. Then, nothing happened. What's going on? Ron changed the groove desperately, but there was still no change. Turn the slab over? Still no effect. This is weird. Carrot exclaimed, can I try it? Here. Ron handed over the gem without hiding anything. However, no matter how the hobgoblin tested it, neither the gem nor the slate showed any changes. It doesn't even have suction power anymore. Khalid handed the gem back to Lavinia in frustration. Jianduanja said that everyone in the room tried a whole circle, but none of them worked. Is it broken? As soon as Driver opened his mouth, he was hit hard by Lavinia next to him. Don't say such dangerous things. It should be intact, Victoria said. The aura is very strong, and there will be fluctuations every time the 2 come into contact. I just don't know why it is ineffective. Ron touched his chin and suddenly looked up at Ivy. How about you put on that armor and try it? Do you think it has something to do with the owner's bloodline, or with the items and emblems made by the Halen Empire? Lavinia glanced at Ron. Excuse me, your guess doesn't seem very reliable. If conventional methods can't open it, we can only try metaphysics, Ron said indifferently, or do you have any other way? No. Lavinia sat back in a sullen manner. She had no other options. This thing was beyond her knowledge. Okay, I'll try. Ivy turned and left. When she came back, she had already put on the breastplate. Although the emblem still needs to be covered up when it is outside, we are all family here and there is nothing to hide. Don't get your hopes up. I'm just a half-elf, and my mother is a member of the resistance. Ivy complained as she took the gem and put her other hand on the stone slab. Almost at the moment when she touched the 2 objects at the same time, the stone slab suddenly shone brightly. The gem escaped from Ivy's control, returned on its own initiative, and fell into the embrace of the stone slab. Pa, pa, pa. Then everyone watched as the gem dropped in altitude again and again in the air, hitting the stone slab and bouncing up again. Turn over, turn over. The guys who reacted quickly turned the stone slab over, and the gem landed again, perfectly moving into one of the 3 grooves on the sand surface. The stone slab staggered up into the air, and with a pop sound, a book weighing about 3 pounds, with nearly 100 pages, wrapped in a deep dark purple cover and with gorgeous patterns appeared from the stone slab and fell on the table where they were sitting. A book. Lavinia jumped onto the table impatiently, knelt on it and began to flip through the pages. It's blank. Blank, ultimate weapon. The hobgoblin lost interest instantly. I thought there would be some more magic in it. Unfortunately not. There is only a scribe spell here. The user can transcribe the magic into the spellbook as his or her own known spells. Lavinia closed the book with regret and slid it to Ron. No wonder the Halen Empire didn't use it in the end. I suspect these so-called trump cards were not completed at all. Well, now you don't need to use ordinary paper to record spells. This is an antique that is 100 years old after all. It will be more prestigious to show it out, right? Lavinia has her own spell book, and she doesn't rely on it for a living, so there's no use for her to have it. Then the only person present who can be used is Ron. The spellbook will be yours after you copy 6 non-magic spells. The spells you know now are not enough, right? Keep up the good work, Lavinia nodded at Ron. Try it first. Then I'll be polite. Ron took the blank spellbook and flipped through it casually. I wonder if the key is still useful. If it's still a magic item, why not give it to Ivy? Her armor has an immunity to lightning, which will definitely be better. I can help put it on, Victoria responded. If there's nothing else, we can go home first. Ron moved quickly and immediately moved all of Lavinia's original and recently bought books over. I still have to study. You guys go ahead and do your work. You don't need to call me for dinner. Well, boss, driver, who was about to leave last after everyone had left, looked back at Ron and whispered a reminder, mouth. Ron. Mouth. Driver pointed at his own mouth. Your mouth is about to burst from laughing. Hiss. Although this spellbook does not look special, there must be a reason why the Halen Empire took great pains to hide it in a stone slab and locked it with a special magic item as a key. Ron studied until late at night and soon found out its peculiarity. When he opened the page of the spellbook on copying, no matter what he was reading at the same time, he could read the text on it without any obstacles, understand the specific information such as how to use it, and remember all the contents immediately. But Ron deeply suspected that this was not the entire effect of the book. Using a key that could use 3-ring lightning beams 6 times a day to keep a book that permanently contained a single ring knowledge of languages and identification was a bit like buying the casket and returning the pearl. At this time, Ron still had only a vague understanding of the arcane arts of this world, otherwise he would have discovered that even among the effects he had already discovered, there was another permanent spell hidden, the 4th ring of memory modification. This is the key that enables him to memorize quickly. Perhaps these effects were not enough for the Empire to use it as a trump card in its last struggle, but they were definitely enough for Ron to use it as his own spell book. He took out a feather pen and fine ink, and quickly copied all the tricks and magic he knew on it. With the help of the special effects of this book, the number of spells he learns will increase rapidly, and the book will be enriched quickly. But at this moment, Ron gave up the idea of continuing to study, because he found that the door in front of him was opened again without knowing when, and a familiar figure appeared at the door, with his arms clasped and a tail swinging behind him. Quest. Ron closed the book. How did you get in? Oh, you noticed me. Quest smiled, walked into the room, and gently locked the door with his foot. Just now I saw you were engrossed in your reading, so I didn't want to disturb you. I'm a spy, remember? Stealth is my bread and butter, but don't worry, I mean you no harm. The tiefling walked to the table and looked at the slate and spellbook on it. You found the preface to weaving. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot that you have a half-elf, and she is wearing a breastplate of the Highland Empire. Do you know this book? Ron asked curiously. This tiefling was elusive and his strength was definitely not what he showed on the surface. If he had any intentions towards him, there was no need to go to such great lengths. Of course, this is the spellbook of the former chief mage of the Halen Empire. The coalition forces were particularly wary of its owner when they invaded the capital of the Halen Empire, and even prepared several strategies to minimize the damage caused by this legendary mage. But for some reason, no one had ever seen the other party until the fall of the Halen Empire. This incident eventually became one of the many unsolved cases left by the Halen Empire. I didn't expect that she didn't see it in person, but I was lucky enough to see her spell book in my fantasy. Quest seemed to want to touch the book, but for some reason he withdrew his hand. Forget it, it would be a blasphemy for a reckless man like me to touch such a rare thing. You should keep it well. Maybe you can become a legend too. That's a bit too far away, but I'll take your good words. Ron smiled. You didn't come here just to read this book, did you? Of course not. In fact, I came to see the key and see if you can open it. As for what is inside it and why this book is placed there, I know as little as you do. Quest's expression turned serious. Besides, I came here to tell you another thing, about Mind Atis. He's dead, isn't he? Ron raised his eyebrows. You don't need to be an undercover anymore. Quest shook his head, you are already a wizard with your own spellbook, you should know something. In this world, it is not so easy to completely and thoroughly kill a person, you should know that, right? Resurrection, complete resurrection. Ron knew these methods, but Mind Atis's body. You were not taken away in time, it's obvious. Quest sat at the edge of the table. You were all injured, and your injuries were the most serious. They were so busy treating you that they completely ignored this matter. It is also possible that they have no awareness of this aspect at all. In short, Mind Atis didn't die so easily. After I dealt with the affairs of From Town, I saw him again, alive and well. A mysterious master behind him rescued this unworthy subordinate and expected him to continue to fulfill his mission. Now he has returned to the city-state he originally served, and is planning his next move there. And I was sent to sniff out your situation so as to provide reference for his plan. Then you are really highly regarded, Ron said happily. Doesn't your conscience hurt when you act as a double agent like this? What are you talking about? Quest's expression suddenly became serious. I am carrying 2 vital missions. I have dedicated most of my life to this great cause. I have no mercy on the remnants of the Halen Empire. I only wish that their souls will suffer forever in the 9 layers of hell. The hell and heaven in this world are real planes. Quest's oath can be said to be quite unfriendly to those elves. Actually, I've always had a question. Ron looked at the tieflings. You once formed a coalition and wiped out the remaining forces. Why don't you unite like before and fight the enemy together this time? I've handed this matter over to you. I've become a laborer on a subcontracted project. I feel very uncomfortable with you doing this. It's like one of those magical girl plots where there's no time to go into details. Come and save the world with me. You might be more suitable to be a bard if you are proficient in playing a musical instrument. You have quite a lot of stories in your head. Quest looked at Ron, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. But you have to understand, the past is the past, and the present is the present. The powerful, ever-expanding empire that held extreme slavery advocates threatened the survival of all intelligent races, which is why everyone joined forces to resist. The remnants that followed were not far from the empire's demise, and even the shortest-lived races remember the suffering they brought. But now, the power of these old people is no longer as strong as before, and even less than 1/10,000th of it remains. On the contrary, the attraction of those rumored relics to others is increasing day by day. Internal strife, right? Ron nodded. This kind of thing is not uncommon, and it is the same in every world. Is there anyone who wants to win over people like Mind Atis to gain power? That's true. The city-state he nominally serves is one of these overconfident and ambitious people. Quest's voice contained a hint of anger. But please believe me, this guy is just cannon fodder. There were disagreements in the former alliance. Those dissenters were still the open opposition forces. I have no idea who were the secret plotters among the neutrals and opponents. And I have no idea who the real master behind Mind Atis is. And this is exactly the secret I am lurking beside him, preparing to find out. But if there is no strong enough pressure from outside to force him to urgently find allies and have no time to examine the inside, the risk of my exposure will be very high. That's why I will bet on you. Will that make you feel better? It's better to know more than nothing. Ron crossed his legs, but to be honest, you've caused me such a big thing, no matter how much money you give me, I can't do it. Look at me now, I can only copy these 2 pages from the spell book, I don't have that ability, you know. Aren't those relics of the Empire your best reward? What? These magical items, Quest pointed to the slate on the table. I am not interested in them. I am pursuing a greater ideal. And among those who are responsible for investigating this matter, I am the only one who knows that the items do exist and are in your hands. So if I don't say anything, then you will be the only new owner of these imperial relics, right? Of course, how much you can get is your problem. This is a spellbook of a legendary wizard, isn't it? Ron held up the foreword to Weaving and waved it in front of Quest. Are you really not interested at all? So what exactly are you planning? Isn't it to rule the world? Quest's lack of desire made Ron a little nervous. On the contrary, if Quest said he was going to share some treasures, he would feel more at ease. If you don't want small benefits, then you must have big plans. It's not that big. You can rest assured about that. Quest waved his hand. As I said when we first met, I hope to find a place for my compatriots to settle down. Another thing is that I hope that the evil forces like the Halen Empire can die completely and there is no possibility of resurrection. At its core, this could even be considered an ideal. Ron looked at him. He was not an expert in psychology, so he could not tell whether what he was thinking was exactly the same as what he said. But since he said so, then I'll give you a hint, I'm not interested in what you said, but first of all, I'm definitely going to kill that bastard Mind Atis, and I won't let him come back to life to trouble me next time. Second, I have a bit of a collecting habit, and I want a complete set of these relics. Third, I don't know what else is waiting for us here, but if my companions and I gain a foothold here, I will not tolerate anyone provoking me again. Then we will form a solid alliance. Quest held out his hand. According to the information I have now, there is something in the Delusion Land, and the Halen Empire has always coveted this place. You will inevitably have a series of conflicts with them. I just hope they can replace him with someone else. Ron shook hands with the tiefling. The guy's hands were uneven and felt uncomfortable. My message has been delivered. If he makes any subsequent moves, I will come to inform you again. Quest let go of Ron and turned to walk out. Be careful, the threat of the Halen Empire is not the only one in the Delusion Land. Ron has already seen this, the huge swamp throat monster. If Mind Atis hadn't dealt with it, Ron and his friends would definitely have spent a lot of effort. After seeing Quest off, Ron simply lay on the table and took a good sleep, but even this sleep was not sound. Only 2 or 3 hours later, Ivy came in and hurriedly woke him up. What happened? Did Mind Atis bring his men to attack? Ron was still a little dazed, and seeing that Ivy looked a little strange, he asked quickly. What are you talking about in your sleep? Ivy raised her eyebrows. Isn't Mind Atis dead? This time it's not the elves, but those bullywugs. They're back again. Bullywugs. Ron was even more confused. Isn't their territory far from here? The territory is far away, but they opened the hunting ground to our side. Ivy sighed. Not only did they take away some of our prey, they even put the villagers and goblins on their menu. Remember the lizardman territory? Carrad transformed it into a goblin lair, but the bullywugs probably discovered that the swamp would continue to spawn goblins, so they just started to wait there. They now have no steward who understands the common language. Carrad has negotiated with them several times but to no avail. They are ready to fight them and are asking if we need help. What do you think? Ron stood up and put away the spell book. I have no objection. Although the lives of the bullywugs are lives, we should consider the safety of the villagers more. At least we should remove this hunting ground and drive them back to the river. And the safety of the goblins. And okay, they did help us a lot. Ivy sighed and had to admit it. Let's go then. Where are they? They are all shouting. It's time to get to work. As the leader, Ron and his team also participated in daily activities, but they did not have any fixed tasks. But at this time, it was their turn to take action. The goblin nest is not far from the trading post. The madwugs can be said to have opened the mine right at the doorstep of Ron and his family. If they don't take action now, they will have to fight a battle to defend the stronghold next time. These madwugs are definitely capable of doing it. As they got closer and closer to the goblin nest, the smell of blood became stronger and stronger. According to Ivy, Khalid had temporarily restrained the goblins here from going out, but apparently there were still some curious fools who showed up and became the prey of the crazy frogs. Stop! Driver, who was walking in front, suddenly raised his hand. He lay on the muddy ground and carefully checked the surrounding environment. There's a trap. Driver took out some small bone parts from his body, fiddled with them on the ground for a while, and soon he opened a trap. This is a pit, covered with a layer of leaves. After adding some mud as a cover, its load-bearing capacity will be limited to an expected range. In addition to very small creatures, even small humanoid creatures such as goblins will step on it and fall into the pit below. This is used to catch people alive. Driver pointed to the empty hole below. If they were going to die, they would bury some sharp objects. You are old hands at this, right? Ivy glanced at the goblin, who just chuckled and didn't respond. Where are the bullywugs who set the traps? Can we find them? Ron asked. Yes, this kind of thing is usually not too far away. Driver said as he released the white rat that had been following him. After searching the ground for a while, the increasingly strong white rat pointed its head in one direction and stretched out its claws to dig at the ground. Not far to the northeast, Driver understood the meaning of this special action and immediately explained to Ron and the others, "Boss, what are we going to do with them?" "Kill them," Ron thought for a moment, "they claim to be the masters of this place. If we don't drive them away, they will always come back." "I like this." Sierra cheered up. "Carrot Head, do you have any suggestions? Should we sneak over there?" "No," Driver shook his head, "it would be easy to be discovered that way. They will definitely be able to see what's going on here directly from where they are hiding. So I used the cloud technique." From Ron and Lavinia, Driver learned the name of the spell he was going to use, and immediately cast it with the help of several people's cover. A thick cloud suddenly enveloped the trap. Not far away, there was a faint sound of frogs croaking. "What's going on? Is it foggy?" "I don't know, this is the time." Just as the two wild frog hunters in ambush were talking in low voices, a scream suddenly came from the clouds. They fell into a trap. "That's not right. Haven't they discovered the trap? How can you see in such a thick fog? Come on, or someone else will get there first, then I want to present the most valuable things they have to the king." The intelligence of the madwugs is far inferior to that of the goblins, and is only slightly higher than that of the lizardmen. In such a hurry, there is no way to judge the truth. Two madwugs immediately jumped out from their hiding place and hopped towards the fog. However, when they finally reached the trap, they found that there was nothing in the trap. And behind their heads, a strong wind pressed down on their heads. Crack! The mist dissipated, and Sierra stepped on the back of a bullywug, and used her strength to pull the axe from the bullywug hunter. She had used too much force just now, and the axe blade chopped into the opponent's spine, and was stuck in the bone. The other bullywug was ambushed by Ivy and Victoria, and his stomach was cut open by the long sword, and his internal organs flowed all over the ground. It's a pity that this method can't be used repeatedly. Ron looked at the two bully frogmen who didn't even have time to scream. Driverdo's fog spell has a limit on the number of uses. If we keep clearing it like this, it will take forever. God knows how many bullywugs there are. There is another way, the goblin thought for a moment. I can let Dabai explore the way, and after determining the opponent's exact location, we can sneak over. Soon, more than 10 mice including Dabai were scattered out. After a while, the mice that came back from exploring the way gathered at Driver's feet, vying to report the surrounding situation. There are about 10 more nearby, all in groups of 2. Driver looked up at Ron. "It's easy to defeat those scattered like this one, but there are 2 groups crowded together near our base. Their vision should be able to take care of each other, which will be more troublesome." "We'll deal with the troublesome ones later," Ron nodded. "We'll clean up from the outside inwards and deal with them last." In the swamp, a counter-hunt against the bullshitter hunters began quietly. The forest was by no means a quiet place, and even the friction of armor was hard to hear immediately. Moreover, for safety reasons, Driver and Sierra were the main force in the vanguard, while Ivy often acted as bait and wandered around the trap. The attention of those wild frog hunters was all on the prey that was about to step into the trap, completely unaware that they were the hunted. By noon, almost all the bullshitter hunters had been eliminated, leaving only 2 groups still waiting to be hunted. "I'll be responsible for attracting attention, and you guys will flank them from behind. It's best to deal with both sides at the same time." Ron signaled to the others. "It's too dangerous." Ivy objected. "Let me do it. Even if they rush over, I can still deal with them for a while." "I have to cast a spell," Ron smiled. "A sneak attack is not suitable for me. It's better to just stand in the open." "Okay, go and get ready." Ron stood next to a group of madwug traps, and seemed to be hesitating to jump into another group of traps. This indecisive behavior immediately attracted the attention of 4 madwugs. After Ron saw his companion's gestures of readiness, he suddenly stood still, and a little fire lit up from his fingertips. A flaming arrow flew out of his hand and hit the mud not far in front of a group of crazy frogmen. It wasn't that Ron shot off target, but he wanted to let the other side know that he had discovered them, so that they would definitely rush out to hunt him by force, and his teammates could. Shield. A shield magic floated around Ron, blocking the flying spear. When several crazy frogmen jumped out from their hiding place and prepared for close combat, the leaves on the trees behind one group suddenly shook violently. Kill! 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 The barbarian from the ogre tribe jumped down from the tree behind the 2 madwugs. As Ron expected, she lured them from here. The madwugs jumped 2 steps away, which was just the best place for her to attack. The huge axe in her hand fell from the sky with her muscular weight, pressing the 2 madwugs under her. The head of one of them was close to the axe blade, and it was hit by the guillotine on the spot. Although the bullywugs are also medium-sized creatures, like frogs, these humanoids have smooth, moist skin, thick and powerful limbs, and well-developed webbed feet between the toes, which can support them with strong mobility whether swimming in the water or jumping on land. But they also evolved a slender waist and lost their ribs. When a person in an axe weighing 100 to 200 kilograms fell from a high altitude, their body structure would be destroyed almost instantly, not to mention dealing with subsequent attacks. The other group suddenly saw their companions being attacked and immediately wanted to help, but one of them was blocked by a tower shield that was wider than it was as soon as it took a step. The other one immediately made a terrifying and deafening frog croaking sound, trying to notify its companions to come here for rescue. Thorn. A dagger slashed across its inconspicuous throat. The small and agile driver touched its neck from behind, then squatted on the ground and began to rub its ears. Damn it, it's killing me. Ray of Frost. Ron released a ray of ice with a chilling coldness. This trick was similar to the fire arrow, so Ron could learn it easily. In this kind of terrain with rotten plant fibers, its effect was obviously much stronger than the fire arrow that could cause area damage at any time. Under the siege of 5 people, the only 2 remaining bullshitters were unable to resist and soon lost their lives. You are finally here. At a hidden cave nearby, a secret door opened and Khaled strode out. These guys set traps everywhere. It's really annoying me. Why don't you just come out and fight them? Ron asked, looking at Driver who was busy dismantling the traps. With your strength, it shouldn't be too difficult to drive them away, right? There's no point in chasing them away and then they come back again. The hobgoblin put his hands on his hips, so I sent people to look for you, with the goal of catching them all in one fell swoop. But their nests are still there. They will not give up such a rich hunting ground. That's right. Khaled said, why, are you going to completely wipe them out from here? It all depends on your willingness. Ron said half-jokingly. My wish is to completely and fully incorporate the entire land of delusion into our territory. Khaled waved his hand behind him. Little ones, follow the leader closely, we are going to go on an expedition. On the other side of the river, after the man-made disaster that caused the landslide, the fleeing madwugs returned to their territory, but were surprised to find that their treasures had been looted. As a last resort, they began to expand their territory in an effort to use all means to quickly restore the reserves of the royal treasury. As luck would have it, the direction they chose was Ron and his group's base in the north. Today, the madwugs in the territory are still fighting with each other in the camp for the few remaining trinkets as usual, in order to qualify to present treasures to the king. Their fight was not meaningless. In the previous fight with the bandits, those who died in the underground cave were basically the king's elite, and the only butler also died there. Now these crazy frogs were fighting for these precious places, even though they may have given themselves noble titles such as Duke and Marquis. Generally, this kind of competition takes the form of quarrels or fights, but sometimes it can evolve into a more intense form, such as murder. However, killing a competitor often requires great courage and superb skills. If a bullywug is accidentally found murdering a fellow bullywug, the punishment waiting for it may be death. In the cave that used to be the royal palace, the bullywug king who returned from the northern hunt was enjoying sex with several of his spouses, completely ignoring the quarrels and noises of his subordinates outside. But in this territory full of vitality and everything competing, a sentry on duty was tired of the disturbance. He leaned against a big rock, put his spear and shield aside, closed his eyes and prepared to take a nap in his dream. It didn't notice at all that just at the moment it closed its eyes, a short and thin black shadow with a ray of snowy light swept past it. The sentry fell to the ground and stopped breathing before he could even sound any alarm. "Boss, your powder is really useful." Driver lifted a corner of his cloak and wiped the sticky dagger with it, then smiled triumphantly. "Don't wipe it with clothes." Victoria frowned. "Do you know how difficult it is to wash off the slime on the bully's body? Especially after mixing with their blood," Irene muttered, glancing at her burqa. "I rubbed it against my burqa for quite a while when I was crossing the river just now." "Ask the villagers on your way back, they might have some soapberries," Ron interrupted. "By the way, while I was looking for herbs everywhere, you were actually washing clothes. You are a noble wizard, you don't have to wash it yourself." Ivy curled her lips. "We can't do that. If we wait until the dirt dries before cleaning, it will be even harder to wash off." "Why do we have to wash?" Cyril looked at them questioningly. "This is a proof of honor. Not every warrior of the tribe has the opportunity to have so many kinds of blood on their bodies. Take the Ochre tribe for example. She bet that no one had ever hunted down the Madwugs before." "I'll help you clean it up one day," Victoria sighed resignedly. "This is not the northern barbarians, and you are no longer the leader who can decide what others like or dislike. You have to be more decent when you're with Ron." "What? No." Victoria felt that she was probably the only normal person in the team besides Ron. Goblins, barbarians. Although the half-elf girl was better, it was the first time she saw an elf wearing armor and holding a tower shield. Didn't Ivy clearly say that her mother was a longbow fighter who fits the stereotype quite well? "Okay, stop making trouble." Ron stuck his head out from behind the stone of the sentry post and looked at the situation in the territory of the Madwugs. The cave that feeds the swamp moss has been completely abandoned. The largest remaining one should be the residence of their king. You will all cover your mouths and noses and keep your heads down. Got it? I'm not a serious alchemist, and the powder doesn't discriminate against everyone. Well, can I smell it first? Driver raised his head, his face full of curiosity. What does it smell like? Ron looked at him speechlessly. Are you planning to keep another similar record besides chewing the medicine mud? Well, forget it. Driver stuck out his tongue and obediently followed the others in crouching down and covering his mouth and nose with clothes. Ron hid behind a rock and threw his hands vigorously, throwing several tightly wrapped handkerchiefs into the territory of the crazy frogman. With a snap, before the Madwugs could react, the handkerchief fell to the ground and was shaken away. The drug powder inside instantly dissipated and enveloped the small territory of the Madwugs in an instant. These crazy frogmen had no time to dodge, and their moist skin covered with mucus quickly absorbed the powder, and the effect of the drug was quickly absorbed with their breathing. Before Ron and his men could reach their limit of breath-holding ability, in the blink of an eye, there was no more crazy frogmen standing outside. Driver immediately wanted to rush forward to reap the harvest, but was quickly stopped by Ron. It can be seen that the goblins have not yet fully understood the wonderful uses of this weapon. After the powder diffuses in the air, the particles will remain suspended for quite a while. Rushing in at this time will only get him caught. Ron hasn't had time to learn the art of creating wind, otherwise this attack would have been twice as effective with half the effort. Of course, even now, the effect is already enough. A breeze blew past Ron and the others from behind, blowing away all the powder on the Madfog's territory. Go! Ron shouted, and several of his companions immediately rushed forward and slashed at the crazy frogs who were already limp and unable to move, quickly harvesting them. It's not that Ron can't recognize natural medicines with stronger toxicity, but that medicines with this kind of toxic effect are more cost-effective. Poisons that are so toxic that they can be life-threatening if inhaled are very easy to misuse, just like Driver. Even a little inhalation may lead to various consequences, which is really not worth the loss. It is better to use this kind of paralyzing powder. Anyway, they have hands and feet, so it is enough for them to come up and finish off the enemy like they are doing now. The only things left to deal with now were the remaining Madwugs in the cave and their king. I'll go and take a look first. Driver took the lead and rushed into the Madwugs' cave. Then, Ron and the others heard the sounds of fierce fighting and the thunderous roars of the Madwugs' warnings. But the crazy frogmen outside will never stand up to support them. This reckless fellow! Ivy said tisk, and immediately set up the tower shield and rushed in. Ron and his men arrived soon after. Under the light of the torches in the cave, we can see that Driver is struggling with 3 bullywugs with his agile skills and small body. The bullywugs inside don't seem to be as strong as those outside. Although they are similar in physique, when Ron and his friends fight with them, they feel that they are just like silver and pewter. They are far inferior to the hunters in terms of strength, agility, and physical fitness. Why is this happening? Ron hid under the shadow of the tower shield and shot a flaming arrow through the throat of a bully frogman. Logically speaking, these should be guards protecting the king. They should be stronger than those outside, right? Although the cave was deep and the mad fogs kept pouring out after hearing the alarm, the coordinated attack of Ron and his men were unable to put any pressure on them. If I were that king, I wouldn't have placed strong tribesmen around me, Sira said in a muffled voice as he chopped off the calf of a bullywug. I heard that they are like wild beasts, with the strongest guy as the leader. If you place those less powerful guys beside you without giving them tasks to do, won't they challenge their leader every day? Won't the leader become tired and weak in this round-the-clock battle? It's better to let the old, weak, and sick stay in the cave, so that it can crush them at any time to enhance its prestige. The hunters outside will have to run around for their lives and have no time and energy to think about other things. You sound like a philosopher when you talk about this, Victoria said in amazement as she cast a blessing on the team. It's hard to imagine that you can understand such a troublesome social issue. That means your so-called social problems are not a problem, they are no different from wild animals. Sira laughed and rushed deeper into the cave. Just as Ron was about to speak out to stop this overexcited barbarian, Sira came back from the depths at a faster speed. But this time we used a flying machine. Pfft! Sira spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, no wonder that Bird King doesn't need guards, he himself is the most powerful guard. Before Sira could finish her words, a terrifying frog croaking like thunder in her ears interrupted her words. Just as Ron was dizzy with tinnitus, a huge humanoid monster rushed out from the depths of the cave. Ron and the others immediately understood why Sira had such feelings. The king was twice the size of his tribesmen, with dark green skin covered in rough patches, and turbid mucus flowing freely between new and old scars. His muscles were knotted and he was furious. Even the dead swamp maw could not give Ron and the others such a shock. In its hand, it held a huge wooden stick, and its body was covered with a huge cloak woven from a bunch of ornaments collected from somewhere in broken rags. When it jumped on the road, it made a rustling sound, as if thousands of troops were marching. The king was not polite at all to the intruders. After casually glancing at the corpses of his tribesmen on the ground, he stepped over the mad frogs who were not yet dead and rushed towards the crowd howling, boom! Ivy stepped forward, and her relatively slender body and heavy tower shield collided with the opponent. The Madwug King stopped where he was, and Ivy was unable to stop until Victoria and Sira behind her worked together to stop him. I thought such a high cave was built here for my convenience. Ivy laughed bitterly, panting heavily, it turns out it was built for it. I've never heard of such a big bullwug. Victoria was also shocked, not to mention seeing one with my own eyes. Magic missile. But at this moment, obviously, he could not care about so many things. Ron immediately began to chant spells, and magic missiles rained down on the Madwug King like crazy. Victoria's eyes flashed red, and invisible threads emerged from nothingness, trying to hinder the opponent's actions. Driver took out a short bow, and an arrow instantly turned into a rain of thorns and poured down on the king, and Sira and Ivy rushed forward again, using their bodies to block the Madwug from moving forward. The Madwug King let out a deafening roar, and a layer of blood-red light appeared on his body, just like the violence that Sira often launched in battle. Under the cover of this red light, the Mad Frog King almost ignored the attacks on him and just swung the giant stick in his hand like crazy, smashing it down on Ivy and Sira like raindrops. Command spell, stand still, don't move. Victoria's eyes lit up, an illusory silk thread suddenly stretched out from nothingness, binding the limbs of the Madwug King. The others took this opportunity and immediately accelerated their attack. However, the command did not last long. The Madwug King quickly tore apart the surrounding silk threads and started to attack everyone again. Command spell, no. I can't control it. Victoria wanted to use it again, but this time the silk thread didn't even touch the opponent, and it turned into ashes under the swing of the wooden stick in her hand. However, thanks to Victoria's brief distraction, the injuries on the Madwug King were several orders of magnitude less severe than those suffered by Ron and the others. If this momentum continued, the Madwug King would definitely fall first. Lie down. After being forced back again, Sira ran forward, leaped on the cave wall with her feet, and chopped down with the axe in her hand, deeply embedded in the skin of the Bullywag King. She herself was hit by the opponent's weapon, and was hit against the cave wall with a loud noise and flying stone chips. Damn it, my left hand must be broken. Sira used one hand to pull herself out of the wall, and couldn't help but curse. But the sacrifice of her arm was not in vain. Roar! The Madwug King howled in pain, and the violent look in his eyes began to flicker. Under the baptism of continuous damage, even the most brutal barbarian could no longer maintain his bloodthirsty state. Obviously, he could no longer hold on. Good job, Sira. Ivy had already started cheering for Sira, but then they saw a scene that was almost inexplicable. On the cloak behind the Bullywug King, a cocky light suddenly lit up, covering his entire body. His eyes, which had originally begun to scatter, suddenly focused again, and his body began to expand continuously until it hit the ceiling. And these were not the most fatal things. Its powerful attack, along with its growing size, enveloped the entire team. Shield. Ron just had time to put up the shield before he was hit by a dump truck and flew out of the cave. If Victoria hadn't remembered to cast a healing mantra on him when the shield in her hand shattered, Ron almost thought he was going to travel through time again. What's going on? Sira was stunned. Her axe was still embedded in the opponent's body. After the size increased, she didn't even have a chance to get her weapon back. How could she continue to fight like this? Those pieces of junk behind it. Ron's voice came from outside the cave. There's obviously a magical item in those pieces of junk. I'll take it off. Driver shouted immediately afterwards, and taking advantage of the fact that the Madwug King's old strength was just fading, he jumped up and down a few times and climbed onto the cloak behind him. At this moment, the cloak that was originally dragging on the ground is now some distance from the ground, but Driver is not panicked at all. He dropped his short bow and dagger, and used his hands and feet to cling to it tightly, and began to look for the magic item that had taken effect. Drivedo, hurry up! Ivy felt a sweet taste in her throat. Although the tower shield in her hand was enough to protect her from direct damage, she could not avoid the huge impact brought by the giant blunt weapon. If this continued, even she could not bear it. Don't hurry, don't hurry! I found it! The body of Driverdo was carried up with the cloak by the Madwug King's action, but it was at this moment that he found the location of the magic item. It was a brass ring, which had no sense of existence among the large and small rags. If it had not burst out with a yellowish glow because of its effectiveness, no one would have noticed it. Command spell, prostrate. Victoria gritted her teeth and released the command spell again. This time the spell took effect again. A large amount of red silk threads on the ground rose up and dragged the Madwug King to the ground. Got it! Driver, who also fell down, quickly reached out and took off the ring, and jumped away before the Madfog King was about to get up. However, at this moment they discovered that after the light faded, although the Madwug King still had half a breath left, he could no longer stand up no matter how hard he struggled. Sira pulled her axe from its body and dealt it another fatal blow to the head. As the Madwug King completely lost all signs of life, his body began to shrink rapidly and return to its original appearance. Giant transformation, what kind of ring is that? Ivy sat down on the ground, took off her water bag from behind the tower shield, and took several gulps before she recovered. In my nearly 20 years of adventuring career, I've never dealt with such an outrageous guy. I'm almost there, hey. Sira let out a long sigh as she accepted the treatment Victoria gave her. It's damn hard to kill. That's because of the function of this ring. Ron opened the preface to the weaving method, and the identification spell inherent in the magic book took effect, targeting the brass ring in Driver's hand. The holder gains the unbreakable perseverance effect. When a fatal injury is sustained, the wound will be stabilized immediately, and the wearer will not die or fall into a coma on the spot. At the same time, the giant transformation technique that does not require concentration will be triggered, which will last for up to 1 minute. After the effect disappears, all damage sustained during this period will be doubled. The above effect can only be triggered 3 times, and then the ring will turn into an ordinary brass ring. Now there's only one chance left. It's a good thing, but its previous 2 owners probably didn't have good luck. Sira smacked her lips. It seems that an unlucky person got this ring, but was still killed by the bullywug. The damage will be doubled later, and most people can't bear it. Victoria looked at the broken shield on the ground with some distress. My shield is broken. I don't know when a merchant selling armor will come. You seem to be worried about your shield. Ivy looked at the tower shield in her hand. The pattern on the front had been scratched and even the paint had fallen off. By the way, don't you have a repair technique? There are model restrictions. This shield is too big for prosthetics, Victoria shook her head. And are you serious? It's broken into pieces like this. There's no way to repair it. The last ring of fortitude, which had one use left, was given to Sira by Ron. The barbarian's life and death fighting style was most suitable for this. Moreover, they have an advantage over the Madwug King, they have priests who can heal wounds. Although it is still dangerous to take double damage, when the time comes for a do-or-die battle, Sira will not die. Ivy and Victoria had no objection to this distribution. In fact, Driver wanted it. But when Sira kindly proposed fair competition, Driver decisively backed down when he saw the opponent's muscles. Let's take a short break and then explore further inside. Ron looked deep into the cave, which seemed to be empty, and decided to be more careful. Ron, is that Lord Ron? As the team slowly moved deeper into the cave, a hoarse voice caught their attention. It was a cage woven from some unknown tough plant, hung above the cave by the Madwugs. There were still living people in 3 of the cages, while the rest had begun to emit a rotten smell. The shout just now came from one of the 3 people. Do you know me? Ron looked up. It was a dragonborn man in his early 30s. Ron couldn't tell his gender. Dragonborn were generally much taller and stronger than ordinary humanoids, and their physiological structure was different from that of humans. It was really difficult for Ron to judge their gender based on their body shape and sexual characteristics. Of course. I stayed at the trading post for 2 days, and you were there too. The Dragonborn coughed twice with difficulty, and when he spoke again, his tone was much clearer. Only then did Ron realize that the other party was a woman. But her current state was not so elegant. The bullywugs had taken away almost everything from her, not even leaving her a piece of clothing. The bronze scales all over the Dragonborn's body were exposed to the air. Are you Sulina? Victoria recognized her. Aren't you going to Flam for business? How did you get caught here? This is a long story. Dragonborn Sulina said in an embarrassed tone, if it's convenient, can you put us down first and then talk? When they found the rope that held up the cage and lowered the 3 prisoners, Victoria recognized 2 more people. They were all merchants who had crossed over from the other side of the Delusion Land and were going to From. Because Ron had been recovering from an illness a few days ago, Victoria was in charge of most of the affairs of the trading post, and she was also responsible for registering the passers-by. Oh, thank you. You are such kind people. Solina took the blanket that Ivy handed over and wrapped herself in it, finally breathing a sigh of relief. It would be better if the efficiency could be higher. More efficient? What do you mean? Ron was confused. Of course, we're going to open up the fantasy land. Sulina looked at the other 2 people she was traveling with. They were just ordinary humans, with much worse physical conditions than hers. Although they were still alive, they were basically unrecognizable. She was the only one who could speak. There are still a lot of monsters running around here, and the safety of people like us is still not guaranteed. Of course, it was like this before. The only change now is the addition of a trading post. I really have to thank you for that. You know, compared to preparing supplies for a long journey, paying a little money here is really nothing. Why do you want to do business in From? Ron asked curiously, are there any special products there? Honestly, no, Sulina blinked mischievously, but From town is the nearest road to Yunggong. Although both the Delusion Land and the Gobi Desert are very dangerous, as long as we succeed once, we can enjoy a good life for several years, so people like us are willing to take some risks. Take me for example, I will trade some wood from there, and then bring back pearls and other materials from Yunggong. I have taken this route 4 times, and the chance of success is 50% including this time. But the profit can reach 1000 to 2000%. What a huge profit! Ron couldn't help but exclaim, but is it really worth it? Isn't there a relatively safer route? Yes, but it's too far, Sulina thought for a moment. It's safe to take the water route along the continental coastline, but it takes a long detour just to get from where I am to the port. Do you know how many towns and city-states we have to pass along the way? And how much tolls those city-states will charge? If we keep exploiting them, we won't make any money. Add to that various taxes, and the last time we took this route, we were robbed in the Gobi Desert. One of my companions took that route again, and in the end, he lost 6 gold coins and 3 silver coins. Don't you think it's funny? No wonder the guy I escorted before wanted to cross the mountains. Ivy nodded, but he didn't expect that the mountains are more dangerous than the outside. We don't dare go into the mountains. Sulina said hurriedly, I heard that there was a spice merchant in Rose City who went to open up a new trade route, and then there was no news. Ivy. It would be strange if there was any news. Isn't the only survivor right in front of you? Then I roughly understand. Why don't you tell me why you guys failed this time? Ron nodded slightly. You guys have already arrived at the trading post, so why were you captured by the madwugs here? After we replenished our supplies at your place, we headed for Flam Town, but something unexpected happened that night, Sulina said with her head down. A huge monster flying in the sky took a fancy to our horses carrying goods, swooped down and began to feast on them. The guards tried to stop it, but were easily defeated. We saw with our own eyes that several soldiers were pierced by its tail, strung up on a string, and eaten by it like skewers. We were terrified and ran desperately towards this side, but it was too dark. We ran into a swamp without knowing where to go, and then our feet suddenly went empty, and when we woke up, we were here. Sulina said this, wrapping the blanket tightly around herself with lingering fear. Could it be that you encountered a wild griffin? Victoria frowned. This powerful creature loves to prey on horses. You are really unlucky to have encountered it. It's not a griffin. How could I not recognize a griffin? Sulina shook her head repeatedly. It does have a body like a lion, but its tail is long and thin, and its face is flat. It looks weird. That's right. It can speak common, but it sounds terrible. It has the body of a lion, speaks the common language, and swears. Ron always felt that he must have seen it in some work in his previous life, but he really couldn't remember it clearly. Anyway, you should all go to our trading post and take a rest. We also need to go back and rest now, and then we can go to the place you mentioned and see if we can find your goods. Since they had no idea what to do and everyone was not in good condition, Ron could only suggest that Sulina and the others go back to the trading post to rest and wait until tomorrow. Well, our horses are probably eaten anyway, and there's nowhere else to go. Solina had no choice but to say. But please open up a safe passage as soon as possible. If you can really do it, there will definitely be a lot of merchants and guilds willing to pay a high price to buy a way through here. The robbers in the Gobi Desert are at least humane. In most cases, they are willing to spend money to avoid disaster. They may even spend money to hire a gang of bandits as bodyguards to ensure the safe passage of the caravan. However, the monsters here do not agree with this kind of transaction model. If Ron and his team could really accomplish this feat, all those towns that relied on exploiting timid merchants and travelers could take a break. However, Ron remained non-committal about this matter. They were still wandering around the periphery, and as far as they knew basically nothing about what was inside. Very few people could come out alive from the depths of the Delusion Land, and what these businessmen called crossing the Delusion Land was nothing more than skirting the edge. Healing potions, fire glue, poison. After returning to the trading post, Sulina and the others settled down in the guest room, while Ron and his companions began to work. He asked Lavinia to help them and quickly made a batch of alchemical potions to carry with them, both for healing and combat applications. Ron also planned to learn 2 more commonly used spells from Lavinia in case of emergency. Victoria frowned as she walked around the nearby village that the villagers had built, her eyebrows drawing closer together as she held a shield made from discarded wooden boards. This thing certainly can't withstand a claw from a griffin, though I've only heard of those creatures. I would like to lend you the tower shield, but you probably can't lift it. Ivy said without raising her head while washing clothes with the borrowed soapberry starch. In addition to chanting spells, spellcasters sometimes need to coordinate gestures and materials, otherwise it is easy to cause spellcasting failure. Therefore, most spellcasters will avoid carrying heavy armor and shields, and it is best to wear a light robe like Ron. Even if Victoria can lift the tower shield, she can't cast spells, so she can only be a half-baked warrior, and her function as a priest is over. Forget it, let's just make do with it. Victoria took out the guest registration form she had registered a few days ago. I'll go back to Flam when I'm free. As for the other 2, there was nothing to prepare. For Sira and Driver, good health and enough sleep were the best preparations. Oh, are you going out? The next morning, Sulina saw Ron and others gathering at the door and greeted them. Her eyes fell on Victoria's shield, and the latter obviously noticed the bronze dragonborn's gaze, turned away in embarrassment, and urged Ron to set off quickly. Actually, you don't have to be so embarrassed. This is the norm for adventurers. It's different from guards, right? Ivy comforted. When I was in the most difficult time before, I had to borrow some farm tools from the farmland on the roadside as weapons to complete the commissioned tasks. We are still doing well now. But you are the least qualified to comfort others right now, right? Ron glanced at her. Is someone's equipment the most valuable in the team right now? You get what you pay for. Ivy retorted, with one hand on her hips. If it weren't for me, all the spoils you looted would have to be exchanged for healing potions. This is the truth. In so many battles where the few defeated the many, and the weak defeated the strong, it was thanks to Ivy who held the line in the front, otherwise Victoria and Sierra alone would definitely not be able to hold up the defense. Ron, the mage, couldn't find a place to stand, but it was easy to prepare spells, just use the maximum shield spell. The quarrels along the way were one of the regular activities of their team, but unfortunately the weather was not good. After walking for half a day, the sky suddenly became gloomy. Lightning flashed across the cloudy sky, followed by a rumbling thunder in the distant sky. The storm is coming. Ah! I hate this damn weather. Sierra shook off the water on her body like a cat in annoyance. This place is no different from the north before. Heavy rain comes without warning. My clothes are sticking to me. That's because you haven't seen the rain since the beginning of autumn. Frome is too dry. Victoria raised her shield to block the rain. It's really annoying to have continuous drizzle for several months at a time. What she hated most was the guard duty in that season. No matter whether they were wearing long boots or short boots, no one could run away. Once they took them off in the dormitory, there was no way anyone could stay in the room. It was still raining outside. The weather in Rose City is pretty good. There will be a lot of handsome guys and beautiful girls taking this opportunity to have some fun in the rain, and my pub will make a lot of money, Ivy grinned. And in that weather, Mom won't be able to hang around. The stories she tells are as delicious as the scones she makes. Ron could sense the obvious alienation between Sierra and Victoria. Ivy's past was a real blow to two people whose families were not so happy. We didn't have any scones to eat back then, Driver grumbled, but rainy days are good weather. The prey's vision is obstructed and they're not as active, so it's a good time to hunt. Ron didn't join the topic. He grew up in the south when he was a child, and grew up in a town in the north when he was a teenager. After going to school, he went to a place further south, so he had experienced both heavy rain and continuous drizzle. If he had to say, he didn't like the rainy season in autumn and winter. It was freezing cold in the house, especially when he was cleaning instruments for experiments. The ultrasonic cleaning machine in the laboratory is what he likes to use most at this time. Although the buzzing noise is annoying, the water inside is usually not too cold. This should be where they were attacked. Ivy's eyes pierced through the rain and pointed to a bumpy field beside the road. There, a carriage lay overturned on the side of the road, apparently having been violently dismantled, with broken wooden planks scattered all over the ground. Oh, poor horse. The team rushed down immediately. Cyril looked at the blood and flesh residues on the ground that had not been completely washed away, and shook her head with regret. There's not even a bone left. It seems the creature we're looking for has a good appetite. Victoria looked at the ground where the horse's outline was clearly pressed. It was obvious that the hunter had his meal here. But it's clear that its brain is not very smart, or rather, it is not very focused. It won't even choose to eat all the meat from the packhorse and then gnaw on the bones. Ivy looked around and soon found other carriages and horse wreckage. Several of the carriages once had large amounts of wood piled on them, but now the wood was scattered across the fields. Presumably it was Sulina's goods. These horses pulling the carts were luckier than the first one that was eaten completely. The ferocious monster only picked out some flesh and tendons. There's a dead body here. Driver called the others to see what he had found. See? That big guy probably doesn't like to eat people. When everyone gathered around, they saw the body of a young man with grey-green skin, a sloping forehead, a protruding jaw, and exposed teeth. A sharp claw had ripped him open, and his internal organs were scattered all over the floor. These days, the small creatures nearby had torn them apart. An orc. This guy fought a desperate battle with the monster to protect his employer's property, Sierra whispered. I hope there will be a place for you in Valhalla. Your heroic battle with the monster will be repeated again and again in front of Grom's temple. Ron. He didn't quite understand this custom or belief. Although the orc boy was indeed brave, he was killed over and over again by the monster that killed him in his lifetime. This didn't look like a blessing, did it? Don't mind her, Ivy whispered, only she and the orcs can understand this culture. See, this is not a time travel issue. Stop arguing and bring me a handkerchief." Victoria bent down, took the handkerchief handed to her by Ivy, and picked up something that looked like a needle and a nail from the orc's body. "What is this?" Ron watched curiously, some mysterious technique of using needles to stimulate one's potential. "I guess it's the tail spike," Victoria said solemnly. "Our guard manual has a detailed description of this creature. If I'm not mistaken, the one attacking them was not a griffin at all, but another ferocious monster." Roar! As a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, accompanied by thunder, a roar like that of a wild beast resounded throughout the wilderness. Under the dim sky, Ron saw some kind of huge creature with wings on its back flying slowly from a low altitude. Even though it was still far away, he could feel the sinister malice in the other's eyes. Scorpion tail lion. As expected. Victoria immediately got into a fighting stance. "Ivy, prepare to fight." "No need for you to tell me. Ivy's tower shield has been set up." Driver looked at the flying monster, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Among the spells he obtained from nature, there is one that can help him better inflict trauma on his prey. Knowing in advance that he might face some kind of monster, the goblin hunter prepared this spell today. "How dare you, a lowly ant, break into my hunting ground and steal my prey?" When the manticore flew closer, Ron looked at its unusually large lion body, waving dragon wings, human-like face and the slender tail covered with spikes, and then he officially identified it. The manticore is an undisputed monster. It has a humanoid head, a lion's body, and a pair of dragon wings. A towering mane stretches down its back, and its long, thin tail ends in a cluster of spikes. When hunting, the manticore can shoot these dangerous spikes, impaling any prey within its tail's attack range. And the most important point is that this thing usually hunts in groups. "They must have been alone, hunting all the way here," Victoria whispered. "If they were in a group, we would have known there was a manticore lair here. This is a relatively flat wilderness, which cannot hide a monster of this size. Even if there is only one of me, you guys cannot contend with me." The manticore raised his voice even more after hearing Victoria's words. 1, 2, 2.5. "Very good, 2.5 whole human flesh and blood. I will thank you for your gift." "Just say that again." Ivy threw a bottle of fire glue out, but unfortunately it was raining heavily and the sticky fluid in the bottle ignited instantly in the air but was quickly extinguished, causing almost no damage to the scorpion-tailed lion. "Pathetic half-human, you actually dare to resist." The scorpion-tailed lion was enraged. It immediately swooped down and slammed Ivy's shield with its sharp claws. "You stitched monster, are you worthy of calling me half-human?" Ivy was not in a good mood either, and she immediately started a fight with him. Beside her, Sira and Driver rushed up from the left and right to attack him. Victoria's blessing took effect at the same time, and Ron's freezing ray was more powerful due to the cold rainy day, leaving a string of ice crystals and wounds on the manticore's leather wings. "Whew! That's enough." The scorpion-tailed lion was soon unable to hold out, and the dragon wings behind it suddenly created a whirlwind, blowing away the little guy who was obviously the smallest but posed the greatest threat to him, and at the same time carrying himself into the air. "Watch out! It's ready to use its tail spike!" Ron shouted in a deep voice, and at the same time, the magic missiles in his hand shot out like a string, bombarding the manticore. Ding ding dang dang! Several people quickly hid behind Ivy and Victoria. With a series of sounds of metal colliding, most of the tail nails were blocked. Victoria looked worriedly at the shield in her hand that was about to fall apart, and threw it aside. "You really need to change one," Driver shouted with gritted teeth. He had just been hiding behind this unreliable shield and was hit by a bullet in the thigh. "I want it too." Victoria didn't bother to argue with this guy and threw a healing spell at the goblin. "Hurry up and knock it down." "I want to, too." Driver rolled over on the ground, narrowly avoiding the opponent's claw that was pouncing from the air. He shot 2 arrows in his reverse hand, causing sparks to fly off the scales of the scorpion-tailed lion. This was the first time they faced this kind of flying monster, and the terrain was not friendly to them. It was difficult for Ivy to protect everyone, while the manticore could continuously dive from the air to attack Ron, Sira, and Driver, whose armor was relatively weak, making it miserable for them. It was even difficult for the barbarians to touch the opponent. "Lightning beam, Ivy, lightning beam." Ron rolled behind the wreckage of a carriage, which was about to fall apart and was immediately torn into pieces by the manticore. Ron quickly gave instructions to Ivy. It was a good route for him to escape here, and the others could just avoid it, which was perfect for the lightning beam that could not distinguish between friend and foe. Then what about you? Forget it, I don't care. Ivy moved the tower shield to the side, and the new gem ball on her chest suddenly flashed with lightning. A beam of lightning erupted with a roar, submerging the scorpion-tailed lion in an instant. Ow! In a panic, the manticore could not even speak in order to dodge. Didn't it understand that these people would not even let their own companions go? If he rashly used such a powerful spell, wouldn't that human be, that human? The manticore roared in pain in the lightning, but when it turned its head to look, it did not see the human figure. "Arr! You stupid!" Ron's voice came from above the manticore. He didn't know when, but he jumped high and easily avoided the baptism of the lightning beam. Leaping technique. Victoria felt her heart skip a beat. Could jumping technique be used like this? Roar! You cunning flea! After the lightning dissipated, the manticore's scales were half scorched, but it had not lost its fighting power. You are in the air now, how can you hide? At the end of its tail, the tail spikes that had just been shot out instantly grew out again and shot towards Ron above. At this distance and in this position, this human has no escape. Shelter! Victoria chanted softly, and an invisible barrier immediately enveloped Ron in mid-air. The manticore's tail spikes were forced to turn under the intervention of the divine power and all nailed onto Ivy's tower shield. She was the second person in the team who knew something about the habits of the manticore, and naturally knew that this monster could regenerate its own 24 tail spikes. Moreover, under normal circumstances, this ability must be activated naturally after a sufficient period of rest. If it is forced to activate, it will not be able to be used again in a short period of time. What? The manticore was stunned. Although it could use common language to communicate with other creatures, its intelligence was still limited, and this kind of cooperation was relatively complicated for it. And just as it watched Ron land unharmed, the gem on the chest of the half-man lit up again. This is a spellcaster. A Tinkin spellcaster, the manticore launched the last brave charge of its life, but the lightning beams launched by Ivy seemed endless, and there seemed to be an insurmountable abyss between it and the few living creatures. Lightning danced wildly and electric snakes ran around. When Ivy used up the last charge in the gem, the last puff of green smoke came out of the manticore's mouth. The rain gradually subsided, and the charred and stiff body of the scorpion-tailed lion fell on the ground that was emitting wisps of white smoke. There were some wild grasses here, but after 6 consecutive lightning bolts, the land wherever it passed was like it had been plowed, and even the soil was baked. I haven't used it since that day. Even if I can only charge it once a day, it's full. Ivy went up and kicked the body of the manticore. You didn't expect it. Anyone who can release 6 lightning bolts in a row must be a spellcaster who can at least cast 4th-level spells, Ron said, holding his knees with both hands, panting slightly. It should be said that it was surprised that such a powerful wizard had to use 6 large-scale spells to kill it. It's somewhat like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. I'm not a spellcaster, so how can I produce such a powerful spell? Ivy said nonchalantly, if that's what you mean, you should use it, and I should seduce it. If it hadn't seen that I was a weak spellcaster, it wouldn't have pursued me so relentlessly, Ron said with a smile. It looks like the rain will soon stop. Let's clean up the area and go back to tell Sulina about the situation here. It's a pity that the monster's skin scales have been scorched by electricity. Sierra walked over to look at the manticore's corpse, otherwise, could this skin still be sold for some money? Don't be fooled by its fragrant smell now. Normally, the skin and flesh of a manticore are extremely smelly, and even scavengers would stay away from it, Victoria said. Among magical creatures, the fur of a manticore is arguably the least valuable. Of course, it's among the magical creatures, so it shouldn't be a problem to sell it for a few dozen gold coins. Sierra, who had been in a better mood, suddenly began to feel regretful again. In the tribe, this kind of fur is a rare good thing that can be used for many things. Even if it was sold to a traveling merchant, a complete hide could be exchanged for a large amount of daily necessities. It was such a pity to burn it like this. Don't be discouraged, Driver consoled with a smile, didn't you hear what they said? This is a social creature. You may encounter one again in the future. And once you see one, you'll see a whole group of them. I'd rather not, Victoria said, moving between the damaged carriages. Don't just stand there. Come and clean up the mess. The scorpion-tailed lion had no interest in treasures and coins, so when they were cleaning up the battlefield, they found a lot of scattered coins and some valuables. When they returned the few remaining things to Sulina and the others, the three merchants were stunned and stared at each other in silence for a long time. Generally speaking, a short and fat human merchant swallowed, we don't expect adventurers to help us find lost items like this. Unless there is a clear target, they will exchange the item you care about most and pretend not to see the rest and put them into their own pockets. The slightly thin businessman was also flattered. As for the guards, you can't even count on them, they will just tell you they didn't find it, and they will ask you for the reward for sending them out. Although what we recovered is of little value, you really surprised us. Sulina thanked them repeatedly, unaware that the faces of one of the former guards and an adventurer were becoming increasingly ugly. Are they this kind of people? It's a pity that we are penniless now, and even the goods have been lost, Sulina said with some regret. Now there is really nothing we can give as a reward. That's not necessary. If we expect you to pay us back right now, we won't save you. Ron smiled. But I want you to take a look, do you still need to transport these timbers to Yunggong? If possible, if these woods can still be used, I plan to buy the ones that were salvaged. These woods are not a big deal if I sell them to you. Sulina walked towards the woods that Ron and his team had brought back with the goblins and villagers. Generally speaking, this kind of wood is coated with some kind of coating to prevent moisture and insects in order to be suitable for long-distance transportation. Some of the coating has fallen off, but the others are still usable. I'll sell them to you at 70% of the purchase price. The bronze dragonborn blinked at Ron and said, let me make it clear first. I am not blinded by greed. Logically, I should accept that this trip will result in a total loss. High returns naturally come with high risks. But you see, the three of us are basically trapped here now. It's a long way to go home no matter which direction we go. We have nothing now and there's no way we can do it. While we appreciate your willingness to collect the coins and trinkets, it is clear that these alone are not enough to help us return home. I understand, Ron nodded. I'll pay the price you asked, but I suggest you don't leave now. Since the establishment of the trading post, the caravans passing through the Delusion Land have basically stopped here. Why not stay here and wait for a caravan to pass through the Delusion Land and then go with them? Your safety will be more or less guaranteed. We have the same idea, the short and fat businessman said with a smile, but we are afraid that we, who can't even carry it on our shoulders or hands, will cause you trouble, so we didn't dare to say it. Ron waved his hand slightly, you are joking. Maybe you can't help us now, but it doesn't mean you can't help us in the future. I think you will have the opportunity to come here in the future, right? This. The three traveling merchants looked at each other in bewilderment. They wanted to give up this delusionally blessed road with unique advantages, but this place of right and wrong could not be more real. They really did not want to come here again for no reason. Maybe, Solina laughed awkwardly. This is not up to us. Mr. Ron should understand. You will only come if there is something good for you, right? Sira said whatever she wanted to say. The merchants in our tribe were the same. If we hunted some precious furs, they would come 3 or 4 times a year. If they knew that the hunt was not going well, they would basically say goodbye the next year. The barbarian had one foot on the edge of the table, holding a piece of thigh meat from some unknown creature in his hands. He was eating with his mouth full of oil and mumbling, there are still many new and interesting things in the fantasy land. Why don't you 3 take some samples back to see how they sell before you leave? If it doesn't sell well, you can come and look around for the sake of our chief. If it sells well, you can be said to have seized the opportunity, right? That's what the merchant who came to our tribe at least once a year said. The 3 merchants looked at each other, and Sulina couldn't help but ask curiously, but, from what we have seen here, there doesn't seem to be any goods worth mentioning? If it were just furs and meat, we wouldn't have to travel so far, I'm just talking about the facts, not that we are ungrateful. This is not the snowfield of the far north. It has a special geographical environment and ecosystem. Various creatures are rarely seen among the city-states, so they can be sold at a high price. Swamps, forests, rainforests, these types of terrain are not uncommon, but they are not as dangerous as imagined. For businessmen, that is actually a good thing. The barbarian was choked. Sira was only talking about her own experience. She had no idea how to solve the problem specifically. Alchemical materials and potions. Ron thought for a moment. There are a lot of alchemical materials here. My friend and I know herbal medicine and some alchemy. The most special one at the moment is the healing potion. Excuse me for being blunt, but this is not special, the thinner businessman laughed. I'm in the alchemy business. I have 2 alchemists under me, and I can be self-sufficient in making healing potions. Unless, you can make advanced healing potions, or even powerful healing potions. He didn't dare to think about the most effective healing potion. That kind of thing is not something that ordinary people can make, and it is basically priceless. A bottle can be sold for 5 or 6,000 gold coins. You guessed wrong. Lavinia came out of her workshop, Ron's, and walked towards Ron with a wooden box in her arms. This is the result of the past 2 days. I have completely mastered your synthesis process. Is this your alchemist? The alchemist smiled at Lavinia in a friendly manner, but the halfling did not respond to his polite enthusiasm. Can I see your finished product? You ask him. Lavinia raised her chin and nodded at Ron, then went back on her own. She had no desire to communicate with strangers. Of course, please. Ron made a gesture of invitation, and the businessman quickly squatted down and opened the wooden box. He had already made up his mind that he must repay Ron for saving his life, so as long as the quality of the healing potion was acceptable, he would be willing to buy it for 40 gold coins a bottle when he returned, and only make a small profit for himself. But after opening it, he was immediately disappointed. There were a lot of healing potions, but the quality. Even without using identification skills, he could tell at a glance that the effect was worse than that of a normal potion. Although the effect is not satisfactory, the production cost is low. Ron saw the other party's doubts and said with a smile, adventurers may not be able to use it, but it may be sold among ordinary people. How low can it be? The alchemist's tone was almost hopeless. Reducing the cost of healing potions was a very popular research direction, but there had been little progress. 16 gold coins, and 1 bottle takes 2 hours to make. Alchemist, oh. What? Solina jumped up first, her voice rising 8 octaves, Mr. Ron, I'm willing to cooperate with you. Can you sell me this box of potions? I'm willing to pay 25 gold coins for each bottle. Sulina. The alchemist came back to his senses and looked at his companion angrily, I'm not cooperating with you just to let you steal my business. Mr. Ron, I am also willing to spend 25 gold coins on these potions. But I am in this business, and my sales are much wider than Sulina's. How many are in your box? Can I? The alchemist's voice suddenly stopped because he saw Ron take out a bottle of healing potion from the wooden box, revealing the layer underneath. So this box of potions contains 6x3x2, a total of 36 bottles. 900 gold coins in total. The little money that Ron rescued for him was not enough, far from enough, and what did the halfling alchemist just say? This is 2 days' output. The alchemist did the math in his mind. His 2 alchemists, working non-stop for 2 days, could only make 12 bottles of healing potions, with a net profit of 25 gold coins per bottle, or 300 gold coins. But based on the output of these weak healing potions, even if he was just a middleman making a profit from the difference, he could still earn 250 gold coins. Alchemists can't work 24 hours a day without rest. They need to get at least 8 hours of sleep. Wait, how can the alchemist get this much sleep alone? How did he do that? Alchemists would never understand this, because the conventional synthesis process of healing potions requires a ritual and spell casting. It is already difficult for alchemists to take both rituals and alchemical reactions into consideration at the same time, and it is even more unrealistic to open 2 sets of synthesis at the same time. But it didn't matter for Ron. His craft only required a simple trick in the last step, and Lavinia could easily take into account the reactions of 2 or even more groups at the same time. There is another one that is theoretically feasible, but Ron does not have the ability or time to realize it yet, since alchemy's special rituals generally have restrictions on potion dosage. The amount of each bottle of healing potion is limited. Ron's process does not require rituals, so, in theory, you only need to increase the amount of materials proportionally to produce more potions in a single synthesis. It's just that there are no such large alchemical instruments now. What's wrong, Shuk? If you are reluctant to spend the money, I am also willing to get involved. The short and fat businessman laughed. While the alchemists were settling their accounts, they were naturally not idle either. Solovi, what are you doing messing around with equipment? Shuk cursed, and then looked at Ron in a flattering manner, sir. I really don't have so much money now, and I can't buy all these potions. Can you let me get a sample first? You're not trying to secretly crack someone else's formula, are you, Shuk? Sulina laughed, and Salavi followed suit. They are probably worried that their brothers are having a hard time, but also worried that their brothers are driving a Land Rover. This is the mentality of these two people now. Even laymen like them can see how great the potential is. If it falls into Shuk's hands, the profit will only be more, not less. I am a serious and eloquent businessman. How can you tarnish my innocence out of thin air? Shuk's face turned red with anxiety, and then he started talking about contracts, terms, laws, and the like. Okay, Ron interrupted him with a smile and handed over the potion in his hand. Here, this is a gift from me. You still have a long way to go home, how can I take your money at this time? How can I do this? Shuk opened his mouth, but just took the bottle of inexpensive weak healing potion and held it tightly in his hand. Mr. Ron, you should sign a contract with him to protect your own interests, Solina interrupted. Although it is expensive to ask a great alchemist to reverse calculate the alchemical formula, it is insignificant compared to the subsequent profits. He will take this risk. I won't let you down, and you won't let me down. Ron smiled and shook his head. This thing was just a practice for him when he first came to this world, nothing worth fussing about. Compared to this little profit, he hoped that this could have the effect of selling bones for a lot of money. These three businessmen would go back and spread the word. No matter if he was generous and kind or gullible, at least they would gather all kinds of people. This would be better for the development of the dreamland. Besides, reverse the formula? He didn't have any formula. They were all the original ones, but the process was changed. If Shuk really went to find some great alchemist to reverse the formula, it would just be a waste of money. Don't worry, I, Shuk, am definitely not that kind of despicable person. The alchemist patted his chest loudly. As for you, Ron looked at Salavi. Mr. Salavi, right? As you can see, I'm still in need of various equipment. Are you willing to lend a hand? Well, Salavi rubbed his hands in embarrassment. You went to the crash site. Did you see any new equipment or raw materials? It seems not. Ron thought about it. If there was, he would definitely have an impression of it. Salavi's business is to import materials from Yungang, then return to his hometown to forge and sell them. Sulina explained, if he didn't go to Yungang, he would have no reason to come here. But I am willing to send a blacksmith here. Salavi gritted his teeth. After you settle down here, I am willing to send a blacksmith to stay here permanently and open a branch. But I hope that if you delusionally discover a mineral deposit, I can get a share of the profits. Everyone knows that the land of delusion is rich in resources, but no one can say for sure what they are. Salavi is also a kind of investment. For a small business like them who made their fortune by taking risks, sending a blacksmith here is definitely a gamble. It seems I have no choice but to hire a team of carpenters and builders, Sulina said with a smile. I can transport my wood anywhere, and you must need it for your construction here. But the price will definitely not be lower than the cost price. The wood used to make the bronze axe still has some reputation. The general idea has been decided, and what remains is to finalize the details. Although Ron said it was a gentleman's agreement, the paper and the specific content and terms still need to be there. The three merchants stayed at the trading post for another whole week until a caravan from Frome passed by and they took a ride and left. Ron used this time to learn as many spells as possible these days, while Victoria returned to the town of Frome to update her equipment. Taking the opportunity of seeing off a few businessmen, the team set out again and began to further explore the Delusion land. Because after the villagers settled down here, along with the reclamation and hunting, some quite strange things began to gradually happen in their village. When Ron and his companions arrived at the village near the trading post, Andrei, the young man who had raised his arms and called on the refugees to follow Ron to the Dreamland, came out to greet them. Lord Ron, you are finally here. I am afraid that only you can help us solve this problem. Ron was deeply impressed by Andrei, a young man who had been in a refugee camp outside the town of Frome a few days ago. At that time, only his eyes were bright, but now his whole body is full of energy and he is a figure like the village chief in this village. But Andrei said that he only recognized Ron as his leader, so he just appointed himself as the captain of the militia, responsible for the security around the village and trading post. Tell me in detail what happened. Ron looked around the village, but didn't seem to find anything unusual. This small village is located next to the jungle and swamp, adjacent to the trading post. Because it was built recently, everything looks very new. The road is not flat, and the gravel-paved road surface is bumpy, barely isolating the mud below. The square in the center of the village has only a rough outline, and the weeds have not been completely cleared. Looking over the simple wooden wall built near the village, you can see the edge of the jungle swamp and a few sparse plots of land that are still in the reclamation stage. It is morning now, and some villagers have gone out to work, while others are doing simple manual work at their doorsteps. Overall, nothing special. I don't think there's anything unusual going on here. It's daytime now, so we really can't see them, Andre said with a wry smile. Those strange creatures won't come out until midnight. It was something like a will-o'-the-wisp, a skull flying in the air, wrapped in pale blue flames. Andre described it without showing any uneasiness. It seemed to live in the newly dug well in our village. It would come out every night to cause damage everywhere, and would return to the water before dawn. Is there something wrong with the well water? Made it undrinkable or something? Well, no, Andre shook his head, drinking water is normal. And you know us, we are all thirsty, so even if there is a little bit of odor, it doesn't matter, it won't delay us. So far, no one has become sick from drinking the water. So we didn't dare to bother you. But in the past 2 days, the will-o'-the-wisp has become more active. It seems to be able to pass through walls and bodies freely. Every night, it goes door to door to make trouble, repeatedly lighting candles, making strange laughter in closets and under beds, and pouring water on the faces of sleeping people. In short, it plays all kinds of pranks. And you know we're clearing the fields now, right? After they clean up the fields every day, they'll be in a mess again when we go to see them the next day. We've been patrolling all night these past few days, but we just can't catch it. It's no use seeing it, said a young man next to Andre. He seemed to be a member of the village militia. I found it under my bed that night. I threw it and chopped it with a kitchen knife, but it didn't help at all. It was like a real ghost, visible but untouchable. It does sound like a will-o'-the-wisp. Ron pondered for a moment. The land of delusion is full of swamps and dangerous areas, so it is reasonable for will-o'-the-wisp to appear. However, compared with the ones rumored, the will-o'-the-wisp fire in this village seemed to be too non-destructive. Normally, will-o'-the-wisp lures careless creatures to quicksand pits, monster lairs, or other dangerous places, where they feast on the creature's pain or even their screams when they die. But this will-o'-the-wisp is just playing a prank, and has no evil intentions at all. Can you take me to see that well? Ron asked. Of course, please follow me. Andre led the way, and they saw the well on the south side of the central square of the village. Ron looked down and saw that the water in the well was clear and transparent, and there didn't seem to be anything unusual. Help me. Just as Ron was about to walk away, a weak or distant whisper suddenly reached his ears. What? 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 Ivy raised her eyebrows. She was closest to Ron, but she had no idea what he was talking about. Didn't you hear it? Ron said, someone was talking in the well just now. I didn't hear it, Ivy shook her head. Victoria, what about you? Did you hear it? No, Victoria took out the emblem of Helm, which was engraved with an upright left gauntlet with a staring eye on it, and a faint light shone on her body. I don't sense any evil presence. Neither do I, boss, are you hallucinating? Driver picked his ears. He was almost sticking to the edge of the well. Could Ron, who was higher away, hear sounds that he couldn't? Andre. My lord, I haven't heard anything in the past few days, Andre said. Everyone has been drawing water here normally these days. If there were any unusual noises, someone would have heard it. Ron moved closer to the well again, and soon he heard the same sound again. Help me. Still. Ivy looked at Ron. Do you want me to go down and take a look? I can dive. No need. Ron stopped the half-elf and stretched out his hand. A light that seemed to be lightning, but was so dim that it was almost black, flickered in his direction. Jugglery, strike against the undead. This trick was specifically used against undead creatures. It was initially a divine spell from a priest's prayers, but it was soon analyzed by a group of wizards and spread as a spell that could be learned. After all, mages also have their own arcane gods. Whether you are a will-o'-the-wisp or something else, don't hide yourself. Ron pointed his finger into the well. Come out and meet everyone. If you have anything to say, tell us clearly. Save me. The voice in the well sounded again, but it had no intention of coming out. It seemed to only say this one sentence, but its tone became heavier and heavier. So there's nothing to talk about. Ron wasn't interested in continuing the guessing game with the other party, and he fired a shot at the undead, which pierced through the surface of the water in the well and shot towards deeper depths. This time, everyone present heard that long and painful sigh. At night. It seems that our little will-o'-the-wisp is still a little shy and doesn't want to see anyone in broad daylight. Cyril laughed. Chief, I think we should just jump in and pull it out. Or maybe we should just tear down the well and dig deep to find it. Let's see if it dares to play tricks again. For the barbarians from the north, the only undead creatures worthy of awe are the spirits of the heroes who died in battle, just as they only believe in Grom, the lord of war and hunting. Forget it, Ron looked at Andre, who was a little shocked. It's not easy for them to dig a well. Let's not mess with it. Since that guy said he would come out at night, Andre, go and tell the villagers not to move around tonight and to rest quietly. Yes, sir. Andre bowed quickly and left with his companions. Ron and the others went back to do their own things or rest. It was still a long time before nightfall, and there was no point in waiting here. Soon, when the setting sun had shed its last rays of light, Ron and his companions came to the well again. Andre lit and fixed a torch on the edge of the well, illuminating everything around and under the well as clearly as day. Ron was once again ready to unleash his undead mighty force at the bottom of the well and summon the will-o'-the-wisp. Don't fight, I'm coming out. Before Ron could speak, a blue light suddenly lit up from the bottom of the well, and a ball of light without any heat broke through the water and hovered above the mouth of the well, level with Ron's head. Why are you so irritable? Didn't I say I would come out at night? In the light blue flame, a skull with a smooth surface floated up and down, and its mandible opened and closed, and clear sounds were heard. Do you know how painful that bullet was? I don't know, Ron answered honestly, I'm not undead. Judging from the appearance of your skull, you were a woman in your previous life. Ron looked at her. Why did you become like this? The will-o'-the-wisp was about to answer smoothly, but suddenly a large ball of lightning and sparks burst out from the surface of his body. What's going on? Ron was startled at first, and was about to strike the undead, but when he saw that the other party didn't seem to be inclined to attack, he stopped attacking. Alas, I am restricted in the content of my language and cannot talk about this. The will-o'-the-wisp sighed, and a clacking sound came from between his bones. As long as I try to say anything about this, the magic will take effect and make me suffer. It sounds like you are being controlled by some more powerful creature, Victoria said, but why are you in the well here? There shouldn't be any powerful magical creatures around here. The lizardmen and the bullywugs have all been wiped out, and there is not even a priest left. This well is connected to the underground waterway. The will-o'-the-wisp floated unsteadily at the mouth of the well. Although these people have built stones around it, I am a will-o'-the-wisp. This can't stop me. Victoria asked why you appeared here. Ron looked at this unreliable guy. Since you have a very demanding master, why don't you serve him instead of coming here to play pranks and tease the villagers? I am serving it. The will-o'-the-wisp said confidently, I am carrying out my master's will, to scare you. Until you are scared away. Ron. Normally, your job is to lure us to your master's lair, not scare them away. Could it be that you have a will of your own? Will-o'-wisp is a relatively fragile undead creature. Although its various characteristics make them very difficult to kill, immune to lightning and poison, and resistant to strong acid, freezing, fire, erosion, thunder, non-magical attacks such as blunt, piercing, and slashing, this does not change the essence of their existence. They are just some spirits that cannot be dispersed, acting according to instinct and the orders of their masters. I have no self-will, this is the master's order. The flame of the will-o'-the-wisp trembled up and down. Recently, a very scary creature appeared in the master's territory. It's very scary. So my master ordered me to intimidate the nearby residents and drive you away, so that we can avoid danger. What about your master himself? Ivy asked curiously, is he some witch who really likes humanoids? You say that as if you were describing a very fragrant pile of shit, Syrah spit. Even I know that most hags are misanthropes who enjoy seeing us degenerate and twist. No, my master is not a witch. The will-o'-the-wisp danced at the mouth of the well, but my master was once as evil as a witch. Ever. Ron caught a key word. Generally speaking, will-o'-the-wisp is the product of being imprisoned by black magic or dark fate. Its camp is fixedly evil, and its symbionts are mostly witches, evil ghosts, black dragons, cultists, and so on. This is what the saying birds of a feather flock together means. But it says, ever. Yes. The will-o'-the-wisp's voice seemed to adore its master very much. My master was once a very evil being, and it was destined to be as evil as its predecessors. I am also its evil and humble servant, wandering around, persuading creatures such as lizardmen to walk into its trap and become its feast. And I can also be by its side, snatching the last breath of its victims during their last struggle, and enjoying the pleasure of the last ray of light in their lives disappearing from their eyes. When the will-o'-the-wisp said this, a strong light burst out from its empty eyes, which was enough to prove that what it said was true. Due to its evil nature, it really enjoyed those moments and was willing and happy to work hard for the cause of its terrible master. Until that day. So, when did your master start to change? Is it because of a change of heart? Is it because of enlightenment? Or is it because of some other special reason? Ron was just asking casually about the first two. For some creatures, evil is their nature, their instinct, and even something that is necessary for survival. Almost nothing will happen that will make these creatures give up their nature and turn to goodness. Driver was also because he followed Ron, and in fact his nature did not change much, he just restrained himself when cooperating with Ron. There is no conscience and no enlightenment. The will-o'-the-wisp cried, because a canary flew into the jungle that day. Canary. The owner wants to eat it. Then. It got beaten up by the canary. What? Then it began to worship a silver portrait of a dragon head, and after encountering that dangerous existence, it began to deal with it, and asked me to start making trouble for you in order to force you to leave here. To be honest, Ron heard it all clearly in the will-o'-the-wisp's narration, but that was the case. The only thing that can be confirmed is its last sentence. The side portrait of the silver dragon is generally considered to be the holy emblem of the platinum dragon king Bahamut. So an involuntary and originally evil being suddenly began to worship it. The only possibility is that the owner behind this will-o'-the-wisp is also a dragon. And it is most likely a colorful dragon. Colorful dragons live in swamps. Among the 5 colored true dragons, there is one type that meets this standard, the black dragon. The most violent and vile of the chromatic dragons, black dragons gather up the remains of the fallen along with their treasures. They hate to see the weak prosper, and they delight in the fall of humanoid kingdoms. They find the fetid swamps and rubble of fallen kingdoms to be their ideal home. Of course, the above are all stereotypes of black dragons. Ron doesn't know what kind of existence the black dragon is after being beaten by the canary and then converted. But no matter what, they are their neighbors, and it is reasonable for them to visit them. Then why do you keep shouting for help in the daytime? Do you hope to get rid of your master? I don't know. Will-o'-ghost said confidently, I just wanted to scare you and keep you away from the well. Who knew you could do necromancy? Well, can you take us to meet your master? This should be your former job, right? No, Will-o'-wisp flatly refused, my current mission is to drive you away, not to lead you. Ron looked behind him. In those seemingly quiet houses, the villagers had all gone to sleep. Would they be forced to wander again after finally settling down? Ron was very lazy. When avoiding a problem was too much trouble, it would be better to solve it. Your master must not want his enemies to harm innocent people, right? Ron persuaded. That happens to be our goal as well. And as long as we kill your master's enemy, no one will get hurt, right? Think about it carefully. Will-o'-wisp fell silent, and spoke again after a long while, I'm not sure whether this is right or wrong. Okay, I'll take you to the master's lair. But you have to follow me closely. My master's lair is in a very deep place. After instructing Andre to take good care of the village, Ron and his companions got ready and followed the will-o'-the-wisp out of the village. Will-o'-wisp usually seldom spoke, but this one was a chatterbox, so Ron was more inclined to believe that what the other person said was true. In the middle of the night, darkness enveloped the swamp and forest, like a hungry beast devouring everything. The quagmire and the land were lifeless, and the grass and trees were almost submerged in the swamp, crawling on the ground. There were no human traces or lights here, only the night wind whistling through the forest and the branches of the trees waving their arms like ghosts. The dense and thick forests and the unfathomable swamps hide all kinds of mysterious things. Thick clouds hung in the sky, holding a full moon, like a dim eye, watching the land. In the endless darkness, an inexplicable fear always seeped out from various corners, covering everyone. I keep feeling like something is going to attack us. Sira spat on her hand so that she could hold the double-edged axe firmly. If I stay in this environment for a few days, I will definitely go crazy. An interesting topic, Ivy suddenly thought of something and couldn't help laughing. After a violent barbarian goes crazy, will he become normal? Then I have a question. Syrah curled her lips. What kind of offspring will be born when two half-elves combine, a pure-blooded human and a pure-blooded elf? You are challenging the bottom line of half-elves. Ivy pretended to be angry. You guys are so noisy. Will-o-wisp shouted from the front, we have a long way to go, can you guys be a little quieter? After 3 whole nights, Ron and his companions, guided by the will-o'-the-wisp, even walked out of the map that the goblin hunters had already explored. Everything before their eyes became more weird, twisted and unfamiliar. Honestly, I'm beginning to think that this adventure is not a good idea. Victoria walked beside Ron and whispered. We know almost nothing about this place. If you were closer, my master wouldn't have bothered to let me drive you away. The will-o'-the-wisp shouted, because you are no match for that monster. See? We're here, right there. The will-o'-the-wisp turned into a stream of light and suddenly floated to the back of a slope that looked no different from the surrounding terrain. That's it. Is this a ruin? When Ron and his companions quickened their pace and rushed over, they were shocked by the scene before them. None of them had expected that in the depths of this fantasy land, in this barren land with bad waters and poor mountains, there would actually be a ruin of a settlement. In the ruins, the ancient streets are in pieces, and the former shops are only black and grey smoke and broken walls. All traces of past life have been weathered and buried in the dust of history. In the middle of the deserted square, a huge, strange building made of dry mud and ruins was the lair of the owner of the will-o'-the-wisp. In the dim sky, the will-o'-the-wisp stopped, and with the light of its own fire, Ron and his companions finally saw its reformed owner. This terrifying creature is about 5 meters long, 1 meter wide, and about 1.5 meters tall, about the same size as Driver. Its skull has deep eye sockets and prominent open nostrils, giving it a skeleton-like appearance. Its horns are curved and segmented, bone-white near the base and darkening toward the tip until they become a dead black. Its flat tongue forks at the end, and its sticky, acidic drool intensifies its stench of rotting vegetation and sewage. All this confirmed the identity of the owner of these features. It was indeed a black dragon, but it did not appear to be an adult yet. At this moment, it had its mouth half open, its tongue sticking out, and a low roar coming from its throat, as if it was warning some creature not to get close, or as if it was preparing for an upcoming attack, and the targets of these actions were not Ron and the others. The dancing light spell appeared in Ron's hands. Only at this moment did they see clearly the enemy of the black dragon, an even darker creature. F.U., Swampmaw! Ron swore for the first time since coming into this world. They have always known that there is a juvenile Swampmaw wandering around delusional. But the creature turns into an ambush predator after a feeding frenzy that lasts only a month. As for it falling into the underground sewer, even if Ron and his team wanted to eradicate it, they were powerless. It would be better to let it go, as long as it didn't be so blind as to eat its way into their territory. But no one expected that the swamp throat monster would actually run over here and eat the black dragon head. It seems to be the will of God that I should add the name of this creature to my record. Syrah stuck out her tongue and licked her dry lips. Chief, I beg you to give me this honor. I will take the final blow to kill this monster. Humans. At this time, the young black dragon had also discovered them, and asked in a tone of amazement and shock, why are you here? Get out of here. This creature is very dangerous. The task I gave you should be to drive them away, not to lure them over here. The days of me ambushing humanoids are gone forever. But master. Will-o'-Wisp's voice was filled with grievance. I think what they said makes sense, you need help to solve it. The black dragon's tone was filled with annoyance. It was indeed the race with the worst temper among all dragons. I don't need any help. You brainless idiot. They only want me to share. Goo. Before the black dragon finished speaking, the Swampmaw monster on the opposite side took advantage of its distraction and ejected its deadly tongue. Look, I'm telling you, roar. A piece of flesh was torn off the black dragon's shoulder, and it responded with a breath full of strong acid. This Swampmaw monster is almost an adult, and is evenly matched with the young black dragon. If you are not careful, your life will be in danger. And in half a month at most, the black dragon would have no choice but to run away when it saw the other party. Even for small beasts, the growth rate of the Swampmaw monster was fast. Although the dragon clan was powerful, it took too long to develop. At least within 10 years, a young black dragon is unlikely to be a match for an adult Swampmaw. Blue dragons that can spit lightning are naturally restrained, but they are all in the desert, tens of thousands of miles away from here. But this black dragon is obviously lucky. It has a relatively smart will-o'-the-wisp and the helpers attracted by it. Get out of the way! Ivy shouted and raised the tower shield. After defeating the manticore, the gem had been transferred and inlaid on the shield. Because both the half-elf and Victoria who came to help felt that it was stupid for a tower shield warrior to raise his shield in order to cast spells. Of course, there are downsides to this. If the gem comes loose during combat, it can be a little embarrassing. What the black dragon didn't know what these guys were trying to do, but the sense of crisis in its blood made its body react before its brain. Zi-la! A thick bolt of lightning instantly shot out from the hillside next to the nest, engulfing the swamp maw in an instant. When the lightning faded, Ron's flaming arrows and Driver's arrows followed closely behind. But the swamp maw only seems to react more strongly to the latter's damage. The swamp maw is resistant to fire damage, mage. The black dragon laughed unpleasantly. You should use another spell. For example, this. The black dragon raised its head, as if brewing something. When the swamp maw was about to get rid of the negative effects of the lightning shock, a sticky acid arrow was finally spewed out by the black dragon and hit the swamp maw's body hard. Ha, looks like I'm here just in time. Sira rolled nimbly, avoiding the splash of acid arrows and the swamp maw's hasty capture. When she stood up, the double-edged axe raised its sharp teeth and fangs like a giant crocodile ambushing in the water, scraping a deep and long gash on the swamp maw's body. However, the barbarian's fighting style has always been brave and lacks consideration, so the swamp maw was not killed in one blow. Its mouth parts swept across the ground, and Sira could only watch the horrible organ heading straight for her face. Command spell, stand still. Mage's hand. Ron and Victoria started chanting almost at the same time, but Victoria's goal was to stop the swamp maw's subsequent actions, while Ron used the wizard's hand to block Sira. Judging from the results, Victoria's idea was obviously not very effective. The wizard's hand was shattered in an instant, but Sira also got a chance to catch her breath. She swung her great axe again, easily ending the life of the swamp maw. Glom is watching me! The barbarian roared to the sky, but Ron couldn't tell whether it was a show of showing off, a show of piety to God, or an emotional release after surviving a disaster. Or all three. You really need to change your ways. Victoria complained, reaching out to check if Sira was injured. I can't connect your head to your chest and revive you. You are the ones who are here. Sira showed her sharp fangs and grinned. You will never let a poor fool like me die, right? You two are working together really well. The black dragon stood up thoughtfully and clapped his claws symbolically. I have been fighting this thing for a long time, and it is obvious that we will continue, if you don't come. Thanks for your rescue. You have to thank your servant for this. Ron nodded to it and the will-o'-the-wisp immediately responded with rhythmic flashes of light. If it weren't for it, we wouldn't have come here, it's too far. I noticed the trace of the swamp maw when I was hunting in the underground river. At that time, I thought it would come looking for you, so I asked you to drive you away. The young black dragon sighed humanely. I didn't expect this thing to have such a big appetite and actually came for me. You speak the common language well. Ron looked at the black dragon. I thought dragons didn't bother to learn other languages. Black dragons generally are, but my teacher taught me that I should learn this course, so I learned it. The young dragon chuckled, but its voice was definitely not pleasant. Oh, by the way, as the host here, I should introduce myself. Please allow me to briefly speak a little dragon language to introduce my name. My name is Exuri Drusino, Exuri of the Land of Delusion. Ron and others, well, is it over now? This time it was the black dragon's turn to be surprised. It's over, what else do you want to hear? I thought dragons usually had longer and more complicated names. Ivy looked down at him with a complicated expression. A long string of names, you know. Shouldn't the dragon race have a real name like that? Victoria was also puzzled. Both Tiamat and the Lord of the Northwind are extremely powerful beings. Our scholars say that there is a magical power in your blood and name, allowing you to surpass other mortal races. Actuary sneezed. I don't know what you are talking about. Why does it have to be a long name? Some dragons may choose to add the names of their ancestors, the titles they have earned, and the names of their territories to their names, but I am only 8 years old, I have never seen my parents, and I have already added the name of this place to my name. What else do you want to hear? As for your scholars, although they are certainly much older than I am, I can tell you clearly, a name is just a code name. It is the same for dragons, humans, elves, and goblins. The name itself does not have any special power. Power only comes from the owner of the name. For example, if I say the name of Bahamut, the Lord of the North Wind, he may hear it and lock my location directly, but this is definitely not because I called his real name. Bahamut, the Platinum Dragon, the Lord of the North Wind, the King of Good Dragons, or I call him the Lord of Hypocrisy, Bamhut, the hypocritical Platinum Lizard, it's just a metaphor. I hope he doesn't mind. Anyway, as long as my name is directed to him, he will sense it, and it is definitely not because his name itself has any special power. The significance of a true name is the same as an index in a library or a table of contents in a book. It can help others clearly identify the target. If you are very familiar with a book, just saying that page can have the same effect. I heard that some evil creatures might curse you from a distance just because they know your name. Ron thought about it. He must have heard of such an existence or spell. That's because their spell casting itself has the power of a curse, but the success rate and power will increase as their knowledge of the target is strengthened. Although Exuri claimed to be only 8 years old, as a dragon, it obviously has a level of intelligence and understanding that exceeds that of ordinary people. For example, if I want to cast a curse on you, of course I can't do it now, and I won't do it. If I only know that you are a male human, you may only have a little bit of bad luck, such as waking up to find that your horn is not as shiny as before, or kicking off a piece of mud on the bed. Ron, I don't have that possibility. Just an analogy, if I knew your name, you would choke on your mouthwash or bite your tongue when you cast a spell. And if I even get your hair or nails, it will be even more unfortunate. If I get your flesh and blood or even a part of your soul, this curse may cause you to die instantly. You see, the so-called true name is not as mysterious as you spread. It's just that the dragon race is naturally stronger than you, so your scholars hope to find some reasons to explain it so that they and their peers can be psychologically balanced. Everyone immediately felt that what Ainithurai said was right, because now they really felt the imbalance. Okay, I think I have answered your questions. Shouldn't you introduce yourselves? Exur dug a mud pit on the ground and lay down comfortably. I am very interested in knowing what kind of people my neighbors are. Ron, I'm a human, currently the leader of a team of pioneers. Some disasters happened in the north, so we hope to settle down in Delusion and find a place to stand. Ron briefly introduced himself and his companions. This is Ivy. From my perspective, her race is half-elf, and she's from Rose City. I've heard of it. Exur said, my teacher told me about it. He said he really liked to drink in a tavern there, and the spices there are also very famous. It feels great to hear a real dragon praising his hometown here. Ivy smiled lightly. You are welcome to visit me if you have the chance. My family happens to run a tavern. This is Driver. As you can see, he is a goblin and an experienced hunter. The goblins once had a glorious past. I'm glad to see you return to the embrace of civilization. Ainithurai grinned as if he was laughing. No matter what race these creatures in front of him were, there was not much difference to him. Better than beasts, fishes, and fenmoas, but worse than dragons. Her name is Sira, and she comes from the Ogre tribe in the north. I believe you have just seen her bravery. Indeed. Exuri looked at the sturdy woman with curiosity in his eyes. You are from the north? Have you seen my white dragon cousins? What do they look like? Compared with me? I haven't seen this, Sira scratched her head embarrassedly, but I have seen a huge frost giant from a distance. Ha, those big fools, Exur seemed to frown, the disgust in my blood makes me uncomfortable, let's not talk about them. And then there's this one, she's Victoria, our pastor. The followers of the Vigilant, Victoria added, are pleased to hear that you are willing to follow in the footsteps of the Lord of the North Wind. It's not possible not to follow. Exuri sighed, my teacher will be unhappy. It seems that the teacher left a deep psychological trauma on the young black dragon. In addition, we now have a trading post, a village, and a goblin territory, Ron added, all on the edge of the Delusion land, and we haven't had time to explore them in depth. I see. These are the creatures I saw. You killed the lizardmen and the bullywugs, which saved you a lot of work. Exuri nodded. I will be careful and try not to eat your people. Please forgive me if I accidentally hurt anyone. Although I have begun to worship the Platinum Dragon, I can't change the diet in a short time. Besides, I'm still young and growing. Looking at this huge lump of 5 meters long coiled in the mud pit, Ron found it hard to imagine the other party's mentality when he said that he was still young. No matter how many movies, TV shows and documentaries you have watched in your past life, or even the skeletons of prehistoric beasts you have seen in museums, none of these can be as shocking as seeing a real, living dragon coiled in front of you. And this is just an underage individual. What kind of visual impact will it be when it grows up and becomes a giant with a body length and wingspan of 20 to 30 meters and weighing 70 to 80 tons, that is not a man-made steel behemoth, but a real flesh and blood machine. Add to that their natural spell-casting abilities and breath. Who wouldn't want to be a dragon rider? Are you thinking about how to ride me? The black dragon stood up and blew his breath into Ron's face with an unfriendly look. Don't deny it so quickly. My teacher said that you humans all have this tendency. But I won't let you ride me. Almost no creature would like to be ridden by another species, especially a weak species. Do you understand? Of course, of course. Ron raised his hands innocently. I would never have that thought. We are neighbors, remember? That's more like it, Ixuri nodded with satisfaction. Now that the crisis at my doorstep has been resolved, it wouldn't be a good idea for you to come all the way here and just go back like this. Can I invite you to my home for a while so I can show my hospitality? The young dragon's tone was somewhat forced and stiff. Ron guessed that this was all thanks to his teacher. However, he was still in the running in and adaptation stage, so his group should be his first guests rather than prey. Naturally, several people readily agreed to this invitation, but before entering the Black Dragon's lair, Ron had another question to ask Mr. Ixuri. What are the ruins around you? Do you have any clue? I don't know. I'm only 8 years old, Ixuri groaned. I was hatched from a swamp near here. This is what it looked like when I first saw this world. It has been abandoned for about 100 years, maybe longer. During this period, an elf came here, but I was too weak at that time, so I didn't dare to approach him. An elf? Ron and the others looked at each other. Can you tell me more about it? Details? I don't know what to say. The 8-year-old black dragon thought for a moment. Nothing special, just like the elves in my inherited memories, tall, thin, white, with pointed ears, blonde hair and blue eyes, that's it. Oh, and he's wearing a rapier. Although there were at least hundreds of thousands of elves and even half-elves with the characteristics described by the black dragon, Ron still determined that this person should be the lingering mind Atis. When did he come? Do you still remember? I first saw him 5 years, 10 months, and 3 days ago. Black Dragon gave a very precise date. He flipped through the books here with great interest for 3 months, and then left the ruins with a bunch of tattered books in his arms. It seems that he knew about this place first, and then the cave, the stone slabs and other things. Ivy pondered for a moment. Can you take us to see the place? You should still remember it. The Black Dragon's tone was somewhat embarrassed and somewhat aggrieved. Yes, I do have an impression, but are you sure you don't want to come to my house for a visit first? It's much more interesting than those waste dumps, I promise. This matter is very serious for us. Ivy was halfway through her words when Ron covered her mouth. That's it. Our custom is to suffer first and then enjoy. First go and see the decline of the humanoid race, then see the power of the dragon race. In contrast, your lair will appear more magnificent, won't it? What a joke. Black dragons are not known for their good tempers, and dragons are basically just general believers of their gods, and whether they do good or evil mainly depends on their own will. If he really angered the other party because of this, although he would not be defeated, if the teacher behind him and the mother he had never met were protective of her, it might lead to some unacceptable consequences. Dragons, it is better not to provoke this kind of creature unless it is absolutely necessary. Well, then you're right. I'll take you to see it. The young dragon was easy to fool. Ron just made up a reason and immediately made Ixuri, who was originally aggrieved and a little angry, happy again. He happily took Ron and others to a ruin not far away. This piece of ruins is nothing special compared to other places. The only clue is that it has been rummaged through recently and a broken house plate was placed on the rubble. No. XX, LVX Street, Zinliu Library X Pavilion. After I built the nest, I searched all the nearby buildings. If I could find a name for one like this, I would put it in a prominent position. In preparation for subsequent repairs. Ivy asked curiously. Repair? Why do I need to repair it? Ixuri asked curiously. I don't have the time, I just want to make it convenient for myself. I am still young and have a lot to learn. These ruins are my best textbooks. I learn about architecture, art, and the culture and history of creatures like you. My teacher also likes this learning mode very much. This town has been abandoned for so long and no one has come to rebuild it, which proves that it has no value to continue to exist. I put up the house number just to mark my book. Look, see these? These are the only remnants left here. Akshari raised his claws and peeled off some stone slabs and dead branches and leaves that simply covered it, revealing in front of Ron and the others a piece of weathered stone slab. The words written on these slates were blurred and difficult to recognize, and even for those fonts where the strokes could be seen, Ron could not recognize what was written. Wait a minute, Ivy came over and touched the words on it with her hand. This should be Elvish. Give me some time and I'll translate it for you. Let me see. This slab of stone should contain the chronology of events in this town. No wonder it was carved on stone. 258th year of the Halen Empire, this is the time when the Halen Empire began to decline. Under the leadership of Baron Saran Ryan, we came to this place, ready to open up new territories and leave a spark of survival for the Empire. It seems that they knew that the Halen Empire could not last long. The first large-scale resistance and slave uprising against the Halen Empire was after 281. It is said that elves are not sensitive to time. This may be the reason. Ron stroked his chin. Perhaps their leaders have already noticed the problem earlier, but they did not take action until then, and the rebels are even slower. Who knows? I have to ask my mother. She must know better than me. Then there is the following paragraph. We arrived here in early autumn. In order to conceal our whereabouts, we did not choose the safer outer area, but chose to go deep into the Delusion land. Although life here is a little difficult, no other races or opposition parties will find us here. In the early 260th year, we established Green Swamp Town as the new territory of the Empire. In order to avoid being discovered, we did not choose to use spellcasters on a large scale to build the town. Instead, we adopted the old method. This made us put in twice as much effort as expected and also cost some manpower sacrifices. But it was all considered worth it. This land is too far from home, but it hides many secrets. If we can unearth them and find out why all the forces that set foot here eventually fell into ruin, we might be able to deduce a way to prolong the empire for thousands of years. Baron Sarah is one of the main advocates of this idea, and the only one who has personally practiced it. May his name live on in future generations. This one is definitely hopeless. Ivy looked at the words with a smile. He wants to hide his tracks, but he also wants to be remembered for generations. He's the only one who has taken all the good things in the world, right? Do you have any impression of this Baroness Sarah Lane? Ron asked. A little, but not much. Ivy thought for a moment. Lion is the royal family of the Halen Empire, and their emblem is the double lion crown. They once had a genius child prodigy named Sarah. But that Sarah was very short-lived. She died when she was probably in her 80s or 90s. Although the elves mature physically at a similar rate to humans, adult elves must not only mature physically but also have mature experience in dealing with the world. Therefore, elves are generally declared adults when they are around 100 years old. So don't look at me like that. Elves, that's how it is. Sarah did die young in official records, but now it seems that it has been deliberately concealed. Ivy continued to interpret the text on the stone tablet line by line. It was very simple for her, and she did it faster and better than those human scholars who studied the Elvish language, or the elf scholars who studied the human language. Because she had 3 native languages since birth, Elvish, Human, and Common. These languages did not cause any obstacles for her. She could easily switch back and forth between these languages at any time and find the most accurate and easy to understand translation. These stone slabs roughly tell the following story. A group of elves from the Halen Empire foresaw that the empire might be overthrown, so they tried to use a powerful, mysterious, and unknown force to fight against the tide of history. So they came to the land of delusion and brought some of the empire's treasures with them, hoping to suppress the power here and tame and reverse it. These treasures were divided into 3 batches. One batch was brought in 258, one batch was sent at an unknown time in the middle, and the last batch was sent by the empire's supporters when the empire was about to fall, the stone tablets and the keys, as well as magical items including the preface to the weaving. So, those things are not the Halen Empire's trump cards, but the trump cards they hope to use to activate their trump cards. Ivy even found it a bit confusing to say it herself. Look at the back. The words carved there are obviously more hastily than the previous ones. We shouldn't have used that slate. The Baron was too clever for his own good. All forces on this land will enter a period of rapid development, no matter what the reason. But there is only one result: they will become nutrients for the darkness underground. When civilization is judged to be edible, those beings will wake up, turn the entire land over, and begin their feast, leaving only leftovers in the end. We have failed the Empire and the High King, Baron. Ivy's voice suddenly stopped. She looked up at Ron with regret. There's nothing more to come. I was wondering, when we first came here, could that ancient tomb be the burial place of this genius prodigy Sarah Lane? We can't rule out this possibility. In just 100 years, the two barons should be the same person. But if it is true as the stone tablet says, then why would there be time to build a mausoleum? Came the voice of Ixuri. Don't look at me like that. I don't speak Elvish. I have been reading these stone tablets by guessing over the years. Today is the first time I know the specific contents. The young black dragon looked at everyone and muttered. So what did you claim to have learned before? Yes, you are a dragon, you are amazing, you can live for 2,200 years, okay? Brief mistakes and deviations were nothing to the Ixuri, even a young dragon could laugh them off. However, a few years of incorrect learning can be enough to cause lifelong consequences for short-lived races, such as a misperception such as a typo or a polyphonetic character. Generally speaking, elves wouldn't even build a very luxurious mausoleum, let alone build a mausoleum in a very dangerous location at a very dangerous time. A genius like Sarah Lane, who is touted as such, should not make such a mistake. So I am more inclined to believe that he had a reason for doing so. Like protecting the slate or something like that. But just like the tradition of Delusion Land, the various forces here rise and fall, and his mausoleum cannot withstand the test of time and various plunderers, not to mention that there are fellow tribesmen like Mind Atis inside. So when we go there 100 years later, there will be nothing left. Only the stone slab escaped because of its hiding place and coincidental landing point. Actually not, Sira curled her lips, didn't it fall into our hands? You mean, you have a part of their last treasure? Exur's eyes sparkled. Can you lend it to me? When Ron took out the slate, the black dragon's eyes widened. This is really, so beautiful. Can you please give it to me? No, sell it to me. I'm willing to exchange it for the treasures I've collected. This slate is very valuable. I believe you can tell even from the surface. Ron shook the slate in his hand. I don't refuse the deal, but do you have treasures worth exchanging with me? The dragon clan's treasure becomes richer as its master becomes more powerful. What valuable things can an 8-year-old dragon have? I have it. I really do. Exuri stretched his neck and howled, come with me. I'll show you my treasure. The master's treasure is magnificent. You, who had remained silent before, became active again. The nearby ruins meant nothing to it, but it was very familiar with its master's lair. The lair of Exuri is a trap for ordinary people. This building, made of swamp mud and other materials, is a real trap and a sleight of hand, filled with strong acid sprayed by the Exuri. Anyone who accidentally steps into it will be corroded in an instant. Those who are a little stronger will find a specially reserved safety exit and jump into it, becoming the delicacy of the Ixuri. I have blocked this feeding entrance. Exuri led everyone into a hidden entrance next to the nest that sloped down like an underground parking lot, while introducing, it is just to prevent me from being disturbed now. Dragon slaying is an adventure project with a long history and is widely spread. Not only humans, elves, dwarves, etc., but even those less intelligent creatures in the fantasy land often take pride in it. We're here. After walking a short distance in this semi-hidden nest, Ron and the others suddenly saw a bright light in front of them. In a cave that had been dug out separately, they saw a small pile of various shiny little objects. There's a tribe of kobolds nearby, and they regularly offer me treasures in exchange for me not eating them. Ixuri proudly showed off his collection to everyone. Glass fragments, burnt stones. Victoria glanced inside and immediately lost interest. The value of these things is simply not worth the stone slab. Dragons collect treasures mainly because of their beauty. To some scholars who claim to be wise, dragons are just large reptiles like jackdaws. But to dragons themselves, they will not think that there are too many beautiful things in their homes, not to mention that some treasures are delicious. As a young black dragon living deep in the land of delusion, the only trinkets it could collect were scraps like broken glass, and a small amount of gold and silver coins. Hee, human, don't just look at the appearance. Exur raised his head proudly, stretched out his claws to grope in his treasure for a while, and then picked out a yellow rectangle as big as Ron's palm. Look, What is this? Gold? Gold ingot? Driver's jaw almost dropped. I've never seen such a big piece of gold. Boss, why don't you just agree to him? Ron rolled his eyes at the goblin, then walked forward, reached out his hand to touch it, pinched it, took the gold ingot and weighed it in his hand, and finally came to a conclusion. Although even a real gold ingot is not enough to exchange for this amethyst slab, I still have to tell you with regret, this piece is not gold at all, but a piece of pyrite, or fool's gold. But... Exuri was speechless, but those kobolds said this was their most precious treasure. Did they bully me? Did they deceive me? Well, I don't think it's likely. The kobolds have always believed that they are dragons, and they worship real dragons very much. They probably wouldn't have such thoughts. Maybe he killed an innocent swindler who passed by, and then regarded this fool's gold as a treasure and gave it to you. Victoria smiled. There's one less swindler in the world, which is good. But this is something that my teacher and I can brag about. The young black dragon was about to cry. No wonder every time I mention this, the teacher always smiles that weird smile. I am too embarrassed to see any dragons. Actually cried so sadly that even Ron felt a little embarrassed. He felt that he shouldn't have said anything too much and exposed her. But that's it. How about this? Ron thought for a moment. Do you see the 7 grooves on my stone slab? Then look at the gem on Ivy's shield. Do you have any ideas? It fits perfectly, it's a set, it's obvious. Actually sobbed, but this did not prevent it from making an accurate judgment. If you can find the remaining 6 gems, I'll give you the slate after I use them, okay? Ron coaxed. We are just looking for these magical items, and after we use them, they can be used to enrich your private treasure house. Hey, are you sure? Ivy pulled Ron aside and whispered in his ear, even gems and slates should be valuable and have practical effects. Do you really want to give them to it? It's not that Ivy was reluctant to part with the gem on her shield, but it would be too wasteful to just give it away to someone or a dragon. A dragon is helping us find gems. Its efficiency is definitely higher than that of the reborn mind ATIS, Ron whispered. And it has no ill will towards us. We can even borrow from its treasure house if we need it in the future. Can mind ATIS be so kind? That's true. Ivy thought about it and it was true. There was no harm in making a dragon ally. On the contrary, there were many more benefits. A half-elf could live to be 200 years old, and having an adult black dragon as a friend in the future would be of great benefit to everyone. But my teacher will come to give me lessons again in a few days. Actually wanted to agree, can you lend it to me for a few days? I'll return it to you after I show off to my teacher. That's okay. Ron thought for a moment, how about this, let's sign a contract. We will put various treasures in your treasure from time to time to enrich your treasure house. But your treasury and all the items in it must be open to us at any time and allowed to be used by us. As a reciprocal agreement, if either party uses the items in the treasury and cannot return to the treasury for various reasons, they should add treasures of the same value to it the next time they use the treasury. In this way, you can keep the stone tablet with you. Choose one of the two. Do you think you can accept it? The young black dragon, Exuri, finally chose the second option. Even though it seemed unfair in the long run, it was an option that allowed him to show off in front of his teacher in a short period of time. After it and Ron worked out a magical agreement, Exuri happily left marks on it with his claws. Great, you are really very generous, human. The existence that appeared inexplicably, beat him up, actually several times, and then forced him to become his apprentice, really put a lot of mental and psychological pressure on Actuary. He was hoping to turn the tables and win a victory. Can't it see that this agreement is not good for itself in the long run? Even though black dragons are not the smartest race among dragons, or even chromatic dragons, their wisdom and brains are still reliable. But rather than have that being laugh at him silently, Exuli would rather let Ron take advantage. After all, the longest human lifespan is only 100 years, and in his opinion, this human who is trying to gain a foothold in this unowned land will undoubtedly live shorter. So what's there to worry about? No, I should be the one to say this. Thank you very much for your generosity. Ron handed the amethyst slab to Exuri for safekeeping. Please be careful. I'm sure you can see that we still need it. Of course, I will help you find the remaining gems. Exuri laughed. The reputation of the dragon clan is worthy of your trust. In fact, Exuri led the group out of his treasure house and into the depths of the lair through a spiral tunnel. I have some places waiting to be explored. Perhaps you will find something. As he went down gradually, Ron found that the soil and rocks around him became more and more moist, and if he listened carefully, he seemed to hear the sound of flowing water below. Underground river. Yes, Exur raised his head proudly, I found the secret room myself, and it can lead directly to the well of your village along the dark river. It's just that I haven't been there in person. You told me about it. That's true. You had been following Ainithurai. A young black dragon obviously did not have the ability to control more powerful servants. A will-o'-the-wisp and a group of gnolls were almost its limit. If you can take the trouble to dig here, you won't have to go through the jungle and swamps, right? And it should save a lot of time. A whole day, you further gave detailed data, I mean, without sleep and floating. We'll consider it. Ron nodded. Even if it takes the same amount of time, this underground passage still has its value. It is not afraid of wind and rain, the environment is stable, and it is convenient to grasp the changes in nearby water bodies at the first time. Ron's vision is not limited to the paths on the ground. From viaducts to subways, he believes that if possible, they are all worth realizing. These modes of transportation can connect scattered settlements, making them closer until they become a whole. However, these are still only in the conceptual and blueprint stage and have no possibility of realization for the time being. You just said that we might find it from here. Ron and Akshari stood by the silently flowing underground river. The black dragon had dug out a platform here that was big enough for all of them to stand together. The excavation of this platform obviously took the young dragon a lot of effort, because Ron could easily see that there were many collapsed areas in the underground river under his feet. These places were obviously not the original riverbed of the underground river, but the product of an inexperienced black dragon's wrong excavation location. Wow! Akshari stretched out his snout, waited for the right moment and dived into the water, quickly bit the fish and left. After this series of actions, he had a fat and pale live fish in his mouth. This fish is obviously the product of a long period of reproduction in the underground river. Its scales are pale or even transparent, and you can vaguely see its internal organs and bones. Its eyes are also specialized and extremely small. Its organs of perception moved towards its mouth, and when Akshari caught it, its 6 slender and active whiskers or tentacles kept waving in the air, making people's scalps tingle. Fresh and juicy, don't look at me, I won't share with you. Akshari glanced at Ron, you should also restrain your men. The creatures in the dark river are not as abundant as those on the surface. If you fish recklessly, I will have nothing to eat. Ron, how can a 5-meter-long giant that is still in its growth stage say such things with such confidence? As for what I said you might find, Exur pointed to the river below, you'll have to dive down from here to see it. Dive down? Ron said with a "are you kidding me" expression, can I think you are planning to trap us to death here so that you can monopolize the treasure? How is that possible? The young black dragon immediately changed his expression to a serious one, everything I said is true, I swear by Bahamut. I saw a pair of eyes shining with orange-yellow light emerging from the water before. After staring at that creature whose appearance I couldn't see clearly for a long time, I retreated with it tacitly, and I never saw it again after that. I once asked my teacher about it, but after he came here to investigate, he told me to ignore it and that it would not pose a threat to me, Ikzuri explained. But after the half-elf interpreted the contents of the stone tablet for me just now, I was wondering, if the elves said they found a terrifying darkness underground, then would there be something similar under the dark river underground? Are you serious? Ivy couldn't help but complain, you're trying to get us to find something that can destroy a town in the Halen Empire and one of their geniuses? What good will that do you? It should be okay to just take a look, right? Exur stiffened his neck. If its mere existence would bring disaster, wouldn't there be all kinds of consequences with so many fish and other creatures swimming in the river? That thing will only show its fangs when the surface develops to a certain extent. Ron began to unbutton his shirt. In order to prevent that day from coming, we really should do more investigations. The chief is right, Ivy. Sira patted the half-elf's shoulder in a friendly manner, come on, let's go down and take a look together. I just don't think it's safe for us to go on like this, Ivy muttered, especially since I have to leave my armor and shield behind. Don't rely too much on external things, Ivy, Victoria said with a sacred expression, seek strength within yourself. I'm not going to believe in Heim. Ivy sighed resignedly and began to undress from her gear. Driver looked at this, then looked at that, then took 2 steps back in fear, and said with an awkward smile, Well, I'd better show you the clothes here, so that it won't steal them. Ixuri? You're a goblin and you're afraid of water, so why do you involve me? I that kind of dragon. Ixuri snorted at Driver in dissatisfaction, and the strong sour smell made the goblin sneeze. But I really can't go down with you, the teacher specifically told me that the creature is not very friendly to dragons. I'd better not go and get into trouble. Okay, but let's set a time. Ron stretched out his foot to touch the underground river water, then quickly pulled his foot back because it was so cold. How about 3 hours? If we can't come up, I'll have to trouble you to find us. Don't worry about that. Ixuri nodded, I will abide by the agreement. Although Ron was the first to take off his clothes, he was the last to jump into the water. It was not because he wanted to admire the figures of the 3 girls on the shore, a heavy armored warrior, a barbarian, and a guard. Those muscles and scars were not so pleasing to the eye, even though Ivy and Victoria were quite remarkable in Ron's eyes. The main reason is that the water is too cold and he needs to adapt to it. Puff. Sira, who dived into the water first, spit out a mouthful of water and laughed at Ron, you mages are too sensitive. In our place, if you want to go into the water, you have to jump in quickly after you dig a hole in the ice, otherwise your head will hit the refrozen water. Ah! Ivy sighed exaggeratedly, every time I hear you tell stories about the north, I always feel like you're bragging. Tisk, if you don't believe me, forget it. Go try it yourself when you have time and you'll know. After a long while, Ron finally slipped into the water. The temperature underwater was relatively warm, not as cold as when he first entered the water. Keep diving deeper from here. If the creature is not a purely aquatic creature, you may be able to find a hidden cave where you can breathe. The voice of the black dragon Ixuri came from above their heads, on the other side of the water. This was underground and underwater. Although Ron had his eyes open, his vision was almost the same as when he had his eyes closed. Moreover, he couldn't speak here, so he couldn't release the dancing light technique. Ivy confidently approached the 3 blind humans and gestured to indicate that she could lead the way. Following the half-elf girl, as they dived deeper and deeper, a little light began to appear under the deep water. It was the fluorescence emitted from the surface of various aquatic creatures. Apparently humans aren't the only ones who have trouble seeing underwater. In the underwater world that had become relatively brighter, Ron and his friends quickly found the underwater entrance to the cave that Ixuri had described. But when they filed in and swam towards the cave entrance, they found that this breathing place was not so easy to enter. A pair of huge orange-yellow eyes appeared above their heads. No emotions could be seen on the huge blue-green fish head. The strange creature just floated above them, staring at Ron and his group coldly. What should I do? The other 3 might be fine, but Ron was not an athlete, and had not received any systematic training. In such a silent confrontation, the oxygen in his lungs was being consumed rapidly, he could no longer hold on. At this time, his companions obviously noticed Ron's situation and began to gesture frantically to each other, hoping that this creature with a fish head and a human body would show mercy, or at least be humane and let them go up quickly. Even they can't hold out for long in this stalemate. Finally, when Ron began to show signs of drowning, the creature finally gave in and turned to swim upwards. Ivy and the others quickly grabbed Ron and followed. Haha! As his head emerged from the water, Ron began to breathe heavily. He was finally alive. The short but long dive almost brought him to the gates of hell. The culprit of all this was the merman in front of them who had jumped onto a protruding rock and began to look at them with his head tilted again. Its scales were very beautiful. After Ron released the light technique, the blue scales reflected colorful rainbow light under the light. However, from the appearance, it seemed to be quite different from the mermaids Ron had heard of. Simply put, the fish part is its head, and the human part is the body. That's not a mermaid, Ivy whispered, it's a fishman. But I don't understand. No matter which fishman race it is, it should live in the sea. Why does it appear here? All bodies of water are connected to the ocean, all oceans are connected to the elemental plane of water, and the elemental plane is connected to all worlds. The fishman suddenly started talking in fluent common language, and he started with a long sermon. It's not strange that I'm here. It's you who are strange. This Murloc probably learned an outdated version of the common language, so the choice of personal pronouns is a bit strange. Sorry. Ivy was stunned. She looked up at the other person in confusion. How could you? No, since you can do it, then you must be. Triton, that's what you land people call me, the fishman nodded, confirming Ivy's thoughts. My name is Devin Booker, the centurion of the 4th Army of the Freshwater Legion. The fishman seemed to deliberately swallow a small part of the pronunciation to make his name easier for Ron and others to understand. I have been guarding this place for 90 years. Guarding here? Ron looked at him curiously. Why do you want to guard here? He said it was the Freshwater Legion. Sierra said, I guess the underground river should also be considered freshwater. That's not what he meant, Ivy explained. The Tritons guard the depths of the ocean, building small settlements near trenches, portals to the elemental plane, and other dangerous places far from the sight of land dwellers. Although a little far away from us, they are indeed respectable fighters who have made outstanding contributions to preventing the elemental plane from invading the material world. That's right. I am very pleased to hear that the people on the land know us. Devin Booker opened and closed his mouth. Although his expression could not be seen, his satisfaction could be heard. But we have never done anything beyond our duties, so there is no need to show respect. Everything is for a great cause. Ron remembered that Quest had said the same thing, but he was obviously not referring to the same person. Perhaps there were some races in this world, or some individuals within them, that were indeed quite united. So your clan's mission is to expel evil elemental creatures? Victoria nodded. Then your presence here, does it mean that there are also evil elemental creatures here? A defeated enemy, not worth mentioning, Devin Booker said with disdain. Although we paid a heavy price, we have driven it back to the elemental plane. The residents on the ground can rest assured. However, those evildoers serve a more powerful evil. We are unable to eliminate them, so we can only stay here and wait for them to tire themselves out. So, there is a more powerful being here that enslaves your enemy? Ron asked. That's right, the Triton Centurion nodded slightly. I'm sorry, but there are still limits to what we can do. Can you tell me what you know? Ron asked. We are also investigating related matters, but the time is a long time ago and there have been a lot of changes, so many clues have disappeared in the wind and cannot be traced. After that, Ron told the other party the key points of what they knew above. Civilization develops, clears. Devin Booker listened, before muttering at last, how sad. Actually, it's not that sad. After all, the Halen Empire is not a good thing. Ivy muttered. There is nothing more sad than when evil succumbs to a greater evil. The Triton's voice trembled from time to time. If that's the case, what's the point of us guarding here for 900 years? As long as the source doesn't stop, the water will flow. We are trying to prevent this from happening, hoping to solve the problem at its source, Ron said. Of course, we would be very happy if we could rely on the power of the Freshwater Corps. The Freshwater Army is no more, Devin Booker's voice was sad, and the 4th Army is no more. 90 years ago, we sensed the stench of water giants coming from the water here. As we were searching, we fell into the trap set by those cunning water giants. Although we won the victory with great difficulty, we also suffered heavy losses. The remaining comrades also died one after another during the defense, either because of serious injuries or because of the end of their lives. Now I am left alone. But, I will continue this great cause until the last moment of my life. As long as I am still alive, I will never let any villain disturb this place. When Devin Booker said this, a faint silver glow appeared on his body, so holy. That. Victoria's face changed immediately when she saw this. Please forgive me for asking such an undignified question. If I am not dazzled just now, you should have given your body and mind to pledge, yes. Given that Tritons typically live for 200 years, Devin Booker is undoubtedly middle-aged, but his eyes and voice are still firm when he talks about this. The threats we face are cunning, powerful, and beyond reason. We must always be vigilant against their corruption, never accept gifts or favors from the evil spirits or their allies. Be loyal to your mission, loyal to your comrades, and loyal to your duty. I am a shield against the endless horrors of the elemental planes. My blade must always be sharp, and my mind must always be clear. I see, I see. Be vigilant, loyal, and disciplined. Victoria saluted Devin Booker with respect. May the Watcher be with you, respectable paladin. Paladin. Ron looked in astonishment at the Murloc, who was dressed in rags, had an ugly appearance, and even had a beer belly. Although it was wrong to judge a person by his appearance, he could not connect this Murloc with a paladin anyway. And if he didn't misjudge the color of the other person's aura and didn't hear the content of his oath wrongly, then he should be a Silver Knight, that is, a holy knight who abides by the oath of watch. I have never understood your god, but your teachings should be similar to mine, the fishman saluted Victoria. If you have nothing else to do, please leave. I should be able to guard this place for another 90 years. I hope you will prosper in martial arts and be able to clear the haze here. Aren't you going to go out with us? Ron asked. You are alone now. If there really are evil elements coming back, how will you deal with it and how will you warn them? Why don't you join us in finding out the underlying problem and then think of a solution? I appreciate your kindness, Devin Booker waved his huge fish head, but this place must be guarded, and I cannot leave without permission. As for my compatriots, if you have the opportunity, you can use this method to find a mermaid tribe that believes in Eula, and they will bring news of this place to their people. As for, between us, I have a feeling we will meet again. When he said the last sentence, Devin Booker finally corrected the poor pronouns. Although Ron couldn't hear his laughter or see his smile, he always felt that the centurion was smiling when he said the last sentence. In that case, we won't bother you anymore. Ron stopped insisting after his persuasion failed. Before taking a deep breath and diving underwater again, he asked another question. Your army arrived at a time close to the destruction of Green Swamp Town. Have you ever seen gems with magical powers falling here? This was just a casual question from Ron. They now knew of 2 entrances to the underground river. The older one was dug by Ainithurai, and the closer one was a well dug by the villagers. There was almost no possibility that the remaining 6 gem keys would fall into the river. But to everyone's surprise, Devin Booker actually nodded, yes, I have seen one. But the water djinn carrying it escaped from the material plane and entered a portal. Well, I said it, but it's almost the same as not saying it. Now the odds between Ron's team and the water giant are 30 to 70, the giant hits him with 3 punches and he gets 7, not to mention chasing into the giant's hometown to look for gems. But this was a useful piece of information. Ron and his companions bid farewell to this loyal fishman with gratitude and respect and returned to the Black Dragon's lair. How is it, have you seen that creature? Actuary was guarding the shore, looking at them curiously. Yes, Ron said as he was getting dressed. Your teacher is right. You'd better stay away from him. Why? That's a paladin. Ron's answer was concise and to the point, but it dispelled all of the Black Dragon's doubts. What else is there to ask? Black dragons are born evil, and Devin Booker did his best not to jump out and slash the cub with 2 swords during that encounter. As for Exuri's conversion to Bahamut, Devin Booker could probably only know this information when he released the dead and talked to them, if he knew how to do it. If I tell others that there is a holy warrior living under the Black Dragon's lair, who would believe it? In addition, we also know the whereabouts of one of the remaining 6 gems, in the elemental plane. Then I'll just find 5. Ike dejectedly stretched out his claws to pick at the lightning gem on Ivy's shield. Fortunately Driver was watching him on the shore, otherwise the young dragon might really have taken the gem. Besides this, do you have any other clues? Ron continued to ask with the principle of since we are already here, after all, Black Dragon is very close to the crime scene of that year, so it would be easy to find any traces. No, the Black Dragon shook his head. I am too young to leave the nest too far. Perhaps you should ask other creatures nearby. Although the Delusion Land has never been truly occupied by humans, it is a vibrant land with many creatures living here. We will of course visit each of them one by one, Ron nodded. Anyway, thank you very much for your help. If you need anything, you can come to us, or let you pass on a message. Can you remove some of the restrictions on it? It's quite scary when electric sparks suddenly burst out while you're talking to it. Ron almost thought that the will-o'-the-wisp was a suicide bomb. Of course, Ikesuri nodded, stretched out his finger and tapped on Yu's skull. A somewhat illusory click sounded. Okay, I have removed some of the daily restrictions, but it still won't resist me and will still follow my orders. I mainly want to chat and get to know the situation, Ron smiled. As for subverting you or something like that, I'm not interested in that yet. I'll come find you guys in a few days. After being released from his restraints, Yu kept swaying in the air as if he was drunk, and could hardly maintain his floating state. Sorry, so many memories, Then I won't bother you anymore. Ron said goodbye and left after seeing this. The bandwidth of this will-o'-the-wisp might be insufficient because it was suddenly downloading a large amount of memories from its previous life. Anyway, it said it would come on its own in a few days. Without Yu's guidance, the journey back for Ron and the other four was a little more difficult. Just as Iksuri said, there were too many creatures in the forest, and in just a short period of time, the previous path was disrupted or destroyed. After walking through the woods for 3 days, Ron and his friends finally got lost. I told you we should turn right under that tree. Ivy and Driver had a heated argument. Now we can't find the way. We've seen that tree 6 times, 6 times. Driver refused to give in. The road you mentioned is what we made ourselves. When will you understand? You noisy little jerk. A big, brainless pig. Well, what do you two think? Ron calmly took 2 steps back and moved closer to Victoria and Sierra. I've only been through jungles and swamps a few times in my life. Sierra shrugged. She is a good survivor in the vast snowfield, but not here. I have a poor sense of direction, Victoria said simply, and now I'm already confused. Shut up. Victoria's sudden reminder caused the 2 people who were just attacking each other to instantly form a tacit understanding. The 5 of them quickly turned over and hid, staring at places outside their hiding place. Cha-cha-cha-cha. The noisy sound of footsteps stepping on fallen leaves and mud came from far away. From their hiding place, Ron and others could see that a team of about 20 people was walking towards them from a distance. The opponents were almost all human, and judging from the emblems on their attire, they seemed to be from the same organization. A black swirl and a blue eye. Do you know her, Ivy? Victoria. Driver had the best eyesight and could see clearly from a distance. But Ron and Victoria covered his mouth. Shut up. There are spellcasters in that team, and more than one. Ron stared at those people with a frown. There seemed to be 3 spellcasters and 6 warriors. The middle-aged woman leading them was wearing gorgeous clothes, and it was hard to tell what kind of clothes they were wearing. These people were escorting almost the same number of prisoners as themselves. Those people were only wearing a piece of cloth, and their hands and feet were tied with hemp ropes as thick as 2 fingers. Some of them were even put in metal shackles and handcuffs. The swamps and jungles of the Delusion Land were difficult to walk in even with the best shoes, and being tied up barefoot was definitely not a pleasant experience. In fact, when they got closer, Ron could clearly see the blood and flesh on the prisoners' wrists and ankles. If they continue like this and don't get treatment, these people will basically be doomed. But now Ron was not acting as a pharmacist, but as the leader of a team, so he could only be patient and wait with his companions for the other party to pass by and leave. In a glance, Ron could see a trace of sadness flashing in Ivy's emerald green eyes. As a former prisoner, she could easily empathize with these poor people. But like Ron, as the strongest barrier in the team, she must not reveal any flaws and let her companions bear the consequences. Bakoyanis, how long will it take us to reach the trading post you mentioned? A man who looked like a guard looked at the middle-aged woman in the lead. Honestly, I don't understand. Did you really believe what the elf said? Do you think that a trading post would have slaves worth capturing? How do we know if we don't try? The middle-aged woman named Bakoyanis said nonchalantly, there's no harm in it. If there are no worthy slaves, we can just do business with them normally. What do you mean by normal? The subordinate said as if he had heard an extremely ridiculous joke. Don't be ridiculous, Bakoyanis. We never do normal business. If we see something worth robbing, we rob it. If we can't rob it by force, we steal it. This is our business. That's just you, Bakoyanis sneered and said pretentiously, your qualifications are not even up to the threshold of our senior management, so you have such thoughts. When you reach my position, you will know how we gain a foothold among the city-states in the southern part of Delusion Land. Ah, yes, yes. Although the subordinates did not refute verbally, they sneered in their hearts, what high-level official. He is just a leader who can just show off in front of us. What about us? Yes, we can show off our power in front of these lowly slaves. What? Did the elf promise to the boss that she would suddenly order us to go check it out? A spellcaster complained with some dissatisfaction, we are an elite team, and the goods in our hands are priceless. Who will be responsible if we lose them in the land of delusion? As a spellcaster, this person is obviously higher in rank than the guard. Of course it's you. Who told you to ask? A light rain began to fall from the sky. Bakoyanis reached out his hand, caught a few drops of rain from between the leaves, condensed them into snowflakes in his hand and blew them out casually. Don't ask so many irrelevant questions. If you had learned it, you would have been on equal footing with me long ago. So what if she was a spellcaster? She was also a spellcaster, still superior to him. Wait! A man in the team suddenly raised his hand. Judging from his attire, he should be a scout or something like that. Someone just walked by here. Are you sure? Bakoyanus's eyes immediately became sharp. How many people, and when? 5 people, just now. The scout checked the ground carefully and immediately came to the conclusion. Race, occupation. Bakoyannis waved his hand, and the entire team immediately dispersed in battle formation, with everyone carefully looking at the surrounding environment. As the scout got closer, Ron and his companions, who had nowhere to hide, were forced to stand up and waved at the scout awkwardly. Hi. 3 humans, a half-elf, and a goblin. When Bakoyannis saw Driver, he immediately showed a look of disgust on his face. Why are you hanging out with these people? It has poor hygiene, is difficult to manage, and is sold at a low price. It has no advantages other than being durable. You got it right, Ron spread his hands. We can't help it. We don't have as much strength as you guys. We can only do this kind of small business. May I ask what is the name of your business? We are from the Carolina City State. Haven't you heard of us? You must know about Black Eyes. The first part mentioned by Bakoyannis is the official name, and the second part is the nickname used in the underworld. Oh. I've heard a lot about you. Ron pretended to be enlightened. I've heard a lot about the dark circles. I've always taken you as my role models. You're quite sensible, Bakoyannis laughed disdainfully. Go away and don't go to the trading post in From, or I'll treat you as my competitors and teach you a lesson, that half-elf girl still has great potential. I'm afraid I'm older than you. Ivy said with a dark face. Although he was extremely unhappy with the other party, Ron's posturing was completely reasonable. They had more people and more power here, but when they got to the trading post, it would be their home ground. Aren't they the ones who have the final say on whether the slaves are cooked or roasted, sent to the goblins or fed to the black dragons? Be patient and everything will be fine, take a step back and you will be torn to pieces. But just as the slave traders walked past them and Ron and his companions thought they had fooled them, the middle-aged woman suddenly stopped and took out a scroll with an image on it from her bag. Wait, isn't that right? Bakoyannis turned around with ill intent. I was almost fooled by you guys. You are Ron, right? You are just as slick and smart as Mind Atis said. But unfortunately, we are a professional team and we can't be fooled so easily. That elf bought you from us. It is said that the reward will be doubled for everyone he captures. How about it? Why don't you be smart and come with us? Don't worry, your price is too high. We dare not treat you like slaves. The premise is that you are willing to cooperate obediently. Mind Atis is really willing to spend a lot of money, Ron said with a wry smile. It seems we have no other choice. A thick cloud of fog suddenly spread in the forest. In this difficult-to-see environment, Bakoyannis' team quickly lost track of Ron and his companions. However, she was not panicked at all, and even laughed sarcastically. You don't think that such a little trick can be concealed from the world, do you? Let you country bumpkins see what real magic is, wind magic. A line of strong wind 20 meters long and 3 meters wide blew from Bakoyannis into the mist in front of her. Under the encouragement of this strong wind, Driver's mist spell was broken in an instant. However, when those thugs with dark circles under their eyes were about to charge, they found a thick tower shield blocking the way of several people. Magic missile. Blessing spell. Protection from evil. Spells were cast one after another from behind the tower shield, which began to emit dangerous lightning. At the same time, the goblin that Bakoyannis had just looked down upon had merged with the entire jungle, shooting arrows from the shadows, causing several spellcasters to cry for their parents. The shield spell is not completely free to cast. What to do when the spell is used up? Shoot a flaming arrow. At this time, the harassment of the goblins was secondary. What caused the most headache for these slave traders was undoubtedly Sira, who was like a tiger among the flock of sheep. Even though they were well equipped, under Sira's miraculous power, almost no one dared to take her axe head-on, and the result of these people retreating for fear of death was that those weak mages and scouts were completely exposed. Ugh! The nosy scout naturally became the target of hatred of Ron and others. After a few minutes of attack and defense, the scout's head jumped up and down in pursuit of his freedom under the persuasion of Sira's double-edged axe. Damn it! Retreat, take the slaves with you first. Bakoyannis became furious when he saw the situation beginning to deteriorate. After scattering a cloud of daggers and another spellcaster using darkness magic to barely force back Sira and the advancing Ivy, a group of people quickly evacuated. Damn it! They ran away, ran away. About 10 minutes later, Sira, who had just emerged from the conflict with the dark magic, was furious. Her arms, which were exposed to the air, were covered in blood, which were the injuries caused by the cloud of daggers. The people shrouded in darkness had almost no sense of direction, and coupled with the interference of the cloud of daggers, several people were dragged until the spell was about to end before they could rush out. We don't have that many spellcasters, and we are not as strong as them. Victoria also walked out in a somewhat embarrassed manner. The leather round shield she bought from Fromtown was full of scratches. If they didn't have a large number of slaves, they might choose to continue fighting instead of retreating. The number of slaves escorted by the other side was almost equal to the number of slaves. Every time a slave trader was killed, the possibility of slaves escaping or rebelling would increase. Therefore, it would be meaningless even if Ron and others were defeated. The other party is a businessman, and what they value most is goods and commodities. Maybe we can use this, hiss. Ron covered his face. He had no protective gear in his hands that could block the attack. Just now, he was cut on the cheek by the cloud of daggers in the dark. They won't be far away, and they need to rest and regain their strength before facing the dangers that may exist at any time in Delusion Land. You mean we should raid their camp? Ivy said with some embarrassment, but we also need to rest, mainly you and Victoria. We don't have that much time, Ron shook his head. The enemy's spellcasters outnumber us in both quantity and quality. It won't do us any good to delay until they recover. Our only hope now is on you. Don't worry, Chief. Sira spat at the dead scout on the ground. They really pissed me off. I can also join the battle. Victoria waved the mace in her hand. Sira, take some healing potions first. You will definitely be the main force later. Ron and his friends carried normal healing potions when they went out. Ron's weak potions were very effective in daily life, but seemed a bit cumbersome during adventures. It seems that I'm the only one who can't participate in the war normally, Ron smiled self-deprecatingly, but it doesn't matter, I just happen to have a plan. Whatever the plan is, you have to hurry up, boss. Driver came out from the woods. He was the only one who was not covered by the dark magic just now. The traces they left behind are disappearing quickly. If we don't act now, we will really lose our target. Led by Driver, the group followed the trail that was no longer so obvious. Compared with Bakoyanis and others who had 10 slaves to guard, they had the advantage of being lightly equipped. Soon, not far from a puddle temporarily formed by the gathering of rainwater, Ron and others saw the slave traders again. Be careful, alarm. Victoria looked around carefully, there should be some spells left among their spellcasters. It's okay, can you help me mark the location of the alarm spell? Ron surveyed the surrounding terrain and extended his hand to Ivy, lend me the gem. Spells can only exert their most powerful power in the hands of the caster, and now is the time for him to use the energy inside. Isn't the scope too large? Ivy asked worriedly, innocent people might be hurt. Although the situation forced her to do so and there was no other way if she really killed or injured those slaves, Ivy still hoped to avoid this from happening if possible. No, it won't, Ron smiled and waved his hand. He used the weaving forward to explore it and found that the gem was fully charged. My target is not the camp, you are. What do we need to do? Tell me. Sira's eyes were fixed on the people in the camp not far away. What you need to do is very simple, once the other side has personnel deployment, rush in immediately, and what I need to do is to make the other side deploy personnel. The strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain is not new, as long as it works. No, you can't be their opponent alone. Ivy didn't like this suggestion, they will catch you. 6 lightning bolts do not mean you can sit back and relax. A wizard without shelter and protection is still vulnerable and easily beaten. But they want them alive, not dead, Ron smiled, they'll be interested in my price. As for whether I will be caught and what to do if I am caught, that is up to you. After that, Ron put away the gem, crouched down and headed straight for the camp of dark circles. What damn bad luck. A guard in the camp rubbed his big bald head angrily, Tom died like this, and we escaped. This is not running away, but a wise retreat, Bakoyanis said, grimly looking at his men. Our job is to escort these slaves. It would be foolish to lose sesame seeds for watermelons for the so-called huge bounty. If we suffer heavy losses and lose the goods, even if we escort 1 or 2 of their members back, Can we escape punishment? That elf is not our boss. When Bakoyanis mentioned the word boss, several people shuddered. Okay, you're right. But what about those guys? Is Tom's case just over? How is that possible? Bakoyanis snorted. I wouldn't say that, go back and ask them to send 2 more teams over. I don't believe we can't defeat them. Then you will have to hand over the bounty to someone else, said a spellcaster. It's better than losing soldiers and generals, don't always take risks, or you should be on an equal footing with me now. Bakoyanis suddenly stood up, and a string in her mind suddenly broke. The alarm she set was triggered by someone. Ding-ling-ling-ling. At the same time as the mind-triggered alarm sounded, there was also a series of sound alarms. When the slave traders in the camp looked in the direction of the sound, Ron was sneaking into the camp and trying to untie a slave. Hey hey hey, hi! Ron waved his hand, and Bakoyanis saw that in Ron's palm, a bluish-purple gem held by his thumb suddenly burst into brilliant electric light. Lightning bolt! Goodbye! In order to avoid the slaves, Ron shot the lightning beam into the air, then turned around and ran, disappearing into the woods in the blink of an eye. Idiots! What are you still standing there for? Bakoyanis was frightened and angry. Chase them! That elf wasn't telling the truth. This was Bakoyanis' first thought at the moment. He never said that the other party would actually release a lightning bolt. Fortunately, this young man didn't seem to want to hurt others, otherwise they would have suffered a great loss as early as the first time they met. That gem seems to be a powerful magical item. At that moment, Bakoyanis seemed to have grasped some information. No wonder the elf was willing to pay a high price. Could it be that he had other intentions and his target was the gem? Got to get it. The preference and obsession for magic items is a common trait among spellcasters, and Bakoyanis is no exception. With this in mind, 3 spellcasters and 3 guards were immediately ordered to rush out to chase Ron, while the others, with Bakoyanis as the center, entered a state of preparation for battle. There were 5 people on the other side, and Bakoyanis didn't believe that Ron alone would dare to come secretly to rescue those slaves. It might be that the other party is using himself as bait, but this bait is too fragrant. Sure enough, not long after Ron led the 6 pursuers behind him and ran away, the sound of metal armor and shields colliding came from the woods on the other side. Half-elf, Bakoyanis narrowed his eyes, your trick is really not new. If a mage like me chooses to stay in the camp, how will you deal with it? Then I'll chop you off. The barbarians' roars startled flocks of birds and beasts in the forest. As they were talking, 2 guards rushed up and started fighting with Sira. On the other side, the light of lightning continued to flash in the woods. It was obvious that it was Ron who was trying to stop others from coming back to help after switching his attack and defense. It's just a futile struggle. Once the fight over there is over, none of you can escape. Bakoyanis sneered as she dodged Victoria's mace and Ivy's sword, and fought back with the dagger in her hand. Obviously, she was not just a spellcaster. As a leader who could dominate her accomplices, Bakoyanis was indeed extraordinary. At this time, Ivy and Victoria's shields became a burden. Bakoyanis, in turn, took advantage of the shields and blind spots to dodge back and forth. For a while, the 3 of them were evenly matched. However, even though he was able to fight 2 people at once, Bakoyanis was still at ease, using his martial arts and magic to shuttle back and forth between the gaps between the 2 people's shields and weapons, but he had an unsolved mystery in his heart. It's too easy for the other party to come to your door. Is there really such a good thing in the world? Can our side easily get the bounty of 5 people? Wait, 5 people, Bakoyanis was shocked. There were 3 of them, plus Ron, so there were only 4 people. How come there was one missing? Who is coming? It's you, my uncle driver. At this juncture, any distraction could be fatal, not to mention when someone was plotting against you unintentionally. Bakoyanis was distracted for a moment, and Ivy seized the opportunity to press forward with her tower shield and Victoria's leather round shield, which compressed Bakoyanis's roaming space to a very narrow level. The leader with dark circles under his eyes instinctively dodged backwards, but he never expected that as his shoulders suddenly sank, a dagger with a cold light was already on her well-maintained neck. Keep your eyes open and don't move. Put down your weapons. The goblin hunter shouted at the top of his lungs, or you'll be waiting for your leader to collect his body. But it was obvious that the few people did not reach a consensus on how to deal with Bakoyanis. Just as the other 2 guards were about to surrender, Sira's axe had already crushed their faces like a millstone. How dare you be distracted? Following the barbarian's roar, all the living people present couldn't help but close their eyes. Even for the 3 slaves closest to them, it was useless because their heads and faces were covered with blood in an instant. Sira. Ivy sighed, didn't we agree on this? Hey! I was so excited about the fight that I forgot about it. Sira chuckled. How did you? Bakoyanis looked at the men in shock. She tried to throw Driver off her body, but all she got in return was the sharp blade that got closer. It's the same old trick, Ivy said with a smug smile, but we've done a little more development on Ron's idea. You 3 are also bait. Bakoyanis now understood the whole story, the ultimate target is me. That's right, Victoria put her hands on her hips, in fact, we didn't plan to let Driver do more, but you were too slippery. Ivy and I couldn't catch you at all. Drivedo is good at catching loaches. The goblin shouted in Bakoyanis' ear. Look, Ron is coming. Sira pointed to the forest. At this moment, a young man was running towards this side, and behind him were 4 guys who were covered in dust but were still chasing him. Without Ron's help, in fact, he was so out of breath that he couldn't even shout. Ivy stepped forward to protect him behind her, while Sira let out a series of war cries, and killed all the pursuers who were already disoriented by the electrocution as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. My aim is not that good. Ron sat on the ground, laughing and panting while saying in a hoarse voice, I used up all 6 lightning bolts and only killed 2. These guys have suffered a lot, that's good. Sira came back carrying the huge axe that was still dripping with blood. If you hadn't tortured them so much, it would have been difficult for me to chop them. If you guys hadn't dealt with this, I would have been caught up in no time. Ron lay on the ground, looking askance at Bakoyanis who was being held by Driver. Hey, long time no see. Smart guy. Bakoyanis lowered her head slightly and looked at Ron. She did not underestimate him, but she still lost to him. I have been hunting geese all year round, but I didn't expect to be pecked in the eye by a goose. If you walk by the river often, you will inevitably fall into the well. Ron waved his hand to signal his companions to untie all the slaves. These tortured guys were naturally grateful to Ron and others, and immediately rushed towards the dead perpetrators, snatched clothes, shoes, and weapons from them, and armed themselves. The dangerous environment here is obvious to all. They must unite around Ron and others to truly gain freedom. But among these people, Ron found that there were 2 people who were not in a hurry to snatch equipment from others, but walked towards him one after another. Is there a problem? Ron had to stand up to make himself look more formal. After all, from this angle below, he couldn't see the face of one of them. Both of them have very distinctive looks, which are unforgettable even if you have only seen them once. One of them had unusual long white hair and blood-red pupils, and was broad-minded and well-built. She seemed to be very much in line with Ron's aesthetic taste, but her ghostly white corpse-like skin and sharp eyes made him feel very uncomfortable. The other one had a darker complexion, and combined with the sharp edges of his ears, he looked like a drow, but Ron wasn't sure. Dumper, that's really rare. Ivy looked at the woman with natural vision in surprise. Even in Rose City, she had never seen anyone of this race. Seeing a Dumper in such a remote place was almost as unlikely as seeing an Asmuk, descendants of God. The latter was even more likely to happen. After all, they generally didn't deliberately avoid others. They are rare and very expensive, the white-haired, red-eyed girl nodded modestly. The price these dealers gave me is enough to buy 5 male drow. Sylvia. Zhou looked at her awkwardly. Shouldn't you please stop joking around like this at this time? Ah, sorry, the female Dumper smiled. I always like to speak nonsense, please forgive me. Then why don't you go change your clothes instead of coming to see me first? Ron asked curiously. We hope you can let us handle this bitch's affairs, the male drow said, pointing at Bakoyanis with a red glow in his eyes. We have the ability and knowledge, and we will definitely be able to help. It doesn't matter if you work as a laborer, do odd jobs, serve in the military, or even sign a contract to sell her body for a few years. As long as you are willing to sell us the right to dispose of her, anything is fine. No, I beg you not to do this. Bakoyanis shouted immediately, let me go, you don't want to offend Carolina. If you hand me over to these people and I get killed, they will definitely come to you one after another. There's no point in letting you go back. Victoria glanced at her. Won't you go back and gather reinforcements to keep coming to me for trouble? No, I won't, I promise. Bakoyanis said earnestly, I will explain the pros and cons to my superiors, tell them how difficult it is to mess with you, and persuade them to give up this idea. Maybe we'll have business in the future. You are so wishful thinking, Sylvia sneered. My respected benefactor, I will not question your decision, but even if your kindness allows such scum to receive favors, I suggest that it would be better to leave her with some indelible memories. This way, even if you let her go, her backers will be able to see the imprint of your authority. What kind of memory do you think is better? Ron glanced at the other person. How about cutting off an arm? Or a leg? The dumb per said the cruelest words in the gentlest tone. They will be terrified. No, 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 I beg you. Bakoyannis shook his head like a rattle and looked at Ron in panic. Please, I don't want to become like that. Considering the way you treated them, this is not excessive at all. Ivy looked at the rotten and blurred flesh on Sylvia and Joer's hands and feet and said coldly. Let's settle for the next best thing. Ron thought for a moment. Your name is Sylvia, right? A dumb purr. Or half-blood, benefactor. Sylvia bowed falsely because she didn't have a skirt to wear. My mother was transformed into a vampire during her pregnancy, so I have half human and half vampire blood in my body. Very good, then can you suck blood? This is how I eat. Sylvia opened her red lips slightly, revealing a pair of sharp incisors. Very good, make 2 holes in her neck and draw 600 cubic centimeters of blood as punishment. As you command, benefactor. Sorry. Sylvia obediently walked towards Bakoyannis and lifted her hair to expose her neck, but when it came to the actual action she was stunned. 600 cc? How much is that? Suck her until she goes into shock, then leave her here to fate. Ron covered his face and waved his hands. I'm used to it, I'm used to it. There's nothing I can do but let this woman suffer a little and increase the dosage. Sylvia's blood-sucking efficiency was very high, and Driver quickly let go and jumped off Bakoyannis, leaving him unconscious on the ground. Almost 30 ounces, Sylvia wiped her mouth with satisfaction. Thank you for your hospitality. You are very generous. Well, since the benefactor has decided this, I have nothing to say. Joer shrugged and looked at Bakoyannis, who was bleeding and in shock on the ground, with satisfaction. Then what about our treatment? Have you thought about it? Shouldn't you go home by yourselves? Ron looked at the slaves. I will take you back to the trading post and send you away when a caravan arrives. However, to Ron's surprise, none of the 10 slaves cheered after these words were spoken. Instead, their eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. It seems that you rescued us because of your kind nature, not because of a premeditated plan, Sylvia smiled. Then please allow me to give you a hint. Among all of us, there are only 2 people who know where their home is and where their future lies. One of them is a mercenary who was captured during the war with the Carolina city-state, and the other is this drow, Seymour. Don't count me in. I came to the surface voluntarily, and I will never go back. Seymour said in a muffled voice. Then there is only one person. You see, we are not the slaves they just captured, but the lucky escapees during the last slave rebellion. Bakoyannis was ordered to capture us again. Most of us were sold to Carolina when we were young. They made us study and work in the hope that we could sell them for a good price in the future. As a result, we have long forgotten where our home is. Carolina is not home anyway, it's just a cage, one slave said, and everyone agreed immediately. You see, Sylvia nodded, that's it, we don't have anywhere else to go. So I wonder if you have any use for us, so that we can have the honor of repaying you, serving you, settling down with you, and serving you. Sylvia seemed to be very good at piling up her sentences with some awkward and gorgeous words, but Ron heard one thing clearly from her tactful tone: they had nowhere to go and were willing to contribute to their development and construction. Then I welcome you to join us. Ron shook hands with Sylvia, his hands were cold. Please rest assured, we don't have any prejudice against Dumpiers and Drow, we are all wanderers in the world. That would be great, Sylvia nodded with a smile. Please allow us to pack up briefly. Then where should we go? Ron and others. It's bad. I was already lost, and now I followed those slave traders with dark circles under their eyes to this place. I'm even more lost. Don't panic, don't panic. Ivy took a map handed over by a slave, now a free man, that was stripped from a spellcaster. Ron, Victoria. Can you guys see if this is a location marked by magic? Ron and Victoria immediately came over, and Sylvia followed. Yes, this yellow dot is our current location, and the green one should be their destination. That is, a trading post. But we have to act quickly, Sylvia frowned. As the caster dies, the symbol will gradually fade until it disappears. Let's wait a moment. Victoria took out the medicine and potion she brought with her. Come on, share them among everyone. You can't walk far in your current state. Same to you, Sylvia. Don't touch me. When Victoria opened the stopper of a healing potion and was about to heal Sylvia, the vampire made a sharp explosion. Sorry, I lost my temper. After a moment, Sylvia, who had run a long way away, realized that she had overreacted just now, and quickly apologized to Victoria, who looked confused. I am a vampire. Although I am not a true vampire, conventional treatments will still cause harm to me. I appreciate your kindness. Then your injury. Victoria's frown relaxed a little. I don't know how to do negative treatment. The treatment methods for undead creatures are only used by priests who believe in evil gods, and she seems unable to effectively treat Sylvia. I don't know if you have prepared a wounding spell. Sylvia observed Victoria's expression and knew that she didn't have one. I can use that to heal the wound. Besides, blood and raw meat can also make the wound heal, but that will only take effect when I am resting and meditating. Sylvia has a very high talent for arcane magic, but her race is a bit troublesome, Seymour said with a smile, so if you need help on your adventure in the future, you have to call me. I beg to differ. Sylvia raised her chin slightly. Didn't you see just now? There is already a wanderer in the benefactors team. You are late. But that's a goblin. Seymour opened his mouth, then closed it wisely. It's hard to say which one is more unwelcome, a lone goblin or a drow. What about you? Ron looked at Sylvia with interest. Are you an arcane spellcaster? That's right. Sylvia nodded. Besides that, my skills are not bad either. It's hard for that Bakoyanis to gain the upper hand in a sparring match with me, unless she wants to kill me. Also, when I was in Carolina, the person who trained me was a disgusting old wizard, disgusting, but still a wizard. I learned a lot of spells there, as well as human, elven, dwarven, and part of dragon language. After that, Sylvia repeated the common language in 4 other languages, half to show off her skills and half to prove herself. Except for the dragon language, she spoke them all very fluently. The Elvish language is a bit too rigid. The pronunciation of several places just now should be like this. As a true master of the Elvish language, Ivy immediately corrected several mistakes in Sylvia's grammar and pronunciation. The latter, like a good student who listened attentively, carefully memorized Ivy's suggestions and practiced them constantly to deepen her memory. With your attitude, that wizard must like you very much, right? Seeing her eagerness to learn, Ivy couldn't help but sigh. On the contrary, Sylvia's eyes flashed with hatred so thick that it was almost insoluble. He once made me stand in the snow outside in the coldest winter and recite spells. He also beat my hands until they were torn apart, and then gave me a beaker full of strong acid and asked me to hold it high without spilling a drop. As for other kinds of punishments, they are too numerous to count. The only purpose of my hard work is to be able to escape from his clutches one day and live the free and easy life of my dreams. It's just. Sylvia smiled self-deprecatingly. Some habits have been cultivated since I was 4 years old. They have accompanied me through the darkest days and are still with me. I can't seem to quit them. It may not be a bad thing. As long as Carolina is still here and that wizard is still alive, you will never be truly free, Victoria said. They have invested a lot in you, so they will definitely consider taking you back. Yes, you are right. Sylvia was silent for a moment and nodded. I will not slack off until I complete the final revenge. The same for us. The remaining people who had temporarily escaped from the clutches of the devil also roared in unison. Well, I'm glad you're willing to join us, Ron said with a smile. Carolina works for Mind ATIS, and he and I don't have a problem. We have the same enemy. As for after defeating Mind ATIS, if Carolina wants to touch my people, she must ask us first. I was right about you. Sylvia, Seymour, and the others smiled from the bottom of their hearts. Don't worry, we will definitely stand on the same front with you. Well, let's not talk about whether we will fight or not. Can we go hunt some game to fill our stomachs first? Serum muttered, we only have half a portion of food for 4 people. I'm afraid there won't be enough food for so many more people. Come on, big sister, we are in the jungle now, how can we starve to death? Seymour grinned and picked up a machete from the ground. It's the same whether it's underground or on the surface. Let me see how delicious the game in the forest on land is. When night fell, Ron and his companions, while hunting, had already set up camp far away from the camp of dark circles. Sierra, Driver, and the newly joined Seymour are all good hunters, which really proves what Seymour said, as long as you have the skills, you will never starve to death in the woods. The soup is so delicious, and the meat is so good. Sylvia ate so much that she almost turned into a ball. She lay in the clearing in the woods and burped comfortably. I have never eaten so satisfied since I can remember. Even during the previous escapes, we didn't dare to light a fire. How could we be so blatant? Raw meat isn't that bad, you get used to it, Seymour said, holding up half a deer leg and laughing, but who the hell wants to eat raw meat when there's good stuff? Dumb purr. Driver tilted his head and looked at Sylvia. In the goblin's opinion, this woman should not be taken on future adventures, her figure is not suitable for adventures, so it is better to keep her in the trading post. She didn't look as strong as Ivy, and she had a breastplate to hold the excess fat. Meat, whether raw or cooked, has no effect on my recovery ability. But as far as my personal taste is concerned, I prefer cooked meat, especially boiled. Sylvia stared at the top of Driver's head with some dissatisfaction. This little guy had been glancing at her just now. What did he mean? Just add a little more salt, Sierra frowned, scooped a spoonful of broth from the pot and tasted it. It's a pity we didn't bring any salt with us. They usually carry rations with them when they go out to reduce hunting time. Not to mention salt, even the pots are taken from the Black Eye Circle's camp. Hey, your life is much better than ours, I almost forgot the taste of salt. Laughed the mercenary who was captured in the battle with Carolina. Every day, the soup is bland, but you get used to it after a while. I can't do that, Sierra threw the spoon back into the pot in disgust. If you don't give me more salt, I'd rather die than suffer this. That will be very worrying for the slave owners in Carolina. I don't know who said it, but it made everyone laugh. We can go back at the latest in the early morning of the day after tomorrow. Victoria and Ron looked at the faint mark on the map. Have a good rest today, and march quickly in at night tomorrow. It's not a good idea to stay in the woods for too long. Their route was indeed off track, but it wasn't too far off the track, and they were still just outside the area, making it much easier to move here than in the depths of the Delusion land. Ron passed the news to others, and they all agreed. They were used to living a hard life, so what would it matter if they had to work harder for one more day? In the following day, in the morning, Sylvia and Seymour followed Ron and his friends like two students, listening to them impart knowledge about this land and experience of survival in it, and in the afternoon, Sylvia taught Ron the knowledge of magic and arcane. After all, she had studied systematically, and her understanding of these was much richer and deeper than that of Ron or even Lavinia. You learn so fast. Sylvia watched in amazement as Ron used a handful of deer hair left over from last night to release a silent phantom in the woods, and then watched him use charm human on a person. The speed at which this human learned was simply outrageous. Is it because of the spell book in his hand? Sylvia calmly tried to explore the preface of the weaving method, but received no response. It seemed that this was indeed an extremely powerful magical item. Now that the leader has such powerful equipment, his safety should be guaranteed, right? Meanwhile, Ivy had found another bickering partner. Seymour, Driver, and Ivy were arguing with each other, and the common language, human language, elven language, and goblin language all came out one after another, like a symphony orchestra. Occasionally, when Ron was pondering the principles of the spell, Sylvia would join the battle, which was even more amazing. This vampire spoke not audio but video. She knew many languages, and she kept making gestures, gesticulating at several people. It was almost impossible to surpass her in eloquence. I won't bring these guys to my house, Sierra complained to Victoria, covering her ears. Their voices will definitely cause an avalanche. Victoria, don't you know how loud your voice is? You're causing an avalanche. Finally, when everyone pushed aside the bushes under the illumination of the dancing light technique and finally saw a building in the valley, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Trekking through the complex forest for a long time can indeed be mentally exhausting, but now, they have finally returned to the embrace of civilization. Although there is only one trading post, it is a symbol, a spiritual sustenance, and an affirmation of the freedom of prisoners like Sylvia and Seymour. It's great. Sylvia was so moved that tears were about to flow out. We finally escaped. I want to take a good bath, have a big meal, and then have a good sleep on the soft big bed. You deserve it, Ivy chuckled. Go ahead and have a great time tomorrow. Don't you agree, Ron? Ron. Ivy looked at Ron, only to find that he seemed serious and looked ahead vigilantly, and Victoria had the same reaction as him. What happened to you guys? Lights, do you see them? Ron pointed at the faint light coming from the trading post, then pointed at the sky which was already beginning to turn white. It's almost daybreak when we get here. Who would leave a lamp on? Has he been up all night? Maybe he's waiting for someone. Who is he waiting for? Victoria added, could it be someone from Carolina City State? No way. Seymour's heart was beating fast. Can that woman run back and forth so quickly? Or maybe Mind ATIS is planning to work together with the slave traders to catch us off guard. Ron said in a low voice, that grandson might really do that. Everyone, pay attention and hide. Do you see that independent room carved out of the mountain over there? Go in from there, there's a secret passage behind it. Ron led everyone into Lavinia's alchemy workshop. Since the halfling was not there, they went directly into the mountain from the passage at the back, and then turned around to encircle the wooden structure in front. However, with so many of them, it was impossible to be completely secretive. When they passed by a room, they happened to meet Bonnie coming out with a cup of water, looking sleepy. Both of them were immediately frightened. Ron! You're back! After seeing who was coming, Bonnie breathed a sigh of relief. Hurry up and go to the front. Someone has been waiting for you. He's almost eaten up all our food in the past 2 days. When Ron and others rushed to the hall of the trading post in front at the speed of light, a dragonborn covered with golden scales was waiting for them. Mr. Ron, I guess. When he saw Ron and others, the dragonborn stood up and looked at the young male human in front of him calmly. Exur said he had a good conversation with you, so I came to take a look out of curiosity, and also to observe the supply reserves you have here. From the results, not very sufficient. If you didn't eat so much. Booni puffed up her cheeks and screamed angrily. Ron and his friends were away some time ago, so she and Khalid had to receive this picky guy reluctantly, but now Ron is back. I guess you are the teacher of Exur. Ron had a clue when he heard him talking about the black dragon. I heard from his will-o'-the-wisp that you were the one who persuaded him to turn over a new leaf. Even if a dragonborn has great power, it is difficult for him to be recognized by a real dragon, just like the dragon race will never recognize that lizardmen and kobolds have dragon blood. Therefore, the other party's current skin is obviously just a trick or a disguise, and his true identity is most likely a golden dragon. No, that is actually my elder. Because that adult has more important things to do, I will serve as his messenger and actuary's teacher to educate him. My real name is, I am glad to see another ambitious and kind lord appear in the land of delusion. It was not known whether it was out of the arrogance of the dragon race or his own pride, but the golden dragon used a long string of dragon language when introducing himself, so that no one present could understand what the other party was called, because that long string of pronunciations was really difficult to repeat with the vocal cords of humans and elves. I am also very happy to meet a kind golden dragon. Ron bowed slightly, pulled a chair over and sat opposite the golden dragon. Your Excellency, you came here not just to take a look at our current outpost, right? This is the main reason, because I heard that you have recruited a lot of goblins as allies. The golden dragon's golden vertical pupils fell on Driver. Although it did not show any hostility, the goblin hunter still screamed as if he was scalded, and then hurriedly hid behind. Sylvia and Seymour also felt uncomfortable, but their reactions were not as violent as Driver's. They just took a step back and stood behind Victoria and the others. As for the others, whether it was Ron, Ivy, Victoria, or Syrah, they did not react at all to the golden dragon's gaze. It seems that I have worried too much. The golden dragon retracted his gaze and raised the cup to drink water. I sincerely apologize to you and your companions for my rudeness, but I must ensure one thing, that the land of delusion will not usher in the reign of terror of an evil monarch. There is already enough darkness in this land. I inspected the trading post, the village, and the Goblin's Lair before you came back, and I was shocked by the results. It's a miracle that you can let them live together in peace. So I decided to stay 2 more days so I could see you in person. So what do you think of me? Ron smiled. Bandit? Robber? Speculator? Or just an ordinary adventurer who is indistinguishable from the crowd? A wizard who possesses the preface to weaving is definitely not ordinary. The golden dragon laughed heartily. The previous owner of your spellbook was once a famous person. Although the impression of her has faded among your races with the fall of the Halen Empire, her glory is as if it happened yesterday to the dragon race. As for you, although I am not sure whether you have the ability to govern the entire Delusion land, this does not affect my evaluation of you. I think I can discuss some agreements and terms with you so that both of us can benefit from each other. Golden dragons, or metal dragons, have interests in Delusion. Ron rested his elbow on the armrest of the chair and rested his head on his fist. I really didn't expect this. The complexity of the Delusion land far exceeds the information you have now, Mr. Ron, Jinlong said solemnly. As far as our dragon race is concerned, we have a very important relationship here. What is it? I'm sorry, but I'm not allowed to tell you that. Okay, Ron changed his posture, so can you tell me what's so special about Exuri? Why did you go to so much trouble to train him? I'm sorry, but I'm not allowed to tell you that. What about the darkness that exists underground in the fantasy land? This should be your important concern, right? I'm sorry, but I'm not allowed to tell you that. Ron, I'm sorry, would you please go back? You're wasting my time by not saying anything. We rushed home at night without resting or washing or eating, just to listen to you saying no right to disclose this. Jinlong put down the cup and rubbed his hands in embarrassment. Please forgive me, but I do have a compelling reason. The 3 questions you raised are actually one question in essence. Do you understand what I mean? I hate guessing games, Ron pouted. If you can't say it directly, don't say anything, otherwise I'll think you're interfering with my judgment. Okay, Jinlong nodded helplessly. In this case, I will make the next proposal to you. You should have read the stone tablets left by the elves of the Halen Empire and engraved in their new Willow Library. Do you agree to slow down the progress of you and your men and let me supervise so that I can stop any exploration and research projects in your territory when appropriate? I hope you can understand that this is definitely not me making a fuss, nor do I want to interfere in your internal affairs. You and I should both agree on one thing: when you develop too fast, your territory and people will be watched and coveted by the darkness, so doing this is actually a form of protection and care for you. Jinlong's words were sincere and humble. Ron could not find any ill intention or conspiracy in his words, eyes, and actions. Everything he said seemed to be considered for their benefit, and he seemed to have it all for the good of the people in this small trading post and the surrounding settlement. Ron heard clearly the goodwill expressed by the Golden Dragon, and he believed that his answer would not cause any ambiguity. Also, don't come again if you have nothing to do. We don't have that much food to satisfy your appetite. The Golden Dragon was almost blasted out of the trading post by Ron. Ron had no intention of being cautious or trying to please the Metal Dragon, especially on his own territory. Not to mention that the Golden Lizard said something so unpleasant. What do you mean he can stop any process here, and it's for their own good? To prevent darkness from falling upon the land? At least an adult Golden Dragon came here and beat a black dragon cub so that he had to believe in Bahamut, lived here, ate his food and drank his water, and scared a goblin. If you have the skills and the ability, why don't you go fight the real darkness to the death? Why are you so mysterious? If you don't listen to the Dragon Clan, you will suffer the consequences. The Golden Dragon had a good temper. When Ron kicked him out, he just kept muttering to himself without any intention of resisting. Human, you must remember what I said, otherwise when the day of darkness comes, you will regret it. Bang! Ron closed the door of the trading post. Neuropathy. Benefactor, are you sure you don't want to listen to his advice? Seymour asked cautiously. Generally speaking, powerful creatures like this naturally have their own channels of information, and this is especially true for creatures like dragons. That's not a reason for him to play dumb with me. Ron poured himself a glass of water. Didn't you hear what I asked just now? Why should I trust him if he doesn't tell me anything? If he can reveal the truth, let alone the fact that he is a golden dragon, I would be willing to consider cooperating with him even if he is a cultist who believes in Tiamat. He wants to interfere with us by saying he has no right to reveal the truth? He is just dreaming. It's obvious that he doesn't take us seriously, Victoria shrugged. Lolth, who is worshipped by Seymour and other drow, is almost the same. All powerful creatures are probably like this. That guy called Oleg hasn't even taken Rose's position yet. Sylvia crossed her arms. She could understand part of the Golden Dragon's name, but only part of it. Benefactor, why don't we just do the opposite and let him see what we can do and give him a good slap in the face? No, Ron waved his hand. Why do you think I kept asking him? It's because what that guy said was the truth. So I had to find out the details, like what exactly we were up against, how big we had to get before it was dangerous, and he wouldn't tell me anything. That's why I kicked him out. Strangely, the paladin named Devin Booker obviously had no such concerns. Ivy frowned. He easily explained that there were elemental creatures, at least water giants. Why is this golden dragon hesitating? It's possible that he knows of a more powerful existence, Bunny said, but is it really enough to make him so afraid? I don't think he's afraid of us, Sierra snorted, he just wants to control us. To drive us. Maybe he is the mastermind behind this, MMM. The people standing next to Sierra covered her mouth with their hands. This kind of talk is not allowed. Metal dragons have always been outstanding representatives of justice, order, kindness, and fairness. If Sierra was just talking casually, it would be fine. But what if it was true? What if this golden dragon was corrupted? If this gets out, it will definitely cause an uproar, so we absolutely cannot talk about it casually. Anyway, we have to be on guard against this possible situation. Ron sighed. This development was definitely the last thing he wanted to see. So what's our approach now? Sylvia asked. Slow down development until we figure out what the problem is. No, because I suspect that the Golden Dragon's view of our abilities and time is very different from ours. Ron pointed at the people present. With just us and the people outside, how long will it take to develop into an imperial town? There is no need to deliberately slow down, just proceed as usual. Moreover, slowing down development to find out the problem is a false proposition in itself. Our main activity area is still limited by the location of the trade post. How can we find the real problem if we are always on the edge of the delusion area? Well, we can't figure anything out by hiding here now. Ron finally yawned and waved his hand casually. Everyone go and have a rest first, and gather here after dinner tomorrow or today. I have an idea to tell you. After watching everyone go back to rest in groups of 3 or 4, Ron walked to where the golden dragon had just sat, forced away his sleepiness, and began to search carefully inside and out. As the most powerful and majestic metal dragon, the gold dragon is always ready to fight against evil, and is also respected by other metal dragons for its wisdom and justice. As a gold dragon that is at least an adult, Ron felt that the other party should not be the Riddler that he had just shown to him. Judging from other books he had read in his previous life, these guys would be willing to negotiate openly even when faced with true evil. Could it be that it was even more difficult for him, Ron, to understand what the Golden Dragon said than those beings? Ah, ha! Sure enough, when Ron picked up the water cup that Jinlong had just used, he actually made a discovery: a hard golden scale was deeply embedded in the handle of the cup. The golden dragon was so powerful and exquisite that it could make the scale almost completely sink into the handle without damaging the overall structure of the cup. This was definitely not an unintentional act by the other party, even if he had a skin disease and scales were falling off. But, it was embedded so deeply, how could he get it out? Was the only way to break the cup? Jinlong certainly didn't want too many people to know, so he left the information in this way, and Ron had to rely on himself. The only way was to break it. After a crisp sound, Ron picked up the fragments on the ground with a distressed look, then put the golden dragon scale in the weaving preface and carefully went back to his bedroom. When he opened the spell book, the message on the scale was automatically printed on several blank pages, and it was becoming fainter and fainter. It was obvious that this was the work of the golden dragon. Ron looked up at the first line. I'm sorry I can't give you details, so I can only give you a story of the country that once existed here. Ron, that's why I hate the Riddler. With mixed feelings, Ron continued to look down. Long before the Halen Empire set its sights on this place, there was a race in the land of delusion that created their civilization for the nth time. The lifespan of this race is similar to that of humans, so even in just over 100 years, their regime has changed many leaders. And when the last queen took charge of the kingdom, all kinds of strange things began to happen in their territory. As a civilization whose main industries are mining and metallurgy, they have been delusional about opening up a large number of mines. However, starting from a certain year, poisonous gases seem to have begun to appear in the mines, and more miners have begun to contract a plague-like strange disease, which has quickly spread throughout the kingdom. For the sake of her people, the queen tried every possible means, even risking her life and going deep into the mines to find a solution. And she did find it. When she returned, she called on the entire kingdom to launch a bloody and iron-fisted suppression and arrest campaign, gathering all the infected people together to kill, burn, and bury them. The plague was quickly stopped, but the survivors felt extremely panicked and uneasy. They believed the queen was crazy, so they united all the powerful spellcasters and priests in the kingdom, killed the queen and sealed her away to prevent her from resurrecting. After 2 disasters, the plague and the coup, the short-lived revival of this race also failed hastily, and the survivors scattered all over the world until today. Ron. Putting aside the means, from the perspective of prevention and control alone, the queen did nothing wrong. But regardless of the means or the purpose, what does this have to do with the darkness underground, mines, plague? Are these the specific means of the so-called terror? If that's all, then he is a professional. I thought it was something else. However, the scales left by the golden dragon to convey information are obviously dead objects. Therefore, later in this story, the golden dragon advises Ron in a very serious tone not to repeat the mistakes of this race and the Halen Empire. The poisonous fog underground will not only cause plague, but also cause drastic changes in people's temperament and even lead to corruption, which may lead to the collapse of civilization. And at that point, the forces hidden in the darkness will use this as food and their strength will be further increased. At the end of the message, Jin Long also gave the address of an ancient mine, saying that the poisonous fog and plague there had long since dissipated. If Ron didn't believe him, he could go and see the ruins to find out. Don't make the same mistake again. Ron lay on the bed, his knuckles tapping unconsciously on the cover of the preface to the weaving method. He was thinking about the meaning of Jin Long's words. That race was plagued by mining. Could it be the same in Green Swamp Town of the Halen Empire? They didn't see any traces of a mine there, but the Exuri dug all the way to the underground river, and there were no problems. The conclusions of the elves before their death were also related to the degree of civilization development. Does the degree of civilization development depend on how deep you dig? If a person knows nothing and just keeps digging down, digging to the deepest point, will he encounter misfortune or be spared? Ron thought that this should only be the result of Jinlong's one-sided observation. If he wanted to sort out the cause and effect of the whole matter, and the causal relationship between their actions and the results, he must have more data and references. While thinking, Ron took a light sleep and did not wake up until dinner time. When he arrived at the lobby of the trading post, almost everyone else was already waiting there. Among those who came were not only members of Ron's team and the newly rescued slaves, but also Bunny, Lavinia, Andre, and Khaled. Almost all the managers were present. The village shouldn't be haunted anymore, right? Ron looked at Andre. Yes. Thank you very much. Andre stood up and bowed to Ron. Now we can finally live in peace. That's good, Ron nodded, his eyes falling on the others. The main reason I asked you all to come here this time is to discuss the expansion of the expedition team. Aren't my goblin hunters enough? Carrot asked. Honestly speaking, it's not enough, Ron nodded. Although the hunters are highly concealed and mobile, their range of activities is limited. Secondly, they lack the ability to deal with various situations. This means that many places cannot be explored normally. This is also reflected in the maps that were recently drawn. Let me make it clear first, don't drag me into this. Lavinia jumped off the chair. I won't participate in this kind of activity, it's too dangerous. You have your responsibilities. I won't trouble you. Ron smiled. But I expect that the team we are going to form will indeed require some people with knowledge of alchemy, herbal medicine, and magic. We can. Several of the freed slaves immediately raised their hands. We have received relevant training and should be able to take on this responsibility. I want to participate too, Carrot said solemnly. The territory has basically stabilized now, and I can't just sit here in my base forever. And me? Andre stood up. It's my honor to be able to serve you and share your worries. You can't, Andre, Ron motioned him to sit down. You don't have enough experience yet. I can't let a young man who lacks practical experience get involved in dangerous areas. This is murder. But, Andre said dissatisfiedly, are you experienced? Don't you allow yourself to go on adventures? Ron looked at least 30 years old. In fact, to the people in this world, Ron was in his early 20s at most. Ron really wanted to say, it's none of your business if I commit suicide, but Andre's next words stopped him. Sir, everything has to have a first time. You said I lack practical experience, but if I never fight in actual combat, when will I be able to gain practical experience? Ron tried to refuse, but the stubborn Andre finally convinced him. Ron had no choice but to agree to let him join the team, but asked Khaled and others to take good care of the young man. I can join in, too, Sylvia said, I'm a spellcaster. You can't. This is my selfish motive. Ron firmly rejected Sylvia's self-recommendation. You'd better act with my team. Look, I'm just a half-baked wizard now. If I want to solve the problems in this land, I must really get started. And this requires your help. I can't do it by myself. Oh, you're willing to take me with you. Sylvia looked flattered. Thank you so much. It seems I can only go to the second team. Seymour said sourly. He hoped that Ron could take him with him. But what others said was right. Compared with having one more wanderer, Sylvia obviously meant more to Ron. Finally, Team 2 finalized its members, Khalid as the leader, Seymour, Andre, 2 spellcasters who knew arcane magic, and the former mercenary, a total of 6 people. You really don't need me? Bunny asked. I should be able to. We need you more here, Bunny, Carrot interrupted her. Don't worry, our team is definitely supporting the operation. We won't have such a dangerous mission, and we don't need to trouble the priest to take action. Carrot is right, Ron nodded. My plan is that the 2 teams will take turns to go out, and one team will always stay at the base to deal with various special situations that may occur. Now it is mainly mind ATIS, that grandson has already planned a counterattack. Our team will explore first and generate a report for archiving. The second team will clean and inspect the area we have explored again and submit another report. After this, the 2 teams will rest and gather at the base for the next exploration. This approach can, firstly, put the main combat pressure on Ron to protect Team 2, secondly, it can ensure that nothing is missed in the exploration, thirdly, if one team accidentally overturns, there will be backup to support them, so the entire army will not be wiped out. Besides that, I have another suggestion. Carrot stood up after Ron finished speaking. Ron, your strategy is safe, but it will become less efficient as time goes on. So I suggest that the team that comes back to rest should not sit idle. Lead a team of builders to build outposts, strongholds, and settlements in the explored areas, and attract outsiders to settle here. And our focus should also gradually shift inwards. Did you say before that there was a black dragon in there, occupying the ruins of a town? Yes, Green Swamp Town. Very good, Carrot nodded. I suggest that our initial goal is to expand there. You go and negotiate with the black dragon, and we will rely on that piece of ruins to build our next large base, and radiate in all directions. You can have this. The entire race of hobgoblins are natural soldiers. Khalid can take into account aspects that Ron cannot see, and in this regard Ron is very happy to accept his advice. But we don't have that many people now, Andre asked. All of us refugees from the natural disaster in the north are basically here. If we just expand blindly, will it be? You underestimated the attraction of delusion to the surroundings, kid. Khalid always showed his sharp teeth when he laughed, making himself look majestic and terrifying, and you also overestimated the stability of the surrounding city-states. Although the city-states south of the delusion land are nominally united, I have asked many caravans and found that they are just a loose alliance of hostile tribes that have come together to keep each other warm because of a greater external threat. We don't even need to resort to plunder and conspiracy to kick a kick. As long as we show that we can gain a foothold here, a large number of people will come to join us with their families. We only need to select the young and strong among them to form an army and train them. I dare say that it will only take a few years to conquer all the surrounding city-states. Carrot spoke generously about his grand blueprint, while others hurriedly changed the subject. This hobgoblin still had the blood of a dictatorial warlord in his bones. Although the current conditions did not allow it, Carrot would show his fangs to the people around him at any time. If they really did what he did, they would soon become the target of public criticism. Ahem, that kind of thing can be put aside for later. Don't forget that we still have urgent problems to solve. Laying a solid foundation is the most important thing. Ron nodded to the people around him and said, if you all have no questions, then please prepare yourself. Ivy, you guys should take a good rest these 2 days. We may need to go on a long journey, and the distance will be about the same as the Black Dragon's lair. Why? Victoria asked curiously. We don't have complete control over our surroundings yet. One of the clues in the message left by the Golden Dragon points to an abandoned old mine. Ron showed the golden scales in his hand. There is nothing worth hiding in the message he left me, so I think the clue is likely in the mine. Understood. Several companions nodded and dispersed. Only Sylvia followed Ron back to the room. She was going to start teaching arcane magic to this young man who had good talent but had almost no systematic training. Before formally teaching the arcane system, she also had to teach Ron some language and writing so that he could understand the corresponding knowledge related to history, nature, arcane and religion. Only when you master these can learning spells become easier. If you want to get closer to magic, the best way is to learn dragon language. But unfortunately, most humanoid creatures cannot pronounce dragon language normally. Dumper can probably master 70% of dragon language vocabulary, while humans can only master 40%. I only learned 20% because the old man who taught me only knew that much. Sylvia sat across from Ron and took out her spellbook. Her spellbook was bound with a stack of waste paper and usually kept in a private place. If you want to understand natural history and human history, Elvish and Dwarven are very important. These two races have a long lifespan and their language systems have changed little. In addition, they are also the main languages of some minority races, such as orcs, half-orcs, dwarves, etc. And if you want to learn about religion, you mainly rely on the common language and human language. I can understand common language, after all it is very widely spread, but why human language? Ron asked curiously. Sylvia thought for a moment and said, maybe it's because humans believe in all kinds of gods. You can imagine that even dragons only have a general faith in Bahamut and Tiamat. Elves, dwarves, halflings, and most other races believe in their own pantheons. Only humans Helm, Ion, Bahamut, Tiamat, Grom, Lolth, and even Baphomet and Zariel have human believers. You name any god, and there's almost no god that doesn't have human believers. Magrubai. Sylvia, anyway, human language is the best and most widespread language to carry faith. As for why learning magic requires mastering this knowledge, the reason is actually very simple: magic does not come out of thin air. Although the three goddesses of magic control the operation and rules of magic in this world, even if you do not believe in them, it will not affect the use of magic. Because the rules of magic itself are also a kind of natural law, and the specific methods of use refer to history and religion, such as divine arts or sacrificial rituals. Understanding them means understanding the basic laws of magic. Only by understanding the laws can you use it better. After that, Sylvia took Ron's weaving preface and checked it after Ron authorized it. Look, the spells you have now are in all kinds of languages, and the symbols and activation spells you set up are also very strange, although it can be seen that you have worked very hard to put them together. This is basically the result of copying others. You may not think it's a big deal now, but once you learn more spells, what will you do? Memorizing them all by rote is too much of a burden for one person. Ron was embarrassed to say that the preface to the weaving method could help him remember. There was no harm in learning more, and with the help of the power of the spell book, his learning on this would not be too difficult. The team rested for a whole week. Ron and Sylvia hardly ever left the house. They ate and lived together, and devoted all their time except for rest to tutoring. Ron almost found the feeling when he was writing his thesis and defending it. He almost lived in the laboratory and the office next to it. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't eat or stay overnight in the laboratory, he could move all his bedding there. I'm used to the high-intensity study. And now I don't need others to evaluate and judge, and I don't need impact factors. I know whether it is enough or not, and the psychological pressure can be much less. What's even better is that dumb peers, like their vampire relatives, do not need sleep and only need 4 hours of meditation a day to restore their energy. He can consult Sylvia anytime and anywhere. Then a week later, Sylvia was going crazy. I have nothing to teach you anymore. Sylvia looked at the calculation papers and drafts scattered all over the room with a dazed look. I have learned knowledge for more than 10 years, and you are almost draining me of it. This man learns at an astonishing rate, and he doesn't even need to review or consolidate. Tomorrow, at the latest, she would have to teach Ron the bedtime fairy tale. This was too terrible. Generally speaking, she, a vampire, is the one who often drains others. Then, it seems that I can only go find those spellcasters. Ron picked up the papers on the table and bed with regret. He now had 2 dark circles under his eyes and his body was exhausted almost to the limit, but his spirit was extremely excited and he was not even sleepy at all. He spent the whole night yesterday deducing the complete theory of mirror imagery and printed it on the preface of the weaving method. If he continued like this, Ron optimistically estimated that in 2 weeks, he would be able to truly learn the lightning beam and would no longer need the gem. It's no use looking for them, Sylvia responded weakly. I'm the best one. They can forget about what I can't teach them. If you want to improve further, you can only go to a city-state or a kingdom or empire to study. What a pity. He was obviously unable to get away now. Yet, what a pity, then she wouldn't have to suffer this. When Ron and Sylvia finally reappeared in front of others, everyone who saw them was shocked. Benefactor, you are really this? Seymour raised his thumb with a wicked smile. Sylvia, you are no good at all. How could you be tormented like this by the boss? Sylvia rolled her eyes and ignored him. Ron, Carrot came over hurriedly. Are you okay? I'm fine, Ron said cheerfully. What's the matter? Just reporting the progress of the project, Khaled said. A new village has been built 25 kilometers away. As the project progresses, some merchants have begun to move to our side. After hearing that we are planning to develop the Delusion land, a merchant is willing to stay in that village and provide us with some supplies sent from the southern part of the Delusion land, as long as we agree to exempt him from taxes. That's good news. Yes, Carrot hesitated, then said, but there is another piece of news, which may be good or bad. An undead creature who claimed to be a servant of the Black Dragon Exuri came here before. After hearing that you were studying, she went to the new village and asked you to meet her when you have time. That will-o'-the-wisp. Ron noticed that Crad said she instead of it. Could this guy also tell whether the other person's gender is male or female from the skull? Will-o'-the-wisp. Khaled was stunned for a moment. I think that shouldn't be the case. Maybe you can go and see for yourself and find out what's going on. I don't know much about this either. Ron immediately gathered his team members and prepared to go to the new village to meet you first, and then set off for the mine. Are you sure it's okay to go like this? Ivy looked at Ron, then at Sylvia. You two look like. Damn it. Is it because this woman is bigger? What's so good about vampires? It's. Okay, Ron shook his head. After the excitement, the effects of lack of sleep began to set in. But it shouldn't be a problem. He just needed to hold on until the new village and have a night's rest after meeting you. It was just daybreak now, and it would be early afternoon by the time he got there. The remaining time was enough for him to relax. Seeing that they couldn't defeat Ron, the other members of the team gave up insisting and headed towards the newly built village after getting ready. I've been negotiating with a few horse dealers in the past few days, Victoria said as they walked on the paved dirt road. If they're willing to lower the price by another 10%, we can have horse carriages running between the trading post and the villages. I think it's tough, Ivy said. I bought them a drink last night and they said they won't lower the price unless you buy 3 more horses. Why do we need so many? Victoria frowned. Their pack horses can't be sold in Frome anyway, so why not give them to me? See, I knew it, Ivy shrugged. But I've got it figured out, we'll buy 5 more horses, and they'll give us a 10% discount and a full set of harnesses for free. But we won't use the extra horses ourselves, we'll subcontract them to merchants and travelers, and they'll only require a deposit. Given our location and the nature of the people renting them, there's a high chance that these horses won't be returned, so it's almost like we're selling them at a higher price. I've seen this pattern in Rose City, and they'll buy it. I'm not sure this will work. Victoria still didn't agree, but Ivy's knowledge was definitely broader than hers, and if she thought it was okay, then she had no objection. Hi. Ron. When the team walked into the newly established village in the afternoon, a series of calls attracted their attention. At the same time, a dimly glowing figure whizzed past the nearby villagers like a whirlwind and rushed straight in front of Ron. This virtual body, which was emitting a faint blue light, was surrounded by fluttering thin pieces of cloth. Among her messy hair, her face still vaguely resembled the soft elf-like features she had when she was alive. Look at me. I'm finally not a skull anymore. She had no hostility towards Ron and the others. She just kept floating around them, showing her current form. You are a ghost. Ron looked at the ghost that appeared in the sunlight in surprise. Can undead creatures also change their forms? Are you a banshee now? Maybe. You hovered about 1.5 meters in front of Ron, looking a little confused. To be honest, I don't know. Ever since the Master's magic unlocked the restrictions on my memory, I have been digesting those fragments of my life until a few days ago. The canary that once defeated the Master has come back again, and it appeared with the Master's teacher. They talked a lot, and when they were about to leave, a magical light enveloped me. Anyway, I am now a banshee. A banshee who has memories of her previous life, can communicate, can move in the sun, and no longer needs to be bound by the place where she died in her previous life. Yu's tone was joyful and cheerful. As a creature who had long been dead, nothing could make her more excited than walking in this world again. It sounds like the canary has considerable power and knowledge, Sylvia pondered, but why doesn't he come to solve the troubles in this land? He can't. He might be afraid, you suddenly said. Aren't you looking for the reason why Green Swamp Town was destroyed? I know something. I was from Green Swamp Town when I was alive. Should we say, long live the Halen Empire? Ivy asked tentatively, placing one hand on the hilt of the sword. Don't be so wary of me. When I came to Green Swamp Town, I was only 20 years old, you smiled slightly sadly, and now, even I have turned into a ghost. What's the point of reminiscing about the empire that has long been destroyed? Some people are not as open-minded as you. Or rather, you don't look like a witch at all. Ivy breathed a sigh of relief and put down her hand. Perhaps it's because they have truly experienced the glory of the former empire, unlike me, who has spent my entire life in this enclave far away from the empire, but so what? This is their problem. If you want to eliminate them, I will not plead for my compatriots. Because I am now a ruthless banshee, ha! Let's talk about the Delusion Land. I guess that Lord Canary may have asked me to relay it for this purpose. Those terrifying beings will be wary of a powerful creature, but who would care what a little banshee says? Very good, Ron nodded with a smile, I've had enough of their riddles, tell me what happened. In short, the reason for our demise is that we found a powerful force in the last period. Ulu showed a thoughtful expression. This force is hidden underground and moves quickly, but will be attracted by the remains of intelligent life. Baron Sarounlane believed that this power was the key to saving the Empire and continuing the Halen Empire, so he formulated a plan to use himself as bait, building a mausoleum, carrying treasures, and faking death to lure that power to the bait, and then use the magic items in the stone slab to capture and tame this power. But he didn't expect one thing: the elves who built the mausoleum for him were corrupted by power during the construction process. When the power was attracted to the tomb, the Baron was devoured before he even had time to wake up from his suspended death due to the obstruction of his corrupted compatriots. The corrupted elves repaired it, turned the fake mausoleum into a real tomb, and returned to the ground. My compatriots and I didn't know what was happening at the time, but soon people started to behave strangely. They didn't think they were abnormal, but thought we were the corrupted ones. In order to capture us, they obtained forbidden knowledge from somewhere and opened the portal to the elemental plane, allowing all kinds of giants to wreak havoc in Green Swamp Town. Yu's spirit body was still flickering, which showed that her mental state was quite unstable. In order to avoid being caught and corrupted, I and other survivors kept running away. When we had no other way to go, we chose to commit suicide to avoid becoming the Walking Dead. But I was unwilling to do that. I came here with my parents when I was little. They said this place would bring us a brand new life, but I watched them walk step by step towards the abyss. Baron Sarounlane was a very good person, just a little neurotic, but I could only know his final outcome from talking to his dead compatriots. And my compatriots, they all united here with various ideals but achieved the same goal, but in the end it turned into a tragedy of fratricide. Power? Power. Those are all traps and lies. You screamed at the top of her lungs, and spots of grey-black light flashed ominously, gradually spreading upwards from below her. Her previous state of freedom seemed to be just an illusion. Once her emotions fluctuated more, she would tend to transform into a real banshee. SHH. Victoria also noticed that you was not in the right state. Her words were full of reassuring power. When she stretched out her hand, a halo of peaceful and harmonious light emerged from her palm and enveloped you. Everything is over. The priest's magic always contains some magical ability, which is difficult for the wizard to master. Under Victoria's comfort, you gradually calmed down. She did not notice that the light spot under her body faded quickly, and everything seemed as if nothing had happened. I'm sorry, I lost my composure, you sighed, so you should know why that was written on the stone tablet, right? We touched the ground, discovered the power and sought to capture it. Our last few surviving scholars believe this is what determines our eligibility as food. I would say it's more like fishing, the untouchable force is the bait, and the fisherman catches the fish for his or her table. But why do you firmly believe that there is a more powerful force behind this? Ron didn't understand. Couldn't it be the power you discovered? Baron Sarounlane has done tests. He is a very smart man and he had anticipated that there might be problems with the power itself, but the result is that there are none. That was why he boldly carried out such a capture plan, because in the view of the Baron at that time, it would not be very dangerous to just use himself as bait. Perhaps, the kingdom ahead of you also found something similar underground. Ron stroked his chin. The difference is that they released a deadly plague, and the corruptor is believed to be their last queen herself. Just as Akshari said, names and events themselves have no power, what has power is the existence behind them. An adult golden dragon might attract attention and interference from the other party, but Ron and you would not be noticed at all. If I fish like this, will I starve to death? Sira scratched her head. Is it going to take me hundreds of years to eat one meal? It's a feast every few hundred years, but it's bound to be a big feast. And as it devours more and more forces, more relics and treasures will be left on this land, and more fish will be attracted to take the bait. Ron said. This piece of land is one of the few pure lands in the southern city-states. Just as Khaled said before, as long as someone gains a foothold here, a large number of people will come here with their elderly and children, thus accelerating development and shortening the time the underground beings have to wait for meals. From the 2 samples we have now, it seems that the enemy will not personally attack, but will use plague and corruption to carry out its will. This actually gives us room for maneuver. If we are well prepared, we may be able to resist the enemy's erosion. However, in order to achieve this goal, we must collect more information. I want to go too. You quickly expressed, I know a lot and can definitely help. Besides, I am an undead creature. I don't need air, food, or sleep. I will definitely not be a burden to you. A certain half-undead creature remained non-committal. Yu's appearance might obviously put her at risk of being kicked to the second team. After all, Sylvia's knowledge had been almost drained by Ron. Then let's rest here for one night and set off again tomorrow morning. Ron didn't notice Sylvia's little emotion. To Ron, she and Yu were completely irreplaceable. Yu couldn't make up for the lack of arcane firepower, and Sylvia couldn't pass through entities. After spending a night in the newly built village, Ron led everyone to the mine marked by the Golden Dragon. That area was one of the few relatively dry areas in the Delusion land. When they walked out of the mud and stepped on solid stone, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Is this the mine? It looks like it has collapsed. Cyril looked around, and her eyes finally fell on a hill in front of her that was almost entirely made of stone. After the ancient queen came out from underground, she ordered all mines to be closed. Ron recalled the information in the scales. And that era was too long ago, so there probably won't be any living creatures here. I wouldn't say that if I were you. You wandered around and soon made a discovery. Look here. Fresh footprints. That was the transition area between the mine and the swamp. A large group of footprints came out of the swamp in a messy manner and headed towards the direction of the mine. Barefoot, with long nails, Driver carefully identified the footprints, trying to find more information, about the same height as you, and hunched over. I can understand that they are only one person taller than you, but how do you know that these creatures are hunched over? Ivy looked at Driver in confusion. Look at the footprints, the center of gravity is leaning forward. Driver pointed at the footprints that looked almost identical to Ron and said, they would walk like this, I'll teach you how to do it. As he spoke, Driver began to bend his waist, stretch his neck, and limp forward. However, he was not used to this way of walking, so he fell after only 2 steps. Cool. Victoria recognized the creature that Driver was imitating at a glance because the goblin's imitation was so similar. These undead creatures' insatiable hunger for humanoid flesh drives them to roam the night in swarms, like maggots and carrion beetles, thriving in places of decay and death. There really are all kinds of things in the swamp. Sira showed a look of disgust, stretched out her hand to grab Driver's collar and lifted him up. Don't learn those things again. I can't even eat when I think of them. Why? Ivy tilted her head and looked at Sira. You have them in the north too. That thing is everywhere. Sira frowned. Ghouls will appear in places where they can eat dead flesh and rotten organs. You know, the flesh and blood of dead bodies are difficult to rot and bury in the snow. These monsters will wander in groups in the wind and snow. We have stories to scare children. Never go outside the tribe to play on a snowy day. When you are lost in a blizzard, don't try to approach any figure for help, because it is likely to be a ghoul. It's really scary. Sylvia showed a horrified expression. Although she was a vampire, it didn't mean that she was close to these distant relatives of the undead creatures. Sira, have you ever encountered a ghoul yourself? Yes, it was after a hunt. Sira said in a deep voice, I once made a bet with someone after drinking that I could hunt a mammoth alone. I succeeded, but it was dark. Winter in the north is very cold. To avoid the wind and snow, I cut open the mammoth's belly and crawled in. When I slept comfortably until midnight, I suddenly heard rustling footsteps outside, and then something began to tear and gnaw the mammoth's flesh and blood. I thought to myself, which blind predator dares to steal my prey? At that time, I held the axe tightly in one hand and opened the mammoth's belly with the other hand. What appeared in front of me were the disgusting, terrifying, and rotting faces of 5 ghouls. At this time they also discovered me and rushed up immediately. We fought together. They were driven by endless hunger and had fangs and claws as weapons, while I had anger and my old friend. Sira proudly weighed the giant axe in his hand. And then, Ivy was so absorbed in listening that she kept asking Sira about the rest of the story. And then of course I chopped them all into frozen scraps. Girl! Sira laughed out loud, and I'm still standing here, and I came to the south. But I didn't win the bet because when I took them to see the mammoth corpse at dawn, those bastards insisted that I had found a mammoth corpse and killed the surrounding ghouls as my own record. Ugh! Sira picked up the water bag at her waist depressedly, took a big gulp of beer, then lifted up her animal skin coat to show her companions a large old scar on her waist. Look, this is where you get scratched by a ghoul. There's a deadly poison on their claws that can paralyze people. If you really run into one later, be careful. Ivy shouldn't be affected, right? Victoria looked at the half-elf. I heard that the first ghoul was once an elf. After he fell, his despicable master abandoned him in the war with the Knoll Lord. With nowhere else to go, he asked for help from the elven gods and was saved with mercy and tolerance. From then on, the poisonous claws of ghouls would no longer be effective against elves. Then I'll probably be paralyzed half the time, Ivy said with a self-deprecating smile. After all, I'm not a whole elf. Elves are elves, half-elves are half-elves, even many normal races cannot tell the difference between the two, let alone ghouls. Are we going in now? Sylvia looked at the gradually darkening sky with some concern. Will they be strengthened at night? Wouldn't you be strengthened at night? The UFO floated next to Sylvia. Although she thought Ron was the best person in the team and Ivy was the most talkative, she still preferred to stay with Sylvia. Her body temperature was lower. But I'm a spellcaster. Sylvia sighed and pulled out a pair of daggers from her waist. Okay, this is my first adventure and I don't want to appear too cowardly. Don't worry, if you can't beat them, just stand behind me and Victoria. Ivy smiled, put up the tower shield and walked towards the entrance of the mine on the hillside. The wooden planks blocking this place have been torn. It's probably the work of the ghouls. Ivy used the scabbard as a crowbar and widened the entire entrance to accommodate the heavy tower shield. Come in. There are no ghouls nearby. Ron turned on the light spell, and the dim mine tunnel inside was indeed empty as Ivy said. The track on the ground had long been decayed and abandoned, the sleepers were rotten and broken, the rails were rusted and twisted, and the mine cart was overturned on the side, covered with marks of teeth and claws. Yu's figure became illusory, and he flew lightly into the interior of the mine. After a while, he turned back and said, "There are no ghouls in the nearby forks. These guys should have hidden deeper. But this layer of the surface seems to be used as a nest by spiders and centipedes, and there are quite a few of them, so it's better to be careful." The spiders and centipedes that Yu was talking about were not those little guys, but giant spiders and giant centipedes. They were large beasts that were several times larger than humans and were highly poisonous. The giant spiders were even more insidious characters that were good at using spider webs to hunt. Because they didn't want to alert other monsters, Ron and his team could only grope forward slowly, dealing with wild animals as soon as they encountered them, and trying not to make too much noise. But even so, it seemed that their breath of life alerted the predators here, and various wild animals and monsters continued to gather towards their location. I feel like we are just like tomb robbers. Ron shot a flaming arrow and set the hair of a giant spider on fire. These guys are the guardian beasts guarding the tomb owner. Interesting metaphor, Sylvia whispered in response. If I could own a castle like a vampire in the future, I would also like to raise a group of these little guys. She put her mouth to the head of a giant centipede at her feet, as if she wanted to taste the blood of the insect, but for whatever reason, the vampire was ultimately unable to bring herself to do so. Then I will go to your castle with Driver to hunt every day. Cyril laughed. It would be great if we had something like this on the snowy plains. We wouldn't have to risk our lives to hunt wild beasts. In fact, for ordinary people, creatures such as giant spiders and giant centipedes are still dangerous and deadly, but they are nothing compared to the creatures Sira has dealt with before. If that's the case, you'll be annoyed. Ron muttered. He remembered the big cockroaches he had encountered in the south in his previous life. The relatives of that thing in the north couldn't grow that big. Wow! Look what I found! Driver followed you and popped his head out from a corner in front. A guard room. When Ron and the others got there, they found that it was just as Driver had said. It was a guardhouse at the intersection of the mine tunnel, but there were no living people or undead creatures inside. There were only pieces of broken bones scattered on the rotten chairs, beds, and the ground. There were at least 3 people here. Ron gathered the bones on the ground. Seems to be zombies. How did you know? Ivy pointed at the fragments that Ron swept out. I didn't even see a skull. Here, look at this. Ron picked up a few bones from the ground. Does it look a bit similar? This is the cervical vertebrae. Of course they look the same. Ivy took a glance. Then take a look at this one. Ron picked up another one. Is the shape the same as the previous one? It's different, Ivy shook her head, but it should be the cervical vertebrae or spine, right? Ivy may not have studied systematic anatomy, but as a veteran adventurer, she can still answer such simple questions. This is the first cervical vertebra, also known as the atlas. It is located at the top of the spine and connected to the occipital bone. It is ring-shaped and has no vertebral body. Ron picked up the other 2. A person has 7 cervical vertebrae, but there is only one first cervical vertebra. And there are 3 atlases here. Doesn't that mean there are 3 people? Then why did they die here? Didn't they say that the ancient queen sealed the mines? Don't be so superstitious about the so-called orders and queen, Sylvia smiled disdainfully. It's likely that the outsiders received the order but didn't inform the people inside at all. In the darkness, monsters proliferate and wild beasts run rampant. With no way out, they can only stay here until the end of their lives. No, not really. Ron carefully pieced the bones together while asking Driver and you to continue searching the room. After carefully comparing several bones, he made a new discovery. The owners of these skeletons are not very old. I can't tell exactly how old they are, but they are definitely not senile individuals. In other words, they did not die of old age. And I didn't see any signs of disease on it. I also didn't see any signs of the plague that the message claimed. Even though Ron was not a forensic doctor or a clinician, he could still find clues on the skeleton. However, he was dumbfounded. There were almost no signs of disease on these bones. Fungus? Virus? Bacteria? If the owner of these skeletons suffered from illness during his lifetime, then there must be corresponding manifestations on the bones. Maybe it's been a long time? Maybe their mine is really not infected with the plague. Victoria took out a piece of mandibular bone from under the bed and threw it to Ron. But when Ron accidentally took it and put it together with a half-leg bone with teeth marks on it, his hand suddenly stopped. Syrah, who was watching, immediately sneered. I've always thought, these tooth marks were left by zombies. Ron was stunned as he separated the bones in his hands and put them together again, but there was no change at all. Although both the teeth and bones have varying degrees of wear, the degree of match is sufficient to serve as evidence. They starved to death, Sylvia sighed, and finally had to fall into this state. But no matter the victims or the survivors, they can't escape death. Ron smiled bitterly. What happened here? Why did the last queen have to close the mine? The clues provided by the golden dragon now seemed unreliable. The adult golden dragon was probably just a bystander in the kingdom at the time, and the clues he got were just hearsay, and he had never been down the mine himself. Ron did not find any trace of the plague here, and the queen did not even consider the people inside when she sealed it off. So what exactly was the reason that made her give such an order? And there is another question, Victoria said, why are these people guarding here? Even if their compatriots won't let them out, shouldn't they go to the entrance of the mine to call for help? They just accepted their fate and stayed here until they died. Maybe, but they were dragged back to their lair by the ghouls and beasts, Syrah shrugged. Isn't that suspicious? A normally operating mine would allow ghouls and beasts to run rampant? They are obviously latecomers. Alas, you smart people always like to guess. Syrah scratched her head irritably. Why don't we just go down directly? There must be more clues down there than up there. Use your brain. Your brain is used to add weight to your head butts, not to make you waste time in this crappy place. Okay, Ron smiled, stood up, and dusted off his hands. Let's go, let's get ready to go down. Hey, you guys. Driver and you were anxious, what do you guys mean? We didn't call you here to play with dead people's bones. The goblin hunter kicked open a box at the bedside. The lock of the iron box had long been rusted and opened with one kick. The light of gold coins filled the room. Gold, gold. You guys just pretended not to see it. For Ron, his curiosity to explore further down far outweighed his desire for gold coins, but the goblin didn't care about that and insisted on stuffing all the gold coins into his purse. If you don't carry me, I will. Driver followed angrily at the end of the team, carrying a cloth bag full of coins on his shoulder. It looks like this place is a gold mine itself. On the way underground, Ron and his friends occasionally saw scattered gold nuggets on the ground, but it was obvious that the creatures here were no longer interested in gold. Driver accepted all the gold coins that came his way, and the gold bars he carried on his back became more and more numerous. With Yu's help in exploring the way, he was happy to have some free time and simply concentrated on picking up gold in the back. Be careful, this gold is cursed, driver. Ivy laughed at him. If you get corrupted by picking up gold, we will have to kill you. Pa, pa, pa. The goblin bared his teeth and made a threatening expression. I will not be corrupted. I am the most upright, loyal, and indestructible Lord Driver. Okay, stop messing around. Ron suddenly dimmed the light spell and led his companions into a passage on the side. Did you hear that? There are dragging and footsteps coming up from downstairs. Maybe it's getting dark outside. You went to the front and took a look around. It's time for those ghouls to forage for food and move around. Are we going to kill them all? Just ambush them here. This is a relatively narrow tunnel. No matter how numerous and powerful the enemy is, or how ferocious they look, they will have to consult the tower shield in Ivy's hand first when they get here. I'll help you conceal your breath. Sylvia chanted a spell softly, and a hazy grey curtain enveloped Ron and the others. As we waited with bated breath, the chaotic footsteps grew closer and closer. The ghouls dragged their heavy and stiff corpses up from the lower level of the mine. I say, Driver peeked outside, can ghouls actually be colorful? Of course, Sylvia introduced like a treasure. Generally speaking, ghouls appear to be a corrupted grey, but due to various reasons, such as eating the flesh and blood of magical creatures, being exposed to radiation in the environment or other reasons, they may undergo different transformations and become variants. One type of ghoul has a pale and transparent skin. Their strength and agility are greatly enhanced, and their claws become larger. These white ghouls are usually called war ghouls. Necromancers, such as the old man who taught me, particularly like them. There is another type whose skin becomes swollen and pus-filled, and takes on a moldy green color. Their bodies have the ability to spread disease, so they are called plague ghouls. I guess the plague in the Golden Dragon information refers to them. The third type has dark red skin and is called the famine ghoul. They become thin and withered until they are just skin and bones, and their bites are accompanied by curses, slowly draining the victim's self-awareness. If this pain lasts for a long time, the victim will be infected with an unclean hunger for fresh meat and it will go beyond their control, and then they will be transformed into ordinary grey ghouls. Sylvia finished introducing them in one breath. That's basically it. What kinds did you see? All of them. Complete. As soon as Driver said this, everyone lost confidence in sitting back and waiting. They showed up, and in the endless darkness, the empty eyes of countless zombies of different variations reflected a strange light. Lightning bolts. Benefactor. We can't let them get close. Sylvia shouted loudly, and a cloud of daggers rose in the corridor. The rotating daggers filled the tunnel in an instant, strangling the zombie in front into pieces. The light of the silver moon. Victoria followed closely behind, and she threw a few moonvine seeds and a milky white feldspar into the crowd of zombies. A mysterious and holy light penetrated the outer wall of the mine and hit the area where the zombies were most densely populated. This was the first time that Victoria demonstrated her attacking ability as a priest. The damage caused by the holy light to the ghouls was even greater than that of Sylvia's dagger cloud. Following closely behind was Ron's lightning beam. In this narrow terrain, the flickering electric light engulfed almost all the ghouls. Under the bombardment of the three spellcasters, the plague ghouls were the first to be unable to resist. Their papier-mâché green skin exploded backwards, triggering a chain reaction that injured or even killed a large number of other variant ghouls. The corridor was filled with the painful howls of the ghouls. They can't get through. Syrah waved her fist excitedly. Go back to the abyss, you bastards. This is what you deserve. Come to think of it, Ron saw that one lightning bolt was basically enough, so he did not continue to add, but turned to ask Sylvia, who was concentrating on maintaining the spell, are the variants of the ghouls named according to Apocalypse? Is there one missing? You'd better not expect it, Sylvia gritted her teeth and said, even though the old man specializes in necromancy, it's rare to see him summon that type. And we usually don't call them death ghouls, but demon ghosts. More powerful, more cunning, and even able to command other ghouls. Sylvia's voice stopped abruptly. Benefactor, do you smell a bad smell? Perhaps. Ron sniffed. It seemed to come from the direction of the group of zombies. Ron, you are such a bad guy. Why are you bringing up ghosts for no reason? A human-shaped shadow passed through the coverage of the dagger cloud and moonlight, waving its sharp claws to give Ivy a mid-air blow. If Ivy had not been proficient in using the tower shield, her face would have been almost disfigured. A strong stench spread around the thin figure. Fortunately, Ron smashed open 2 bottles of anti-poison potion that he had prepared in advance. The faint herbal fragrance dispelled the toxins hidden in the stench, so that the demon's surprise attack failed to break through the defense line and interrupt Sylvia and Victoria's spells. Ron had brought anti-poison potion with him before because he had heard that there might be a plague here. Although he didn't encounter the plague, it was not a waste to fight against the monsters and ghosts. Do you want me to dispel it? Victoria asked as she pulled the moonlight closer. It's okay for demons to attack the defense line, but we must not give other zombies a chance to take advantage. It's useless. The ghouls led by the demons are resistant to the dispersal of undead creatures. Sylvia said, Sira, driver, you have to kill it quickly. I want to, but this place is too narrow. Sira's irritable voice echoed in the tunnel, Ivy, get out of the way, I'll kill it. You want to die, don't you? You 2 idiots, get out of my way. Driver drew out his dagger, jumped up, and using Ivy's shoulder to gain leverage, he landed behind the demon in the blink of an eye. Ron immediately launched a series of attacks on the ghouls behind him to buy time for Driver. The goblin hunter was short and agile, and one ghoul alone could not catch him. Instead, Driver was able to continuously leave wounds on his body. This is not right. The goblin yelled at the top of his lungs, I can't seem to kill this thing. The flesh of a ghoul never decays and is stiff and tough. Any puncture or cut wounds left by a dagger are nothing but a scratch to the ghoul. I'll do it. Ivy finally made room for Sira. The barbarian chopped off the zombie's head with 2 axes, and then pulled Driver back behind Ivy. Without the command of the demon ghost, the ghouls were nothing but wild beasts, and their numerical advantage could not be brought into play here, so they could only be gradually consumed by Ron and others. As Ivy used the tower shield to paste the last ghoul on the stone wall next to it, there was no more ghoul that could move in the entire corridor. My spell book is empty, Sylvia frowned and checked her spell list for today. No more. I'm going to ask for a place to camp. Give me some time to rest. Rest? Are you kidding? Sira pointed at the ghouls on the ground. You should know that these things can be resurrected. Do we have to fight another round? In such a desolate wilderness, as long as there is still a zombie left, it may survive. If given some time, it will be able to pull up almost all the zombies again. If it is not completely wiped out in one go, this monster will be more difficult to kill than a cockroach. Okay, okay. How could Sylvia not know the ins and outs of this? Helplessly, she compromised, I really didn't expect that the adventure would actually take place when the caster had no spells to use. There will always be various emergencies, Victoria smiled and patted her shoulder, just get used to it, stand behind me, I will protect you. Oh Victoria, you're so sweet. It's a pity that I can't help the dead at all, the ghost who had been watching the whole scene floated to the front to explore the way, if it was a living person, I could be of some help. Most undead creatures have endless malice towards the living, and most of their abilities are designed to target the living. Although Yu has no malice towards the living, she cannot change the characteristics of a banshee. Her job was to induce corruption in the living and transform them into undead creatures, so she was really of no help at all against ghouls. As undead creatures, her negative energy damage may even heal the ghouls in return. But your current mission is something none of us can do. Ron walked behind you and watched her move through the walls and explore possible rooms. How is it, did you gain anything? This is empty. When you entered a wall again, he behaved contrary to his normal behavior and floated out again after a long time. It's empty in here, but I can't find the door. There was some confusion in the banshee's voice. How can someone live in a room without a door? Shouldn't you first consider how to open up such a room? The 5.5 living people looked at you in surprise. He had been dead for too long, so his thinking must be different from that of normal people, right? We are not at the next level yet, right? Cyril looked down with the help of the light magic. Why is there an empty room here? There was nothing on the second floor except for some wild beasts and cave-dwelling monsters. They were currently at the junction of the second and third floors. I don't know about that, I just know it's very big inside. You tried to measure the size and height of the space inside, but it went straight through the stone wall above. It looked like the space inside might be 2 stories high. Is it very thick? Ivy reached out and knocked on the stone wall. It was indeed hollow inside, but the exact thickness was not easy to judge. Although they brought pickaxes that might be used, they did not dare to dig randomly in this old mine that was hundreds of years old. It's not too thick. You wandered around the area for a few circles. Maybe we don't need to dig it open. Look here. Can we get in? You found a narrow crack. If he lay on it, he could vaguely see the darkness inside, but it would not be easy to squeeze in from here. I must be done, Syrah shook her head, look at my muscles. I can't even get my forearm in. Me too, Sylvia looked down. Her body size might make it more difficult for her than Syrah's. Victoria and Ivy were both wearing armor. If they took it off, they could have gotten through, but it was not a good idea to take the initiative to remove their defenses in a place like this. Honestly, my head is a bit big, Driver muttered, and began to squeeze in, while Ron attached the light spell to his shortbow to help Driver see his surroundings better. Dark vision is dark vision, and some light is better than no light. That witch, I think you are mistaken, Driver's voice soon came from behind the wall, no wonder you said there is no wall here. This room should be 1 level above, it fell down. Falling? Ron asked from outside. The floor has collapsed. The goblin said. Look at all the bodies and bones in this room. I'm sure they fell down. There were 6, 7, 8 bodies, all ghouls, and the bones were unrecognizable to me. Wait. Driverdo? What did you find? There was silence for a while, and then Driver's voice sounded again, notebook. There is a notebook here. I also found some words written in blood on the wall. But I don't understand what it says. Throw it out, Sylvia said, let me see. By the way, can you find a way for us to see those on the wall? I can. You went in and came out again, leaving a string of shining illusory words on the wall here. Dwarven, Sylvia recognized it immediately. I'm too hungry. It says in the notes, on a certain date, Old Hammer and his companions became strange and taciturn after returning from the unfinished 5th floor after being trapped for 3 days. They wouldn't answer a single question out of 10. Ron picked up the notes that Driver threw out and turned to a page that was still intact. The Queen suddenly ordered the mine to be closed, but why? Sylvia frowned and leaned over to read. Old Hammer and his men had a conflict with the soldiers who came to perform their duties, and I joined them. My wife and 6 children are all waiting for me to earn a living, and I can't lose this job. We have hidden the bodies of the soldiers, and we have convinced the overseers. If the Queen stops paying us, we will pay ourselves. This is a gold mine anyway. But what did I find? When I got up at night, I saw Old Hammer and the others go to the place where the bodies were buried, and then, dig them out. I should find out what's going on. Old Hammer and his men have been doing this for 3 days. When I ask them, they think I'm sleepwalking. They're getting weirder and weirder. They're sleeping in the same dorm, and I can smell the rot coming from them. Ron turned the page again, only to find that several entries at the back had been torn out, and all the diaries that followed were stained with blood and bloody fingerprints. I contacted a few workers, interrogated the hammer, and fought with them. The reckless alchemist threw an alchemical bomb, which collapsed the floor and everyone fell down. We finally won, but it was a tragic victory. I tried to call for help from above, but a few soldiers showed up. They ignored us and walked away. I can hear the hum of the machinery outside. Stop. Is the mine still closed? Poor Stone, he must have been infected by the hammer. He kept trying to attack me last night. In order to save my life, I had to tie him up. These people are crazy. All crazy. I didn't tie the stone so you could eat it. God. Sylvia looked at the words you left on the wall again. The back of the diary is unreadable. I guess what's on the wall is the final result. It ended up being almost the same as the 3 on the 1st floor, and the old hammer in the diary should have encountered something similar. Ron walked to the gap and pulled Driver out. It's true that there's not much food in the mine, but it shouldn't be this serious, right? Ivy frowned and said, there are 5 levels of the mine. Does this happen on every level? It's the entire Old Kingdom's mines, Sylvia corrected. Did you forget? Plague. Adversities create zombies, and zombies create new difficulties. I guess the last queen ordered the mine to be sealed after discovering this. But ghouls transformed in this way will not turn into beasts immediately, but can maintain consciousness for a period of time. It was under this circumstance that the queen was resisted by her non-human subjects and was eventually overthrown. I thought I could find a professional to help. Ron sighed. If it was this kind of plague, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to cure it. Maybe the 5th floor has the answers we need, Ivy said. Hopefully there won't be so many ghouls on the lower floors. Perhaps it was because the ghouls would go out to look for food at night, and that was all that Ron and his team encountered. When the team carefully passed through the 3rd and 4th floors, they hardly encountered any monsters. Instead, there were more and more gold and other metal deposits. But at this time, even Driver had lost interest in treasure hunting. His nerves were highly tense, and he was vigilantly observing every corner and turn. I don't like this atmosphere, Serum muttered. I would rather a large group of ghouls rush out now than beware of possible ambushes in the dark. It's like I'm the prey. It can't be helped, Ivy said as she walked in front. Come to think of it, do you smell it? It seems like the further we go, the stronger the smell becomes. Demon. Ron's heart skipped a beat. This was not a narrow terrain like a tunnel. With the agility of that thing, Ivy might not be able to protect them. No, it's the smell of rotting food, Driver said in a deep voice. There are so many corpses piled up in front, they are all stinking. In most cases, rotting corpses indicate a long time has passed, but this is a mine that is hundreds of years old. How could there be so many rotting corpses? Ron and the others immediately quickened their pace and soon found the source of the smell. It was a hall-like space where countless corpses and debris of all kinds were piled up, emitting an unpleasant pungent smell. It looks like this is a den of ghouls. Sylvia took out a handkerchief and covered her nose with it. There are quite a few dead bodies of wild animals here. They must have been dragged in from the swamp outside. Maybe there are clues here from when they were still conscious. Ron walked over, trying to resist the discomfort of the pungent smell, and prepared to look through it. But before he took 2 steps, the goblin hit him with an iron rock from behind and knocked him to the ground. Boss, watch out for your head. Ron rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding the huge shadow that was swooping down from above his head. Driver reacted the fastest and earliest, and used all the ammunition from the shortbow in his hand to attack the creature that launched the sneak attack. The other companions reacted one after another, and sparks flew when their weapons and shells collided. Finally, under Sira's powerful axe, the ferocious giant insect that was almost the size of a human was chopped in 2. Carrion eaters, these creatures love to lie on the ceiling and launch sneak attacks. Driver kicked the dead bug and said, we occasionally saw this thing in our previous nest. Thanks to Driver, Sylvia wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. This thing is also poisonous. It would be terrible if Ron was entangled by it. Thank you. Ron was still frightened. This thing had the ability to crawl, and it was pitch black and non-reflective. It would not be easy to notice even on the ground, let alone a sneak attack from the ceiling. You're so polite. Driver was about to interrupt with a chuckle, but he became serious again. An arrow covered with the slime of carrion beetles was placed on the bowstring and pointed towards the way they came. What the hell, get out! Pa, pa, pa! In the darkness, a slender figure walked out while clapping. He was wearing a complicated dress, gorgeous but not hindering his movements. A silver rapier was tucked at his waist, and he wore a pair of deerskin boots. His long golden hair fell on his shoulders, revealing his long pointed ears, and his green eyes were like shining gems in the darkness. Behind him, a man with horns on his head, a long tail and red skin like a devil followed closely, holding a long stick with iron hoops at both ends. I have to thank you, too, Ron. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get here so easily. Mind ATIS, quest. Ron's face darkened and Ivy immediately blocked him behind her. Almost everyone present knew who Quest was, but Sylvia didn't know him at all, so she treated Mind ATIS and him equally. You are Mind ATIS. Sylvia curled her lips. The elf guy is not bad looking, but it's a pity that he is not my type. You were the one who asked the slave traders in Carolina to capture Ron? Thanks to you, I wouldn't have been free otherwise. I didn't expect the people of Carolina to be such a loser, Mind Atis snorted coldly, his eyes cold. If you don't want to be caught again, you'd better get out of here. I'm not interested in dead people. You're following us. Ivy raised her eyebrows. I don't know who resurrected you, but it seems you haven't learned your lesson. Ron, take care of your lackeys. Mind Atis gritted his teeth. If it was before, I would say you are a wimp who can only hide behind a woman, but now I know that you are qualified to be on an equal footing with me, so let me, as your senior, teach you. Don't let your men talk too much. I have no interest in being on equal with the loser who died at my hands. Ron held out his hands to make quotation marks. How did you find yourself here? Me. Mind Atis casually stretched out his fingers and looked at his neatly trimmed nails. Of course I am following in the footsteps of my predecessors. What about you? What a coincidence. Sira showed her 2 rows of fangs. Mind Atis, you sissy better get out of here right away. We are the ones who cleaned up everything here, don't even think about taking advantage of us. Really? But my employer probably wouldn't think so. It seemed that from the beginning, Mind Atis seemed confident, and it was hard not to suspect that he had some backup plan. Employer? The one behind you. No, there's my follower behind me. Mind Atis took a step to the right and then took 3 steps back. My employer is the one above you. You mean Victor? Come on, Mind Atis, stop talking so smoothly. Victoria looked at the elf with disdain. Victor only cares about his town and it's impossible for him to get involved in the affairs of the Halen Empire. Oh, Ron. That's why I said, take care of your men. Mind Atis sighed. You see, their intelligence is obviously insufficient, but they still like to show off. Are my puns that bad? Pun, you mean? Ron looked up, but heard a loud bang, and rubble of varying sizes and a huge figure fell from above towards his head. Oh, sorry, Mind Atis said, with his hands behind his back. Should I introduce my employer? Giant, these are thieves who stole your food, kill them. Boom. The huge impact smashed through the ceiling, and in the smoke, a thick tree trunk swept towards Ron's team. Ivy was the first to bear the impact, but was directly knocked out. Damn it, this bastard actually found a giant as his master. Sira cursed and rushed forward with an axe. And he's a hill giant. Ron recognized the other party's actual race. Mind Atis, I never thought you would fall to this level. A hill giant. Don't ridicule me, Mind Atis said coldly, it is not my master, but a cooperative relationship. The ghouls here steal its food every night. I help it get it back, and it helps me. Now that you have dealt with the culprit, unfortunately, you will have to bear its wrath. As for me, I'll see you guys when you're resurrected, ha 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 ha. Don't run. Victoria was about to cast a spell to immobilize Mind Atis, but the hill giant's attack had already arrived, so she had to interrupt the spell and roll to the side to avoid the big tree that seemed to have been pulled out of the ground at random. Thief! The hill giant roared in a harsh common language, showing no fear even when outnumbered by 6. Hey! Big guy! Driver jumped directly onto the hill giant's shoulder and kept attacking its neck and face. Against this bulky and relatively slow opponent, Sira and Ivy had almost no advantage. Instead, Driver was able to deal with it. However, as the giant smashed the tree down indiscriminately, the other people were in trouble. They kept dodging everywhere, fearing that the powerful and heavy tree trunk would fall on them. That was no joke. Hey! You got the wrong person! Ron shouted, trying to make the other person hear him clearly, we are not thieves. You were fooled by that elf. Nonsense! The hill giant was so angry that he smashed a tree trunk into the ground, making a big hole. Elf, good. You, thieves, are bad. The giant was probably a typical example of a being that had great strength despite its size. Although the space here was a bit small for it, it could easily pose a fatal threat to Ron and the others just by swinging its weapon casually. Perhaps it was annoyed by Driver's harassment, or perhaps it was troubled by the long-term attack. In any case, when another stick of the hill giant fell into the air, the giant began to stomp the ground frantically and beat the ground with his stick. What is it doing? Ivy asked, panting. Is this a temper tantrum? Or is this some kind of innate magic? Hill giants have nothing to do with magic, Sylvia murmured, but do you remember that the Dwarven diary said that there is an unfinished 5th floor in this mine? Stop it! But this is futile. They can prevent the hill giant from attacking them, but they can't stop the hill giant from attacking the ground beneath their feet. With a loud bang, the hill giant smashed the stone slab again, and everyone fell down without exception. Oh my god! Ron groaned. He seemed to have hit something and hurt his back. You fell into the arms of a skeleton. Sira fell beside him, glanced at Ron and said, the one called Old Hammer or something ate it quite cleanly back then. Ron put his hands on his back and stood up. What he saw was a pile of bones. Not far away, there was a big pot with a leaking bottom. A skeleton was lying inside it, as if trying to crawl out. At this time, the giant also jumped down and continued to attack indiscriminately. It's terrible. Ron flipped open the forward of the weaving method and patted Sira's shoulder with one hand, enlarge. Please hold on for a while, I need to check out the surroundings. Ron shouted to Sira, who was growing bigger, and quickly ran towards the skeletons. Leave it to me, Chief. Sira laughed, and her clothes and weapons also grew bigger, and soon she grew to the same size as a hill giant. Hey! Now let's play some more. Hill giants are difficult to deal with largely because of their size and the size of their weapons. When facing an opponent of the same level, the giants, lacking fighting skills, quickly begin to suffer losses. While Sira was fighting the hill giant, Ron trotted to the other side, where he could still see pickaxes and shovels without handles, and obvious signs of digging. The mutation must have started from here. But now when Ron went there, there was nothing left. Hole. Ron put on gloves, wrapped his mouth and nose with cloth, and carefully touched it. A few pieces of gravel were knocked off, revealing round holes as thick as a little finger behind. There are also traces of energy auras. Victoria turned around after confirming that Sira didn't need support. After so many years, there are still traces left. You can imagine how big they dug out back then. How could the energy from the abyss leak here? Sylvia frowned. The first ghouls were probably infected here. Look over there, Ivy pointed into the darkness, the way down here is blocked by rocks. They must have taken a lot of effort to dig it out back then. Ordinary people can't do it. They only have such energy and strength after becoming zombies. Sylvia took a look. It's really hell. They just want to go back alive, but they bring more death with them. And they themselves are not immune. Ron looked around and there seemed to be nothing else. Old Hammer and the others seemed to be serious people and had no habit of writing diaries. On the other side, the battle between Sira and the hill giant has come to an end. Are you convinced? I ask you whether you are convinced or not. The giant barbarian rode on the hill giant and turned the axe handle to smash the hill giant, while the latter could only hold his head with his hands, whimpering and groaning. I give in. I admit defeat. The hill giant shouted as the tree in his hand was chopped into 3 pieces by Sira, and he himself was pinned to the ground and beaten. Hill giants were not a very tough race or individual, and they quickly declared their surrender. Are you going to attack us again? I don't dare anymore. Are you still going to say that we are thieves? No, you are not thieves. Do you want more food? No. I don't want it anymore. Ron, wait a minute, Sira. What are you throwing away? We didn't steal anything from them. You really don't want it? When the hill giant sent Ron and others to the 4th floor, he seemed at a loss when faced with the people who wanted to return the items to their original owners. I'll say it again, we really didn't steal. Ron gritted his teeth, while Sira stood aside like a child who had done something wrong. Didn't you see those dead ghouls when you came? They stole your food, and we are here to wipe them out. Ghouls lurk on the fringes of hill giant lairs, and they are more cunning than common scavengers and monsters, especially if they are led by a ghast, and can steal a giant's food with simple deception, such as a whole corpse or even a group of them. But, said the elf, looking puzzled, he was the one who killed the ghouls. He's lying to you. Ivy said, he's a liar. Liar? Cheating? The hill giant asked in a muffled voice, seeming that he still didn't quite believe it. He cheated a lot of people, abandoned a lot of people, and killed a lot of people to achieve his goals. Ron thought for a moment. He said you and he were partners. What did you cooperate on? He helped me find food. The hill giant thought for a moment. I gave him a glass ball. Glass ball? It's a glass ball to him, Victoria said. Maybe it's another gem. Do you know where he is now? Ron asked the giant quickly. Right, there. The hill giant turned around subconsciously, but there was no sign of Mind Atis over there. He's stealing from your lair. Driver jumped onto the hill giant's shoulder and yelled, "You idiot! He tricked you away and is going to rob your house. If you don't believe me, let's go and see if he's there." "That is good." Upon hearing this, the hill giant quickly got up and ran out, with Ron and the others following closely. The hill giant's lair was not too far from here. When they arrived, they saw Quester sneaking around and trying to run away. "Quest! Stop!" Ron shouted, "Where is Mind Atis? Leave the gem to me. Don't even think about it." Quest sneered, turned around and ran away, flipping his hand and throwing a bunch of various glass balls at Ron and the others. "Do you want this? Here, I give it to you. Don't let him get away." Ron yelled at the top of his lungs, but the team was chasing very slowly. Although the hill giant had huge strides, he moved slowly and had a poor vision. After only chasing for a few dozen steps, he completely lost track of Quest. "Damn it, he got away. The thing you want must be very important, right?" Sylvia stamped her feet and said angrily, "It's a pity that I don't have any magic anymore, otherwise it wouldn't be so easy to let them escape by using the levitation spell. What's wrong with you?" The vampire looked at Ron and the others in confusion. They didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Instead, they started to pick up the glass balls that the tieflings used as a cover. "What are you doing? Chase him." "Who are you chasing?" Ivy glanced at her with a smile. "That guy Quest is still as careless as ever. Look, he used the real thing as a decoy." As she spoke, Ivy held up a gemstone sphere for Sylvia to see. Even without the need for detection magic, Sylvia could feel the tremendous power inside. "Is this it?" "That's it. We got one before," Ron nodded with a smile. "He's loyal, but he lacks the ability. This is probably what people like Quest are like. There's nothing we can do." "Who made him end up with such a good master?" Syrah put her arms behind her head and whistled. "He ran away before we even got the things. Do you value your life so much?" "Perhaps it's because his master won't revive him again." Victoria snorted. "He is quite self-aware of this. Big guy, we'll take this as our reward. Any objections?" Ron weighed the gemstone ball that Ivy handed over and looked up at the hill giant. "Are the others useful? If not, we'll take them away too." "It's useless," the hill giant shook his big head. "I can't eat it. It makes my teeth ache. Giants are not dragons and are not as keen on treasures, and their digestive systems are not strong enough for them to digest glass and gems. By the way, now do you know who that elf is? Thief, liar." The hill giant waved his fist angrily. "If I see you again, I'll eat you to the bone." "Very good," Ron nodded with satisfaction. "By the way, if you see any humanoid creatures other than that elf in the future, don't eat them. Do you understand? That way we'll have a reason not to kill you." He had to talk to the hill giant in advance to avoid any psychological burden later. "Wear clothes and don't eat, except for male elves." The hill giant shuddered slightly and repeated Ron's words. The place where Syrah had just hit him was still aching, and he didn't want to be beaten again. After getting the assurance from the hill giant, Ron and the others left. However, they were not in a hurry to go back. Instead, they were going to meet a friend and ally deep in the land of delusion and take something out of his treasure house. Specifically, it is the amethyst slab that is placed in the Suri treasury. You led the way in front, while Ron fell behind. He opened the preface of the weaving method and used the identification technique in the spell book to identify the new gem. This gem is different from the bluish-purple lightning gem inlaid on Evita's shield. Instead, it is a bright turquoise color, reflecting a complex light of varying depths under the reflection of the sunlight. Just as the lightning gem can store up to 6 lightning bolts and make the carrier immune to electric shock, this gem also has the function of a magic item. "How is it?" Sylvia rubbed her hands and looked at the gem with some anticipation. She already knew that Ron's spell book was a relic of the Halen Empire, and it would be hypocritical for her to say that she didn't want one. If only this gem key could also open a spell book. Elemental weapons, 3 times a day, lasting a full 8 hours, but... Ron looked up with a strange expression, "But only strong acid. In addition, it can be enchanted on armor to make it resistant to strong acid." The elemental weapon spell generally allows you to choose one of multiple elements to enchant a non-magical weapon and turn it into a magical weapon, but it can only last for 1 hour and requires the caster to maintain concentration. This Ron and Sylvia looked at each other. Judging from the effect, the spell attached to this gem was obviously more powerful than conventional elemental weapons, but it lacked the flexibility to adapt to changing circumstances. It's better than nothing. Driver came closer, 3 times a day, it's just right for me. The cloak, dagger, and shortbow can all be enchanted with strong acid at the same time, which is indeed a good improvement for Driver. I have a shield, Ivy joked, and you can't use 2 weapons at the same time, but I have no problem with that. Hey, hey, hey! Don't you already have the lightning gem? Can you please stop snatching it? The lightning gem is with Ron. Ivy winked at Ron. You can wait in line again. Okay, okay, Ron pretended not to notice Ivy's look. Stop teasing him. Driver, I'll give it to you after the slate is unlocked. Ivy really needs it now. After all, you can't use the amethyst slate without elven blood. Driver looked at Ivy triumphantly as she took the gem and rolled her eyes. It seems that the 7 gems correspond to 7 different elements, Sylvia said, but in fact, there are more than 7 known types of damage, right? Which ones did the Halen Empire abandon in the beginning? Fire, cold, light, eclipse, lightning, thunder, strong acid, poison, mind. Ron counted on his fingers. I guess it's mind. After all, this should be the strong point of many elves. Elves are strong in almost all elemental types, or have no weaknesses, Ivy interrupted. Psychic casters are just less common, not non-existent. We're looking for a full set of gems anyway, Sira said nonchalantly. We'll know once we find them, right? In the eyes of the barbarians, these things like gems have nothing to do with them. A true warrior should face all challenges head-on instead of hiding behind magic, witchcraft, shamanism, etc. There's a big difference between having a weapon and using it. You, who was leading the way, disagreed with Sira's point of view. You can chop someone in half with that double-edged axe, but you also have to be careful about others playing dirty tricks on you. Most of the elves' magical attainments are reflected in the schools of prophecy, transformation, enchantment, and protection, which are used to resist the intrusion of outsiders. It was not until the rise of the Halen Empire that the aggressiveness of elven magic began to grow stronger in a short period of time. That's true, Sylvia nodded. Apart from spells that have been widely spread, many spells are named after their founders. And among these spells, the names of elven wizards are almost invisible in evocation magic. The Domper said, looking up with some longing, I used to have 2 dreams, to be free, and to have my name written in other people's spell books. Sylvia's vampire touch. Victoria joked. Vampire touch is a widely spread spell. Without any special innovation, Sylvia is afraid that she will not be able to put her own label on this spell. I'll let you taste Sylvia's vampire touch now. Sylvia smiled and rushed over, shoving her cold hands, which were close to the body temperature of undead creatures, into Victoria's collar. Mind Atis ran away again, and he probably wouldn't have the courage to approach Green Swamp Town again. It was now the lair of the Black Dragon, so there shouldn't be any danger along the way. There were a few kobold scouts who would occasionally cautiously poke their heads out of the woods, but they would immediately retreat and not list Ron and his men as hunting targets. And from what you said, the kobold tribe here should be the followers of Ixuri, and to some extent, her colleagues, so there was nothing to be wary of. When Ron and his friends arrived at the Black Dragon's lair, they happened to see Inithuri dragging a dead stag towards his home. When the young Black Dragon saw Ron and his friends, he was stunned for a moment. Let me make it clear first, I won't share any of your money. Exur's first reaction was that Ron and the others were here to eat for free. The teacher just left 2 days ago, and I finally managed to catch this one to start my meal. Don't worry, we just ate. There's no reason to eat again before lunch. Ron was not being polite. There was no danger along the way. They were guaranteed 3 meals a day. They just had breakfast this morning. We are here to borrow the slate. Oh, then you go in. The Black Dragon happily dragged the dead deer away and cleared the cave entrance. When he looked up, he saw Sira and Driver surrounding him. What are you doing? You're going to eat it like this. Sira reached out and pulled at the deer's body a few times. It won't taste good if you eat it raw, and there's no seasoning. Where can I find it? Exur blinked his pupils. If you have it, I'd be willing to trade with you. He also knew that cooked food tasted better and tasted even better with seasonings, but that was the privilege of red dragons, gold dragons, brass dragons, and even blue dragons. They, the Black Dragons, could only spit out strong acid. Only when the teacher came could Akshari occasionally have a good meal, and at other times he had to eat raw meat and drink blood. Granted, dragons have the most powerful digestive systems of any creature, but that doesn't mean they aren't willing to live a refined life. If a dragon were reduced to eating dirt, he would probably consider it a lifelong shame. You don't know how to release fire. Driver looked at him with a look of pity that made Akshari extremely unhappy, then took out a set of fire-making equipment. Sira, go find some branches, and let's show him how good we are. Okay. Sira didn't want to follow Ron and the others in performing any magic rituals, so she readily agreed and went to the surrounding woods to find a large bundle of dry plants that were good for starting a fire. She also took out a small bottle of salt that she brought with her. It's a pity that there is no pot, otherwise we could cook it. Don't cook it. Driver shook his head like a rattle. Roast it. It smells better when roasted. As the host, Akshari naturally couldn't sit idle. He immediately dug out a pile of bricks and stones from the ruins and set up a barbecue grill. One man, one goblin, and one dragon started having a picnic. After a while, the aroma had spread throughout the black dragon's territory. Wow! I want to eat it. You didn't go to the nest either, but now she regretted it a little. It was too uncomfortable to only look at an incorporeal undead creature but not eat it. Why wasn't she a ghost or something like that? If so, she wouldn't have any memories of her life, so at least she wouldn't be so greedy. Good fellows, it's only been a short time since breakfast and you're already eating again. Ivy poked her head out of the entrance of the black dragon's lair. Sira, Ron is calling you. If you enjoy the content of this channel, subscribe, like, and comment, to help this channel to grow.